Chapter 441 The brain grows out after being beaten too many times. Well, if you get beaten too many times, you will still grow. Gu Shanhai naturally heard Dido's last words. It's true that the other party had no brains before, but after being severely beaten, he grew out of it, and also underwent earth-shaking changes, and learned to tolerate it. Even when they intercepted a batch of supplies sent to the resistance army, the other party may have discovered the clues. After all, compared to the Moonstar Resistance Army, the Sun Tribe is actually very closed in collecting external information. As a result, such a secret information was suddenly obtained, which is definitely very suspicious. However, in order to survive, Dido endured it even if he knew about it, and even gave up the Sun Tribe as a shield to save his life. It wasn't until the end that this exploded. The reason for the explosion was not because he couldn't bear it anymore, but because he knew that this was his last chance to make a comeback. Only by acquiring the power of the moon concept from Elena, who has become a new generation of moon priest, and integrating the two powers to become the supreme power, can he have the strength to face Gu Shanhai. Otherwise, he will not even know who is controlling him. No, this is good news, but it changed too quickly. Gu Shanhai also smiled, and didn't care too much. If this does not change, then there is a problem. It is normal for it to change quickly. Even though Dido enjoys unbridled pleasure every day, he is actually under a lot of pressure. He is always afraid that the inner demon Taoist soldiers will come to his door. Come! Unlike Elena, Dido didn't think that he could escape the Ascension Empire's attention from the beginning. So he naturally knew that his life was always in the hands of others. In addition, he also knows that the Sun Tribe is a drag on him, and he has always wanted to get rid of everyone in the Sun Tribe, so as to get rid of the burden and allow himself to escape better. It's just that they don't understand what the Ascension Empire and Gu Shanhai want, so they don't dare to take action. When Elena came to him to form an alliance, she had already noticed some problems. For example, the other party seemed to need her own Sun Tribe to limit herself. If he really wanted to act cruelly or escape, the end result would be that he would have to run into the inner demon as soon as he went out. Soldiers. So when the Moonstar Resistance Army destroyed his Sun Tribe, not only did he not feel the slightest anger, but he was very pleased. This way, he really didn't have any shackles. That's why, at the last moment, he directly killed Elena. A new protagonist is born. Gu Shanhai noticed the changes in Qi. The Qi of the protagonists in the remaining surviving Yueshing daughters has now dissipated, and Dido is now a truly complete protagonist. Next, he is likely to merge with the sun and the moon and embark on a completely new path. One person has two conceptual powers, especially if they can complement each other. Gu Shanhai is very curious about the difference between it and his own Tao fruit. Gu Shanhai's Tao fruit is actually not the real power of two concepts. The power of concepts is more like nutrients rather than the essence. The laws in Tao fruit are the real essence. The two sides are not actually the same existence. To give a rough analogy, one is a computer and the other is a tablet. There is a relationship between the two. After all, they are both electronic products. But if you say it doesn't matter, there really isn't much relationship. It's no wonder that he needs to get back the power of the moon concept first. Otherwise it really won't be completed. The method of combining the power of two concepts cannot be completed in a short period of time unless it is the protagonist. Gu Shanhai knew that if it were Emperor Navia, he might be able to complete it even if he was not the protagonist. But if he were replaced by Dido, it really wouldn't work. His development of the conceptual power of the sun was so poor that he couldn't even see it, and he had no foundation at all. So if you want to complete it, you can't rely on technology. You can only rely on luck. Emperor Navia could research and develop slowly, and it would take an extremely long time to complete. But Dido, the Sun King, was different. He could just yell at me to break it, and then he would succeed. Will it be the same? Unimportant. For Dido, it was enough to shine. Even if his brain grew because he suffered too many beatings, it had only just grown out, and he could not produce relevant knowledge out of thin air. It should be able to reach 1% of my strength. Gu Shanhai estimated Dido's situation. Even if his strength increased 10,000 times, he could barely reach 1% of Gu Shanhai's strength. He didn't even need to reveal his true form. Dido was no match for Gu Shanhai. Hey, it seems I have to be more careful. This is 1% of my strength. It can be said to be a step to the sky. It seems that he has only reached 1% of Gu Shanhai's strength. But before that, Dido couldn't even defeat 1,000 hard demon soldiers. He didn't even dare to take the initiative to fight. He had to run away if he saw him from a distance, rather than being aggressive. Of course, this is just Gu Shanhai's estimate. The actual situation will definitely fluctuate, but it will not exceed 3% at most. The data Gu Shanhai had was relatively accurate. The next step is to continue monitoring. Gu Shanhai will definitely not sit still and wait for death. He still needs the data on Didor. The next step is to kill the donkey. Gu Shanhai thought for a while and prepared to deal with the girl of the moon and star and all the life forms in the universe. He would transform his body into an omnic to help them ascend mechanically, and the rest would be thrown into life, to experience life and death as leaks for him. The only value left now is Dido, and the rest is of little use. It was originally kept as a stage. Now that the stage play is over, and there is no intention to continue it, the stage must be dismantled to avoid take-up space. In addition to dealing with worthless people, there is also the harvesting of resources. The Omnics of the Ascension Empire will then squeeze the universe in an extremely crazy way. No matter what it is, they will never leave anything that can be moved away. I hope there won't be any surprises for me along the way. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the third-party inheritance that seemed to exist before the Sun King and Moon Priest appeared, possibly from other worlds in this world community. However, Gu Shanhai does not intend to continue to interact with him. Only when you are content can you always be happy. If you are too greedy, you will easily die. If you really want to, then jump out early and let me harvest a wave in advance. Gu Shanhai didn't want to contact him. If it came to his door, then Gu Shanhai wouldn't say that he would just stay behind closed doors. Anyway, I have to test it out. If I can beat it, wouldn't I be able to make a little more money? If he couldn't beat him, then Gu Shanhai would just go back to the first era. Anyway, his mission had been completed. Didor carried Elena's body and hid in the underground cave. He felt a little aggrieved. He was the Sun King. But now, he was hiding underground like a mouse. However, he was aggrieved, and he had to endure it. As long as I can't resist the strength of the mastermind behind the scenes, I will do whatever I need to do in order to survive. I used to be arrogant, but now it's better to be more honest. It's a pity that you don't understand anything. Do you really think that your Moonstar Resistance Army can fight against the Ascension Empire by destroying my Sun Dynasty? Looking at Elena's body, Didor felt a sense of relief in his heart. In his eyes, the lifeless body overlapped with that of the Moon Priest. That's great. That's great. Didor did not feel the so-called sense of emptiness after revenge, but felt very happy. He didn't understand why someone would feel empty after taking revenge instead of being excited and refreshed. The power of the moon. My supreme power. Didor felt the throbbing in his body, as if he wanted to devour Elena's body. But he suppressed this impulse very wisely. As the Sun King, it is impossible for him to eat corpses. Not to mention that eating corpses may not be able to completely absorb the power of the moon concept in the opponent's body. Otherwise he would definitely not mind. In order to survive, he will do whatever it takes. I need help. Enough help. When he came into contact with the power of the moon concept in Elena's corpse, some scattered information flows appeared in his eyes. Each of these information flows contained some kind of strange knowledge. This knowledge is not the power of Elena's concept of the moon, but is the result of his own blood being completed or revealed by the intersection of the two special powers of the moon and the sun. Or, more simply, it is the interaction of three special powers, collision, and finally formed these unique knowledge. It's not a coincidence that I was chosen by the sun. Didor couldn't help but take a breath. He felt that this unique intersection made his thinking clearer. As for the shortcomings, it is not without them. That is, the knowledge obtained is too messy, and a lot of it is fragmented, making it impossible for him to use it effectively. But it doesn't matter, as long as he continues to collide with the conceptual power of the sun and moon through his blood. This knowledge will be perfected sooner or later. His instinct told him that this knowledge was very useful to him. As long as he fully mastered it, he would be able to have powerful power. Where does my bloodline come from? At the same time, Didor naturally had doubts. Fortunately, this doubt was quickly suppressed by him. For him, it didn't matter where his bloodline came from. What mattered was whether he could use the power of this bloodline to make a comeback. A special way to open other worlds. After receiving the first piece of knowledge, it was not the way he imagined that would make him stronger, but a special ritual that opened up a certain world. Am I a wanderer from another world? No. No. I must have been thrown here on purpose. Didor was very calm. He knew that he could not have come here as a wanderer. If he had really come here as a wanderer, The first knowledge he would acquire would definitely not be the one that would allow him to open the passage between the two worlds. Then the appearance of the second piece of knowledge made him more and more certain that he was just a tool, not an important person. The second piece of knowledge allowed him to stabilize the passage between the two worlds, thereby turning the original temporary passage into a permanent passage. From this, it can be seen that his own bloodline did not give him enough protection. There is indeed a problem. I'm afraid there is no hope of revenge. Dieter lowered his eyelids, thinking a lot in his mind. However, he has not given up on continuing to obtain these miscellaneous memories. In fact, there is still hope. That is, using the knowledge in his bloodline as a certificate of surrender and giving it to the mastermind behind the scenes to save his own life. Yes, his bottom line from the beginning was to save his life. He definitely had the idea of overthrow and revenge, but not much. As for instinct telling him that he would have great power after mastering it, if he could still believe it before. Now he doesn't believe it at all. Just in case instinct is lying to him. After being severely beaten, he didn't believe anything, especially when this thing regarded him as a tool. If he could believe this, he might as well join the enemy and maybe survive. Who knows if the other party has left any pitfalls in his bloodline. Fortunately, the 17th piece of knowledge is finally not related to the world passage, but a secret method of reconciliation. It allows him to reconcile his own conceptual power of the sun and moon, and then form a brand new conceptual power called the conceptual power of the stars. This seemed very powerful, but Dieter instinctively sensed something was wrong, giving him an illusion that he didn't want to use. It seems that as long as you use it, it will make you unstoppable and change in a certain direction. Let's take a look first and wait until I have received all the knowledge. Dieter looked alert. This power includes the sun and the moon, and even the concept of all the stars in the sky. Why is such a powerful power? Why should it be placed so late instead of in the first piece of knowledge? This shows that it is either not important, or it is a means to assist him in opening the passage to this world. The 18th piece of knowledge appeared again, this time using some experiences and techniques of using the power of the concept of stars. But compared with the first 18 pieces, it was obviously much rougher and had a shoddy feel. The later the knowledge appears, the more it appears. There are 26 pieces in total, except for the first 17 pieces. The next 9 pieces of knowledge are perfunctory visible to the naked eye. Even if Dieter lacks the corresponding experience and knowledge in this area, it can be seen that the knowledge in the blood does not want him to become stronger, but allows him to open the world channel as soon as possible and attract people from that world. This made Dieter's expression gloomy. This stark and obvious statement made him feel as if he had just climbed up from one pit and fallen into another. The Moon Priest is also from that world. She may have come to urge me to open the world passage as soon as possible, but later, for some unknown reason, she betrayed the opposite world. Now he also understood why the Moon Priest suddenly appeared, and why he always opposed him and wanted to kill her. Ha ha. Do you really think that I will just follow your arrangements and become a tool? Dieter sneered and began to weigh the pros and cons, and what to do next. Chapter 442 Unexpected Development. So, you want to use this knowledge to save your own life? A voice came from the shadow of the tall machine, and Dieter couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The aura of chaos that was constantly coming from the mountains made him tremble. When facing the group of demons, he was only afraid at most. But at this time, the fear in his heart could not be suppressed. Yes, great being. I am willing to offer a whole new world as my loyalty to you. Dieter spoke very decisively. He didn't think the knowledge in this bloodline was enough, so he used the world. In this way, the bargaining chip would be huge. I'm not interested in a world. After all, this is just a part of the world I own. Gu Shanhai's voice came. This made Dieter couldn't help but be shocked. He did not doubt Gu Shanhai's words, mainly because the power given to him by the other party was too terrifying. However, I am very satisfied with your attitude. In fact, Gu Shanhai was a little surprised. He didn't expect Dieter to do this. Gu Shanhai had already mastered the knowledge he had acquired, which can only be said to be nothing but pitfalls, especially the method that can synthesize the power of a new concept, because it is completely impossible to achieve. Don't ask Gu Shanhai how he knows, because he has experimented and there are problems with the data every time. Of course, Dieter may be able to succeed, but even if he succeeds, he will not be able to master the power of the concept of stars, but will refine himself into an energy source. That's right. It is the energy used to open the channel between the two worlds. The energy must have great power. Otherwise, how to maintain a permanent channel? Gu Shanhai can be sure that the conceptual power mastered in the world where Ditter's bloodline originated is not the sun or the moon. Not even the stars. This is just one of the powers they control. The real conceptual power should be bloodline or reproduction. Heirs or something like that. It's just that they have already played tricks, throwing seeds everywhere. As long as one of their offspring matures and successfully opens the passage between the two worlds through the power of their own blood, then they will make a lot of money. The Moon Priest and the Sun King were the two seeds that were thrown into this universe, and they developed smoothly. But the maturity stages were different, and the Moon Priest was too slow. And every seed will carry a concept seed, which can take root and sprout in accordance with the world and become the corresponding power. If Ditter catches the Navian universe, then the power in him will not be the power of the concept of the sun, but the power of the concept of death. It can grow whatever kind of fruit it goes, and it is extremely adaptable. And this universe is quite special. It belongs to the twin world. It is related to the sun and the moon and has a certain degree of permeability. The concept of the sun and the moon penetrated into Navia, which caused the Navia Emperor to use the dark sun and the black moon as a transit to form a subworld. Super psionic energy. As for why the Moon Priest came out later than the Sun King, it is naturally because the arrival time of the seeds is different, plus the development period, etc., which leads to the unknown appearance time before and after. After all, this kind of seed-throwing behavior will definitely not just throw one, but throw away a large area. And that article combines the power of the two concepts of the sun and the moon into the power of the concept of stars. It is true and true. It is just a special ability that is randomly matched. The power of the concept of stars should also exist, but it is definitely not a combination of the two concepts of the sun and the moon. Even if it is, it cannot be synthesized. There is no way to obtain it directly in this world. The power of concepts is the unique power system of this world community. Because the original big world collapsed, there are only one or two types of this type of conceptual power in each world. Unless the two worlds are connected, they cannot be condensed across borders. It's like Gu Shanhai already knows the original solar energy reduced by the concept of the sun, and even has certain data. But there is no way to extract it before the two universes overlap. Thank you for your forgiveness. Didor also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. Go! The Onyx will no longer want you, and the inner demon soldiers will no longer hunt you. You can go to the universe, find a planet to settle down, and you can also receive resources to redevelop your solar dynasty. Gu Shanhai was still very generous when facing a person of no value. To him, Ditter was that kind of person. His bloodline and strength have all been recorded by Gu Shanhai, and he can be copied again at any time. Since Didor was sincere, it was not impossible to give him a way out. Upon hearing this, Didor's eyes lit up. And then he said, Yes! Yes! Thank you for your generosity. Didor actually did not expect that Gu Shanhai would support his restoration of the country. I will leave this universe to you. I will leave this universe soon. Of course, the time soon will be a little longer for me than for you. Gu Shanhai felt that it seemed that the waste could be reused. He fell in love with the universe where Ditter's bloodline existed. The power of concepts in this universe is absolutely extremely profound for research. And Gu Shanhai's idea is very simple, which is to use the quantum collider and the power of bloodline to accurately locate. And then Gu Shanhai sneaks into it to obtain relevant concepts and knowledge research. Originally, he had planned to stop, but this time he was really moved. Through this method, this world must have connected a large number of worlds. And in this way, it will have a larger number of conceptual powers. As long as Gu Shanhai harvests it, the Dao fruit will mature in an instant. Then once he becomes stronger and swallows up 2.5 worlds, leaving the Ascension Empire as a cover, he can easily sneak into it and further plunder its mature concept system. Especially for the maturity of Dao fruit, it only takes 3 months at most. Otherwise, it will take at least 10 years to take the first step. But now that it can be done in one step, how can Gu Shanhai not be excited? Of course, saving time and cost is one thing. But what really interests him is the power of a huge number of concepts. If there are more, the effect of his Dao fruit and multiple flowers will be even more powerful. Naturally, the more, the better. It used to be risky to fight through worlds one by one, but now you can get a lot at once. But there is a prerequisite. That is, be careful when opening the door to avoid being discovered. In addition, Gu Shanhai is also very interested in the knowledge of this civilization. After all, he can colonize across the world. Although the efficiency is a little bit worse, It also represents the excellence of its civilization itself. As long as Gu Shanhai finds a way to integrate into it, he can gain something. Get a lot of money. After sending Didor away, Gu Shanhai started researching. I originally thought of letting the Ascension Empire retire in old age, but I'm afraid that's not an option now. As for Didor, I hope the Sun King can run farther away. Gu Shanhai gave Didor a way out, but he didn't say he wouldn't continue to use him. He planned to use Didor's own bloodline and use him as a blueprint to create a shielding device that could temporarily block the impact of the connection between the two worlds. If the other party can attract him in a positive way, he can definitely block it in a negative way. In this regard, Gu Shanhai is still confident. However, this kind of shielding is not long-lasting. It mainly uses burning the blood in Didor's body as a temporary shielding method. He is able to clone an extremely large number of bloods. But the main inducement is not the number of bloods, but because if the shielding if it continues for too long, some abnormal parameters will form. Gu Shanhai didn't believe that a powerful civilization that could colonize other worlds would ignore this abnormal parameter. As long as a discerning person took a look at this parameter, they could determine it to be an abnormality in the passage between the two worlds. They would probably accept it without reminding them. Not reminding does not mean that it is not displayed or cannot be seen, so it can only be delayed for a while. The estimated upper limit is about 10 days, but I don't know if that's enough. Gu Shanhai actually had no idea. After all, if the opponent mastered enough conceptual powers, Gu Shanhai would still have to study them even if they were not integrated into the Dao Fruit Duo Shenghua one by one. And 10 days is still the maximum limit. If it is lower, it may be 3 to 5 days. There shouldn't be much of a problem if we squeeze the Ascension Empire. If that doesn't work, just build a high-powered computer as a hardware aid. The Four Sacred Beasts system can be used, but Gu Shanhai will not do it. The main reason is that if it is done quickly, it is likely to cause irreversible damage to the hardware assistance. Jiuzhou can repair it, but the cost of repairing it is too high, which is higher than building another one. What's more important is that you have to repair it yourself. If it were made through Ascension Empire, no matter what happens if it breaks, use virtual reality as the server, digital life as the data node, and then use the Omnic body as the hardware. With this computer, I can at least increase my efficiency tenfold. 10 times is already a lot. Gu Shanhai's current basic efficiency is very high. This 10 times is enough for him to show exponential growth. With Gu Shanhai's strength, it is already very oppressive to increase it tenfold. If there is any more, even if the Ascension Empire is squeezed to death, there may not be any more. Start the plan. Gu Shanhai gave the order. As the order was issued, the Four Sacred Beasts system controlled the entire Ascension Empire to move. Gu Shanhai, on the other hand, has started to design the drawings of the high-power computer. He certainly does not have to worry about the production. When the time comes, he will input the information into the Four Sacred Beasts system, and the Four Sacred Beasts system will take care of it for him. The technology is not enough. Let's make up the quantity. Gu Shanhai looked at the drawings in his hand. He must not think about how sophisticated it was in a short period of time. There was no big problem in being rough. Just turn the entire planet into a high-power computer. That's it. A month passed in a flash, and amid the vigorous transformation, the entire planet had now turned into a giant sphere that was constantly shining with various mechanical brilliance. Gu Shanhai was using this sphere to continuously deduce various data. 10 times is still too reluctant. Gu Shanhai sighed. He was full of confidence a month ago, but after the planetary high-power computer was actually completed, he discovered that it could not reach 10 times at all, and it was only about 3 times at present. The difference in data was too big, which made him feel helpless for a while. Fortunately, 3 times is barely enough. When the planet's high-power computer had problems, the time-space fluctuation bloodline device was making very good progress. If nothing unexpected happened, the original 10 days could be extended by 1 month, tripling the original time. This made him have a lot more time, which was also good news. The main hero is of course Didor. He left this planet a month ago and went to a small uninhabited planet. It is not very livable, but it is good that he can save his life. Naturally, I won't think too much. Didor did not integrate the power of the concept of the moon with the knowledge inherited in his blood, but instead integrated it in the most barbaric way. That's right. Just eat it raw. The scene was really horrific to watch. The good news is that he successfully mastered the power of the moon and the sun, and did not combine them into the concept of stars. It is precisely for this reason that as an external accessory of the shielding device, the effect is naturally improved. Otherwise, Gu Shanhai would not have been able to create this ability out of thin air. The next thing is the Quantum Collider. I don't know if relying on luck can rely on strength. Gu Shanhai didn't have much confidence in this. He also conducted several tests. But the test results were not satisfactory. Sometimes the relevant data can be accurately calculated, and sometimes it is directly offset, which makes Gu Shanhai unsure of how to proceed. This Quantum Collider may have been made from part of the knowledge that drifted from other worlds. There is actually a half chance that it will be inaccurate. In the huge community of worlds, the worlds are infiltrating and squeezing each other, but they are also isolated from each other. Gu Shanhai only saw this now, which made him a little confused. Therefore, this thing is probably not just pure technology, but also contains some special concepts such as quantum and luck. It will only be affected by these concepts when it is activated. Gu Shanhai is currently unable to detect it further. Arrive. The reason is naturally because he doesn't know much about the power of concepts. He only has a partial understanding. If he really wanted to understand it comprehensively, he wouldn't be so busy. Forget it. Half the chance is already good. We still have to raise funds before. Gu Shanhai also thought about using the Flourishing Peony to improve his luck. It's just that the channel opened by the Quantum Collider is fixed. If it is far away, his planetary high-energy computer will have a delay. But if it is close, it will be serious. If the collapse of the collected planet affects the computer, he will be in trouble again. Wouldn't it be even worse if he would be excluded from the world blacklist? It's better to give it a try. Anyway, you can open it again if you fail. It doesn't mean that you can't open it again after it fails. So there is no need to make extraneous matters. Chapter 443 Xian Dao Kung Fu. All living beings are like dragons. This thing was promised a 50% chance, but I fired it 4 times before it succeeded. Gu Shanhai complained for a while, feeling that there was something wrong with the 50% chance. Thinking about it carefully, it seems quite right. After all, it is either success or failure. The spiritual consciousness quietly penetrated into the open passage. This passage was not big, only the size of a grain of rice, and it was disguised as extremely hidden. This time, we were very lucky. The open passage was in a bush on the outskirts, and it was close to the soil. There was no need to worry about being exposed. The spiritual sense carefully explored and found that the civilization on the opposite side had entered the interstellar era. But it was not a serious technological interstellar era. On the contrary, it is similar to the interstellar era of cultivation in the High Martial City. Although there is technology, it is far behind compared with the cultivation technology. The power of so many concepts. It's just incredible. After Gu Shanhai simply conducted a survey, he quickly counted the number. There were a total of 135 conceptual powers. This means that if there were no strange coupled universes, like the Moon and Star universe. If so, then this civilization occupies 134 universes. The core concept power is actually inheritance. I thought it was bloodline, heir, reproduction, etc. Gu Shanhai found the core concept of the opposite universe in an instant. But that's right. Inheritance is much more stable than blood or heirs. Compared with blood or offspring, these two have great limitations. At least one thing is that one needs to be his descendant or have a related blood transplant. But inheritance is a little different. It focuses on identity, like a great fusion of ethnic groups. There are quite a few pitfalls in Didor's body. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai was a little dumbfounded. He also understood the subsequent pitfalls in Didor's body. Even if Didor is unwilling to be a tool now, as long as he unlocks the power in his bloodline, there may be conflicts at first, but the restriction mechanism derived from the power of the inheritance concept in the bloodline will take effect. It changed Didor's thinking bit by bit, with a small influence that even he didn't know about. Finally, he fully recognized his mission. Once you agree, it becomes simple. Just complete the mission. So there is no need to worry about Didor's betrayal. Even if the betrayal is only a short-lived betrayal, he will become loyal again after a certain period of time. Thankfully he found me. Otherwise I would have died. As a tool man, Didor will definitely die after opening the passage between the two worlds, because he is the energy source for maintenance. If he is rescued before the energy is exhausted and someone replaces him with new energy, he can still live. But from the current point of view, it is estimated that it is unlikely. No one will care about a tool that is supposed to complete the mission. If the original plan is implemented, no one will take a look at it. When Gu Shanhai used Didor to make the shielding device, he had already destroyed the other party's recognition mechanism. This mechanism was actually relatively fragile, but it could not be destroyed by normal means. This was also an unintentional thing. Gu Shanhai actually didn't know that in order to create a shielding device, he would definitely have to manipulate Dido's bloodline. This thing was so fragile that it had no sense of existence. It is probably that the opponent did not expect that someone would directly compile their bloodline. Of course, it is also possible that they did, but the countermeasures were so weak that they had almost no countermeasures. There are still many flaws in the bloodline technology, probably because of the cultivation civilization. The system of cultivation on the opposite side is a comprehensive system. It is not the power of a single concept, but the power of multiple concepts can be combined to form different techniques, called Xiandao. From the information he gathered with his spiritual sense, everyone in the crowd was practicing a technique called the art of returning blood, which was based on the power of the two concepts of bloodline and inheritance, plus the power of the two concepts of ancestors and kinship. A magical cultivation method that assists in formation. When one person practices, all relatives and family members can enjoy a slight improvement. Correspondingly, the stronger and more family members there are, the faster the cultivation will be, and the higher the improvement will be. A person practicing this technique may feel nothing, but if the whole clan is practicing it, it's like turning on the engine. But there is a slightly embarrassing thing. That is, although your cultivation speed can keep up, your resources cannot keep up. The process of becoming stronger must be supplemented with nutrients. If the nutrients are not enough, forced cultivation will only lead to a deficit in one's own body. It's a bit similar to the martial arts system, but because of the returning blood technique, qualifications, bones, understanding, etc. are no longer limitations, but resources are the limitations. The opposite universe calls this cultivation system Xiandao, which means that it can gain power from the mysterious and mysterious concepts. However, this blood return technique is only the most common type. You can buy a copy in a bookstore for 5 yuan, because the effect only has a feedback ratio, and there are higher-end and more advanced Xiandao techniques. It's just that the higher-end Xiandao techniques have been monopolized, and the popularity of blood return technique is to control the bottom and work for them, regardless of whether you practice or not. As long as your blood relatives practice this technique, your strength will increase. If there are more people, the increase will be faster. If you don't have enough resources to provide yourself with adequate nutrition at this time, then just wait to be shortchanged. If you want resources, you can only work hard and work hard. If you fail, you will only die. It may be a good thing to be able to become stronger without practicing at first. After all, everyone wants to become stronger while lying down. But when the speed is too fast and endangers life and creates a vicious cycle, it is very bad. You are very strong, but you are so weak that you can't even move. You even continue to get stronger, and you end up with a corpse. This is the first time I've seen this weird monopoly method. If you don't work, you will die. Gu Shanhai complained a little helplessly. As for whether orphans will be affected, this is so beautiful to think about. You can kill your whole family, or you can kill your entire clan. You must know that the core of returning blood is blood and inheritance, let alone the 5th server. Even the 18th generation. There will be a weak connection. It can even be said that all people in the entire civilization are related by blood, but they are just different in strength and weakness. Strong is strong, but the daily resource throughput is really terrible. Fortunately, it is open to the outside world. Otherwise, I am afraid it will be another Xuanzhen world. No, Xuanzhen world is not so scary. After all, not everyone in the Xuanzhen world is a cultivator. But in the opposite Xiandao universe, everyone is a cultivator. However, there are differences between the two worlds. The Xuanzhen world is about dying, but the Xiandao universe is different. They are sustainable. In terms of resources, due to the system, they are not too tight, but are very wealthy. Everyone only needs to if you work hard and make progress. You don't have to worry about dying from a loss. And as your strength increases, the more jobs you can do, the higher the rewards you will receive, and the more resources you can exchange for them. This is what it means to become a saint through work. Gu Shanhai's mind twitched. It seemed like this was true in the Xiandao universe. If you worked hard enough and continued to expand your circle of friends and relatives, you could really work your way up to the top in the world. Although Xiandao universe has a serious monopoly, its ascending channels are very complete. An ordinary person's strength really depends on how hard he works. If you want to cut off the feedback from your relatives and friends who reject blood return technique, it is basically trivial. But if you want to get relatives and friends, this matter is very simple. Recruit directly on the internet, and you can get countless relatives and friends. The act of recognition in the inheritance is enough to judge. This universe, how should I put it, is indeed extraordinary. Judging from the information collected by Gu Shanhai, no one has yet touched the upper limit of blood return technique. Although this technique is the most popular and has the most people practicing it, it does not mean that the upper limit is low and the potential is small. On the contrary, it is the only technique in the Xian Dao universe that has not reached the upper limit and is claimed to be able to grow without an upper limit. It can be called the most worthless magical skill. Unfortunately, I'm not suitable for cultivation. Gu Shanhai sighed. He wanted to practice, but after exploring the concept, he found that it had no effect at all. He has no relatives, friends or relatives. He is truly an orphan in this world. Not counting Xiao Bai, it is actually a derivative of Gu Shanhai. And the inner demon Taoist soldiers are even less good. This thing is part of him. But if you change it, it's possible. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. It's not possible in this world. If he can pass the fate of Yuanlian in the next life, then this will be of great use. He has many disciples, relatives and friends in other worlds. In recent years, especially because his own abilities have become stronger, more and more people have become indirectly related to him. Take the Xuanzhen realm as an example. Shannon accepted disciples, and then started to spread their branches little by little, coupled with his ability to avoid disasters and his status as a supreme elder. As the Xuanzhen realm evolved, growing up, it can be said that there were relatives and friends everywhere. Although there were differences in distance, the bond of spreading the Dharma was never broken. Other worlds are similar to this type, so there are actually many incarnations that he can summon now. But for Gu Shanhai, the number of useful incarnations is actually not many. And if it can be reused through the blood return technique, then will it be possible to obtain the corresponding effect using Gu Shanhai's life lotus as the core? Of course, this is just a plan first. The most important thing now is the ability to analyze concepts. With the blood return technique as a sample, Gu Shanhai made rapid progress in analyzing the conceptual power of inheritance, bloodline, ancestors, and kinship, and completed it in less than an hour. There are also some other conceptual powers involved, but not so fast. The Xiandao method itself is a use of the power of concepts. Otherwise, how can it be integrated into successful methods and produce special effects? With the reference, Gu Shanhai's analysis is of course much faster when starting from scratch and when the data is already available. The speed of the two is naturally different. So you have to collect the corresponding Xiandao techniques, which is a bit difficult. The more popular techniques are easy to collect, but the more advanced ones may not be so easy. In addition to the returning blood technique, there are also battle star technique and Wan Yao Gong, derived from the power of the concept of stars, and evil wrath technique, and mind elimination technique, derived from the power of the concept of anger, etc. This type of single technique is actually more of a supplementary method. That is, a type of skill used in combat. Most people major in the blood return technique, and a small number of them use other more common techniques as derivatives. The power of the concept of stars does exist in this world, but it's a pity that it is not Dido's synthetic formula version. Through Battlestar art, Gu Shanhai also obtained a lot of concept power related to the stars. And he also saw that the power of the concept of the sun and the power of the concept of the moon cannot be combined with the power of the concept of the stars. Concepts can only be similar. There is no synthesis. For example, this world has the power of the concept of lifespan, which is similar to the power of the concept of life. Gu Shanhai was also a little curious about this, but did not conduct further research. The Xian Dao techniques related to the concept of lifespan are quite special and are not as popular. It also takes time to find a corresponding technique. This kind of background is really scary. Gu Shanhai collected a large amount of information through his spiritual sense. But out of caution, he did not collect those high-end concepts and techniques. He is sure to get it, but there may be chaos, which is not a good thing for him. The main reason is that these techniques that can be obtained actually cover most of the conceptual power, except for the fundamental and relatively special returning blood technique. Other Xiandao exercises actually have a low upper limit and very low potential. They are like the golden bell cover and iron claw shirt that is circulated in the world. The main idea is to let ordinary people practice more and then work hard because of insufficient resources. Otherwise, if you just rely on the blood return technique, what if some people have abundant resources and are left flat? Therefore, the difficulty of training is actually not high, especially with the blessing of returning blood technique. Even if you practice other Xian Dao techniques, it is actually a fast and ridiculous kind of thing. In other words, one would simply not dare to imagine that a person with ordinary bones and average understanding could practice skills faster than Tianjiu, and even make Tianjiu despair. The person who created the blood return technique is simply a genius. Gu Shanhai discovered that other techniques had more or less the shadow of the blood return technique. The rise of the Xian Dao universe was bound to this technique that everyone practiced, forcibly binding the originally scattered hearts together through inheritance and bloodline. It's a pity that I couldn't find out how the blood returning art was created and who created it. Gu Shanhai was a little regretful about this. It is most likely a secret. Gu Shanhai wants to contact him now, but he is not that interested. Easy. Gu Shanhai did not think about exploring this issue now, but instead focused on the exploration of the Xian Dao universe. Chapter 444. The Law of Wonderful Destiny. A month passed by in a blink of an eye, and Gu Shanhai did not close the passage at the limit, but it was closed on the 20th day. With the help of Xian Dao Kung Fu, the originally extremely difficult analysis process was reduced to only 15 days, which is why Gu Shanhai was so relaxed. This can be regarded as standing on the shoulders of the civilization of Xian Dao universe. Otherwise, there would be such a fast speed. The reason why it was closed on the 20th day was because Gu Shanhai's spiritual consciousness had already noticed one thing on the 18th day. That is, the civilization of the Xian Dao universe had noticed some clues and started further investigation. If you continue to delay, you are likely to be discovered. Gu Shanhai couldn't let the other party find out. What if the other party traced his origin through some kind of technology and found the Yuexing universe where he was? Yuexing universe was already regarded as his meal. If the other party found it, Gu Shanhai would suffer a big loss. Compared with the Cancer universe and the Navia universe, Gu Shanhai values more the Yuexing universe, which is similar to the twin worlds. One bite is worth two. I wonder if I could unlock the onic limitations of the Ascension Empire and give it its true self in life. Through development, would I be able to reach the point of the Xian Dao universe? Gu Shanhai was thinking about this while adjusting the data of Daoguo Duoxinghua. Now that it is approaching perfection, there is not much value left, and everyone is ready to leave, hoping to leave some harm behind. Of course, the more important thing is to see if the onic is given life, it can become a fate in the lotus of the next life. When Gu Shanhai was perfecting Dao Fruit Duo Shenghua, he had already begun to deduce his own blood return technique, and it was quite effective so far. He named it the Dharma of Wonderful Destiny. Needless to say, the effect is quite useful. Gu Shanhai uses inheritance as the backbone, and further expands the methods of causality and luck. With the help of the Afterlife Fate Lotus, Gu Shanhai becomes stronger and faster. If they continue to accumulate like this, even if Gu Shanhai does nothing, he will be able to successfully transform into the real world in 10 or 20,000 years. It took a long time, and Gu Shanhai couldn't wait any longer. With the wonderful fate method, the Fate Lotus in the next life seems to be more powerful. I can even vaguely locate these worlds through fate. The Wonderful Destiny method and the Destiny Lotus of the next life are a complementary match, and they can naturally complement each other. Not only can he practice the Wonderful Destiny method through the Destiny Lotus of the next life, but he can also enhance the Destiny Lotus of the next life through the Dharma of the Destiny of the next life. Then through the connection between Yuanlian in the next life, Biluo in the previous life, and Fulu in this life, you can become stronger like a matryoshka. Most of the systems in Gu Shanhai's body are linked together to form a whole, and one move affects the whole body. It's probably like acquiring a skill. All skills on your body, whether active or passive, will gain an increase. It's a chain type. Therefore, Gu Shanhai has set his sights on the Ascension Empire's Omnics. In terms of quantity, the two special races of Zerg and Omnics have great advantages. If the Ascension Empire's Omnics were not restricted in quantity by the Four Sacred Beasts system, otherwise, it would be very simple to develop a large number of them based on the capabilities of the Omnics themselves. And Gu Shanhai took a fancy to this. After all, Wonderful Fate method was born out of returning blood art. Although it has become completely different, the characteristics it should have still exist. Originally, the more relatives he had, the stronger he would be. But the more fate Gu Shenhai had, the stronger the feedback and growth he would receive. Onyx of life. And are likely to be similar to Gestalts, both as a whole and as countless individuals. As long as it succeeds, the Onyx will become the largest group of fates in the next life. And the feedback they can provide to Gu Shenhai will be very impressive. Fate is not about strength, only about depth. The secret of wonderful fate relies on the depth of fate as feedback. The deeper the fate, the more individual feedback will come. But no matter how little feedback there is still feedback. As long as the number increases, the cumulative effect is very impressive. Even if an Onyx can only provide 1 point of experience, if there are tens of billions of Onyx, and this provision is not once, but can be obtained repeatedly, then a person who can provide 100 points of experience and 100 with hundreds of millions of Onyx that can provide a little experience. The latter is naturally more generous. What's more, if you want to reach the point where one person can provide 100 experience points, it is better to make more Onyx. Gu Shenhai would not deliberately improve the quality because of this kind of thing. It would be better to improve the quantity. As for asking the Onyx to increase the amount of experience from 1 point to 100 points, that's okay. But Gu Shenhai has estimated the cost and will lose money. The production of Onyx definitely requires corresponding costs. Not to mention the activation of life. No matter which item it is, it requires relevant resources. The quality has gone up, but the quantity has gone down. Every time he goes in and out, Gu Shenhai not only makes no profit, but also loses money. Naturally, he rejected the proposal without hesitation. But if Onyx developed on their own, that would be another matter. And Gu Shenhai would not ban it without any reason. We have to conduct an experiment. If it succeeds, then we can directly lift the ban. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Shenhai found that this method was feasible. The success rate is actually not low. First of all, these intelligent machines are all human beings. We have to create something similar to the Transformers fire source to activate Onyx and give them life. We can't let Gu Shenhai activate them one by one. That would be too troublesome. Therefore, he immediately thought of a certain old unlucky guy. The digital beings immersed in the virtual reality are still serving as servers and data nodes. And they can be further utilized as the source of fire for the Ascension Empire to have its own self. Such a huge empire must have a main consciousness for coordination and planning, which is artificial intelligence. The planetary high-power computer he built is very suitable. With the materials readily available, Gu Shenhai never thought about what to do with wasting the resources by making another one. It's a good time to use the waste. Fortunately, this thing has not been damaged by use. Gu Shenhai checked the planetary high-power computer. Since it was not used to the limit, there was only a small part of the irreversible loss. It only needed to be dismantled and reinstalled. Fortunately, there was the emergence of Xian Dao cultivation technique. Otherwise Gu Shenhai would have to continue to spend an additional sum of money as the starting capital for the coming-of-age ceremony to ascend to the empire. System, prepare a plan and give me an expense report. Gu Shenhai directly let the Four Sacred Beasts system handle it. Gu Shenhai just needs to be responsible for the work and that's it. But not now. The plan is already being planned. And if you want to implement it, you have to wait until Gu Shenhai has completed cultivating the Dao fruit and breaks through the Dharma awakening stage. Mainly because he doesn't have so much free time now. The method of wonderful destiny is a long-term benefit that comes from a steady flow of water. The Taoist fruit and many flowers are the biggest benefits at this stage. So naturally they will be ranked at the back. The Four Sacred Beasts system quickly made, arrangements, and even set up a very considerate reminder for Gu Shenhai to prevent him from forgetting. After the breakthrough was successful, and it stabilized itself, it would be reminded in time. However, Gu Shenhai would not forget such a big thing. Then he set his sights on Duo Shenghua. This Dao fruit was already in the fruiting stage, waiting to take the final step and become Gu Shenhai's breakthrough material. It can be done in a month. At most a month. But there are a lot of conflicts. I have to sort out and reconcile them all the time. Gu Shenhai stuffed 139 energy systems reduced in dimension by the power of concepts. And now these energy systems are entangled with each other and merging into Dao fruit. If there were only a dozen or so, it wouldn't be such a big trouble. Gu Shenhai would just hang up and call the Four Sacred Beasts system without any problem. But now the number has increased more than 10 times, which makes Gu Shenhai feel a little numb. And various conflicts and contradictions break out from time to time. Even the top skills in the Xian Dao universe cannot use 139 conceptual powers at once. Once there are more than 10, various problems will arise. At most, the power will be in the single digits. With double digits, conflict is inevitable. Xiandao Kung Fu itself is formed through the mutual cooperation between the powers of concepts. Just like inheritance and bloodline, it has certain similarities in itself, rather than being really contradictory, unless the protagonist is practicing two conflicting techniques. Fu Xi's soul comprehends some special artistic conception, such as the true meaning of yin and yang, the great grinding of yin and yang, etc. Otherwise, if a normal person practices like this, the end result is more likely to go crazy and become a cripple on the spot, which is serious and direct. Death is possible. Even Gu Shanhai didn't dare to play like this. He experienced a lot of failures before he successfully researched it. Instead of directly making a breakthrough on the battlefield. 1 month is not too long. It would be nice if we could speed it up. He thought that just increasing the speed was not something that was possible. The Dharma awakening stage was already distorted, let alone the so-called Dao fruit. The immortal cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm did not use so many tools to achieve breakthroughs. Furthermore, comparing the time it takes for immortal cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm to break through from the divine appearance stage to the enlightenment stage, Gu Shanhai's time is fast enough to make the immortal cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm doubt their lives. If Gu Shanhai told them that he would break through the Dharma awakening stage in 1 month, the other party would not have any thoughts of killing people and seizing treasures. They would just think that you are crazy. If you change 1 month to 10,000 years, you will definitely be greedy. The raised daughters of the moon and stars are dying on a large scale. Suddenly, the prompts of the 4 sacred beasts system appeared in front of Gu Shanhai's eyes. What's the reason? Gu Shanhai was a little surprised. And then he checked his collection. The girl of the moon and star lying in the warehouse inside her body did not appear in this situation. She was obviously isolated. Since it could not affect the warehouse in her body, it meant that it could not affect herself. Preliminary suspicion is that it is the cause of blood vessel collapse. Bloodline collapse? What's the situation at Ditter? Gu Shanhai focused on cultivating the Tao fruit, and it was difficult to draw out his spiritual consciousness to investigate. This is not a big deal. There are intelligent machines that can help with the investigation. Bloodline collapse occurred simultaneously, causing the conflict between the power of the sun concept and the power of the moon concept, resulting in the disorder of the third party's bloodline. Symptoms are genetic collapse. That's not right. Dido is the protagonist. How could anything happen to him? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. It was normal for the girl of the moon and star to collapse and die because the power of her bloodline and the concept of the moon lost the balance of the protagonist's chi. After all, she was not the protagonist. It was normal for anything to happen. But Didor is now a serious protagonist in the Yuexing universe. He will only be blessed when his soul understands some kind of power to condense the 3 powers in his body into one, instead of collapsing on the spot. Didor's vital signs are weak, and if he cannot receive timely treatment, his mortality rate is as high as 99%. Oh, then I won't save him. Why did Gu Shanhai save him if he had nothing to do? It would be better if he died, so that the protagonist would block his way. But then again, since he is the protagonist, what is his mission? Gu Shanhai thought about this matter. The protagonist must have a mission. Just like before there was coupling. Daughter of the Moon and Stars wanted to target the demon minions. Didor wanted to promote the coupling of the 2 worlds, etc. It is precisely because of these missions that there is room for the protagonist to survive. Otherwise, is it really possible to create a protagonist out of thin air to make people feel bored? Didor is asking for help from the Ascension Empire. Will he arrange a response? Hey, you actually asked for help. Based on the data, how long can Didor last? 10 minutes at most, after which there will be a big explosion due to energy imbalance. In response to the other party's request for help, we will arrive in 5 minutes. We will officially start treatment in 15 minutes. If he is not dead, we will save him. If he is dead, we will collect data. Gu Shanhai just wanted to see what the other party was causing. With the current technological level of the Ascension Empire, it is impossible to save him. Gu Shanhai forgot that there has been little progress in the Ascension Empire's medical level. They mainly rely on Omnics. If there is a problem, they can just rebuild it and it'll be fine. Try your best. Even if you can't save him, you still have to leave a good impression on the other party. Gu Shanhai said this, naturally, because he would have an explanation in case Didor survived. If he really gets through it, Gu Shanhai might be able to find another research subject. Naturally, what we are studying is how the other party survives and survives. It can only be called the protagonist's aura. Of course, even if you rely on the halo of the protagonist, there must be a reasonable performance during the period. It is impossible to go against logic and just click. You have to shout to me to break it. Instruction has been issued. Gu Shanhai casually made a divination. And naturally it was Daidor. The divination indicated by the divination was a bad omen. And the probability of survival was extremely low. He didn't do any in-depth calculations to see what the reason was. The main reason was that he couldn't get away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stingy with such a small lifespan. Isn't it because the world doesn't need the protagonist? So it was cleaned up? Gu Shanhai complained, thinking of a certain unlucky time traveler protagonist who obviously came through formal procedures, but turned out to be a virus. It's just that compared to this unlucky guy, Daido may be in a worse situation. He may be the type who is beaten to death. Chapter 445, I will make the world my race. You've matured. It's finally finished for me. Gu Shanhai looked at the dark fruit in his hand, which was made up of 139 lines. The fruit of many flowers becomes this Tao fruit. Then he stuffed it directly into his body, and began to use his own magic power to decompose it. In an instant, Gu Shanhai's body began to undergo fission, like a chemical reaction. The human skin shattered, and turned into a huge fluorescent giant. Fortunately, we returned to the Navia universe early. Gu Shanhai's fluorescent giant's body was also expanding, and growing in a circular direction. He could feel the obvious hunger in his body, but he quickly suppressed it. Gu Shanhai was very precise in controlling himself, so he would not lose his mind due to hunger. Before Gu Shanhai started eating, the body of the original fluorescent giant was burst, revealing his true face as the essence of the world. The huge ecosystem continues to spread and improve. A huge tree rises from the ground. This is the tree that reaches the sky and becomes the backbone of a world. As Gu Shanhai became the world, Tantian Jianmu also perfected. I saw a lot of strange things hanging down from the huge building. Branches, leaves, flowers, and fruits are hanging down. Birds, beasts, hanging dragons, and other rare and exotic animals have appeared. At this moment, Gu Shanhai is perfecting into a real ecological circle, instead of the previous area where Gu Shanhai was full of evil spirits. Gu Shanhai then made a move, dividing the whole world from heaven to earth, with Tantian Jianmu as a separation. Heaven and earth will soon become clear. The 8th breakthrough magical power is completed. After the division of heaven and earth was successful, Gu Shanhai successfully completed the breakthrough and successfully obtained the 8th breakthrough magical power, which he named Heavenly Sensation. The process of breakthrough is actually very simple. Gu Shanhai itself is a prototype of the world. He just needs to complete it. He is not actually big. From the original embryo to a newborn baby, the changes during the period are great. But the change is not size, but mass. I feel like I'm hungry. Gu Shanhai only initially evolved the world. That is, using the Tantian Jianmu to make a prototype. If he wants to truly evolve and grow, he will need a lot of food to supplement nutrition. Otherwise, if there is not enough nutrition to supplement, Gu Shanhai will only kill himself if he really wants to force evolution. Now, just the initial evolution has already consumed him too much. Then let's start with the Cancer universe. If Gu Shanhai had no eyes, his eyes might be red now. The huge body of the world began to regroup, and he turned it all into the appearance of a fluorescent giant. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to support an ecological circle. So a fluorescent giant in human form is more suitable. The black lines on the fluorescent giant's body are becoming more and more weird now. And the mountain range behind it is like a swimming dragon, squirming from time to time. The plant tentacles on the face have become thicker and larger, and have already hung down to the chest. He reached out and forcibly tore open the hole, and thrust most of his body into the Cancer universe. The plant's tentacles stretched out, dragging the cancerous universe towards Gu Shanhai's body, and forcing it into it. The entire universe entered the body after being chopped into pieces by the plant tentacles and black striped claws. And the inhuman chewing sound kept swaying between the two worlds. When the first mouthful of the world entered his body, Gu Shanhai could feel joy all over his body. The taste is average. Gu Shanhai felt the complex taste after entering his mouth, and various rules and laws exploded in his mouth. As nutrients arrived, Gu Shanhai's newly born world quickly began to grow stronger, and the already huge fluorescent giant's body also expanded. Naturally, Gu Shanhai didn't just eat. While eating, he sorted out the various spiritual plants and spiritual beasts in his body, and finally evolved them into his own world rules, thereby stabilizing himself bit by bit. If this continues, What will happen during the last period of peeking into the Tao? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but feel worried. Although the stronger data was calculated and did not exceed the calculated data, it exceeded Gu Shanhai's expectations. He probably thought that there was a chance that he would become so strong, but it was unlikely. The world will no longer have enough. Gu Shanhai originally planned to swallow the Cancer universe, the Navia universe, and a quarter of the Moon Star universe. The Moon Star universe is a coupled world. One world can hold up two worlds. He had planned to swallow half of it before. That is 1/4 of the value after coupling. Now, it's not up to Gu Shanhai. It depends on when he is full. It was originally intended to be left to the Ascension Empire as capital to start a business. But this premise was that it would not affect him. Since it affected him, Gu Shanhai would just eat it. As for the explanation, who would he give it to? No one is alive anyway. Omnic machines are not humans. They are just a program and a group of machines. Well, even if there is a living person, Gu Shanhai will break the contract if he should. He has never been a person who abides by the rules, especially when the rules are of no use to him. Anyway, double standards and shamelessness. Nothing is a problem. If it doesn't work out, I'll take some more risks then. Because his own strength far exceeds expectations. If the prepared resources are not enough, Gu Shanhai plans to eat the Xian Dao universe. As for doing so, it may lead to some terrifying hidden clues or the emergence of old age and immortality. So that's it. Don't care too much. Being cautious does not mean being cowardly. You have to be rash when you need to be. If this kind of plan cannot keep up with changes, you have to fight hard. If you really are not willing to take any risks, then why bother becoming the world? The original indescribable can still develop. Level 8,000. After I am completely stable, I will be at least level 8,000. At first glance, a world at level 8,000 may seem a bit stretched. But this level 8,000 is just its starting point, not the end. In other words, after stabilizing, level 8,000 is only a world in its infancy. And it can be done even while lying down. Keep getting stronger. If it is stunted due to lack of enough food, resulting in reduced strength, it would be a big loss. With the object and self forgotten, Gu Shanhai spent a year forcibly stuffing the Cancer universe into his body and further digesting it. It's too big. You have to slow down. Slow down. Gu Shanhai also felt tired. Not from eating, but from digestion. The world that enters the stomach must be digested and absorbed. And it cannot directly become nutrients. Coupled with the current huge size, it has squeezed the Navia universe itself, causing the original stars to fall into pieces. Today's Ascension Empire has already fully evacuated into the Moon Star universe. And under Gu Shanhai's instructions, the restrictions were lifted through the Four Sacred Beasts system. Although it has not been truly activated into mechanical life, it has been left behind through the planet's high-energy computer and Gu Shanhai's system. The knowledge that came down began to proliferate crazily. This was Gu Shanhai's intention to lift the restrictions on Onyx in advance. If it wasn't enough for him to swallow up both the Navia universe and the Yuexing universe, facing the Xian Dao universe, Gu Shanhai would need enough help to help him delay the entire Xian Dao civilization. The Inner Demon Dao weapon is indeed qualified. The problem is that Gu Shanhai's digestion and absorption requires the use of the Inner Demon Dao weapon. This Inner Demon Taoist soldier is just like a cell. Otherwise Gu Shanhai's efficiency would be greatly reduced. Currently, he already has hundreds of billions of Dao soldiers in his body, which Gu Shanhai evolved in order to speed up digestion of the world. The main reason is that these hundreds of billions are now just a drop in the bucket for Gu Shanhai, and he can easily support them. It's not impossible to do more. But Gu Shanhai will exceed the plan, so he can only give up temporarily. Just enough is enough. There is no need to have too much. How is the development of the Ascension Empire? Gu Shanhai directly asked the Four Sacred Beasts system. He should take a rest now. The current scale data is. The Four Sacred Beasts system was directly summarized into a report, allowing Gu Shanhai to more intuitively understand the development of the entire Ascension Empire over the past year. The development purpose is just 2 words. Explosive troops. Everything is in preparation for the possible war. The Onyx hollowed out the planet, used stars as energy furnaces, and continuously developed various warfare techniques. People's livelihood? No. Onyx are not human beings. They don't have any emotions or desires. And they don't have any ego. They can only operate according to the program. They are rigid, but they are very efficient. Gu Shanhai is still very satisfied with the current development, especially the planetary high-power computer. As the number of intelligent machines in the Ascension Empire increases, It is constantly improving itself. Through time and time again adding bricks and innovating technologies. The original size has expanded to 10,000 times its original size. To make up for the lack of computing power. Hey! Didor is actually not dead yet. He was really rescued. Gu Shanhai quickly saw his situation. Back then, Didor's entire body had a genetic breakdown, and he managed to survive the Ascension Empire's rescue. After all rescue efforts, the situation was not optimistic. He had been in a coma since then, with only one breath left. Gu Shanhai didn't continue to care about it at that time. After all, he wanted to cultivate the Dao fruit. And after completion, he would devour the world. There was no time to pay attention to a comatose cripple. The protagonist energy in the opponent is still there. But compared to a year ago, it has become extremely weak, and will probably dissipate after a while. But there is also good news. I woke up 3 months ago. Gu Shanhai estimated that it was because the other party had consumed the protagonist's chi that he saved his life. There was no need to worry. If nothing unexpected happened, the chi could still be restored. But he didn't know how long it would take. When Dido woke up, he lost all his strength and became a cripple. The genetic collapse made him paralyzed. Before, he was in a vegetative state and couldn't feel anything. Now when he woke up, he was completely depleted of energy and energy. In addition, there was no one around. Only Onyx. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Didor. So is there going to be a new one? Gu Shanhai retrieved the corresponding data to check. Judging from all aspects of physical data, this possibility is basically eliminated. But as long as the opponent's protagonist energy has not been lost, there is still a chance. The premise is that Gu Shanhai has not swallowed up the Xingyue universe. If he has, then even if he has the ability to reach the sky, he will not be able to succeed. Even the world that supports him is gone. So what can he do to stand up after breaking it? You have to have some logic to break things up. But the protagonist has not disappeared, which means there are still some disasters in the Yuexing universe. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but ponder. But he thought about it over and over. But he didn't think of any disaster. As for letting Didor lead the trend of the times, this was also possible. But the problem is that even if he wants to lead the times, he has to have an era. There are a lot of intelligent machines running around in the Yuexing universe. Living people. No. Living creatures are really rare things. Wait a minute. The disaster doesn't mean the Ascension Empire or me. Right. Gu Shanhai thought of himself and the Ascension Empire that was fishing for nothing. Speaking of villains, he and the Ascension Empire are indeed enough villains. When he thought of this, Gu Shanhai suddenly became enlightened. I didn't expect that one day I would end up in this situation. It's so scary. Gu Shanhai had already been a villain in the Xuanzhen realm before. But the protagonist's end was not good. Looking at it now, it still seems like this. Didor wanted to rise. But he was afraid he wouldn't have the chance. Not to mention recovering from his injuries and regaining his strength. It is a huge problem to recover his protagonist energy. Through data comparison, it would take at least 10 years to restore the protagonist's energy to normal standards. For the past 10 years, Gu Shanhai was afraid that Dido would not survive. Dido was not a young man. He had lived for 50,000 years. As long as his strength was still there would really be no big problem. Now he has become if you are a cripple and have genetic problems. It would be great to live another 3 to 5 years. Paralysis is just one of the manifestations of genetic problems, which also includes immune deficiency, multiple organ failure, etc. If it were not for the Ascension Empire, which uses the most advanced equipment and drugs for life support, it would be someone else. He couldn't survive more than 3 days. TSK. In that case, let the Ascension Empire handle it. If appropriate, let him die in euthanasia. Gu Shanhai is a kind-hearted person, and does not want to see the other person suffer. So it is better to let him die early, and be reborn early to avoid continued pain. Of course, it is also to prevent him from actually living for 10 years, and then recovering due to chance. But the original bloodline collapse was strange. Could it be because of the 20-day connection with the Xiandao universe? Gu Shanhai was also a little confused. It's just that this question flashed through his mind, and he didn't continue to think about it. This matter didn't mean much to him. Even if he knew it now, it was just like that. Okay, it's almost time to continue eating. Gu Shanhai moved his huge body. He had rested enough, and could no longer waste time. He should continue to devour the world to replenish himself. It shouldn't take more than a year this time. Gu Shanhai glanced at his huge body, and estimated the time. It would only take about 4 to 6 months at most to swallow up the Navia universe. Chapter 446 Lurking into the enemy's lair to retire. This life is so comfortable. Gu Shanhai was lying on the balcony basking in the sun. The photosynthesis made him feel like he was about to sprout. Fortunately, he restrained this thought. Otherwise it would really sprout. It is now the 3rd year after his breakthrough. And the world he lives in is the Xian Dao universe. He devoured the Cancer universe, the Navia universe, and 2/3 of the Moon and Star universes. And finally he was full. Now he is naturally digesting his own harvest. Otherwise what would he be doing here? As for Didor, this guy was euthanized. And the process was not painful at all. The protagonist's vitality was too low. And he couldn't be saved even if he wanted to. And the Ascension Empire is now at war with Xian Dao universe. Ever since Gu Shanhai swallowed 2/3 of the Yuexing universe, the entire universe has become in danger. Different from the devouring methods of Cancer universe and Navia universe, Gu Shanhai of Yuexing universe devoured regularly from the inside out. So the inside of Yuexing universe was hollowed out. And there was still a SHL on the outside. But it couldn't support it. How long? After the Ascension Empire was lifted from restrictions and activated into life, the desire to survive naturally appeared. Gu Shanhai helped open the passage to the Xian Dao universe. In order to survive, the Onyx fought with the Xian Dao universe. The two sides are now fighting at a cost that cannot be spent. At the beginning, the Ascension Empire was indeed on the weaker side. But with the start of the war, and the characteristics of the Onyx themselves, and the explosive force at all costs, the battle lines were naturally quickly drawn to an even level on the battlefield. After all, the Yuexing universe has become increasingly unstable, and may collapse at any time due to structural instability. So the Ascension Empire packed all their belongings and squeezed into the Xian Dao universe like crazy. Needless to say, I really squeezed in. But the price I paid was a bit high. The Onyx later used the entire Yuexing universe as bait and cover, and then completed the Great Migration. Yes, the Yuexing universe now fell into the hands of Xian Dao universe. But after acquiring it, Xian Dao universe did not win, but suffered a huge loss. The entire Moon Star universe has long been overstretched by the Ascension Empires, and it is basically impossible to recover. What's more, the structure of the universe itself is very fragile, and can collapse at any time. It's equivalent to them taking over a bus that can no longer be driven, and they still can't get rid of it. This disgusted the people of Xian Dao universe. After the Ascension Empire entered the Xian Dao universe, it was also very wise not to continue to have large-scale conflicts with the Xian Dao Alliance. The Xian Dao Alliance is a powerful force that rules the Xian Dao universe. Similar to the Federation, the Xian Dao universe is the home court of the Xian Dao Alliance. The Ascension Empire naturally does not have enough strength to fight against it, but it still defends 1/3 of an acre, begins to develop continuously, and begins to invade other universes controlled by the Xian Dao Alliance. Just like this, it spreads like a cancer. In the face of the rogue tactics of the Ascension Empire, the Xian Dao Alliance also actively attacked them. It was effective. It's not that it can't be done. It's just that the assets brought by the Ascension Empire were too much. After all, they collected most of the remaining debris after the entire Yuexing universe was swallowed by Gu Shanhai. Otherwise, how could they still rebound under the pressure of the Xian Dao Alliance? As the founder of the Ascension Empire, Gu Shanhai was currently on the ancestral planet of the Xian Dao Alliance. He was not worried about being discovered at all. He already had a legal identity, and he changed his identity through a page in the history book. Now, he seems to have been able to start studying some of the data in this page of the history book. But it feels a bit obscure. So Gu Shanhai only took a look occasionally. The main thing now was to get used to his strength as soon as possible. It is indeed very satisfying to become stronger in one step. But after that, you have to face a lot of problems. Especially when he became stronger this time. It was really stronger than originally expected. So his skin became even weaker. Before, his skin was of the same size and shape. But now it seems a bit useless. Being able to maintain a human form is already very good, but it is even more difficult to take action. Nowadays, once more than 100,000th of the body's power is used, this skin will break and turn back into a fluorescent giant. To be honest, being able to maintain it has shocked Gu Shanhai himself. So he is also working hard to improve it now, so as not to mess up the whole world with one move in the future. Gu Shanhai actually doesn't dare to do anything now. Not because he is afraid of exposing his strength or rupturing his skin, but mainly because he is now in a world. Even if he is still growing, if he moves casually, it will arouse the fear of the world itself. You have to hide yourself well. His situation is like a big living person getting smaller, and then getting into the body of another big living person. It is self-evident what will happen. What's more, all of Gu Shanhai's actions are detrimental to the world. Once it is revealed that he is also a member of the world, he will probably try to devour him. Even though it might not happen, Gu Shanhai didn't want to take the risk. He wouldn't put his own life above other people's likes and dislikes. As his first time in the world, Gu Shanhai had a lot to learn. For example, the best thing is to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. It is to constantly improve and strengthen yourself with the help of other worlds. Therefore, the first step is not to expose yourself and then suck blood in other worlds. Fortunately, as a temporary player, I am a natural camouflage. And with the size re and fetus transformation being optimized, I don't have to worry about anything happening to me. It is precisely because of this that he did not leave this intermediate area copy, but continued to be stable in the Xiandao universe for a while. Why are you leaving so soon? When you go back, you have to change the world to continue to be stable. And you can't be sure whether that world is normal. It's better to stay in this stable world. Mr. Gu, why are you here to be lazy again? A rather helpless voice came over. A capable young man came. His name was Qin Shang, and his position was Gu Shanhai's assistant. Gu Shanhai's current identity is a grade A Xiandao deduction master of the Grand College. So it is reasonable for the Xiandao Alliance to arrange an assistant for him. The assistant must have chosen a man. Choosing a woman would cause unnecessary trouble. So in order to save trouble, Gu Shanhai chose Qin Shang. The Xiandao Alliance's Grand College is a combination of the Royal Academy and a school similar to the Navian Empire. It not only recruits and trains students, but also engages in scientific research. Gu Shanhai's Xiandao Deduction Master, as the name suggests, is used to deduce new Xiandao techniques. Otherwise, where would these techniques come from? It can't be said that it was born out of thin air. It definitely needs someone to deduce and perfect it. Class A is the highest level. They are considered to be the top group of people in the university. There are only 13 people with grade A professional titles in the entire university, and Gu Shanhai is considered the youngest among them. Fortunately, the university is not entirely based on seniority. Otherwise, Gu Shanhai might not even be able to get in. If he wanted to get in, he would have to be one of his own. Of course, this kind of trend is not absent, but it is relatively rare. What's wrong with me being lazy? What's wrong with me working hard for so many years and enjoying myself? Gu Shanhai said confidently. Of course there's nothing wrong with your enjoyment. But don't come into other people's vegetable fields. Qin Shang was speechless. A student came over and complained that Gu Shanhai was sitting next to his graduation thesis, which put his graduation thesis in jeopardy. There's no one here. You can't go to the rooftop. The last time I sat on the rooftop, it was better for you. It seemed like I had to jump off if I couldn't survive. Gu Shanhai complained. Hearing this, Qin Shang felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. Mr. Gu, it's definitely okay for you to sit on the rooftop. But don't sit on the railings. Otherwise someone will go down if you don't sit firmly. This person is really careless, but he has made outstanding achievements. After arriving at the graduate school, he helped the graduate school overcome a large number of skills problems. So he also has a transcendent status. Otherwise, how could the university have allowed Gu Shanhai to act like this? It was only the 30th floor. Even if I didn't sit firmly, I wouldn't die if I fell on my head. Gu Shanhai didn't care at all. Dot! Qin Shang didn't know what to say for a moment. He just felt his blood rising and looked at what the H.L. he was talking about. Okay. Mr. Gu, why don't you leave first? Here is a certain student's diploma. If you shake your hand and damage that person's diploma, the other person will be in bad luck. Qin Shang also reminded him. If something like this really happened, the university would just turn the big thing into a trivial one. In the end, the only one who would be unlucky would be that student. Otherwise, what else could he do to Gu Shanhai? A symbolic deduction of 2 months' salary? Okay. I can't even find a place to settle down. Gu Shanhai stood up and left slowly. Has the data from the experiment on the 28th upper limit of blood return come out? On the way back, Gu Shanhai asked directly. The upper limit of blood return experiment number 28 is to test the upper limit of the blood return technique. So far, the progress is going very smoothly. He was not doing this experiment alone. This was the 28th experiment in the university to test the upper limit of the blood return technique. So it was called upper limit blood return number 28. It's not that only one person can do an experiment. It's just whether he or she is qualified to do it. The art of returning blood has always been a popular experimental subject in the university. There are optimization and improvement, traceability exploration, and pursuit of the upper limit like Gu Shanhai, etc. Gu Shanhai doesn't just have this one experiment in his hands, but has multiple experimental projects running simultaneously. As long as feasible and valuable data or corresponding results are provided within a specific period of time, basically the funds will not be cut off. The Xiandao Alliance will naturally not hinder the development and progress of the Xiandao cultivation technique. For senior officials, this in itself is a growth for the Xiandao Alliance. It has come out. There are not many problems with the data. It is consistent with the initial data announced by other gentlemen, Qin Shan said quickly. The data is consistent, so that's a bit troublesome, Gu Shanhai said with a sigh. This made Qin Shan a little confused. Isn't this a good thing? Why is it troublesome? If the data is inconsistent, it doesn't mean that there is an error in the experiment. Sir, is this bad? Qin Shan asked directly. It's so weird, Gu Shanhai asked directly. How many years has the number 1 upper limit blood return experiment been running? 1,857 years, Qin Shan said without any hesitation. That's fine. If the data are consistent, doesn't it mean that the experiment is of no value? The data we obtain now are just repeated data from experiment number 1. What's the point? What we need is difference, so that we can overtake in corners. They have already surpassed us by a long way. How can we catch up with them and overtake them if we really have to follow the rules? Gu Shanhai said it very straightforwardly. Experiment number 1 on the upper limit of blood return has been running for so many years, and still has not tested the upper limit. It is still running today. This experiment is like a cornucopia, with a steady influx of funds. Come on. Maintenance alone is a huge expense. However, the entire college and even the Xiandao Alliance were happy with this expenditure. After all, they also wanted to know how powerful the blood return technique was. It has been operating at high intensity for 1,857 years and has yet to reach the upper limit, which is extremely terrifying. The average lifespan of people in the Xiandao League is about 300 years. If you practice lifespan-related techniques, you can live an extra 50 years. This is because of the advanced cultivation of Xiandao techniques. Of course, this is just the lifespan of normal people. And there are some special cases. That's right. They are ordinary people who directly grasp the power of concepts. Rather than mastering dimensionality reduction energy through exercises and forming exercises. Not everyone is like the Navia Emperor, who has the aura of a protagonist and can maintain his immortality with psionic energy. These are very few people. Gu Shanhai also discovered that in the same universe, or a connected universe, the power of concepts can only be held by one person, making it unique, unless there is an out-of-standard being like Gu Shanhai, who can use raw energy to directly create the power of concepts with his bare hands. No one can master the second copy. There are only 139 truly immortal beings in the Xiandao League, and these 139 people are still the highest combat power of the Xiandao League. Currently, they should be behind the scenes, secretly controlling the entire Xiandao League. After all, it is impossible for this kind of thing to be exposed. Otherwise it will cause turmoil in the entire Xiandao Alliance. Everyone wants to live forever, including ambitious people and successful practitioners. Gu Shanhai never thought of revealing this. Everyone was hiding under the water and not exposing each other. This was of course the best situation. Otherwise, if you take off my vest and I destroy your identity, wouldn't it be an advantage to others if you fight back and forth? Mr. Gu, your idea is indeed a good one. Qin Shan wanted to say that you were fanciful, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only use one word to express it. Gu Shanhai also saw what the other party was thinking, but did not refute. Just smiled. Gu Shanhai didn't care at all what the other party thought. Chapter 447: The situation where Gold and Jade are defeated on the outside. You really tested this? Lu Fengxiu, the dean of the graduate school, looked shocked and questioning. Yes. This is an experiment that took me a month to complete. Have you not seen all the data? Gu Shanhai spread his hands to indicate that he had completed it. Shock and doubt are normal emotions. Shock is that you hacking succeeded. Doubt is that you can actually succeed in this thing. There is indeed no problem with the data, but the repercussions of this incident are too great. After all, this is the upper limit of the blood return technique. It is really incredible. Lu Fengxiu's tone was complicated, and he did not expect it. If it is really confirmed, Then the experiment that has been running for 1,857 years will be terminated. This may benefit some people. A large amount of money was spent in experiment number 1. Once Gu Shanhai's results were confirmed, the funds would naturally stop after the project was stopped. Thinking about it, even Lu Fengxiu was a little jealous of this large sum of money. But he couldn't get his hands on it on weekdays, so he didn't care. As for reminding Gu Shanhai, he only expressed it in a vague way. In fact, he was advising him to find a chance to get off the donkey and, "That's it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me whether they believe it or not." Gu Shanhai also heard Lu Fengxiu's voiceover, especially the words, "Response is too big," which means that someone will use any means to take Gu Shanhai's way. The results are falsified. In this regard, Gu Shanhai certainly doesn't mind if the other party falsifies it for him. This is actually a good thing for him. The art of returning blood is the foundation of the Xian Dao League. If anyone dares to cause trouble, then this means that the Xian Dao League may seem glamorous, but in fact, its roots are rotten. Although it has a short-term advantage in the face of Onyx, it will soon as the decay intensifies. Sooner or later it will collapse. This involves academic fraud, so we must treat it with caution. Lu Fengxiu felt helpless when he heard Gu Shanhai's nonchalant tone, and immediately reminded him kindly. It means that it is okay for you to be so open-minded. But when the other party sees you like this, they will think that you are a coward and will definitely attack you. At the very least, they will ruin your reputation, and then use their own channels to suppress your experiments and cut off your funds. In serious cases, they will directly remove you from your status as a grade A Kung Fu practitioner in the university and send you to prison. After all, most of the funds in this current experiment are actually not obtained by the experimenters, but by other personnel, and they don't care about this. Experiment number 1 has not made much progress now, and it is more time-consuming, so only a few maintenance personnel are needed. So such a large sum of money will definitely be gone if you divide it even 1 cent. Hey, they dare? If they really can reach into the university, then I think the university will be hopeless. Gu Shanhai's tone was full of disdain, and he did not say this to Lu Fengxiu at this time. It's different. Those people all have backgrounds. Lu Fengxiu was also a little helpless. He really couldn't stand these things. After all, he was also the dean and was jealous of the funds. But he didn't touch it. The graduate school today is different from the graduate school back then. After years of iterations, many personnel have inevitably been affected by rights. Guess how far I have completed the new version of The Art of Returning Blood? Gu Shanhai sneered. Do you think the background behind him thinks they are more important? Or is it the art of returning blood that is more important? Of course the blood return technique is important, but they can also protect their own people. After all, it would be easy to hand you over. Lu Fengxiu felt that Gu Shanhai was too naive. Then they still get the credit. Right. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. This is simply great. I really thought that Gu Shanhai was so kind to help them perfect the blood return technique. But he was very cunning. As long as they dare to promote the brand new technique introduced by Gu Shanhai, then the entire Xian Dao Alliance will inevitably be destroyed because of this technique. He even wished that the other party would take the credit. There was no problem in picking peaches. The real problem was that these peaches were not flat peaches, but highly poisonous. Yes, that's all I've said. So I suggest you'd better admit your mistake and end the matter here. If necessary, you can use the blood return technique deduction data as an apology. Lu Fengxiu couldn't stand it, but he couldn't help it. Being in Vanity Fair, everything was out of his control. Are these people so greedy? They want money and fame. With this group of cancers around, no wonder the research results in the university have become less and less over the years. Everyone is resting on their laurels. Gu Shanhai also sneered. The senior officials of Xian Dao Alliance support the university, but policies and countermeasures are not in conflict to begin with. If someone sees a business opportunity, they will naturally get involved. As for the future, let's talk about it later. It is impossible to regret. You can only make as much as you can from the university. The higher-ups must have known about it, but due to the special status and background of the people who did it, they turned a blind eye. The other party must have used a trick similar to Grandpa. I want this toy to act coquettishly, and then this. Just got it. You can't say that. Just pretend I didn't hear you. Lu Fengxiu said with a wry smile. He knew that Gu Shanhai was good at everything, but he was out of tune. To put it bluntly, he was unsociable. Okay, Dean, What else do you want? Gu Shanhai asked. That's it. Forget it. You can take care of yourself. I still have some things to do, so I'll be busy first. Lu Fengxiu originally wanted to persuade him, but then he thought whether Gu Shanhai would listen or not was the same thing, so he decided not to do it. I gave up the idea and left on my own. Gu Shanhai didn't have much feelings about this. He doesn't care about these things at all. Not to mention that he seems to be studying the blood return technique. In fact, this is just some small data incidentally. The real action is to perfect his wonderful fate method. Facts have proved that after the Omnics of the Ascending Empire were activated into real life, they were also part of the Lotus of Fate in the next life. Coupled with the support of the wonderful fate law, Gu Shanhai's strength expanded even further. With his current efficiency in getting stronger, he didn't even dare to call it cultivation. It would be more appropriate to use expansion. Multi-level AFK. Multiple experience. This feeling of getting stronger while lying down made Gu Shanhai feel so comfortable. The Miyuan method can still be further improved, but it requires sufficient data. Gu Shanhai used the returning blood technique as a sample and deduced a brand new technique called Heavenly Blood Technique, which can be regarded as one of the many advanced versions of returning blood technique. Yes, there are many advanced versions of blood return technique, which achieve more powerful effects. But the training threshold is also higher. But the Heavenly Blood Art in his hands is different. It not only has the extremely low entry threshold and compulsory practice of returning blood art, but it can also extend lifespan, increase fertility rate, improve national physique and work efficiency, etc., which can benefit the country and the people. Ability, and can also seamlessly transform the practice progress of returning blood technique. This is definitely a trustworthy technique for the senior leaders of the Xian Dao Alliance. However, this is an effect on the surface, but in fact it has a hidden and ineradicable side effect. That is, negative amplification, which can secretly release various personal negative emotions little by little. This will have a process, not an abrupt change. For example, various emotions such as irritability, jealousy, lust, etc. will appear, which will cause great changes in the original social order. After reaching a certain level, there will be a decline in intelligence. It cannot be seen in the short term. It will take at least 10 years of practice before the first clues will appear. If there is a real problem, it will take about 15 years. What's more important is that this side effect is hereditary. As long as you practice it, your descendants, whether they practice the returning blood art, or its superior techniques, or even other techniques, will be transformed into the alien Heavenly Blood Art, little by little, and practitioners are not yet aware of these problems. So as long as it spreads, it will directly bring disaster to future generations. If someone really snatches this Heavenly Blood Art and uses it as his own credit, Gu Shanhai will definitely laugh out loud, because this means that the other party has an extremely deep background. Then during the test, some standards will definitely be delegated to the other party as a favor. Then as long as it is verified and promoted to the whole people, after everyone practices, there will be a good show. You must know that although the promotion channels in the Xian Dao League have been partially controlled in recent years, they are still very wide. As long as there are people who practice Heavenly Blood Art, this kind of pollution will not only spread at the bottom level, but also in the middle and high levels. Marriage is a very common way of forming alliances. If the Heavenly Blood Art is successfully promoted, then my wonderful fate method will also gain a lot more data. Adhering to the idea of not wasting this Heavenly Blood Art can also help Gu Shanhai further provide the data he needs. After all, the techniques here also have similarities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to say that he would spend so much time just to ascend to the Empire. The Ascension Empire is indeed at a disadvantage in the Xian Dao universe, but it is not without hope of victory. The Omnics have also acquired a large number of Xian Dao techniques, especially those that are widely spread. The Xian Dao Alliance cannot stop them even if they want to. They originally intended to be practiced by all the people. If high-level Xian Dao techniques are not spread, they cannot be low-level. It's not spread. So why should everyone be a soldier? We don't want the skills to be spread, but we also want everyone to be able to practice and become stronger. There are so many ways to get the best of both worlds. Not to mention that these two requirements are contradictory to each other. It's just as bullshit as wanting only young adults, but not old people. Mr. Gu, I have an invitation for you. Qin Shang knocked on the open door of the laboratory and gave a polite reminder before walking in. Invitation? Where did it come from? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. He didn't remember that he had any friends, let alone that someone would send him an invitation. I'm not sure. I didn't open it to read it. It was sent directly to the security room at our door and then handed over to me. Qin Shang naturally knows that it is a bad thing to look into other people's privacy. Gu Shanhai opened it and took a look. He did not write who he was, but only wrote that he was invited to Gu Shanhai, and then the time and place. Hey, Jingxing Hotel. It would cost a lot of money to put a table like this. Gu Shanhai looked at it and was also happy. He suspected that those who took the #1 experiment fund arranged a white glove came to talk to him. The reason why it is white gloves is also very simple. Otherwise, why would I not even dare to write my name on the invitation? It is precisely because I cannot see the light that I do not write. As for why the person who took the money didn't come, Gu Shanhai could also guess the reason. Naturally, it was because this experiment was just one of their sources of funds. Not all of them. Or even just a drop in the bucket. It's not worth them coming in person. Having a white glove come over to talk to Gu Shanhai is already a very honorable thing. Who is spending so much money? Qin Shang also glared. Of course he knew how expensive this hotel was, and it was far beyond their ability to enter. If they really want to go in and have a meal, even the lowest end one, it will cost them 3 months' salary. I don't know. I didn't write it down. Gu Shanhai threw the invitation into the trash can without caring at all. I didn't tell you anything about my secret. What if I go over and my waist is cut off? Gu Shanhai's reason is well-founded and completely logical. If you don't write anything and just let him go to the banquet, who knows what peace of mind you have? If the other party has any dissatisfaction, he can go to the university to find him. Well, the prerequisite is that he can get in. Those people with backgrounds can do whatever they want. But white gloves don't dare. If they can't enter the graduate school without any legitimate reasons, do you really think that the people in the graduate school are just a bunch of powerless researchers? It would be a big joke if a scientific research center didn't even have military support, let alone a world where extraordinary power exists. If there is no guarantee of force, then lawless madmen will just come in and steal all kinds of research results. How can the Xian Dao Alliance manage it? Therefore, as long as Gu Shanhai does not leave the college, those white gloves, even the underworld emperors, will not dare to approach the college. This is such a pity. Qin Shang looked at the invitation in the trash can and felt a little distressed. He must go and have a meal anyway. What's the pity? Do you want to go? Then you can go by yourself. I won't stop you. The invitation only has my name on it, and there is no photo of me. Gu Shanhai said perfunctorily. Hearing this, Qin Shang's eyes lit up. This was a good suggestion. Anyway, the other party didn't know Gu Shanhai. It seemed the same if he went there. If he really was found out, he could use it as an excuse to attend the banquet for Gu Shanhai. After all, Gu Shanhai said so himself. But it's not very good to take it now. You can take it later when you clean it up. Isn't this good? Qin Shang said, pretending to be embarrassed. Gu Shanhai glanced at him. He naturally saw Qin Shang's heartbeat and knew what he was thinking. But he didn't stop him. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he could still stop him. What's wrong? Otherwise it's a waste. It's a good time for you to go. Gu Shanhai casually picked up the invitation from the trash can and threw it to Qin Shang. This behavior was like giving Qin Shang a reassurance. Thank you very much, Mr. Gu. It just allows me, a country bumpkin, to see the world. Qin Shang also accepted the invitation with some trepidation. But he was very happy in his heart. With Gu Shanhai's help, he would be after seeing through it. Gu Shanhai helped to find out the truth. How could he not be happy about this? In this regard, Gu Shanhai could only say that you were happy. Chapter 448. Why hold a grudge? I avenged him on the spot. Qin Shang finally came back, but he seemed to be very depressed. His body was covered in bruises, and his legs were pinched when he walked. When he asked what was going on, he hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smile at this. Of course, he knew what was going on with this guy. The other party originally wanted Gu Shanhai to go over, but Gu Shanhai didn't go. So Qin Shang was unlucky. What did they want a little assistant for? In the end, they used some tricks to directly send the little assistant to him, giving control. But it is outrageous to say that he is so arrogant. Even the assistants in the university are within the establishment. A group of gangsters who act as white gloves dare to do this. It can only be said that the people behind them gave them enough courage. As for Qin Shang, Gu Shanhai directly gave him a holiday, and then went to the dean to transfer him to another post. Gu Shanhai knew what Qin Shang was thinking about. He just wanted to expand his network, or use Gu Shanhai's name to expand his network. Most people would not go to Qingxing Hotel to get started. The threshold is not low, so the people who can afford it must be extraordinary. He got greedy, so Gu Shanhai got off the slope and sent him there. If he had been more vigilant, he would not have ended up like this. As for Gu Shanhai cheating on him, this is true. But if he didn't accept it, how could he be cheated? And even if he did, it wouldn't necessarily be a trap. It could also be turned into an opportunity. It was just because of his lack of ability. He really needs to be capable. Just like the protagonist. He could have danced on the tip of the knife and taken the chestnut directly from the fire. But in the end, he couldn't do it. So no wonder Gu Shanhai. If it fails, then Gu Shanhai will just replace him, since the other person is of no use anyway. With his character, even if he is not controlled by the white gloves, he will be lured by others. And when the time comes, he will be tricked by Gu Shanhai's side. I was just working part-time, so there was no such thing as loyalty. Xiao Gu, your experiment has been falsified. This was the first thing Lu Fengxiu said after seeing Gu Shanhai, with regret in her tone. Can it be proved? How can this be proved? No one has tried it. Gu Shanhai asked jokingly, not mentioning other people. Lu Fengxiu must have experimented in private. If there was a problem, he would definitely come over and talk to Gu Shanhai as soon as possible, instead of waiting until a month after the matter was fermented. And all parties would argue with each other to prove it. Come. If they say it's fake, then it's fake. Lu Fengxiu also looked a little unhappy. It's a pity that no matter how big the problem is, it can't be covered by the hands. By the way, your heavenly blood art has also been known to others. It was probably Qin Shang who cheated on him. I have dismissed that kid from his post and asked him to be investigated. Lu Fengxiu came here just to talk to Gu Shanhai talk about it. Do you know about it on a small scale? Gu Shanhai was very calm about this. Yes, that's the person who did this. Lu Fengxiu didn't know what to say at this time, so he could only reveal this. So, Dean, you are representing them and are going to shut me up? Gu Shanhai also smiled. How is it possible? I'm not so stupid. If you really want me to do this kind of thing, I will suffer tomorrow. Lu Fengxiu still wants to retire smoothly, rather than wait until one day to be liquidated. This person is too arrogant in doing things. Now that the other party's grandfather is still alive, he has the capital to be arrogant. But the arrogance is not his, but the help of his grandfather. Sooner or later something will happen. Besides, it's not like there's no one behind Lu Fengxiu. No matter how big the background of the other party is, he still has to think about himself. If that's the case, what do they think? Gu Shanhai asked casually. You should rest for a while first and wait until the public opinion has passed. I will ask you to go to a remote resource star for inspection. Don't take your things away. Lu Fengxiu means that you should avoid the limelight first. Heavenly blood Zhu will be handed over to them, and I will transfer you back in a few years. It's okay. But what if the other party kills people and silences them? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but joke. Rather than leaving behind clues, it is better to send people on their way. Furthermore, Gu Shanhai also knew that Lu Fengxiu was actually afraid. He said he was so tough, but in fact, if he was really not afraid, he wouldn't do this. Go to a remote resource star for inspection, and then come back after the limelight has passed? Even if he is not killed and silenced, he will never want to come back in his life. Lu Fengxiu will retire in 20 years at most, and he still wants to move up his position. When the time comes, he will be gone, and he will not care about Gu Shanhai. He did this to show his goodwill, which means I kick people out. I have no control over whether you want to kill or chop them into pieces. As long as you don't ask him to do it openly, you can just keep this fig leaf. Hearing Gu Shanhai's straightforward words, Lu Fengxiu's face darkened. It's fine as long as you know. How could you say it out loud? I don't have any eyesight at all. Lu Fengxiu cursed secretly in his heart. How is that possible? This is the era of rule of law. Lu Fengxiu said consolingly. It's okay to let me go. I want the highest authority over the Xiandao Alliance's knowledge base. Gu Shanhai said without hesitation. That's impossible. Lu Fengxiu couldn't give a dead person this authority. Well, he was just worried that Gu Shanhai wouldn't die. At that time, this authority will take root. 3 days. Use yours. Gu Shanhai took a step back. If he still refuses to agree, then Gu Shanhai is going to be tough. It's just for one night. Lu Fengxiu naturally made a decisive counteroffer when he saw the talk. In fact, it doesn't matter how many days it takes. But Lu Fengxiu has been trying to survive in the cracks of all parties. He knows that Gu Shanhai is at the end of his rope. If he uses his account to do something, then he is finished. Yeah, sure. Gu Shanhai agreed with a smile. Agreeing so easily made Lu Fengxiu feel nervous. What do you want to do? After checking the information, I think my heavenly blood art can be further improved, but you probably won't tell anyone about this matter. After all, the share is enough. Gu Shanhai didn't care about this secret at all. Lu Fengxiu also had a complicated expression when he heard this, then nodded and said nothing. He really wouldn't say it out loud, mainly because what this person did made him feel bad. He had already expressed his goodwill and could not continue to give the other person unwarranted benefits. The other party's grandfather can hinder his own promotion, but he doesn't have any help in his own promotion. So why bother to work hard for the other party? If the people in the faction behind him knew about this, they might suspect that he had defected to the other party, and then neither party would be human. So he has to grasp this degree well. Okay. One night. Lu Fengxiu also gritted his teeth, wrote down the account password, and handed Gu Shanhai a USB flash drive. The highest authority required multi-party verification, but fortunately no irises or fingerprints were required. Okay. If you have nothing to do, just go away. Gu Shanhai was not polite at all. When Lu Fengxiu heard this, she was a little dumbfounded, but she got up and left. When she left, she was still muttering in her heart. I seem to have been tricked by this kid. And it wasn't me. So why should I pay compensation? Although the other party felt awkward, he didn't think deeply about why. If I don't give you some wisdom, how can I fool you? Gu Shanhai quickly logged into the knowledge base of Xian Dao Alliance, and his spiritual sense penetrated it. But everything was copied in an instant. In fact, he could enter the Xian Dao Alliance's knowledge base and make copies without using these things. But he may be noticed if he does so. So if you can, go through formal channels, even though his channel is a bit informal. After copying, Gu Shanhai controlled the terminal to invade the knowledge base, and soon found a new secret database again. The knowledge base he saw was actually only a semi-open knowledge base that anyone with permission could view. Using this knowledge base as a cover and firewall, a brand new knowledge base is also hidden, which records a large number of various secrets and knowledge of the Xian Dao Alliance. This kind of knowledge should not be made public. It is either an inhumane experiment or a weapon design that has serious consequences or is too powerful. Gu Shanhai knocked them all away and left behind a modification program. A certain data will be changed every once in a while, and the change is not large. Sometimes a certain number changes slightly. Sometimes a certain noun changes, etc. In short, sometimes it can be seen, and sometimes it cannot be seen at all. The only advantage of this program is that it is hidden, ensuring that they can't see it at all. There are no running logs, and this randomness is not completely random. It will change the information that has been rarely accessed in the near future, so as to minimize detection possible. Therefore, the longer the time, the more information will be changed in the entire knowledge base, and you will be able to read it when the time comes. If the other party deceives you like this, it is normal for you to take revenge. It was precisely because of this that Gu Shanhai needed Lu Fengxiu's account as a cover, and the implantation process went very smoothly. This wasn't a ploy to pull out the fire. Gu Shanhai knew that it wouldn't be hidden for long. It would only take a year or two at the longest, and he might be discovered tomorrow at the shortest. However, as long as the other party can't find the program, they have no way to solve it, and they don't know how much the information has been changed. At that time, the only option is to relocate and retest, which is definitely a laborious process. As for the suspicion on Gu Shanhai, that is simply impossible. Gu Shanhai didn't even leave any traces, so how could it fall on him for no reason? He is not the protagonist. No matter what he does, he will be exposed for various things, come out, and then be hunted and killed in a cycle. It's done. Gu Shanhai casually closed the software. What he did just now, and the running instructions identified in the knowledge base, were actually accessing and downloading several articles related to blood return technique, which is first level information, and is in the category of not disseminated and downloadable. A grade A deduction engineer like Gu Shanhai actually only has the authority to view and download grade 2 data. To obtain grade 1 data, it is not enough to have this grade of professional title. You must also have sufficient political status. That is, like the dean of a university. Willow Catkins and the like will do. Otherwise, even if you have the ability to reach heaven, you won't be able to get it. Of course, there are other grade A deduction engineers. Gu Shanhai joined the job late, so he got a professional title. But his qualifications were not enough for him to advance to the position. So it's good to have secondary permissions. The next thing I have to do is do something else. Gu Shanhai found that he couldn't be idle, and planned to harm others as soon as he was idle. There is a feeling of success in all kinds of tricks to deceive people, and it inexplicably returns to the previous life. Blowing up Zook is not feasible. The idea that came to Gu Shanhai's mind was to blow up the planet under his feet. Then the entire Xian Dao Alliance would definitely be in chaos. This is the core area of the Xian Dao Alliance. It would be fun if it really exploded. If this thing blows up, who can help me spread the heavenly blood art? Change it to someone else. Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and set his sights on the university. Then choose a graduate school. Forget it by blowing it up. The method is too crude. Give him some stimulation. Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while. And the most exciting thing was definitely the study of blood return technique. In the graduate school, he just carried out experiment number 1. But as a result, someone started to attack him, even suppressing the real results in order to continue to collect funds. There are many large projects of this type in universities. Many people had a lot of food. And for some items, they even got some Lufen KO. Otherwise, how could he live such a nourishing life? If bad results come from these projects, those individuals will surely suffer for a long time. Among these big projects, the maximum blood return experiment number 1 is actually only average. And there are many similar projects. It may be difficult to make these experimental projects succeed, but it is very simple to make them fail. Gu Shanhai only needs to move his hands and feet a little. It would be better to let those researchers take the blame because of the failure of the experiment, and then expose the matter. No one will be better off. What Gu Shanhai did was equivalent to dragging everyone down together to see who couldn't stand it first. As for Gu Shanhai, he was going to go out for inspection tomorrow. No matter how much trouble he made, it was none of his business. Even if the other party wanted to kill people and silence them, he had to take care of himself first. So if you want to cover it up, you have to have something heavy enough. The heavenly blood art is very suitable. Gu Shanhai also took into account the spread of heavenly blood art. By doing this, the weight of this thing is indeed enough. When the time comes, the person who obtains this skill will not only escape smoothly, but also be able to go one step further, unless the other party is stupid enough to screw themselves up. Therefore, what Gu Shanhai had to do was to use prophecy and divination to arrange this matter according to his development. Simply venting one's anger is one thing, but the other thing is that there must be corresponding benefits. Otherwise, just to vent one's anger, Gu Shanhai can just beat people to death. Even his whole family shoot them all to death. Chapter 449. Play something big and blow it up. The feeling of being sent to the frontier is really unpleasant. Even the quality of the shuttle is terrible. Gu Shanhai complained. Today is 3 months since he left the Xian Dao Alliance's ancestral planet. He has been wandering in the universe, stopping at a certain planet from time to time. This shuttle is also a spaceship, but its speed is indeed slow. The resource star Gu Shanhai wants to inspect is expected to take a year to sail. Fortunately, there is also a network in the shuttle. Gu Shanhai can access the internet through the terminal and understand various matters. The storm in the graduate school broke out a month ago, but it was covered up quickly. At the beginning, when there was only a little bit of news, it was already blocked, and there was no corresponding sound. It was just some simple announcements, saying that there were rumors that the experiment failed due to certain problems within the university. And then, there was no follow-up. The next month should be a political game, to see who will take the blame, and who can come up with enough things to calm the situation, etc. Anyway, there is no result so far. What is certain is that Gu Shanhai's heavenly blood Ju has become the center of the game, and his senses can feel that people are constantly mentioning him during this time. It was obvious that after someone presented something, he didn't clean up his hands and was found out. Of course, for high-level officials, you don't need to investigate to know this kind of thing. You, a person who's scheming and seeking power all day long, a young man who can't even enter the laboratory once a year, come up with such a scientific research result that can change the times. Now everyone knows how you got this thing. Everyone turned a blind eye. The reason they mentioned Gu Shanhai was because they wanted him to never come back or to disappear. After all, the scandal has already covered up a big bomb. If another one breaks out, it will be a bit tricky. So the best way is to deal with it. However, since this Heavenly Blood Jew was developed by Gu Shanhai, there would be no after-sales service if something happened in the future. It's very difficult to want to take all the credit and shirk responsibility at the same time. The best way is, of course, to control the other party and imprison him to serve him. This unspoken rule is also tacitly accepted among the top management. They are just a group of people without any power. In their eyes, they are not actually human beings at all. Gu Shanhai also learned of his malicious intent, but he didn't take it to heart at all, because they would soon have no time to trouble Gu Shanhai, because they felt that they had covered up such a problem in the university. But before Gu Shanhai left, he had already buried a bigger trouble for them. For example, academic fraud, or the shortcomings of the art of returning blood, etc. Both are actually true. But when it comes to the shortcomings of the blood return technique, they are actually more exaggerations and speculations. But it depends on who sent it. Gu Shanhai left this thing to Qin Shang. His current life is not easy at all. Not to mention what happens after he becomes worthless. His life after being expelled is not easy. The originally glamorous life was gone. And people still took advantage of me from time to time. It can be said that he hates Lu Fengxu with all his heart. As for Gu Shanhai, he also hates him. But not that much. It's more regretful. If he had known better, he wouldn't be greedy. It's hard to buy something with money. If you had known it earlier, it would be too late by the time something like this happened. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai was still very kind-hearted and gave him a chance to fight back. As long as he seizes this opportunity, he will definitely succeed in revenge. That's right. Gu Shanhai left him a diary, which contained some obscure accounts and unspoken rules for various experiments in the university. As long as it is exposed and Gu Shanhai dies halfway, the authenticity will immediately increase, especially since the college concealed the shortcomings of the blood return technique and covered it up for money. This will definitely ignite the entire Xiandao alliance. As for the outcome, it would definitely be to drink 3 drinks as a penalty. At most, it would be a condemnation on the internet, and there would definitely be no follow-up action. But correspondingly, the heavenly blood art can emerge from the sky to suppress everything. Gu Shanhai has actually felt that there are many people who have practiced the heavenly blood Jew. These are testers, also known as guinea pigs. Otherwise, how could the senior officials of the Xiandao Alliance dare to confirm whether the exercises were genuine? This is destined to be a long process. But I don't know how long it will take. I don't know if the other party will be so anxious after this matter calms down. Gu Shanhai was also happy in his heart. In fact, this storm will not last long. Even if it breaks out, it will only last for 10 days at most. If the heavenly blood art is verified to be okay, just find a few people who take the blame, and it will not affect the upper levels. Just as Gu Shanhai was thinking about it, he suddenly discovered that a certain hot search on the internet had reached the top of the list at an extremely terrifying speed. Looking carefully, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Say Cao Cao. Cao Cao will be here. I didn't expect Qin Shang to be so fierce, and send it out now. Gu Shanhai looked at the hot searches on the internet and clicked on it. It was the notebook he left for Qin Shang. It recorded a lot of secrets of the university. The most dazzling one was the large number of questions about the art of returning blood. And the article even more, it is implicitly stated that the reason why these shortcomings cannot be announced is because experiment number 1 cannot be stopped. As for why it couldn't be stopped, it wasn't mentioned, but Qin Shang, who knew a lot of inside information, revealed it without hesitation. For a time, it caused thousands of waves. Gu Shanhai was paralyzed by the sight of this. He really didn't even want his life. Of course, Qin Shang was not the toughest one. Gu Shanhai soon discovered that some indecent pictures of Qin Shang began to be circulated on some small websites. And public opinion began to fight back, stating that these were all fake. First he gets a bad reputation. Then he controls his voice. And finally he reverses it. No matter how good Qin Shang's words are, they are still false. It would be fine if Qin Shang died at this time. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. The rhythm of the Xiandao League's top management is indeed impeccable. They are not only players, but also referees. It is naturally up to them to have the final say. But if another player dies like this, then it will be interesting. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you are killing people and silencing them. However, for those who surf the internet, Qin Shang's death may be just fun. But the fact that the art of returning blood has drawbacks is not fun. If you have no problem, why would you kill him to silence him? This indirectly proves that what the other party said is true. You won't survive tonight. Gu Shanhai will help them do it. As for why he helped so much, it was naturally because of the heavenly blood Jew. The source of this thing was him. As long as someone practiced it, it was like signing a usury version of the divine contract to sell oneself for 18 generations. He was able to absorb his fate and become stronger through the wonderful fate method. And he became his slave. The fate must be very deep. It may decline in the future because of this. And Gu Shanhai doesn't mind. It's not that easy for the Xiandao Alliance to decline. It will take at least 100 years. Besides, the decline of the Xiandao Alliance means the rise of the Ascension Empire. Gu Shanhai, not only you won't lose money, and you will make more money. Oh, by the way, I have to die too. Otherwise it wouldn't be true enough. Killing people and silencing them means killing all the people who published it. So if he, the writer, is still alive, wouldn't it be a bit of a pity? This way, it can be more real. But I have to choose a good candidate. Otherwise, no one will reveal it to me. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? These things are linked together. If any link is not done well, it is unlikely that all previous efforts will be wasted. But the effect will be much worse. No one with status would take this shuttle. There are better ones. So there has to be a corresponding coincidence. The shuttle that Gu Shanhai was riding on was the cheapest model. And no one with any power would fly on this shuttle. One advantage of the developed internet is that it spreads widely. Soon, Gu Shanhai found an internet celebrity who was live broadcasting. He was holding a selfie stick and seemed to be introducing the situation of the shuttle and the customs of the planet he was about to arrive. Gu Shanhai took a look and found that he was a moderately popular internet celebrity with nearly 100,000 people online. At first glance, it seems like a lot. But the actual situation is that there are not many 100,000 people. And it doesn't matter how many people there are in the Xiandao Alliance. According to statistics, there are at least 100 billion people, which has already entered the stage of colonizing the planet. If 100 billion people were really considered to be a lot, the Xiandao Alliance would have been finished long ago. Just in time. Let's add fuel to this public opinion. Gu Shanhai quickly prepared some things that should be prepared, such as various notes about how he was persecuted and left because he discovered the shortcomings of the blood return technique, and about being killed and silenced. The process and so on also need to be planned. It doesn't matter who kills him. What matters is that he must die openly and openly, so that many people can see him. It's a pity that I can only change my current identity and lurk back. Gu Shanhai said that as long as he changed his appearance, he would ensure that if Gu Shanhai wandered around Lu Fengshu again, the other party would not recognize him. We need to hire a few more people to cooperate. This kind of coordination cannot be performed and can only be controlled by Gu Shanhai. After some predictions, Gu Shanhai decided to play a big game. He died first. And then after the announcement, the shuttle exploded. In this way, the yellow mud will fall down the crotch. But it won't be the same. After all, people died in the universe. And they were still blown up after the live broadcast. You said it was a coincidence that there was no conspiracy. You can see the problem without even using your brain. Okay, let's do it. This was the first time for Gu Shanhai to broadcast his death live. So he had to die a little more heroically. Well, this thing is really not heroic. The main thing is to be quick, accurate and ruthless. Otherwise, what if the secret is revealed when you really perform something? So it's better to be more cautious. Family, let me tell you. Sui Liang introduced eloquently. It was his first time to leave the planet by shuttle. And his expression was also excited. This behavior also attracted a lot of traffic for him. Seeing the gifts that popped out from time to time, he became more and more enthusiastic as he talked about it. Please forgive me. Thank you. A voice came over. This made Sui Liang hesitate. He was too selfless and blocked others. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. He came to his senses and hurriedly made way. He had to pay attention to his image. After all, he was a moderate internet celebrity and could not be arrogant and domineering. It's okay. The middle-aged man also smiled slightly and didn't care. Just when he was about to speak, His mind suddenly exploded. Brains, flesh, bones, etc. were splashed all over him. At that moment, Sui Liang was stunned. What was going on? Then the screams came. Naturally, Sui Liang was not the only one who saw this scene. He was just one of the unlucky ones affected. There were also a lot of barrages in the live broadcast. Fortunately, Sui Liang reacted quickly, wiped off all the brains, blood and flesh on his face, and then took 2 steps back. Suddenly, the entire shuttle began to lose control. Later, Sui Liang noticed that after the middle-aged man's head exploded, the briefcase in his hand fell to the ground. He happened to open it, and a book came into view. Experiment number 17 on research on the disadvantages of blood return technique. At this moment, Sui Liang couldn't help but think of the 4 words. Kill in silence. This incident just broke out on the hot search, and someone died as a result. And he happened to have this document with him. By some mistake, he took a personal terminal and took a closer look, flipping through several pages. At this moment, he and everyone in the live broadcast knew who this middle-aged man was. The persecuted person in the university. Class A Kung Fu Deduction Master. This. Sui Liang read through the experimental report. He couldn't understand many professional terms in it, but he could see one thing from it. That is, there was a big problem with the blood return technique. This report was also recorded by some netizens and posted online, which naturally caused greater fluctuations. Anchor, be careful. They can kill Mr. Gu and silence him, and they will definitely become even more crazy next time. Yes, run quickly. You have come into contact with an interest group. No. Anchor, you should not only be worried about yourself now, but also the entire shuttle. Sui Liang was a little confused. Worried about what the shuttle was doing? Suddenly, he was shocked and reacted immediately. Of course, it was because the shuttle was directly blown up. Therefore, he shouted without hesitation. This is murder! Someone wants to blow up the shuttle! As soon as these words came out, everyone who came around felt nervous. And then, they started to make noises. Some people questioned it. Some didn't believe it. And some people quickly took out their personal terminals after thinking deeply and sent messages to their relatives. Young man, what are you talking about? A shuttle staff member said with some dissatisfaction. This is not bad for their reputation. But as soon as these words were spoken, a loud noise was heard, and the entire shuttle was violently turbulent. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and then chaos began to spread. Some people leave last words, and some are crazy. Sui Liang watched all this calmly. He knew that he could not escape. Then he picked up the remaining documents in the briefcase and said, These things must be circulated. Everyone takes screenshots. Chapter 450 Dead people are sometimes useful. TSK. I don't know how to solve this mess. Gu Shanhai almost laughed out loud when he looked at the comments on the internet. Ever since a certain shuttle exploded, the university has been at the center of public opinion. Especially since Qin Shang also died at home, and it was announced that he committed suicide. However, according to some writers, he was stabbed in the back and was judged to have committed suicide. He was stabbed 18 times. Once this incident comes out, the problem will be huge. No one cares about the so-called scandal. They just want to know what is wrong with the blood return art. If there is no problem, why is this happening? Everyone enjoys fighting for power. But when this entertainment becomes their own, no one is happy. The top management also hired some people to carry out actions such as land washing, account blocking, etc., and constantly let various internet celebrities and celebrities break out all kinds of entertainment to make them headlines, in order to suppress this news. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that I really can't hold it down this time. On the contrary, the more they pressed, the more everyone felt there was something wrong. Fortunately, in the end, the graduate school issued an announcement saying that they had fixed the shortcomings of returning blood technique, and were currently planning to launch a new technique called Daoing technique that could seamlessly connect with returning blood technique, progress, and have more capabilities. Then comes further flattery. He even pushed out a certain genius researcher as a target. Gu Shanhai recognized this person at a glance. He was the person who tricked him in the first place. With the strong power of all parties, he directly became the top class. What kind of genius comes out once in 1,000 years? The top student. In short, because of him, this Dao Enju can solve all the disadvantages. When I dug deeper, I found that this so-called genius researcher had no research results at all. Everyone suspected that he had stolen someone's work and was just bullying a dead person who couldn't speak in the face of powerful forces. Many people only talk about it without much practical action. However, Dao and Ju has also spread. After many people practice it, the voice gradually becomes lower and is no longer as loud as before. Gu Shanhai is also very satisfied with this. He can feel that the number of divine contracts is increasing, and in a year or two at most, it will be able to cover the entire Xian Dao Alliance. This time, we were also lucky. In order to quell this problem, all the middle and high-level leaders of the Xian Dao Alliance took the lead in practicing. Otherwise, no one would believe it. But it's just a pretense for a while. It's enough to get started, and it won't go into more in-depth cultivation. They have better skills. Unfortunately, in Gu Shanhai's case, it doesn't mean that you don't borrow loan money as soon as you get started. As soon as you start practicing, you have already signed and pressed your fingerprints, and the interest rate will start to increase. Therefore, without knowing it, each one of them became Gu Shanhai's external hang-up experience. The feeling of hanging up is really wonderful, but it may be difficult to ascend to the empire next. Gu Shanhai knew that if internal conflicts could not be resolved, they would be turned into external conflicts. The Xian Dao Alliance still knows how to deflect conflicts. And fortunately there is an ascension empire. Otherwise, the Xian Dao Alliance would have to create an internal conflict on its own, which would be a bit troublesome. Who knows whether this internal conflict will disembowel the Xian Dao Alliance itself. You're going back to prepare for graduate school again. Let me tell you, it's not easy to get into. You might have to pay for any results you get. Besides, at your age, I'm sure they won't accept you. When a middle-aged man passed by Gu Shanhai's rental house and saw Gu Shanhai reading a book, he also made a joke. This man was Gu Shanhai's landlord. He didn't have any bad intentions, but he was a little careless and everything came out of his mouth without thinking. Come on! The landlord won't practice your Dao and Ju today, so how come you have time to come here? Gu Shanhai also teased. What's the Dao and Ju? It's called the Xiao and Ju. The landlord also said with dissatisfaction. It's not like he couldn't see that if he practiced this so-called Dao and Ju, he would have to work every day. You can prevent yourself from losing energy and blood. Otherwise you will die from it sooner or later. It is said that Dao and Ju has made up for the shortcomings of returning blood Ju, but in fact the effect is more powerful. This is not a good thing. It indirectly causes them to need more resources to maintain themselves. Otherwise, but they will die from malnutrition. However, there is another problem with the blood return technique. If you don't change it, you may die early. For the sake of their own lives, they had no choice but to change them in the end. So naturally they all just shouted, the art of unfaithfulness. The original Dao and Ju meant the favor of the Xian Dao Alliance. But unfortunately, not many people recognized it. Okay, what are you doing here? Gu Shanhai didn't intend to argue with the other party about this matter, but asked directly. It's nothing. I was just passing by. I heard that we are in the building. The first half of the landlord's words was nothing serious, but the second half took on a vulgar look. You are not afraid of being arrested by the law enforcement team, Gu Shanhai complained. Co-writing is for consumption. However, Gu Shanhai didn't worry too much. The place where he lived was indeed a mixed bag, with a lot of big anchors and small internet celebrities. The main reason was that the rent was cheap and the geographical advantage was good. So there is actually not much difference in the number of people who come out. After the landlord left, Gu Shanhai continued to read with his head down. The creator of the blood return technique should be in this area. I don't know if he is dead. Of course, Gu Shanhai didn't come here for no reason. It was because during this period of time, he found the creator of returning blood art. According to literature records, the other party once created returning blood in a certain area here, Blood Ju. As long as he finds some traces left by the other party, Gu Shanhai may be able to use this to explore more information. After reading so many techniques from the Xian Dao League, only this one, the art of returning blood, made him the most profound. The others were either advanced techniques evolved from the art of returning blood, or were about fighting and killing. Lord, not many people can take it seriously. What's more important is that this blood returning art is so mysterious that even the records in the Xian Dao Alliance are just a few fragments. Gu Shanhai suspected that either the relevant information was erased by people from the Xian Dao Alliance, or that the Blood returning art. The origin is older than the Xiandao League, and even the Xiandao League cannot trace its roots. It was equivalent to being erased, and Gu Shanhai was more willing to believe it was the latter. Judging from the virtues of the Xiandao League, they would definitely not spread the blood return technique. This also means that the invasion of other universes is probably not created by the Xiandao Alliance, but inherited by them, and the inheritance is incomplete. If this was really the case, Gu Shanhai would become excited. Maybe we can dig up some ancient ruins. But this is unlikely. Although the Xiandao Alliance is now in a mess and is starting to rot internally, it is still in its prime and is just sick. How could there be an undeveloped ancient ruin on the ancestral planet? It had been excavated long ago and either became a tourist attraction or was abandoned. It was impossible for there to be any undeveloped ruins. Even if the Xiandao Alliance does not rely on technology as its mainstream, it can still navigate the space, and its technology tree is still very powerful. Could it be like a Matryoshka doll that has traveled from other worlds in this world community? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of this matter. Don't tell me. It was really possible. But then again, the science and technology tree of the Xiandao Alliance is quite good, but the research on space seems to be too biased. The other party was able to use the Sun of the Voyage to open permanent passages to other worlds, but they did not make further use of this technology. The Sun of the Voyage is a tool man like Sun King Ditter. It is clear that space technology has been able to colonize other worlds, but there has been no improvement in local utilization. Taking the shuttle as an example, direct space shuttle is not only more efficient, but also cheaper. It's not that a space jump costs a huge amount of money, but if you really sail slowly, even at the speed of light, the unit of distance in the universe is light years. It is better to send it directly to save time, effort, and a lot of costs. Gu Shanhai's idea was indeed very good. The only shortcoming was that the Xiandao Alliance had not yet developed. He has mastered the knowledge base and secret library of the Xiandao Alliance. Although there have always been research projects on space, the success rate is extremely low. Of course, this is not only true for space, but also for all technological aspects. 99% of the knowledge in the knowledge base is, in fact, they are all mystical knowledge. These technologies are more like accessories. It couldn't have been discovered through archaeology somewhere. An idea came to Gu Shanhai's mind. This made him feel a little weird. Don't tell me. This is really possible. As for the records, as archaeology, there must be records and records. You can't just dig up casually. Gu Shanhai quickly conducted an investigation, but naturally found nothing. Without a record. That's the biggest record. What won't be recorded? Of course, that is something that cannot be said. Unfortunately, I can't find it. Gu Shanhai thought again. It seemed that there was no use knowing it. His further exploration through prophecy and divination also yielded limited results. The main reason is that it has been destroyed, and there is no way to explore further. The information retention time in this world is too short and too superficial. Unless Gu Shanhai uses violent exploration, he will not find anything good. The violent exploration of Gu Shanhai was definitely something he had to do. But not now. It's not too late to wait until he's leaving before taking action. It's better to live in peace for the time being. Let's find a way to kill that genius researcher who fooled people and his whole family. Gu Shanhai thought about it. He usually doesn't take revenge overnight, unless the other party is valuable. Now, the value of the other party is gone, so we must find a way to get rid of the other party. Chapter 451. After the wool is harvested, the mutton must be eaten. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire Xiandao Alliance has turned into a mess. They all feel like they are on fire. Sometimes, just because the other person passes by without saying hello, they will start fighting, or even kill them. All kinds of materialistic desires are rampant and execution is chaotic. In this regard, Gu Shanhai said that this is called eating more than one fish. Not only can he practice with the wonderful destiny method, but he can also swallow the emotions that escape from it. Although this is similar to a small snack, it is still a bit tasteless. Over the years, Gu Shanhai has been running around here and there, becoming stronger and stabilizing himself on the ancestral planet, while also looking for clues to the blood return technique. So he just thinks he is relaxing. Not to mention, I still found a lot of intelligence and information. And at least one thing is certain. That is, the 139 holders of the conceptual power of the Xiandao Alliance are not the founders, but are only the successors who have accepted the inheritance. Gu Shanhai also gave an in-depth analysis of these real rulers. These people hide behind the scenes and seem to be peeping at something. I also searched the souls and found that there was a big problem with their memory, because they didn't know what they were peeping at. But they just knew to hide it, and then strengthen the Xian Dao alliance. He suspected that this was the influence of the concept of inheritance on them. This influence was so subtle that even they themselves were not aware of it. As for the person who influenced him, Gu Shanhai suspected that he was the founder of the art of returning blood. The other party has probably already left the universe where the Xian Dao alliance is located, and the reason is unclear. There's something wrong with the secret of Dao In. Dot, a figure said. Everyone is already dead. There is no way to solve this problem. Another figure followed. Gu Shanhai looked at the meeting and couldn't help but nod. These 139 people were quite capable. It took them nearly a year to finally find the problem. When the Xian Dao alliance was in chaos, the person hiding behind the scenes had already wanted to intervene. But the change was so great that they didn't even know why it had become like this. Even the men under his command had become greedy, irritable, jealous and unreasonable, etc. In short, it constantly exudes all kinds of negative desires, making them feel an extremely difficult situation. Where's the kid who took the grade A Kung Fu deducer? Let him solve it, a figure said. Since you dared to kill people and silence them, it means you are confident, and it must be you to solve it. They didn't care about Gu Shanhai's life and death at all. And even if they knew about it, they wouldn't care. He was just talented. But if it hindered the rule, they would die even if it could make the Xian Dao alliance advance further. Dead? Because of a big explosion. The whole family died, another voice said faintly. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the meeting couldn't help but stagnate. If there was no problem here, no one would believe it. Someone must be coveting the interests. And that's why they killed it. As for who it is, it doesn't matter now. Then what should I do? That grade A Kung Fu deducer really deserves to die. Why didn't he perfect his Kung Fu deduction before he died? Another voice came, with annoyance in his tone. Gu Shanhai quickly targeted this guy and said bad things about him. Right? He even said it in front of his face. If he didn't know, forget it. Now that he knows, he will make sure to let this guy know what it means to speak out. Then he will directly move to the position of the opponent's true body through the 5 elements escape. He stretched out his hand and pinched the person to death, and then took his place in the meeting. He just wanted to see if anyone dared to continue to speak ill of him. If there was one, he would kill him. Oh! If someone hadn't loved his great-great-grandson, this wouldn't have happened. In the meeting, another figure made a strange sound. Do you think what I did was wrong? The leading figure said calmly, but with a sense of pride. Apparently, this was the one who suppressed these things. There is still a dead one. I thought they were all killed. Gu Shanhai curled his lips and immediately sent the other party on his way. He thought he had sent his family on their way, but he didn't expect that one of the top officials was still alive. No, no, no. How dare you? It's just that this is your great-great-grandson's fault. Let us solve it. Okay. The other party said, how dare you? But in fact he was very tough. With these words, others also expressed their agreement. If it weren't for the other party's grandson, who wanted to gain power through the persona of a genius researcher and deliberately persecuted the other party, what they have obtained now should be, without any side effects. Don Ju, and a truly talented researcher, rather than having nothing and falling into this kind of trouble. If you turned a blind eye before, it was for the sake of the overall situation. Now that the direction of the overall situation has changed, you will definitely react. Anyway, it's not their double standards, so it doesn't matter. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and everyone was a little confused as to why he didn't respond. The other party had a domineering attitude before and didn't care at all. He shouldn't have responded with silence, but would have scolded him without hesitation and come to him. Why should others comment on what I do? After waiting for 10 minutes, everyone realized something was wrong. No, something happened, a voice said slightly nervously. With his strength, how could something happen? I'm afraid he just doesn't bother to respond to me. The strange voice appeared again, but this time it was not the original owner who spoke, but Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai had already killed a third of the people through the 5 elements escape. Originally, he didn't plan to kill this group of people, but then he thought, if the mastermind is dead, then how can these accomplices live? They must die together anyway. Implicate innocent people? As long as one of them is innocent. it can be regarded as Gu Shanhai's wrongful killing, and then an apology will be enough. He has already apologized. But if you want him to do anything else, you can't have to drink 3 drinks as a penalty. That's not appropriate. Someone is targeting us. Hurry up. Came a voice. But this voice was the last person in the entire meeting. 139 corpses were stacked on top of each other by Gu Shanhai. All of them were wearing valuables. And if they pulled out a corpse at random, they would look pampered. The life of a rich person is indeed beyond my imagination. When Gu Shanhai took action, he had entered the place where these people lived. They did not live in the ancestral planet, but owned a huge livable planet somewhere in the universe, and controlled a large number of slaves to serve them. Serve! It's just food and drink expenses. The consumption of these 139 people alone is worth a year's military expenditure. From this, you can also imagine what kind of life it was like. With such a good thing, just make it into an external elixir for me to use. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand and pinched them without hesitation, and these corpses began to twist and match, becoming a flesh and blood elixir in an instant. When he reaches this level of strength, there is no need to open a furnace and light a fire. He only needs to cooperate with the ability of his original abnormal god, the Emperor of Heaven, to speak the Constitution in his mouth, and he can refine it in an instant. As long as you are strong enough and coupled with the corresponding knowledge, many things will become very simple. It's somewhat useful, but not very useful. Gu Shanhai looked at the outer elixir and stuffed it into his arms. To him, it was worse than useless. But if it were used in another world and given to the protagonist as an opportunity, it would be more than enough. Then it could be used to trick those protagonists who are not compatible with Gu Shanhai into signing a marriage contract. You can't smash it in your hands. Just think of it as a good relationship. Gu Shanhai is still very picky about protagonist disciples. As for non-protagonist disciples, Gu Shanhai generally does not consider them. It's true that he is a master and apprentice, but it doesn't mean that he can't be mixed with utilitarianism. You can't accept everyone. There is one thing you don't have to worry about when you accept the protagonist, and that is potential. You don't have to worry about the potential of the protagonist at all. As long as you follow the steps, you can grow into a boss. Therefore, for this type of disciples, Gu Shanhai pays more attention to their character. The most basic thing is respecting the teacher and respecting the Tao. As for other things, Gu Shanhai's requirements are not very high. As long as he respects the teacher and respects the Tao, and has the demeanor of the master-disciple lineage, the devil's way is not a big problem. Of course, this outer elixir is definitely not for disciples. This thing is inherently a bit of a trap. It seems like there's nothing left to look forward to next. So it's almost time to leave. I just have to get some before I leave. Otherwise I would just leave like this. How can I be willing to do this? Gu Shanhai has been looking for information about the blood return technique. It may not be of much value to him now, but he can use this reason to pack something and go back. Going back empty-handed like this goes against his idea of preserving capital. Also, I have always wanted to blow up the Xiandao Alliance's ancestral star. Especially this idea. Gu Shanhai has suppressed it for a long time. He lived here before and thought that it would be easy to get into trouble if it exploded. So he restrained it. Now that it's fine, he doesn't want to restrain it. He must feel good before leaving. It's this power. You can't use it too much. Otherwise it will easily burst my skin. In the past, it still had to be more than 1 in 100,000 before the skin would break. But now it's different. It's 1 in 1 million. In the past 20 years, he had become stronger at such a rate that Gu Shanhai himself felt ashamed. Not even cheating like this. His current strength is even stronger than that of his previous life. At that time, he was just a world tree. But now it is different. It is directly a world. Even his body shape is far superior to his previous life. But when it comes to accumulation, there is still a certain gap between the peak period of the previous life. After all, there is too much time gap between the two parties. His current level cannot be estimated because of insufficient data. The strength far exceeds the previous life. So the hierarchy naturally has no reference function. And it is a bit difficult to quantify. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai didn't care about this. Anyway, as long as he knew that he had become stronger and could control it, it would be okay. So why use numerical values as expressions? Get ready. I want to prepare something. Gu Shanhai was thinking about what method he should use next. His mind told him, don't hesitate and show your true form. Just use the fluorescent giant's appearance to do it directly. And then you can run away. The idea is very good. It is indeed the most direct way. At this time, Gu Shanhai found that his current solution to the problem was very simple. Just smash the problem into meat patties together with the person who caused the problem. The rest isn't much of a problem. So I have become a barbarian. This feeling is really good. There is nothing more satisfying than being able to solve a problem without using your brain. With a slight movement, the skin began to break. A large number of plant tentacles grew out from under the skin, and the body swelled in the blink of an eye. The ancestral star of the Xian Dao Alliance fell into Gu Shanhai's eyes, and was worse than a speck of dust. When he reached out and brushed it, not only the ancestral star of the Xian Dao Alliance was broken, but even a large number of surrounding planets were broken due to Gu Shanhai's every move. When Gu Shanhai revealed his true form, 139 universes reacted instantly. The parameters began to break, constantly crushing Gu Shanhai's body. If one person has penetrated another person's body, it must be uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to resist. Damn! That's a bit too much. Gu Shanhai felt the sudden increase in pressure. It is as if it has been infiltrated by some kind of digestive enzyme. The Xian Dao universe and all affiliated universes want to digest the world of Gu Shanhai. In this way, they can not only eliminate a threat, but also obtain a large amount of nutrients, so that the entire universe can appear qualitatively. Leap. As expected, it's the big universe. The previous Cancer universe, Navia universe, and Yueshing universe didn't put any pressure on me. But the Xian Dao universe gave me this kind of pressure. It can't be the universe formed by the core area before the world community was broken. Otherwise, it would have such power, and even be able to use the power of the attached universe. These thoughts immediately came to Gu Shanhai's mind. The pressure is great, but there is still a long way to go to suppress me. If you can swallow 138 auxiliary universes and complete digestion, I will run away without hesitation. It's a pity that you are just borrowing power, not your own power. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sneered. His huge claws penetrated the Xian Dao universe fiercely, and forcibly tore off a large piece, which was stuffed directly into the Xian Dao universe. On the face of the tentacles, the plant tentacles pulled a large fragment and melted it into the body. Then there's the blood return technique. 3 living spiritual plants appeared. The golden peonies swayed slightly, and then the huge sky-reaching tree grew from the backbone behind Gu Shanhai, directly forcibly holding a large amount of data in the Xian Dao universe. The next moment, it was forcibly pulled into the tree body of Tantian Jinmu and sealed up. Next, Gu Shanhai chose to return directly without hesitation. His actions just now angered the Xian Dao universe and forcibly absorbed the original power of the remaining 138 universes. Make Gu Shanhai pay the price. Gu Shanhai's move was equivalent to seriously injuring the opponent, so Gu Shanhai definitely couldn't be allowed to run away, and he had to be used to replenish his body. Chapter 452 Intermediate Area Town Stone Village. Fortunately, I ran fast, but I still can't push myself too far. Rabbits will bite people when they are anxious, let alone the world. Gu Shanhai also understood at this time that people with different status would be treated differently. If he had gone too far before when he was not a species of this world, that is, if a lightning struck him or some other calamity caused him other troubles, he would not end up personally. But now, as long as he is exposed, the world he lives in will definitely not let him go. This is similar to door-to-door delivery. However, with his current strength, basically as long as he doesn't expose himself, 99% of the time he won't be discovered. And it's 100% impossible for Gu Shanhai to really do this. Now Gu Shanhai's enemy has officially been promoted to the world itself. Of course, he has never thought about confronting the whole world head-on. He still wants to see if he can continue to become stronger in a roundabout way. That is to say, be cautious. I need to perfect my size and shape as well as my fetal transformation. At least I can further hide my identity. Otherwise, I will be in trouble wherever I go. As far as Gu Shanhai's current situation is concerned, if he is really exposed, it won't be that he will be targeted wherever he goes, but the world will directly take action against him. The other thing is toughness. You have to be able to withstand at least 1/10,000th of my strength. This is really difficult. Originally, there was no problem, but before Gu Shanhai returned, he took away a large piece of the Xian Dao universe. Now that he has eaten it and turned it into nutrition, he has become stronger again. Gu Shanhai also found relevant information about the blood return technique, but he couldn't find the specific Gu Shanhai because time had passed so far and there really wasn't much information. Fortunately, we have found something related to it. It seems to have been done by a time traveler with a golden finger. To be more specific, it means more children and more blessings. It means that one becomes stronger after marrying a wife and having children. And the Xiandao Alliance is a branch of this person's descendants. Originally, there were many branches, but after the time traveler ancestor left, they started fighting each other to compete for the ancestor's family property. In the end, the Xiandao Alliance won, and it became like this after inheriting the family property. Regarding this, Gu Shanhai could only say that the time travelers were indeed one of the most troublemaking groups. Of course, it wasn't that he gained nothing. He got the source of the blood return technique, which is the golden finger of the time traveler. There is a strange method called Eternal World. It doesn't look like it is a skill, but it can be said to be a magical power. It can also be used to make ends meet. It is more like the product of the other party peeling off his golden finger before leaving. As long as you practice step by step, you will get a big reward every time you marry a wife. A small reward every time you practice double cultivation. And if you give birth to a child, you will get a certain permanent increase, such as the improvement of certain exercises, the proficiency of spells, etc. Wait. I feel a little heartbroken for Gu Shanhai. He came too late. If he had acquired this skill just after he was reborn. No. Before he arrived in the world of Adventure King. It would be his martial arts like magical power. Before attaining the mastery of Tongzi Kung Fu and the golden belt cover and iron cloth shirt, Gu Shanhai was able to change cultivation. This thing is indeed very easy to use. And it can also find a wife. With his ability and first era as a platform, he will definitely be able to do better. At that time, if you change it, it will become a brand new area in your Qingdi Sutra. Unfortunately, everything is over now. The martial arts like magical boy's skill has locked up the most basic training. He can't use it even if he wants to. So he can only abandon it with regret. Regrets are regrets. But Gu Shanhai has no regrets at all. He has become stronger. Although it would be great to use Eternal World, it would be like that if he missed it. On the contrary, his boy's skills and the iron cloth shirt with golden belt cover are more suitable for him. Piled with 4 words, high health and high defense. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. With all his efforts, Gu Shanhai finally modified his size and shape again, focusing on the word sturdiness, and the main thing was endurance. The limit can only be made 10,000. If I continue to become stronger, this value will continue to decrease. Gu Shanhai's face fell. He felt that he was so useless. He could not even use a human skin to exert his full strength. Can't be made. Fortunately, I don't fight. I specialize in resolving fights. Otherwise, if I use too much force, my skin will be broken. Gu Shanhai has a very clear positioning of himself. He means that he won't fight if he can. And if he can't, he can make a sneak attack. Just attack by sneak attack. Plot behind the back if you can. Never fight head on. He is strong now, but he still has enemies. Let me see. It seems that there is only one period left to become stronger now. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Now there is no reference at all. In fact, it was time to stop at this point. But Gu Shanhai felt that this thing still had some value, and he could squeeze it out a little more. The original avenue used to break through the peeping stage is probably useless. I can only replace it with a better breakthrough material. The Great Tao thing. In fact, Gu Shanhai is right now. His race is the world. So the Great Tao is himself. He can't break through on his own. Because he can't break through. It's too outrageous to take out yourself and chop it into pieces and use it as breakthrough material for yourself. Another thing is, you can't do it yourself. You have everything you need. So you have to use others. If that doesn't work, how about using this thing? Gu Shanhai's eyes fell on a page in the history book that had been helping him a lot. Okay, it's time to say goodbye. Gu Shanhai thought, this thing has no much use for him anymore. So just get rid of it. Before, he would have thought that if he collected all the pages of history books, he might be able to possess strange abilities. Forget it now. He has gained power that far exceeds that of his previous life. He is at least a boss above level 10,000. And the world is not very attractive to him unless it is an entire history book. On the contrary, there was only one page. And Gu Shanhai could completely process it into materials. It can be used once. But it will take time to study. I still have to find a world that can give me some other ways to become stronger. Otherwise, After I break through the peeping stage, wouldn't I have to deduce my own techniques to become stronger? This would be too troublesome. It is easier to deduce and plagiarize by oneself or learn from others, and then use it as evidence. Of course, the latter is easier. The ways to become stronger are not much different between standing on top of other civilizations and starting from scratch. Anyway, they are both to become stronger. Gu Shanhai uses other people's resources as a stepping stone to increase his own limit. And he will definitely choose the more advantageous one. Anyway, they are all going into the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. Even if there is a problem after entering it, it will not change the world. There are no good worlds available at this stage. Gu Shanhai flipped through the high-level worlds. The energy levels of these high-level worlds were really not that good to Gu Shanhai. There may be hidden threads in some worlds that can greatly increase the original energy level. But Gu Shanhai has no relevant information. So it would be too troublesome to try them one by one. The energy levels of these high-level worlds are not as good as those of mid-level areas. Gu Shanhai sighed. The difference between the mid-level area and the high-level world is actually very simple. It is the degree of freedom. There may be air walls in the mid-level area. And there are also mandatory main quests, etc. But there are none in the high-level world. Therefore, it is not divided based on the world energy level. On the contrary, if Gu Shanhai chooses the mid-level area, he will be arranged to a high-level world because of his own strength. Just like the previous world, he does not even need to dig deep. And it involves the main thread of multiple worlds and universes. The only unlucky ones are the players who are playing with Gu Shanhai. After all, a group of players who are currently around level 500 will not be able to survive in a world of level 8, 9, or even over 10,000. Guangguoli had 2 permanent negative effects on his body after just one fight. If Gu Shanhai hadn't helped him, he might not have been able to recover now. So now basically whoever downloads the dungeon with Gu Shanhai will be unlucky. Then let's go to the mid-level area. The unlucky ones are the first-tier players anyway. Gu Shanhai doesn't mind. This may be risky for the players, but it is also a huge opportunity. 500 in a world with such a high energy level. As long as they get something, their strength can be greatly improved. When I break through the peeping stage, if nothing else happens, I will go to that world to get the leaves of the world tree. It will be an opportunity anyway. Gu Shanhai no longer has much sense of urgency for the leaves of the world tree. As for being if someone cuts off his beard in advance, then he should do it. And he doesn't care much. Then directly enter the intermediate area. Intermediate area, Jinshur Village. Mission: prevent the Blackstone Demon from breaking through the seal. In an instant, Gu Shanhai arrived at the entrance of an ancient village. Besides him, there were 2 other players. It doesn't hurt. It seems there is no way to hit my head. Gu Shanhai muttered in his heart, and then looked at the mission. He didn't take it to heart. The mission was too simple. He found the Blackstone Demon with just a sweep of his spiritual consciousness. He didn't have to reach out and just spoke a word to kill this guy. But with the air wall there, they couldn't leave Jinshur Village. Gu Shanhai was wondering if he could break the air wall of the first era. Now, of course, he just thought about it and never thought about actually doing it. He was so full that he did it. Anyway, as long as the mission is completed or the mission fails, the air wall will disappear. So there is no need to take this risk. As for whether to directly kill the Blackstone Demon to complete the mission, Gu Shanhai still had to wait and see. After all, the air wall restricted their departure while also protecting them. The energy level of this world is very high, and it is still high on the surface. It is probably similar to the energy level of the previous world that was not broken into world communities. So it's better to keep a low profile to avoid anything happening. Asterisk. Luli asked me to thank you for taking you there. Also, Shura also asked you that if you are free, he will wait for you in the player's city 300 years later, and wait for you for 10 years. I have something to do with you. A young man wearing a jersey and sneakers, and holding a basketball spoke immediately. The opponent had a basketball-like ID on his head. Gu Shanhai had an impression of him. He was a first-generation player. He was an old player who lived to the 3rd version in his previous life. His ability was in the sports series, and his profession was a basketball player. It sounds a bit unreliable, but the opponent's system is really rules-based. Similar to the Prince of Tennis type. When to stop, black holes, phantoms of gods and demons, etc. The sports competition of this kind of players is just killing skills. They have no strength. If they play basketball just like basketball, They may not even have ashes. Yes, I understand. Gu Shanhai nodded and did not ask why the other party knew this. Guangwei Luli and Shura were unable to contact Gu Shanhai. So naturally they asked others to bring the message to Gu Shanhai. With Gu Shanhai's current strength, as long as he enters the mid-level area, there are only a few players who can match him. Except for the top group. There is no way for others to match. After all, the strength lies in there. So as long as you talk to those players, you can basically get the message. Your mouth is really fast. Another player on the side also said. The ID on the opponent's head is the name of base station Lao Lu. He looks like a middle-aged man. Not a basketball player, but a young man. Obviously, these two people are both players of the original generation. It can be seen from the IDs that with the development of First Era, the names of second generation and even third generation players will be based on their real names. Of course, third generation players, it is still not easy for the following players to catch up to the first tier. Base station veteran Lu Gu Shanhai also knew about it. But he didn't know much about it, because the two sides had different systems. They had met each other in previous lives, but had never spoken to each other. Unlike basketball player, base station Lao Lu should be a player who mainly plays in the mid-level area. In his previous life, Gu Shanhai mainly played in the high-level world, so there is less interaction. As for basketball skills, he also focuses on the high-level world. But it seems that he should be teaming up with base station Lao Lu. This invitation letter must be from Mr. Lu of the base station. The other party is a weapon cultivator. But what is different from traditional weapon cultivators is that he has taken a completely new path. Base station Lao Lu changed his lineage from a carbon-based organism to a silicon-based organism. From Gu Shanhai's observation, it should be a mechanical structure that is a combination of transformers and terminators. And it is also equipped with something similar to artificial intelligence souls, like Skynet or Red Queen. By using the profession of weapon cultivation again, he treats himself as a natal magic weapon for quenching. In this way, he himself is the strongest magic weapon, and has various powerful abilities. In conjunction with his own mechanical ability, he can exert more powerful weapons than the original weapon. Build a stronger power. This is our first time working together. Let me introduce myself. My profession is Halo Master. I am a life player. I am good at healing. Gu Shanhai said directly. It was fate to be together. Let's see if we can become friends. For a moment, base station Lao Lu didn't know. But his basketball skills have survived to the third version, which shows that he is capable. Chapter 453. The intensity of this aura increase. I would brag about it. You are just kidding. The two also briefly introduced themselves, and then proposed a deal for customized equipment. Of course, the two of them had inquired from Shura and Guangwei Luli. After all, they had entrusted them with entrustment, so they naturally had to ask. After learning that Gu Shanhai was a big shot in the life department, how could he not miss such a good opportunity? Gu Shanhai naturally refused to accept anyone who came. The three of them started discussing the equipment plan at the entrance of the village. It took nearly an hour before they finalized the plan. Then the three people slowly entered the village. For base station Lao Lu, he has a force known as the Mechanical Realm under his command. It is just an invitation letter. If it is gone, just replace it with another one. The invitation letter in his hand was just an ordinary invitation letter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Gu Shanhai come in to join the team. It was not as precious as the invitation letter that Luli had given before. So he didn't mind that much if the mission failed. But if he could order equipment from Gu Shanhai, it would be a worthwhile go. Basketball Water naturally has the same idea. He also has a force called Stadium under his command. But the force is not as big as that of base station Lao Lu. It only recruits players from the sports system. Compared to the mechanical system, there are fewer players in the sports system. Just like the rare ones. The three of them entered the village, which was quite peaceful. The combat power of this group of NPCs is ridiculously high. Even without any training, they can reach around level 100. I suspect that they were born with many special talents. Old Lu from the base station said solemnly. This shows that this task is very difficult. NPC, don't worry too much. They can't compare to us. Basketball Water is relatively indifferent to this. He knew that Lao Lu of the base station had a combat power detector on his body, and could analyze his strength through his brain. As for the difficulty of the task, which time did they experience it with less difficulty? You still have to be careful. After all, the main mission is to stop the Black Stone Demon. but it seems to be a fast-paced mission that can be solved in 3 to 5 days at most. Gu Shanhai also added. At this time, the three of them were using the spiritual connection. Of course, it was not Gu Shanhai who took action. Basketball Shui and Base Station Old Lu both had corresponding skills. From the current point of view, the level of the Blackstone Demon is estimated to be around 600. Otherwise, the mission cannot be to stop it. There must be another one for us to kill. So only if we can't defeat the Blackstone Demon, we will focus on stopping it. Base Station Lao Lu saw the problem from the task. Therefore, there are only two possibilities. Either someone in this Jincher village was bewitched and prepared to break the seal of suppression, or the seal gradually failed due to too much time. The worst thing is that both situations happen at the same time. This means that the Blackstone Demon has already controlled some NPCs. So, we are going to be in big trouble next. My detector tells me that there are a lot of high-energy reactions here. Gu Shanhai deeply agreed with what Mr. Lu from the base station said. But he made a mistake in guessing one thing. That is, the Blackstone Demon was not level 600, but level 1000. As for the high-energy reaction, it refers to the village chief. The other party has considerable strength after training. Gu Shanhai can be sure that the humans in this world are definitely not normal humans. They are probably beings similar to the descendants of gods and demons or congenital beings. Each one of them is stronger than a cow in the ordinary world when they are born. After a lot of hard work as an adult, you will have the strength of 10,000 kilograms. Of course, the strength of other things has also increased simultaneously. Whether it is birds, animals, flowers, plants and trees, they are much stronger than in the ordinary world. Gu Shanhai also found some extraordinary systems related to this world. He found them from the village chief's mind. Probably, they should be Xianwu, who is biased towards martial arts. The information that the village chief knew was limited. What he practiced was Mania Jin. He could practice it up to the level of strength training. In his words, it was training of internal organs. The realm is initially divided into skin training, meat training, bone training, blood training, internal organs training, and the whole body training. He is not talented enough and only practices visceral skills. But he is also the #1 master in Jincher village. As for this realm, Gu Shanhai also took a look at Mania Jin. It should be the first level of the basic realm. When combined, it should be the body training realm. And then, there is the pulse condensation realm. Mania Jin has, as I said, if you integrate your energy into your qi and blood to control your own qi and blood and condense your qi, you will be successful in breaking the mirror. Unfortunately, there is only such a small concept without any detailed introduction. It can only be said that this world is too blessed by nature. Only by rough tempering of the body can one achieve such great strength. Of course, it is precisely because of this that cultivators have difficulty breaking through and require extremely high talents to go further. Although the village chief of Jincher village has high attributes, his growth is very low, and he can only stop here for the rest of his life. There is no hope if he wants to go further, because as he gets older, the effect of training can no longer maintain his physical peak. Now if he wants to break through and practice strength, let alone hope, if he fails to break through, it may cause backlash to his skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Serious cases may lead to death. It really depends on qualifications. Of course, for players, the cost of upgrading talents and skills is too high. Then let's split up and investigate. Shall we? Basketball Shui asked directly. In his eyes, Base Station Lao Lu has an intelligent brain and calculation. At least his grasp of every detail is far better than him. I don't think it's going to work. We both still have some fighting power. His fighting power may be relatively average. Base Station Lao Lu was a more euphemistic way of saying that if a player like Gu Shanhai is separated from the support system and the life system, something might happen. It's not that he looked down on Gu Shanhai, but that Gu Shanhai was a support and was naturally in a protective position, rather than letting a support charge into battle like an idiot. It was the last word that everyone should perform their duties. It is true that there are some auxiliary players who do not follow the normal path and like to take an eccentric approach. They often say that they can protect their teammates as long as they kill all the enemies. It's just that these players are second-tier or even third-tier players. There are many support players in the first echelon of players, but they are specialized supports, and they can only focus on some life-saving and attacking abilities. I would not say that my support profession has to kill everyone like the main battle profession. I have this idea. Directly switching the system to be the main battler. Wouldn't the damage be higher? What? If you want to prove that auxiliary professions can do more damage during combat than main combat professions, and can handle more damage, then you can only say that your idea is very novel, and I hope you can go forward. The other party can even confuse their positioning. So what should you advise them to do? If you say that the auxiliary profession can play, then it must be true. After all, the players in the first tier are all stronger. But if they can play better than the main combat players of the same strength, then it is a bit nonsense. Everyone is about the same strength. If your auxiliary profession does more damage than your main battle profession, then why should you play auxiliary role? That makes sense. Basketball Shui also quickly realized that it would be a big loss if he left Gu Shanhai. The opponent's profession was a Halo Master, which showed that the Halo was absolutely powerful. The Halo has a limitation, and that is distance. Unlike skills, it is generally based on time. By the way, can you turn on your Halo and take a look? We can get used to it. Base Station Old Lu was very interested in Gu Shanhai's Halo. After all, he is also a Halo Master, so he must be powerful enough. No problem. You can adapt to it in advance. Gu Shanhai's current power aura is incredibly strong. You don't have to adapt to this. Basketball Water wanted to say that it was just a halo. He had never seen how strong it could be. But he saw a lot of light appearing on him in Base Station Old Lu, and then dissipated. Lose. Then he quickly opened the status bar, and saw a page of 999 plus appearing. Others were a little confused. 999 plus does not mean that there are only 999 pages, but that the page number will not be displayed after 1000 pages. If you want to see it specifically, you can only turn it by yourself. He did have a lot of permanent states, but the sum of these states does not even make up a page. After all, permanent states are not easy to obtain. As for the state he imposed, it is not during the battle now. Naturally, it will not increase. Hey, how much aura do you have? Basketball was a little bit confused for a moment. Not to mention other things. This attribute has at least increased. At least 10 times. It's no wonder that Gu Shanhai would be carried away by Gu Shanhai. With this attribute, it would be difficult not to be carried away. Thinking about it again, Gu Shanhai is good at healing. Doesn't it mean that he can't die even if he directly takes on the boss? No wonder Shira is looking for a killer. With this increase, the Blackstone Demon may be beaten to death by both of us. Basketball player also feels a little bit pained. Why didn't he go to this person to build a relationship? As long as he has help from him, he can't win any basketball game. The basketball game of Basketball Water is no ordinary basketball game. Each one shows off his or her own skills just like a battle of skills. Ahem. I think the next plan may have to change. Old Lu of the base station also recovered from the expression of, what the hell is this? The increase that Gu Shanhai gave him can be said to have dropped below 3. Do you? No wonder Guangguoli dared to say that is the number 1 player. With this increase, I also say that he is the number 1 player. Old Lu of the base station also complained in his heart. He was still a little unconvinced by what he said before. But after the increase, he said, who is Gu Shanhai? Compete? This competition is bullshit. As long as such a support boss can provide support, it will be okay. How did it change? Gu Shanhai was a little curious. According to the previous plan, Gu Shanhai thought that he should investigate, cut off the minions, and then strengthen the seal. Let's fight directly. With this increase, Base Station Old Lu thought it was just the Blackstone Demon. What was there to be afraid of? I don't think it's possible. First Era must have taken me into consideration. Maybe your attributes are only half as good. What's more, it is to prevent the Blackstone Demon from breaking through the seal. If we want to fight, we must release it first. Then the mission will fail immediately. Gu Shanhai kindly reminded him that a mission is a mission, and you can't change it casually. But I have to say that according to Base Station Old Lu's idea, he will definitely get more rewards. It's just that the idea is great, but the gap is too big. If these two were level 999, coupled with Gu Shanhai's mana aura, they would indeed be able to win. But unfortunately, they were not. And they were only in their early 500s. The possibility is not small. Old Lu of the base station quickly came to the conclusion that Gu Shanhai's conclusion was very likely through some mental calculations. If he really wanted to go forward, the only way would be to fail the mission. Then how big is the range of your aura? Basketball Shui changed the question. He knew the increase of the aura, so the next step was naturally the more important range. It's no problem to cover the whole village. Gu Shanhai didn't hide it. In fact, the increase in the mana halo they received was only about 1/10,000. Not all. If it were the full power of the mana halo, these two people would have died violently as soon as possible. Commonly known as deficiency cannot be replenished. At present, the only ones who can withstand the full mana aura are the inner demon Taoist soldiers and Xiaobai. As for the guardian evil demon, this thing can be regarded as the lower body of the inner demon Taoist soldiers. That's good. We'll find a safe place for you later. Just wait until the mission is over. Old Lu of the base station is still very sensible. If something goes wrong for some reason, without this increase, their next mission will be, I'm afraid it will increase dramatically. Anyway, tasks can be shared. Even if it is a hidden task, you can come and share it. It is not a big deal. For base station Lao Lu and basketball Shui, a short-term task is of little value. How to tell them apart is also very simple. Most of them are short-term missions, such as escorting, killing, and stopping, especially if they are restricted to a certain area by an air wall. Then the possibility of short-term missions is even greater. In addition, the restricted area is not large, so it can be confirmed that it is a short-term mission. According to the estimate of Mr. Lu of the base station, it will be over tomorrow if it is quick, which means that we may have to take action tonight. If it is slow, it will only take 3 to 5 days, not more than a month. No problem. I'll just build the equipment for you. Of course Gu Shanhai wouldn't refuse. With such a good thing, of course he was eager to lie down. He originally chose to describe his profession as Halo Master because of this consideration. After all, being a mascot would be okay. Otherwise, if he changes to another profession, he would have to go to the scene to add status. No. As long as you are within range you can enjoy it. Therefore, as long as most people have some knowledge, they will not let Gu Shanhai go to the battlefield, but will find a safe place to place him. If this mission is not urgent, maybe one person will have to stay to protect Gu Shanhai. Then let's settle it for now. Let's find a safe place. Base station Lao Lu made his decision directly without consulting basketball water. The basketball player doesn't mind. Anyway, the base station boss Lu has to worry about it, so he can save a lot of trouble. After all, he uses a human brain, unlike base station Lao Lu, who uses a mechanical brain that can be used after charging. Chapter 454, Special Physique and Special Gene Fragment. The abilities of these two people are indeed strong enough. Gu Shanhai flipped through a secret book in his hand. It was called Bone Penetrating Fist. The name was much better than Manu Gene. But the difference was that the former is mainly based on martial arts, supplemented by cultivation, and can only reach the bone training level at the highest level. So it's much worse than Manu Gene. This is the trophy that Basketball Water and base station Old Lu shared with Gu Shanhai after a busy day yesterday. These two are honest people, and they will share the spoils equally. One of them got the equipment, and the other got the props. In terms of value, Gu Shanhai's Bone Fist must be the highest. But that's definitely not how the account was calculated. For basketball, he majored in physical education, so he definitely wouldn't be able to use this skill. So he took props that could be used universally. And Lao Lu from the base station was a machine repair robot, so he couldn't use them either. On the contrary, he had better equipment. Is a knife. If you can refine it into yourself through your own professional skills, you can obtain additional attributes and effects. So they chose the trophies that were more beneficial to them, and gave the ones that didn't fit but were of high value to Gu Shanhai. When they work outside, they must give priority. If they contribute a lot but don't give priority, they must not be willing to contribute. Fortunately, everyone is an old player, so there is still a tacit understanding in this regard. After Gu Shanhai browsed through it and compared it, he found that Penetrating Bone Fist was not without its advantages. The effect at the level of bone training was far better than the bone training effect of Manu Gene. Each skill has its own advantages and disadvantages. It does not mean that the higher the upper limit, the stronger it is. Unfortunately, it's of no use to me. Not to mention bone training. Even strength training has no effect on him. Even his skin is fake, relying entirely on the two magical powers of size Ri and fetus transformation. Not to mention any flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs. He has none of these things. Therefore, if Gu Shanhai wanted to use this world's cultivation system as his qualifications, he would have to make major changes. Moreover, The reference effect of this physical training realm on him is basically zero, and has no effect whatsoever. However, it is not without its uses. At least through these two techniques, Gu Shanhai quickly figured out the situation of human beings in this world. It can only be said that this group of humans have really good foundations, and they do have certain bloodlines in their bodies. These bloodlines are inhuman, but not all of them are. The villagers in Jinchur village look more like special genetic fragments after evolution, but they seem to have fallen into a dormant stage for some reason. Gu Shanhai also tried to wake them up. It turned out that it couldn't be woken up at all, as if there was a bug. This made Gu Shanhai a little interested. According to the data he obtained, once the opponent awakens the gene fragment, he can comprehensively improve his physical fitness and qualifications, which is equivalent to having a certain natural physique. There is no such thing as a certain stage of cultivation. Any bottleneck. Gu Shanhai guessed that it was likely that someone in his ancestors had become an extremely powerful cultivator, and that the descendants left behind contained this special gene fragment. Moreover, through marriage, decline, migration, etc. in later generations, such gene fragments became more than just not one strong person, but multiple strong people entangled with each other. Probably, my ancestors must have been rich enough to be able to live to this day. The reason why it could not be awakened, Gu Shanhai speculated, was that either the generation was too far away and the gene fragment could not be effectively activated. The other nature was that there was a problem at the source, making it impossible to activate even if it wanted to. In a way, personal qualifications are also related to these gene fragments. The greater the amount and type of these gene fragments, even if there is no way to awaken them, they can affect their development into a physique more suitable for cultivation in the embryonic state. And this is the difference in qualifications. Of course, this is not a panacea. This process is also affected by nutrition. If there is insufficient nutrition during the embryo, resulting in malnutrition, these gene fragments will not be fully exerted. If they are fully effective, then there is a high probability that they will only have become stillborn in the womb due to lack of nutrition. Therefore, as long as it is not fully activated, the innate gap is actually more about nutritional intake. There are benefits even if it is not activated. At least you don't have to seek the Tao in the Tao. This benefit will only be effective in the early and midterm. When its strength catches up with the source in the later stage, it is very likely that it will not be able to surpass the source and will be trapped for the rest of its life, unless the source of the gene fragment can go further and want to get out of the way of the source. I'm afraid it's not that easy. People in Jinchur village definitely don't have to worry, because these gene fragments cannot be awakened at all. So naturally there is no such restriction. Therefore, people who awaken this kind of special physique will become a genius at first, but it will definitely have no effect later. On the contrary, there is no special physique, and the upper limit in the future is higher. As for whether it can grow up alive, that is another matter. This world is quite interesting. Gu Shanhai also inquired about it. In addition to humans, there are strange life forms, like monsters in this world. On the surface, it is a serious fantasy. As for what is going on behind the scenes, Gu Shanhai doesn't know. He has to wait for this. Only after the air wall was gone could Gu Shanhai investigate. Of course, these were obtained by Gu Shanhai's soul search. Unfortunately, only one village chief knew this, and not many others knew about it. In fact, most people would never leave the village for a big city in their lifetime. And more importantly, the village chief didn't actually know that the Blackstone demon was suppressed and sealed under their Jinchur village. It seems that the inheritance has been discontinued because it was too old. Gu Shanhai also searched the souls of other people and found that no one was bewitched by the so-called Blackstone demon. Gu Shanhai also checked the seal, and it was very stable. He even thought about reinforcing him. His reinforcement method was very different from the local seal. The other party couldn't open it even if he tried to break it. Gu Shanhai also studied the seal and found that it was some kind of special martial skill. The development of cultivation civilization should have reached a very high level. But in terms of people's livelihood, it is not so good. It can be seen from Jinchur village that the separation between the upper and lower levels is too serious. It is probably because the upper levels are all strong people, which leads to the wind direction problem. After all, everything is inferior, but cultivation is high. No matter how well you do other things, the benefits from cultivation will not be as great, and all walks of life will naturally wither. Gu Shanhai didn't dwell too much on these things, since he didn't intend to change these things anyway. You're back. Why are you so fast today? Gu Shanhai noticed that basketball water and base station Old Lu returned to the safe house. This safe house was built by base station Old Lu. His profession combined with his bloodline can be compared to a small civilization. He knows everything. Whether it is explosives or infrastructure, it is not a big problem. How is it going? After the person came back, Gu Shenhai also asked. He must be concerned about it. The harvest is not bad. I have completed a few side quests, but there is still no progress in the main quest. Lu, the base station veteran, said with a frown. Side missions, hidden missions, etc. are difficult for ordinary players to trigger. But as first-tier players, these two are extremely experienced and can easily determine how to obtain the mission. With the current level of strength, players on the first level are guaranteed to have an S-level rating. Getting an A-level rating is considered a reflection on their abnormal performance. So what do you think? Gu Shenhai asked. We initially suspect that it may be a third-party force. That is, the Demon Clan. Basketball Shui said directly. You mean there will be Demon Clan coming to rescue this Blackstone demon next? Gu Shenhai immediately understood what the other party meant. That's right. So I have installed surveillance facilities throughout Jinchur village. Every move can't escape my brain. Base station Old Lu's idea is very simple. He would rather kill the wrong person than let go. As for how they learned about the monster clan, it was very simple. It must have been from the village chief. As the strongest person in Jinchur village, the village chief is both the target and the suspect of these two people. In fact, the two of them have another idea. That is, after the village chief's favor is fully restored, he becomes his follower and takes him away from this world. These two people are not some arrogant people, but a real strong party. I won't dislike the village chief just because he says he's a bad old man. He has to be a young and beautiful woman. In their eyes, being able to bring the village chief back to the first era is equivalent to gaining a combat power slightly inferior to their own, which is a good deal no matter how you look at it. The potential will definitely be much lower. But as long as you enter the first era, the potential is never a problem. Anyway, as long as it is semi-digitized, you can spend money. Of course, the premise is that it cannot hinder their main mission. After all, they want to take away the rewards and complete the main mission. Otherwise, if the main mission is not completed, everything will be in vain. Therefore, in addition to the village chief, they also like some young people in the village. And they are also improving their favorability. But their priority is a little lower. With such a big movement, the Blackstone demon must not be a small person. Gu Shenhai understood one thing. That is, the Blackstone demon should have a high status. There is a high probability that he is the heir of a high-ranking member of the demon clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Come in. Do you really think that the demon clan can enter the territory of the human race at will? From the memory of the village chief, Gu Shenhai knew that the human race was not a weak force, but a powerful force that had beaten other demon clans, so that they did not dare to mess around easily. Jinchur village is not a small village on the edge of human territory. However, there are actually wandering demon clans in the territory. Most of these people have wandered in for various reasons, or are simply spies and craftsmen. Therefore, they either hide in the mountains and forests, or they are dormant among humans. Who knows? I don't care about this. If the speculation is true, then we may have to unite the entire Jinchur village. Basketball Shui said helplessly. The time given to them in First Era should be enough to unite enough strength. Otherwise, with their strength, they may not be able to deal with the monsters who come to unblock them. Initial suspicion is that it should be around level 600. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Base Station Lao Lu gave his own intelligent answer. If they can really bring along the village chief and other young men in the village, then the level at which they can win miserably is probably around level 600 to level 610. And it cannot be below level 600. Otherwise, how could First Era let them pass so easily? Then come on! I can only give you some aura anyway, and at most some healing skills. Gu Shenhai said that his strength was limited. And then he said, by the way, what you want has been built, and it's in the corner. Go get it yourself. Gu Shenhai pointed to the two boxes in the corner, placed casually. So fast? Basketball Shui was also a little surprised. Then he opened the box and took out his equipment to check its attributes. He couldn't help but marvel. Your skills are really amazing. As long as you open a small store in the player city to do business, you are guaranteed to have all the players come to give you money. After reading the attributes, the base station Old Lu also sighed with emotion. The First Era intuitively presents the attributes, effects, etc. of the equipment. This set is even better than what they were themselves. Here, you can take whatever you want. If I frown, I will pick it. As he said that, Basketball Water took out a lot of things from the inventory. Of course they knew Gu Shanhai's rules. There was a premium. But with this value, they still made a profit from the premium. Then I won't be polite. Gu Shanhai accepted everything they offered without hesitation. Without any pretense. The two of them really didn't care. These things were indeed valuable. But to them, they were not of much use. They had already used all the useful ones. And it was impossible to keep them. By the way, I accept customized props and consumables. Do you want these things? Gu Shanhai took out elixirs, talismans, formations, magic weapons, and other things from his arms. Especially those effects in the elixir that can increase permanent attributes and permanent status. Which made both of them's eyes red. This must be too rich. The two of them knew that if Gu Shanhai dared to take it out, it must be because Gu Shanhai had no need for it himself. So he took it out in exchange. If you are not satisfied with the effect, you can also customize it. But the price will be much more expensive. If you want these, I can give you a 30% discount. But I only accept barter. Gu Shanhai was clearing out his inventory. I don't eat it now. And Xiaobai wants to eat better. So it's useless if I keep it. So I might as well liquidate it with these two people. Yes, as much as you want. If it's not enough, can you pay on credit? Base Station Lao Lu said without hesitation. Yes, yes, we both want it all. Basketball Water quickly agreed. It's okay if you can get it on credit. But let me declare in advance that I may have to wait 100 years to get it. Don't let me default on my debt. Gu Shanhai is not bad at this. To be honest, he doesn't intend to pay everything. These two people really couldn't afford to buy all the inventory. So Gu Shanhai just pushed their current levels to the limit and said, that's fine. Naturally, the two of them patted their chests and said that they would definitely not default on the debt. After all, they still wanted to trade again. So how could they make it a one-time deal? Chapter 455. I get tricked every once in a while. Gengjin Divine Body. My latest growth-producing talent. Because we are so familiar with each other, I will sell it to you at a 10% discount for a limited time. Gu Shanhai fiddled with a bone in his hand, which had a distinct metallic luster. Old Lu of the base station looked at this thing with a bit of confusion. It had only been half a day, but he had tinkered with this thing again. Can I take a look? Base Station Lao Lu will definitely not make up his mind immediately, but will wait and see first. Gu Shanhai threw it to him casually, not caring whether it would be hacked by the other party. He could rub it with his hands now, so it had no value. As long as he knows how to do it. It's just a matter of one sentence to him. Yes, really one sentence. It matches my system very well. How are you going to sell it? Base Station Lao Lu quickly passed the appraisal skills of the first era, and finished reading this skill called Gengjin Divine Body. Of course he knows what gunmetal is. His mechanical body is mixed with many types of gunmetal. The properties and effects of gunmetal in different worlds are different, but most of them are used for attack and solidity, development in all aspects, and in sharpness and the like. You can give me a 10% discount based on the value. Gu Shanhai was relatively indifferent to this. This thing was actually for him to clean up waste products, and was of no use. By the way, do you want some techniques such as Heavenly Golden Spirit Root, Metal Element Affinity, Chewing Copper, Eating Iron, Soul Refining Technique, and other techniques? I have a bunch of them here. If you buy them as a set, I can give you a 10% discount now. Gu Shanhai said, taking out a lot of things. These things are actually the derivatives of Gu Shanhai's research on the special sleeping gene fragments of the aboriginal people of this world. It's rare to find a weapon repairer with T-800 Transformers pedigree who would be a perfect match. So I thought about trying to trick him into selling more points to see if I could squeeze out some of the good stuff from Base Station Lao Lu. Base Station Old Lu swallowed and looked at Gu Shanhai taking out something. He was really greedy. Both the bonuses and the effects are very suitable for his body system, as long as he uses it and spends money to add it. Not to mention other things. At least for the next 1,000 years. He will not have to iterate for updates. As long as he makes money and improves, he will be fine. I can't afford it. Old Lu of the base station is very sensible. He knows that even if Gu Shanhai is given a 10% discount, he doesn't have enough resources. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai doesn't want game currency. And if he wants it, he doesn't have it. It was all sped before I downloaded the dungeon, and only a single digit was left standing alone. This is also the virtue of the basketball water guy. So it's okay to ask for various resources, but it's really impossible to ask for money. Borrow it. Go find the basketball water. There must be something good about that guy. Anyway, I can't make anything he can use, so it's useless for him to keep it. Gu Shanhai encouraged base station Old Lu. Old Lu from the base station had a black eye. He always felt that Gu Shanhai was trying to trick him. Then if I borrow it, will you bring out some magnetic spiritual body, heaven level magnetic spiritual root, magnetic element affinity, and the like tomorrow, and sell it to me at a discount? Old Lu of the base station felt that the goods are really damaged. That's impossible. I'm a serious person, and I wouldn't do that, Gu Shanhai said with a hint of resentment. He really had this idea. Today I sell golden spiritual roots. Tomorrow I sell magnetic spiritual roots. And the day after tomorrow, I sell alienated nano-spiritual roots. In short, I can play in different ways. As for why he only cheated Lu, the base station guy, it's because the system of basketball players really doesn't get along with Gu Shanhai. As a basketball player, how can Gu Shanhai transform him into a devilish muscleman or give him a basketball inside? Add an automatic shooting system. That won't work. With his current strength, shooting is just a carrier. Maybe the basketball is a black hole or a certain law disguised. A single shot can wipe out the avenue. Okay, although it's not that exaggerated, but it's not compatible with Gu Shanhai. So forget it. Seeing Gu Shanhai like this, base station Old Lu can be sure that Gu Shanhai definitely has such skills. He really wanted it, but he really didn't have the money. If Gu Shanhai really said a 10% discount, he couldn't really give a 10% discount. He would definitely have to give him a corresponding value. I just thought Gu Shanhai was joking. It's fine if you don't have one. I'll go find basketball water and borrow resources. Base station Lao Lu got up and left without taking anything. The main reason is that he is not sure about borrowing it. The reason is very simple. He must explain the reason when he goes to borrow it from basketball water. It is impossible to hide it from the other party. If basketball water wants to order a set from Gu Shanhai, he will definitely not borrow it now. Then if he took it and used it, wouldn't he be embarrassed next? Write an IOU to Gu Shanhai? He was thinking about it, but he had already fought it. Previously, he bought a lot of elixirs from Gu Shanhai that could permanently increase attributes and permanently gain status. He had no money to pay and just issued an IOU. It's a bit inappropriate to fight now, so he can only borrow it first. If he can't borrow it, he can only shamelessly pay a down payment and wait for him to collect the balance when he goes back. It's impossible to give up. This is a complete system of talents and skills that suits him. After returning, he only needs to add some points without thinking. Gu Shanhai watched the other party leave without saying anything. Sure enough, earning the resources of 10,000 ordinary players is not as good as earning the resources of a top player. Gu Shanhai doesn't need game currency, so he doesn't have to follow the path of small profits but quick turnover. What good things can those ordinary players have in their hands? Definitely not as good as the top players. If he wanted to collect game coins, he would definitely choose ordinary players. But it was a pity that his game coins could not be used. Half an hour later, base station Lao Lu came back with a relaxed look on his face. It was obvious that he had borrowed resources from the basketball sailors. Otherwise, he would not have this expression. He quickly took out a small pile of props, skill books and other things. Needless to say, the quality is very good, although the quantity is small. You can be sure that they are all top-notch products. Of course, they must still have some of the most precious ones that they haven't taken out. Those are all trump cards. But it's already very good for Gu Shanhai to be able to take out these. Look, is this enough? If not, I'll have to wait until next time. Base station Lao Lu pushed the thing in front of Gu Shanhai. Anything is fine. It doesn't matter. Gu Shanhai put all the things away casually. Among players at this stage, these things taken out by the base station Old Lu are indeed very precious. However, for Gu Shanhai, it can only be regarded as average. He is no longer at this stage, but it is still of some value. At least in Gu Shanhai's eyes, the value of these things is higher than the Gung divine body. Heavenly level golden spiritual roots must be valuable. Seeing Gu Shanhai accept it, base station Old Lu also accepted it all with a smile and used it directly. What should I keep it for? What should I do if I have a long night and a lot of dreams? After using it, he said, I took advantage this time. But if there is such a good thing next time, be sure to contact me, and I will make up the difference for you. He felt that it was worth every penny, and he wanted to win over Gu Shanhai. For him, these props, skill books, and the like were of great value, but they were far inferior to his own strength. Like skill books, if he could, it has been used for a long time, and the reason why it is useless is that it cannot be used, so it can only be auctioned. But it hasn't been sold yet, because the value is too high. The ones who want it can't afford it, and the ones who can't afford it are very picky, so they have been holding on to it, which can be regarded as a different kind of clearance. You can't contact me. Basketball Shui appeared behind Lao Lu at the base station at some point, and said in a faint tone. Hearing this, Mr. Lu from the base station also smiled bitterly. It's okay. I'll call you when the time comes. Asterisk, 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 you are a bit biased. That set of talents and skills is so valuable that you can't give me a set too. Basketball Shui looked at Gu Shanhai and asked. We are not very compatible. Although Lao Lu is a bit weird, he can still be included in the profession of cultivating immortals. You are a basketball player. I really can't help you. I can give you the whole lightning tornado or energy. The city's territory is still the tornado holy body. Gu Shanhai made a lish joke. Basketball Water is completely confused as to what this is all about. How about changing the gender to an armed helicopter? Gu Shanhai added. Forget it. Forget it. This thing of yours is not reliable at first glance. Basketball Shui didn't understand. But he also understood that his system was too niche. And it was common sense for Gu Shanhai not to know. On the contrary, the system of cultivating immortals is a popular system in the first era. It would only be a problem if Gu Shanhai didn't know how to do it. Even if Lu, the base station man, does not belong to the serious system of cultivating immortals, he still has a lot of exposure to it. It's really unreliable. If you really want it, I'll have a headache. Gu Shanhai felt that this basketball player was still in good order, and no one would really dare to ask for it. Next time, I will be empty-handed, but you will make a lot of money. Basketball Water looked at base station old Lu, but he was still a friend after all, and he was more of a tease. No, I've been completely robbed. Base station Lao Lu said that Gu Shanhai was the only one who made the money, and he didn't have any money. Come on! It's just those pills that went into his stomach. It's still a waste to increase his strength so much. Gu Shanhai complained. The two of them also smiled bitterly. Indeed, the pill alone made their harvest this time huge, and it didn't matter even if the mission failed. Then he quickly stopped smiling, and Basketball Shui said solemnly, Now I can confirm that this mission should be of the type of killing monsters. And there are probably no ordinary monsters or elite monsters. We have to fight the boss directly, which may be quite difficult. If it weren't for the existence of the air wall, we might be able to detect more. Basketball Water cooperated with the base station Lao Lu, and they had completely touched the entire Jinshi village, and even found the sealing place of the Black Stone Demon. The air wall will indeed isolate the inside and outside, but sometimes it is not so rigid. Such as refreshing monsters. Monsters will definitely not be spawned for no reason. Only unlucky people will be pulled in as monsters, and their thinking will be affected, so they don't think there is anything wrong with it. How about we bury more explosives, and when they arrive, we can blow them up into the sky? Gu Shanhai thought that since it was so troublesome, it would be better to just do it. I have already taken care of this. I have planted 10 nuclear bombs with a yield of 200 million tons around the village. If we really can't defeat them, we can definitely detonate a nuclear bomb. Base station Lao Lu said that he had already made plans to blow up the whole village to the sky if they really couldn't defeat them. Even if they failed in the mission, they would not make it easy for the other party. As for followers, the prerequisite is to complete the main mission. If you fail to complete it, you will not be able to take it away even if you gain full favor and complete the follower mission. So it's better to discuss the other person and make yourself feel better. No, what I mean is, let's add more power, Gu Shanhai said, and took out 10 more changing Big Ivans. Base station old Lu took a look. His expression changed from shock to confusion. So how many life systems have you merged with? Old Lu of the base station could tell at a glance that the nuclear bomb in Gu Shanhai's hands was much more powerful than the one he had buried. I understand a little. Gu Shanhai acted very modestly. There's no problem with the increased power, but I can't guarantee that we can protect the three of us from your nuclear bomb. Base station boss Lu tactfully asked why your nuclear bomb has an entry that says, It doesn't distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. This is outrageous. He didn't. I have seen players' props being able to hurt teammates. The 10 nuclear bombs he planted are naturally included in friendly damage, so players are directly immune to them. Gu Shanhai's 10 nuclear bombs have an additional entry that does not distinguish between friend and foe, so even teammates like them can be harmed. Coupled with a powerful force, they really couldn't bear it. Ah, that makes sense. Gu Shanhai put it away, and he realized that the reason why old Lu Gang of the base station planted the nuclear bomb was because they were immune to damage from friendly forces. But he did not. So he subconsciously thought that the nuclear bomb would be detonated anyway. Why not come with the big one? Then let's use yours. In this regard, Gu Shanhai did not force too much. The nuclear bomb planted by Lu at the base station was pretty powerful, but it was unlikely to kill a level 1000 monster. If their group of 500 level props could threaten the 1000 level aborigines, then there would be a problem. This movement must be enough. If it really explodes, it will definitely trigger an investigation from the human race. Even if the Blackstone demon breaks through the seal, it will not be so easy to return to the demon clan's territory, unless the top brass of the human race acquiesced in this behavior. If no one came to detect the explosion of these 10 nuclear bombs, then the human race would be almost dead. Jinshur village is not a remote mountain village. There are other villages, towns, and even big cities around it. The 10 nuclear bombs were buried in Jinshur village, but the range after they exploded would definitely not only be in Jinshur village. 10 nuclear bombs shouldn't be enough. I think. How about burying 90 more? Let's get together 100. Basketball Water suggested again. Nuclear bombs are really nothing to top first-tier players, like base station Lao Lu. As long as he has the materials, he can make it himself. Hey, you want to dig out the nuclear bombs under Jinshur village? Gu Shanhai complained. Chapter 456, if it doesn't work, you should find someone else to trap you. You really have no money. It turns out that everyone loves big yields. Base station Lao Lu immediately agreed to this idea. As for why he still had the materials, it was naturally because the raw materials were not of high value. So they were simply not worth the price he paid for Gu Shanhai. He was not a fool, and there was no way he would give Gu Shanhai those worthless things as resources. As for nuclear bombs, it's even worse. His ability to make nuclear bombs is only a small part of his system. If he really wants to use nuclear bombs to make a deal with Gu Shanhai, wouldn't it be ridiculous? The other party is a big boss in the life department, disposable consumables, and there are many various props. As for the traces of the demon clan, there are no traces of them yet. Gu Shanhai also felt a little strange. It was already the third day, and there was no movement at all. Basketball Water and base station Old Lu have already raised the average favorability score in this town Stone Village to almost 80 points. And it's about to be full, with the full value being 100 points. There are even many follower tasks that have been triggered, and the two of them have completed a lot of them. Even the village chief's follower task has been triggered. The person who triggered it is base station Lao Lu, who is still a bit slow in basketball. As top master players, they are naturally good at this, and they have their own unique experience in this. Whether it is base station veteran Lu or basketball player, they actually have a huge supporting logistics team behind them. Otherwise, how can they maintain their own expenses? Power is a resource channel, and your own follower group is also a source of supply. Most of the time, the followers they collect are mainly about logistics and life, rather than combat type. Because I really can't afford too many combat type followers, and the expenses are so high on my own, I might as well form a team with other players. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Basketball Shui and base station Lao Lu to form a team together. Combat type followers are mostly issued to the force as support, so these types of followers are raised by the own force. Not only can they save a certain amount of money, but they can also be supported with additional resources. They cost the force's public resources instead of this, the resources of the Power Lord. It's like the difference between the Emperor's internal funds and the treasury. One is privately owned, and the other is publicly owned. Even if two people are the masters of power, they cannot break the rules casually. After all, they are the makers of the rules. If they break the rules, their credibility will be lost. Hey, a mouse came in? Gu Shanhai noticed that something had entered the range of his mana aura, and recognized that it was not a human, but a mouse. Yes, the race is literally rats. Demon. Right. Gu Shanhai observed it, and soon discovered the similarities between the Blackstone demon. He is not studying the Blackstone demon now. That is because the analysis of the special gene fragment in the villagers has not been completed. It was only half completed, and was turned into the base station Lao Lu. Otherwise, he would have taken action against the Black Stone Demon long ago. So, how did this thing happen? Gu Shanhai quickly saw the mouse's body structure clearly through his spiritual consciousness. The structure is 90% similar to that of an ordinary mouse. Apart from the specialization of some organs and limbs, there are no other differences. The only thing that puzzled Gu Shanhai was that this rat's brain had not undergone corresponding evolution. It was only alienated at best. How could it have an IQ no lower than that of a human being? Is it because of the special energy called Yuki? Gu Shanhai knew that the demon clan had demon aura, which could make the demon clan become wiser, stronger, etc. It was a core energy. As for this mouse, there is also a demonic aura, but it is not heavy, just a trace. It is this trace that causes some alienation in its body. And it has an IQ that is no less than that of a human. You're already here? Why not come to my place? Gu Shanhai fiddled with it, which directly affected the mouse's thinking. And then, it was sent directly to the door. I also searched my memory. The mouse was an ordinary mouse. It was not a demon an hour ago, but had just been enlightened. It's unclear what the demon leader, who inspired it, looks like. The opponent's memory is limited, and he is outside the air wall. From this, it can be determined that the other party did not discover the air wall or ignored it. And the reason why this rat was sent in was to find the sealing place of the Black Stone Demon, not to explore the air wall. For this world, the air wall cannot be detected at all, and will be detoured for various reasons, without even feeling that there is any problem. Unless it's this kind of thing that comes in to send monsters away. The demon clan who came to rescue the Black Stone Demon is really cautious, Gu Shanhai complained. Through the mouse's memory, he discovered that the Black Stone Demon not only used demon energy to enlighten the mouse, but also created a large number of half-demon. Half-demon does not refer to a mixture of human and demon, but refers to a beast with demonic energy but no wisdom. The characteristic of the demon clan is wisdom, not strength. Just like this mouse, it may not be as strong as the created half-demon, but it can still be called a demon clan, as long as you have the corresponding wisdom and learn how to control demonic energy in practice. Your strength will grow sooner or later. There is a trace of the blood of a treasure-hunting rat in his body. No wonder he was enlightened by the other party. Gu Shanhai discovered that this rat was unusual. It had a magical power called sniffing treasure, which allowed it to smell the scent of some treasures through its nose. The current effect is relatively poor, and is far inferior to the ability of the treasure hunter rat. As for what kind of monster the treasure hunter rat is, Gu Shanhai is not sure. There is no relevant information in the memory of this mouse. Even the fact that it has treasure hunter rat bloodline was said by the unknown monster clan. It's another special gene fragment. It's a bit similar to the one in humans, but it looks more like a low-end version. Moreover, the special gene fragment in this mouse has been activated and started to replicate itself. It just seems to have an upper limit. This thing should be the qualification. The completeness of the gene fragment determines the amount of self-replication, which means how far the mouse's magical power of smelling treasures can be developed. If this special gene fragment is complete, it should not be the treasure-sniffing ability, but the treasure-hunting magic power of the treasure-hunting rat itself. Gu Shanhai stood up and picked up the rat with a frightened face. It had been brought to the door by himself. He didn't realize it until he was caught by Gu Shanhai and kept struggling. However, due to Gu Shanhai's strength, the mouse did not dare to move at all. I don't know if this gene fragment can be completed. Gu Shanhai was a little curious. If I complete it and then extract it, I'm afraid I won't be able to use my crotch to exchange resources for basketball water. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. The treasure-hunting magical power may not be of much use to players such as basketball water or Shura, but for base station Old Lu, it is simply unique. As AT-800 Transformer Weapon Cultivator, if he wants to become stronger, he must refine his own magic weapon, in addition to the corresponding weapon refining techniques. The most important thing is of course the materials. The materials of the level he needs are rarely available on the market, and more often they can only be obtained through tasks, rewards, etc. If you have the magical power of treasure hunting, it is equivalent to installing a heavenly material and earthly treasure radar on your body. Gu Shanhai estimated that the opponent might have the same type of talent or skill, but the effect might not be very good, and it would definitely not be as good as the treasure hunting magical power. It's just a bit difficult. After checking it, Gu Shenhai found that if it was just the treasure-sniffing magical power, Gu Shenhai wouldn't have much difficulty in completing the method to increase the upper limit. However, it would be difficult to hunt for treasures. It can now be seen that the Demon Clan's magical power of treasure hunting can be divided into multiple lower-level magical powers. And sniffing treasure is just one of them. The damage is too severe. I don't know if it can be repaired. Gu Shenhai was also in a dilemma. He could deduce a treasure hunt based on the sniffing treasure. But what he deduced was not the original Demon Clan's magical power, but another brand new Demon Clan's magical power with similar effects. As for the fact that base station Lao Lu may not be able to pretend, there is no need to worry. If classified according to blood, he is not a human, but a metal spirit, so there is no need to worry about a mismatch. Otherwise, how could Gu Shenhai cheat and sell it to him? I'm only 60% sure. I hope you can give me more strength. Gu Shenhai looked at the mouse he carried to the operating table and started to do it directly. Of course, the 60% success rate was not with Gu Shenhai, but with the mouse. Gu Shenhai couldn't just say something like returning to his ancestors. It had to depend on the bloodline of the experimental subject itself. Squeak, the mouse couldn't help but bark, but unfortunately it had no effect. It couldn't stop Gu Shenhai from moving towards it at all. Be good. Don't move. Otherwise you will die. No. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to die later. Gu Shenhai said that sometimes death is the release, and living is no different from suffering. However, this mouse had just become a demon and had no idea what Gu Shenhai meant. This made Gu Shenhai's face darken. It's my fault. Why am I telling you this to a beast like you? He conveniently gave the mouse a shot of anesthetic, ensuring that the guy would never wake up. Then came concentrating on research. Can you please make a little noise when you walk? Gu Shenhai, who was immersed in his work, suddenly said. It is Basketball Water and base station Lao Lu who are back. What are you talking about again? Where did the mouse come from? Basketball Shui originally wanted to ask Gu Shenhai what he was doing, but he saw Gu Shenhai attacking a mouse as big as a cat. The Demon Clan just happened to sneak in, so I dissected it to see if I could break it down and sell it to old Lu. Gu Shenhai said. What you just said was a trap. Right. Base station old Lu had veins popping out on his forehead. Possessed the magical power of treasure hunting. Gu Shenhai did not explain, but directly explained what he planned to use to deceive him. Not enough money. Old Lu of the base station was moved. He glanced at the remaining items in his inventory. He must have the items, but he really couldn't bear to part with them. And it might not be enough. Basketball Shui on the side was gloating about his misfortune. He also saw that the other party was tempted. At this time, he did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Base station Lao Lu doesn't have enough money, so he must ask someone to borrow it. It's impossible to borrow it from Gu Shenhai, so there is only one candidate. You can ask someone to borrow it. You two can take out the things from the bottom of the box. It will definitely be enough. Gu Shenhai gave a suggestion without even raising his head. This made Basketball Shui's smile freeze. Don't look at me like that. You didn't even look at me. When Basketball Shui saw the base station old Lu looking at him, he refused immediately. If he gave it to himself, he would really have no money. 9 out and 13 back. Come back and show the knot. Louis, the base station old man, gritted his teeth and said directly. At this time, he would have to buy even if he went back to sell the mechanical realm forces under his command. If this treasure hunting magical power is really as powerful as Gu Shenhai said, then he won't miss all kinds of treasures in the future. Some treasures may not be able to be taken out of the world, but they will also have corresponding side tasks, hidden tasks, etc., and their value must be very great. At least, they cannot be compared to the corresponding talents in him. More importantly, the upper limit is extremely high, higher than the set of talents and skills Gu Shenhai sold to him yesterday. Sign the contract. It's not that the basketball player wants this on purpose, but it's just too expensive. Plus it's really tempting. Okay. Base station Lao Lu agreed without hesitation. Don't worry. You too. I haven't extracted the talent yet. If the extraction fails, you two will be embarrassed. Gu Shenhai complained. He didn't see him busy, so why did he already assume that he succeeded? The two of them were also stunned, and it seemed to make sense. By the way, you two can prepare. Soon there will be a big demon from the Demon Clan coming with a half-demon and a beast. The half-demon is an elite monster. The beast is an ordinary mob. And the big monster is the boss. Gu Shenhai reminded one sentence. Approximately when will it be? Gu Shanhai, a basketball player, changed the topic. So he followed the topic and asked. As for how Gu Shanhai knew this, he did not explore it. As a teammate, he is naturally on the right side. Although they are in the same camp, they cannot inquire about each other's skill system at will. If it's soon, it will be tomorrow. But I think it is more likely to be the day after tomorrow. Generally speaking, 3 or 5 days will be the threshold for this kind of short-term mission. It's like the monsters will come to explore on the 3rd day and be discovered by us as a warning. And then they will attack on the 5th day. Gu Shanhai directly said such a routine. And if he didn't find it on the 3rd day, it would be the player's own problem. And it would be an act of kindness for others to send it over. That is to say, there is at least 1 day left. It seems that we need to set up fortifications. Old Lu of the base station was also silent for a moment. If you want to defend the city, you must have enough fortifications. Just like the situation in Jincher village. The beast tide is absolutely unstoppable. Then you have to hurry up. The rat will definitely not be able to go back. And it might arouse the enemy's suspicion. Gu Shanhai said bluntly. After all, the rat came here to investigate. But it failed to go back. It didn't take much thinking to know that something was wrong. Well, after entering the air wall, the mouse can't go back even if it wants to. Chapter 457. The game type is directly changed to tower defense. On the 4th day, the entire Jincher village was on full alert. And Basketball Water and base station Lao Lu had taken over the entire village. For top players, the game quality is still there. If you can't take over a village in 4 days, what if you encounter a real rescue mission? For example, in the Adventure King world, tens of billions of players saved the world and resisted the gravity of the Great Ruins. This is the true strength of the players. Not that even a group of aborigines cannot control it. First Era spends a lot of money cultivating players, especially the top players. Looking at it this way, Guang Weili and Shura are very talented, but their starting point is too high. As a result, their abilities are more focused on fighting. It's no wonder that these 2 people become Lone Rangers. Gu Shanhai can also see that in terms of combat effectiveness, Basketball Water and base station Lao Lu may be inferior to Guang Weili and Shura. The 2 have extremely high fighting qualities, but in terms of solving puzzles and management, they are far inferior to Basketball Water and base station Lao Lu. One of these 2 people has a simulator, and the other has a text reminder. They are extremely superior in informatization and strategy, and can save them a lot of related steps. This is also normal. Different developments will naturally form different focuses. Just like the situation where Guanlili retired from the mission at the speed of light. It was because he was more on the combat side, planning a path through the simulator, and then trying to find a way to kill the opponent. If he could kill the opponent in this situation, then everyone would be happy. If he can't be beaten to death, that's another matter. However, Basketball Shui and base station Lao Lu do not have this kind of talent, and can only plan and investigate on their own. So they appear to be much more stable, and will not have these weird things happen. But these 2 people probably don't dare to come over today. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smile. Last night, he extracted the treasure hunting magical power, and made it into a skill potion. Basketball Water reluctantly lent the resource to the base station Lao Lu. In fact, Gu Shanhai knew that the 2 of them had something more precious. But he was determined not to take it out. This kind of treasure involved himself, and he would not give it to him, no matter how good the relationship was. I didn't dare to come today because I was worried that Gu Shanhai would come up with something good again. So I couldn't help it. The treasure hunting magical power that Gu Shanhai extracted was somewhat unexpected, because the magical power not only had the function of treasure hunting, but also incorporated some abilities of the demon clan, which meant that it also added attributes and other additional effects. After changing so many things, this is the only thing that is more interesting. Gu Shanhai looked at a Rubik's Cube in his hand. The name is the Magic Cube. It is a piece of equipment that can grow. It has 6 sides and 6 forms, and can be transformed into 6 weapons during combat. The weapon template is currently empty. The original weapon template had been cleared when base station Lao Lu gave it to him. And this equipment has actually been cultivated by him to the current extremely high level and quality. In the hands of players who prefer fighting, it can be regarded as a very excellent reserve weapon or offhand weapon. This is the weapon used by base station Old Lu himself. After giving it to Gu Shanhai, it doesn't mean that he has no weapons. He himself is the strongest weapon. But he usually uses the magic machine Rubik's Cube most of the time. The reason is because if he changes his body directly without a weapon, He will feel pain when attacking. He is special in that he has retained some of his pain-sensing nerves. So if the hands become sharp blades, there will be a sense of sharpening the bones to attack the enemy. When firing bullets, it will be like ripping out flesh and blood and hitting people. Gu Shanhai doesn't know whether it's true or not. But that's what Mr. Liu from the base station said. Gu Shanhai thought that the possibility was quite high. But he didn't tell the whole story. Gu Shanhai felt the spatial fluctuations from the other party's body. In other words, he actually has a folding space. Don't look at other people's appearance. If you free it, you can turn it into a Gundam mecha. You don't have to worry about ammunition. This thing is consumed directly in the inventory. And there is no need to reload it at all. So the situation he mentioned exists. But it only exists when we run out of ammunition and food. Unfortunately, this magical magic cube is of no use to me. And there are still some problems. Gu Shanhai looked at this thing. This thing is actually a non-factory. But many functions are blocked. Which means that if you want to fully unlock it, you must continue to upgrade. This didn't mean anything to Gu Shanhai, who could see through all its data at a glance. Whether it was so-called upgrades or simulations. Even if he wanted to create another one, it would just be a matter of opening his mouth. But why did he build this thing? Even if it reaches the full level, it is not even as good as the equipment in the hands of the inner demon Taoist soldiers. As a toy for Xiaobai? This is okay. But Xiaobai has long passed the age of playing with toys. Not to mention that it can only be played when Xiaobai shrinks in size. Otherwise, under normal body size, this thing is not enough for Xiaobai to play with even if it is spread out. When he thought of Xiaobai, Gu Shanhai's face suddenly darkened. Xiaobai, if you hacking nibble on the flowers, plants and trees above my head again, I will shave you into the Mediterranean. Gu Shanhai discovered that Xiaobai sneaked up on top of his body to chew on the tree again. The body he used was not the normal Qingyuan white deer, but a huge body. With just one bite of its deer mouth, it would kill a tree. Half of the midfielder is gone. If he were more efficient, his head would really look like a Mediterranean. Xiaobai heard this and ran away decisively. This guy is getting worse and worse. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. There are plants everywhere on his body, but they are located just above his head, and the position has been specially estimated. As long as he finishes eating in that circle, once Gu Shanhai transforms back into his true form as a fluorescent giant, his head shape will change from a dense forest to a Mediterranean one. Appearance. Damn it! I don't know what's going on with this deer. He's getting more and more wicked. Gu Shanhai didn't mind that Xiaobai was immoral. The main thing was that he didn't use his immorality on him. It was like watching amusement. He must have enjoyed watching it. But he didn't like that he was the one enjoying the entertainment at all. His double standards are so obvious. Isn't it just that I gave it an enhanced version of Boys Kung Fu before? It's so vindictive. Gu Shanhai quickly thought of the reason. Not long ago, in order to make Xiaobai lose weight, he developed Tongzi Kung Gene Potion Type 1 through his martial arts like supernatural powers. Then Xiaobai was paralyzed for a month and could not get up. During the process, he continued to scream like a deer. Half a month. And the remaining half month was because I ran out of energy from shouting. Thanks to Qinglong coming over to feed him, Xiaobai was able to persevere. So after Xiaobai recovered, he went to eat the flowers, plants and trees on the head of Gu Shanhai, just for this bite of revenge. Forget it. The remaining Golden Bell Gene Potion Type 1 and Iron Claw Shirt Gene Potion Type 1 need to be modified. Otherwise they will come back to harm me after injecting them. Gu Shanhai thought, and if it didn't work, he took longer. The digestion time that originally took 1 month has been changed to 1 year. At least there will not be too much numbness and itching. Yes, Xiaobai was itchy for a month. This is Xiaobai. If it were other people, an hour would be enough instead of a month. The severe pain in the middle would cause problems. So this kind of thing is usually used by Gu Shanhai for the protagonist. After all, mental perseverance is an essential ability for the protagonist. So there is no need to worry about going crazy in pain. If it were changed to 1 year, there would be basically no feeling. And the replacement would be completed quietly within 1 year. Today. Hey, this is it? Gu Shanhai was keenly aware that a large number of wild beasts had entered the range of the air wall. Because of the air wall, Gu Shanhai's spiritual consciousness could not extend out. He never thought about competing with the first era, since it would come in sooner or later anyway. It seems that because the mouse didn't go back, the big demon is ready to test it further. Gu Shanhai could tell at a glance that these beasts were controlled by the big demon and were much stronger than ordinary beasts. That's right if the half-demon didn't show up. This is a test, not a real direct attack. The other party drove the beast and turned it into a beast tide. Jinchur village will encounter a beast tide every 5 or 6 years. And this time is actually not fixed. There are many reasons for the emergence of beast tides. For example, a strange treasure is born in the forest, or treasures from heaven and earth mature, or hunters kill too many beasts, or monsters are born. There may be a beast tide. So once every 5 or 6 years is actually not that much. With the energy level of this world, especially the maturity cycle of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be shortened a lot. Therefore, from time to time, someone would pick up something like a red fruit, such as the village chief. He was able to successfully break through the blood training period because he took a red fruit. And the source was also the beast tide. Gu Shanhai didn't study the specific principle. He didn't care about the beast tide. Anyway, the beast attack this time was definitely not a normal beast tide. The arrival of the beast tide was immediately noticed by Jinchur village. And under the command of base station Old Lu, an orderly means of resistance was formed. However, the villagers were not allowed to engage in physical confrontation. Instead, a large number of modern ordnance, such as machine guns and grenades, launched the first round of attacks. These ordnances are also mixed with some thermal weapon magic weapons. But the quantity is not large. Gu Shanhai knew that this was Lu, the base station veteran, trying to save money. He had to use this high-quality consumable to fight a group of ordinary monsters. So what should he do next to fight the elite monsters? Did the other party drive all the beasts within a few hundred miles here? Gu Shanhai frowned. He didn't know what the density of wild beasts was in the nearby mountains and forests. But with this constant number, it was indeed a lot. In fact, the beast tide is not terrible. Not to mention that Jinchur village itself has many cultivators. As long as they do not meet the demon clan, the beasts will kill as many as they come. Secondly, the beast tide is not only the responsibility of Jinchur village, but the surrounding ones. All villages and towns will be diverted. So the number of wild beasts that come each time can range from hundreds to just a few dozen. Like this time, hundreds of them have died so far. When it comes to killing efficiency, there are really not many species that can rival players. Fortunately, there are no minerals or corresponding resources in Jinchur village. Otherwise, base station Old Lu could directly build it into a mechanical fortress. The first wave of beasts shouldn't be a big problem. It's only the elite half-demon monsters that make them cautious. But Gu Shanhai guessed that this wave of beasts was probably here to consume them. If he guessed correctly, it might last until tomorrow. As for where so many beasts came from, Gu Shanhai couldn't care less. He had nothing to worry about how many monsters there were and what they were doing. Anyway, it was none of his business how many there were. He doesn't need to fight. What will come tomorrow will definitely be not only the elite half-demon, but also the big demon who is the boss. Gu Shanhai knew that given the opponent's cautious temperament, he would consume them first and then take advantage of the opportunity to strike. In this way, the winning rate could be greatly improved. Instead of improving yourself, you weaken others. It's just that the opponent probably underestimated his basketball prowess. He is a basketball player and a fighting professional. Gu Shanhai also smiled. They didn't know how outrageous these weird athletes were. In the first echelon there are 2 players from the sports department. One plays basketball, and the other plays tennis. It would be better if I could change to that guy who plays tennis. Gu Shanhai knew that that guy was a replica of Ekizan Ryoma. His own talent was the state of selflessness. He was a genius player. Not like a basketball player. He was more like a hard-working player. His initial talent has long since been washed away and replaced with one more suitable for basketball. So from the current point of view, he is probably better at basketball than base station Lao Lu. Of course, base station Old Lu hasn't taken action yet. The most he can do is let props attack. These props can enjoy his talent and passive bonus. After all, they were made by his hands. These things are not the real combat power of base station Old Lu. His real strength is his own body, which is a magic weapon that combines technology and immortality. If it were Shura or Guadwali, they would probably be able to fight 1 against 10,000. But if it were these 2 people, this little stuff wouldn't be enough for them to warm up. Don't look at the weird performance of stretching his hips at the beginning. It was because he met the existence in the void like the silent eye of death. Otherwise, he would have started killing randomly. It can only be said that Gu Shanhai brought him to a world with too high energy level. So in fact it was Gu Shanhai's fault. If it were another world with an energy level similar to his, Guang Guili would be able to directly crush it through his own destiny battle system. Forget it. Ignore him, and just be myself. These little monsters are useless. Gu Shanhai shook his head, and soon stopped focusing on these beasts, and continued to immerse himself in research. If this group of beasts can get close to the entrance of Jinshi Village, their firepower is not strong enough. Base Station Old Lu carries at least 100 arsenals with him. Such powerful thermal weapons are simply worthless to Base Station Old Lu. In the opponent's player space, there may be hundreds of production lines for him to squander. There is no need to worry about raw materials. Like Uncle Qin and others, he must be involved in a lot of world commerce, and has a certain amount of shares in his hands. There is no need to worry about the lack of raw materials for making ammunition. Chapter 458. What is the therapeutic effect of your healing technique? The sound of gunfire continued until the early morning of the 5th day, and then gradually subsided. Not because there was no ammunition, but because all the beasts had been killed. This scene made Gu Shanhai's ears filled with all kinds of random roaring sounds all night long. Fortunately, he didn't sleep. Otherwise, he would have suffered from insomnia. Fortunately, everyone in this world is like Superboy, with very good physical fitness. Even if he didn't rest all night last night, he is still in high spirits and does not feel tired after staying up late at all. I think he should be able to sleep at 3 o'clock and wake up at 4 o'clock. Work. Now is the real beginning. Gu Shanhai felt that it was time to fight the boss in the final battle. From the mouse's memory, Gu Shanhai learned that the demon clan had created a total of about 1,000 half-demon. Not too many. Therefore it is impossible to say that it is used for consumption. Could the other party also create a demon clan? Gu Shanhai also thought about this matter. The other party must have the ability to enlighten the demon clan. If it wasn't how this mouse became a demon, it was the other party who did it. Here we go! The level of these half-demon is not low. Gu Shanhai noticed that 1,132 large demons had entered the range of the air wall, and had already begun to take action. The half-demon's level is level 500, and it is an elite template. It has received a lot of enhancements. They may not be able to defeat it. If there are only 10 half-demon heads, or if these 1,132 half-demon heads have just been created and have not yet developed, then it is really not a big problem. Unfortunately, look at this. They are already fully developed. The strength of a half-demon depends on the demon clan it is created with. The upper limit of its potential is limited, and it is more like a slave. Unlike this mouse, it was probably intended to be bred as a direct line. It seems I have to take action. Otherwise the whole army will be annihilated. Gu Shanhai still has a good impression of this basketball player and the base station Old Lu. Especially since the other party is willing to spend all his money to buy his things. What is useful to him is not of much value. But how he said he was also a customer, so he could at least give him a hand. Xiao Bai! Let's go! Gu Shanhai called Xiao Bai and asked him to come out of his body. This guy sneakily planned to go to his scalp and chew his hair. But he caught him. After Xiao Bai reluctantly came out, he carried Gu Shanhai out. The constant snoring in the nose was an expression of dissatisfaction with Gu Shanhai. Who did you learn to hold such a grudge? Gu Shanhai was speechless. Yo, Xiao Bai said that he learned it from you. How can you taint someone's innocence out of thin air? I am an upright knight, broad-minded and honest. So why do I hold a grudge? Gu Shanhai was quite speechless. Yo! Xiao Bai added that there is indeed nothing wrong with what he said. But the premise is that you are a human being. Without the premise that you are a human being, those words are basically just decoration. And sometimes you even stop pretending. What Gu Shanhai heard was a black line. This guy has become more and more fond of arguing recently. No. He has to find a way to cure him. Otherwise he will be angry to death sooner or later. Xiao Bai slowly carried Gu Shanhai to the entrance of the village. The scene was horrific. And what was originally a tailwind situation instantly turned into a headwind situation. 100 split whirlwind, habitual demon kill. Basketball water opened up a huge field, and he was playing basketball. This dunk made him express various special effects. Especially the louder he shouted, the greater the special effects and power. After dunking the ball directly, a violent tornado erupted around him, sweeping the half-demon into the sky and tearing them into pieces. On the other side, Base Station Lao Lu transformed into a 3-story tall robot and kept sweeping away the half-demon in close combat. The two of them withstood the pressure. Otherwise, no one in the entire Jinshi village, except the village chief, would be able to survive this wave of impact. The other villagers relied on the thermal weapon type magic weapon provided by the base station Old Lu to withstand the attack of the remaining half-demon. But the efficiency was not high, and the casualties were high. No matter how powerful these two players were, there would always be fish that slipped through the net. There are more than 1,100 level 500 half-demon. How can they all be defended? Oh, come to think of it, these two have my increase, so they won't die so easily. These two people seem to be driving unparalleled mowing grass. If it weren't for the heavy casualties in the rear, they would definitely have an excellent advantage. What are you doing out here? Go back. Lu, the old man at the base station, was smart, so he noticed Gu Shanhai's arrival immediately. I'm here to provide you with some reinforcements. I'm very good at healing. Gu Shanhai said that he was here to support. Gone. You go back and hide first. The aura is enough. Basketball Shui on the other side also discovered that they really don't need healing skills. Gu Shanhai's recovery aura keeps their blood and blue always full. They don't recover quickly even after using them. Not to mention the aura that increases the upper limit of blood and mana, making them fleshy and hard, comparable to those meat shield players who focus on defense and health. Therefore, as long as Gu Shanhai's aura is around, it is only a matter of time for them to kill all these half-demon elite monsters. On the other hand, if something happened to Gu Shanhai, they would all be in trouble. They really kept Gu Shanhai as a sacrifice, for fear that something would happen to him. Therefore, it doesn't matter if they specialize in healing or something, since they don't lose any blood anyway. As for the dead villagers, they were very open-minded. If the main mission could not be completed, the villagers they captured would not be able to take them back even if they were turned into followers. It's better to keep it and use it as cannon fodder. Don't worry. My healing skills are super powerful, Gu Shanhai said, and threw out the healing skills with just one shot. Lu, the old man from the base station, looked at him as he passed by him, and finally landed on the half-demon who had just rushed over from a distance. I'm sorry. Why did you fall on the enemy? Old Lu from the base station didn't know how to complain for a while. Has anyone seen a healing spell that restores the blood of a monster? After receiving Gu Shanhai's treatment, the half-demon's body expanded rapidly, changing from a wild horse to the size of an elephant. Your healing technique also has benefits. Bang. The next moment, base station Old Lu was pushed away by the half-demon wild horse, and his huge body rolled several times before stopping. Base station boss Lu, who got up, felt that Gu Shanhai might be an undercover agent sent by the other side. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw that the elephant-sized wild horse had swelled into a strange ball. A large number of bones and organs were squeezed out, and terrifying tentacles of flesh and blood extended from it. A huge gap with various sharp teeth was opened on the top. This gap seems to be the mouth. The tentacles tied up any living creature they encountered, and then forcibly pulled it into the mouth. Then, there was a terrifying chewing sound. This scene made base station Old Lu feel a little numb. Damn it! You're doing a healing technique! Basketball Shui was almost caught in the waist by the tentacles. If he hadn't decisively used his skills to break free, he would have become his meal now. It would be very frustrating if he really had to die like this. So he quickly retreated, feeling quite frightened. There is an attack range, so don't enter and it'll be fine. Base station Old Lu analyzed the information instantly through his brain. Are you sure this thing is a healing technique? Basketball Shui, who had successfully escaped, immediately asked Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai nodded. Yes. Look, it was injured by Old Lu before. It has recovered after my healing spell. That's right. Then I thought, wait a minute. Your healing technique won't be an offensive skill. Basketball Water reacted and felt a little scared. Do you want to look at what you are talking about? The healing technique is of course mainly about healing. Gu Shanhai looked strange. At this time, the huge meatball creature seemed to be full, and a bright flower of flesh and blood bloomed on the top of its head, which looked somewhat similar to the Rafflesia flower. This is entering the second stage. Can you control this thing? Old Lu from the base station hurriedly took a few steps back. After flowering, the prey range and strength naturally increased, and each half-demon had no trace of anything. Those who resisted were pulled into the flower and swallowed. It should be no problem. Gu Shanhai hesitated and said. Should it? Basketball Shui was a little tired for a while. How could this thing be so? Then, they wouldn't have to fight another boss next. Don't worry. This is the only way for the opponent to pass. The game mode has been switched to tower defense mode. Even if the monster comes in, it has to defeat my flower first. If you can beat the boss, you can still consume him. If the boss can't beat us, then our mission is over. Why do you care so much? Gu Shanhai said that they were here to complete the task. not to play games. So don't worry about this at all. By the way, besides living things, will your flower eat dead things? Old Lou from the base station on the side came over and asked. After the birth of this flower of flesh and blood, the half-demon was no longer a threat. Eat. Why don't you eat? Moreover, when there is no food, it will take root and absorb nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other nutrients. It can even photosynthesize. Its survival ability is very powerful, Gu Shanhai said with excitement. What is the approximate limit to which it can grow? When base station Old Lou saw Gu Shanhai's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart, and suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling. It's the limit. According to my estimation, it should be able to cover the entire Jinshur village in half an hour. By then, you can even have a fight with the Black Stone Demon, Gu Shanhai said. Don't worry. It will be absolutely fine. Hearing this, base station Lao Lu's mood exploded at this moment. The monsters that Gu Shanhai healed through his healing technique had no judgment of friend or foe, just like his nuclear bombs. So not only the enemies would be devoured, but even friendly troops would not be spared by him. No. Have you ever thought about what we should do? This thing is so strong. How can we fight it? Old Lou of the base station felt a little tired for a while, saying that Gu Shanhai's hand is really strong. It is indeed very strong. He is trying to save his life, combat, etc. It is very suitable for support and life players like Gu Shanhai. But the problem is that this thing is out of control and is more terrifying than the boss. I have also considered this. With the aura on my body increasing, even if it is eaten, it will not be able to digest us, Gu Shanhai said seriously. So, if we are eaten, it will be more like entering a safe shelter? Basketball Water also came over. Yes, that's what it means. Gu Shanhai said that your kid's understanding ability is very good. Then how do you fight the boss? Let this flower come. Base station Lao Lu also forced himself to calm down by activating the cooling module. Otherwise, there would be too many places to complain about. It's okay. What do you think? Gu Shanhai asked. Mr. Lu from the base station said that he couldn't see it no matter how much he looked at it. The flower was really outrageous. Do you still have a summoning system part-time in your body? Base station Old Lou didn't say what he thought, but asked instead. He suspected that the flower had received attribute bonuses from Gu Shanhai. It's a bit of a part-time job, but not much. Gu Shanhai did not refute. After all, the inner demon Taoist soldiers and the incarnation of fate are also summoned objects, but they are not commonly used. After hearing this, base station Old Lou's expression softened, but he did not relax his vigilance too much. By the way, do you two want some healing spells? 1 shot will refresh your mind, 2 shots will never fatigue you, and 3 shots will make you immortal, Gu Shanhai said, and the radiance of the healing spell appeared on his hands. No, 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 I don't want to go back now. Basketball Shui immediately held down Gu Shanhai, saying that this thing was not suitable for them. Yes, you have to be careful when using this healing technique. Old Lou of the base station also hurriedly stopped him. He also saw that Gu Shanhai's healing technique exerted too many additional effects, and the original healing ability was basically minimal. If he really suffered a blow in the last round, who knows if he will mutate. It's okay. It's effective enough. I'm still a customer after all, so I have to give you some benefits. Gu Shanhai felt that he couldn't be stingy, and he had to let them enjoy the refreshing effect. At this time, base station Lao Lu seemed to understand the difficulty of the mid-level area this time. Not on the so-called boss, but on Gu Shanhai. This is no longer as simple as holding back, but jumping directly to the enemy's camp. What's more important is that the opponent is kind enough to help him. If he doesn't stop this, the group will really be wiped out. If you have something to say, let's talk it over. Let's not do anything. Old Lou from the base station also rushed to help Gu Shanhai hold down Gu Shanhai's hand, which was preparing to release the healing technique. Your reaction is too much. Okay. Forget it if you don't want to. Gu Shanhai didn't force it. The efficacy of this healing technique, he said before, was of course true. He is very honest in his words. If you really suffer from his 3 healing spells, you can get 2 permanent buffs and a talent. Unfortunately, they missed it. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Next time, don't use such scary treatment techniques. You can just watch the show from behind. Basketball Shui said quickly. As long as Gu Shanhai doesn't cause trouble, anything can be said. It was obvious that he could kill these elite monsters with time. But the result is now better. The elite monsters are almost dead. Gu Shanhai directly created a boss-level summon that is more terrifying than the elite monsters. And he still can't control it. This made them feel like they were useless. Not even comparable to the other party's summons. Chapter 459. The ability to stop sometimes. Is this what you want to do? A group of people hid in a relatively corner area, watching the flesh and blood Rafflesia flower waiting quietly. Even if this thing doesn't respond now, it's because they haven't entered the Rafflesia's feeding area yet. If they really do, a large number of tentacles will pour out from the ground in an instant. All the elite monsters are dead. Why hasn't the boss come in yet? Did we kill him too fast? Basketball Water ate the food and looked at the entrance of the village from a distance, thinking about watching this Rafflesia flower fight the boss. I didn't know. I am only responsible for planting flowers. Otherwise, if you catch a mouse, I will give it a healing spell. Let's see the big flower versus the small flower first. Gu Shanhai stroked Xiaobai's head, thinking about how to legitimately shave Xiaobai into a Mediterranean shape. Even if this guy bit his scalp several times and started arguing with him, he had to teach Xiaobai a lesson. Xiaobai, who was chewing grass, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He always felt that something was going to happen. Then he turned his head and looked at Gu Shanhai. He felt that Gu Shanhai must be causing trouble. Otherwise, how could he be treated like this? Look at what I'm doing! Eating grass. Gu Shanhai looked at Xiaobai's alert eyes, and could only say that Xiaobai's perception was really sharp. His malicious intentions were so restrained that he was still discovered. Hey! Xiaobai asked. Did you forget that you have the talent of having an animal companion? That's sloppy. I'll block it for you next time. Gu Shanhai also came to his senses. This talent really has no sense of existence. Gu Shanhai almost forgot about it. What is being blocked? Base Station Lao Lu asked curiously. Oh, I'm thinking about how to change my deer's hairstyle. Gu Shanhai touched Xiaobai's head and said, for example, shave it off and change it to a Mediterranean look. Yo? Xiaobai was shocked and said, just be a human being. The basketball player was also a little confused. Why are you shaving your horse's hair into a Mediterranean style when you have nothing to do? You can't blame me. It was this evil that first planned to chew my head into the shape of the Mediterranean Sea. I just retaliated in the same way. Gu Shanhai is a man who must retaliate. As for the conflict between his character and personality, it doesn't matter. The settings of the character can be deleted. He can temporarily add a new character setting, and then delete it after using it. In this way, the character of the Righteous Knight will not collapse. Times 2. Basketball Water and Base Station Lao Lu felt that there was something wrong with the designation of one person and one deer. Otherwise, all these messy things would have happened. Can you two give us some peace of mind? Old Lu of the base station said, and ordered the people to squeeze back again. The main reason is that the prey range of Rafflesia has increased again. If they don't squeeze in, they will have to. I started fighting the boss. But it was still a boss with no rewards. Why don't I worry about it? If the boss hadn't come, the mission would have been completed by now. Gu Shanhai confidently threw the blame on the enemy. Anyway, as long as the blame is not on him, whoever the love is on will be on him. That's right. Why is the boss so slow? He couldn't have fallen into the latrine while going to the toilet. Basketball Water also complained. This was not at all in line with their expectations. They had previously expected that they would come with elite monsters. Yes, all the elite monsters were eaten, and the boss has not been seen yet. Be serious. Even if he fell into the latrine, he would have crawled out long ago. Unless he is nicknamed the crazy maggot of the Dung Sea, there is no way he hasn't finished eating it by now. So I suspect that he may be creating another demon clan. Gu Shanhai guessed seriously. As long as you don't give the other person a nickname, I will believe you. The basketball player felt that in terms of unreliability, no one present could compare to Gu Shanhai. It's also possible that a rat demon has been created as a spy before. With such a cautious temperament, it is definitely impossible to come here alone. It's just that the other party probably didn't expect that this group of half-demon would be defeated so quickly. Base Station Lao Lu also expressed his agreement with Gu Shanhai's guess. If nothing else, at least the possibility is really high. Then what kind of monster do you think the other party might be? Gu Shanhai asked casually. So timid. I guess it's a cockroach demon. Basketball Shui said without hesitation. Can you be more logical? If it's really a cockroach demon, if the life force comes in, the two of you might not be able to kill him as fast as he can recover blood. Gu Shanhai complained. It's better than that crazy maggot like you. Basketball Shui retorted to Gu Shanhai. The two of them were talking to each other, which gave the base station old Lu a headache. He felt that he was a little out of tune with these two teammates. After all, there is a normal person mixed in between two perverts. And it is him who thinks something is wrong. Okay. The cockroach monster and the Dungsi crazy maggot just want to wait a moment. Let's talk about whether we can solve the matter at hand first. Old Lu of the base station could only come out to mediate. And the two of them were about to argue. Woke up. Fortunately, the two did not argue further, but thought about where to hide next. Because the flesh and blood Rafflesia expanded again. Do you think we will be tricked to death by your summons before we can wait for the boss? Basketball Water said. At this time, they had been squeezed into the air wall, and the entire Jinshur village was about to be occupied by the flesh and blood Rafflesia. Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Gu Shanhai asked. Bad news. After all, I don't think anything can be worse than this situation. Basketball Water doesn't care about this at all. The bad news is that you are right. Gu Shanhai then added, the good news is that we don't have to worry about the boss bypassing my summons. Because as soon as he comes in, he will enter Huahua's prey range. As time passed by, everyone felt that this boss was too insidious and would be wiped out if he didn't come back. When they heard a deafening tiger roar, the sound was so loud that many houses were shaken with cracks. It's coming. It's finally coming. Basketball Shui was also shocked. When Gu Shanhai heard the tiger's roar, he frowned, feeling that something was wrong with this tiger monster. A colorful tiger that was as big as a tank jumped in and started fighting with the flesh and blood Rafflesia flower. The two sides fought equally, and even the flesh and blood Rafflesia had the upper hand. Strange. Why is this tiger useless at all magic? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. The martial arts used by humans are called martial arts, while the ones used by demons are naturally sorcery. And this tiger demon simply uses hand-to-hand combat as its method of combat. Well, even if there is no sorcery, monsters like tiger demons have many magical powers, such as ghosts that can awaken, or magical powers that can awaken metal or wind attributes based on their qualifications. A tiger monster, with at least a lot of ghosts around him to cheer him up. But the result has not been there yet. No, your summons have been suppressed. Look at this posture. The best thing is to die together. Basketball Shui also has combat experience, and he can directly see that the flesh and blood Rafflesia summoned by Gu Shanhai is not at all its opponents. There are no skills or talents, just high attributes. Nothing like a whiteboard. Old Lu from the base station beside him also became serious. He really didn't react at first, but after Gu Shanhai reminded him, he discovered the problem with the tiger monster. What you mean is that this tiger monster is not the real final boss, but a secondary boss created by the final boss. Basketball Shui naturally understood what they meant. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How about you throw another healing spell at the tiger demon and make it turn into a flower? Basketball Shui Jing thought about the bug. The main reason is that I really can't beat him. Otherwise, I would have done it long ago. Ah, are you sure about this? Gu Shanhai hesitated for a moment. But it worked. But he couldn't guarantee the consequences. Forget it. I think there is still a chance of rescue. Basketball was still scared. If Gu Shanhai didn't ask back, then he would definitely take a gamble. For now, forget it. If the tiger monster passes the exemption, wouldn't it turn into a recovery for the opponent? Here, take it. Prepare for long-range support. Kill the tiger demon first. Old Lu from the base station handed Gu Shanhai a rocket launcher, then turned his hands into cannon barrels and fired 2 rocket launchers directly. Boom! The fire exploded, and both the flesh and blood Rafflesia flower and the tiger demon were in the midst of the explosion. Roar! The tiger monster was in pain and turned its attention to the base station Old Lu. Without hesitation, he abandoned the flesh and blood Rafflesia flower and rushed towards them. Fortunately, how could this flesh and blood Rafflesia let such a large piece of meat escape? So it used a large number of tentacles to forcefully drag it back. You must be supporting rather than attracting hatred. Basketball Shui, who had just taken out a basketball and was about to shoot, was speechless when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the flesh and blood Rafflesia was able to pull the hatred firmly, and it was done through physical methods. Otherwise, it would have really had to pounce on it. Why don't you count it? After all, Hua still belongs to our camp. If we really let the tiger demon win, we will definitely lose. Old Lu of the base station launched 2 more rockets without hesitation. The basketball player said this. But he didn't move too slowly, just dribbling the ball with his crotch on the spot. He is reading a note. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai fired 2 rockets and directly hit the Tiger Demon. The power of this thing was pretty good. Black hole 3-pointer. Hit it for me! The basketball water reading was over, and the basketball was just thrown out by him. The basketball in midair turned into a black hole, constantly attracting huge attractions. Snap! The black hole hit the Tiger Demon's head and exploded in an instant, causing a huge amount of damage to it. The fur on most of the Tiger Demon's head was torn off, revealing its bloody flesh and bones. Under this severe pain, he rushed towards the basketball water like crazy. But before he could take 2 steps, he was hit again. The flesh and blood Rafflesia was pulled back. This black hole 3-pointer not only injured the Tiger Demon, but also tore part of the flesh and blood Rafflesia flower into pieces. By the way, does your move become more powerful the more you hit 2, and the louder you shout? With the momentum you had just now, if you hit 2 more, wouldn't it be able to blow the Tiger Demon's head off directly? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. That's the truth, but there is an upper limit. The main reason is that the basketball I got has a bonus. Otherwise, those crazy people would be invincible. Basketball Water took out another basketball. For him, this basketball is both equipment and disposable consumables, like a black hole 3-pointer, unless it is on the court. Otherwise it will be damaged after shooting. Of course, not all basketball skills will damage the basketball. It depends on the durability of the basketball and the power and effect of the basketball skills. For example, the previous 100-split Tornado Demon Killer's dunk was not able to do so. But the corresponding power was definitely not as powerful as this black hole 3-pointer. Basketball Shui continued to read and dribble as he spoke, thinking that he would cooperate with Base Station Old Lu. Precisely because Base Station Old Lu could help attract hatred and protect him, allowing him to continuously use black hole 3-pointers as an offense. The two are complementary types. Then do you know basketball skills like stopping? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. Yes. It's just a bit useless. If it can be used as a trump card to reverse the finals in the basketball world. In other worlds, it can only stop for 0.0001 seconds and has a month's cooling time. Basketball Water complained. If this skill hadn't been used by him to develop his own system, he wouldn't have even planned to use it. It was expensive and limited. Not only could it be of great use in tournaments, but it could only be used in a limited tournament world. But it's impossible not to do it. Because if he wants to improve his system, he has to enter the basketball or sports world to play games. The players there are all very outrageous, and they can always break them. And they even have control space and manipulation. Destiny and other abilities are only limited to the field. Off the field, he is actually an ordinary person. If he wants to obtain skills, talents, etc., he must win the game. If he loses, there will be no reward. What a pity. If you want to stop, let's do something special. Gu Shanhai said with some regret. This special thing of yours should be illegal. Right. Basketball Shui glanced at Gu Shanhai with a strange expression. He thought of some time-suspended love action movies. You think what we are doing now is not illegal? This is poaching tigers. Gu Shanhai said that players have always been lawless gangsters. On the side, Mr. Lu from the base station finished loading the ammunition and said quietly, Have you ever heard of emergency evacuation rights? I'm legally illiterate. I've never heard of it. What's wrong? Gu Shanhai said confidently. That's okay. Base Station Old Lu did not continue to fight with Gu Shanhai, but directly fired the ammunition filled in his arms. Shinning's actions against a woman's will must have nothing to do with her right to escape. Basketball Water reminded him. What does it have to do with violating a woman's will? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. What I mean is that after we stop, use a mace to explode the tiger monster's anus. Or stuff some high explosives into the other's anus. Hack! ×2. Basketball enthusiasts and base station Lao Lu somewhat underestimated Gu Shanhai's level of charlatanism. Chapter 460 The most dangerous thing is not the boss, but the teammates. The huge tiger demon was dying, and it was about to make it. The flesh and blood Rafflesia flower was also in pieces at this time, and even its powerful vitality could not support its continued raging. This is bad news. Before the final boss comes out, Gu Shanhai's summons will die. Then what? What should we do next? Gu Shanhai asked. We're going to fight the boss. What else can we do? Old Lu from the base station also had a headache. It seems that it is just a group of little monsters who have defeated such a difficult cultivator. I don't think I am so strong. A voice came over. This made everyone tense up. They saw a human-shaped fox strolling over, covered in snow-white body, and wearing a strange robe. If it weren't for the awe-inspiring aura surrounding him, this fox would still look quite cute. Hey! 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 Gu Shanhai took out a handful of dried fish and called out to the fox demon. For a moment, the atmosphere solidified. Basketball Shui obviously saw that something was wrong with the fox demon's atmosphere. Do you think I'm a dog? The fox demon said with anger in his tone. Hey! You actually know that foxes are from the canine family. Gu Shanhai looked shocked. It was the first time he met a monster, and he was able to distinguish his own family. This is simply amazing. Then what? This fox may not mean that. Basketball Shui wanted to tell you not to be shocked. But Gu Shanhai was already shocked and could only add. He thinks you called him a dog. Besides, you have to give me steaks and dried fish. It doesn't matter. He is not a cat monster. Old Lu from the base station also added. You guys deserve to die. The fox demon looked gloomy and immediately grabbed the dying tiger demon's tail and pulled it out forcefully. The tiger demon, who was still a little angry, died instantly. And the tailbone, spine, skull, etc. were completely pulled out by the fox demon. In an instant, the tiger demon's soul jumped out and was refined by it. Is this a fake show of strength? Gu Shanhai complained. It's a bit insightful, but it's a pity that it only ends here, the fox demon said with a gloomy tone. The tiger bone was turned into a staff, and the tiger's soul was integrated into it. The fox demon casually moved, and a ghost tiger appeared and clung to the fox demon's body. You? Bang. Before the fox demon finished speaking, he was hit by a rocket launcher first, and then continued machine gun fire. In addition, Basketball Water also took out a small cart from the inventory. There were a lot of basketballs piled in the cart, and he used a basketball skill called Gale Continuous Shot. In less than 2 seconds, the cart of basketball bottomed out. We're already fighting the boss, so naturally we can't wait for the opponent to finish reading the message before starting the fight. If the opponent's skill called Fox Fake Tiger Power hadn't been activated too fast without moving forward, it would have been interrupted long ago. Damn it! Damn it! You guys! The fox demon thought about saying harsh words. But just as he was about to speak, he felt a stench that made him feel nauseous. And even his own demonic energy had a vague feeling of escaping. What the hell is that? When Basketball Water was replenishing the basketball, he saw Gu Shanhai throw something out casually. And then he saw the black mist rising up, shrouding the fox demon and the ghost tiger in it. And he could still a very rapid retching sound, and the roar of the ghost tiger were heard. Oh! The Dark Cuisine Stinky Tofu Egg has been strengthened by 12, with an increase of 12, and a fully enchanted version. When I usually cook and eat, my hands sometimes shake, and I make weird things like this. So I just strengthened it. Gu Shanhai said this. As soon as the sound fell, there was a huge change in the black mist. The black mist condensed into a huge distorted shadow, entangled the ghost tiger fiercely in it, causing the entire ghost tiger to become distorted. What did you do to me? My soul! The fox demon ran out of the black mist with a ferocious face. When he was about to question Gu Shanhai, he found that the black mist actually stretched out a large number of slender arms to forcefully pull him away. Go back. The fox demon kept struggling, but there was no way to break away from the black mist's drag on him. Is this thing also a summoned object? Basketball Water stretched out his hand and smashed the fox demon back with a basketball, with a look on his face. It doesn't count. It counts as food at most. Gu Shanhai hesitated and felt that the classification score was good. This thing is edible anyway, but the taste may not be very good. I finally understand. The reason why this mission is so difficult must be because of you. Old Lu of the base station also realized at this time that they had always thought that Gu Shanhai was a weakling. But now it seems that Gu Shanhai is the most capable person among them. It was Gu Shanhai. In the end, the boss couldn't even match one of his dark dishes, which showed that his life-related skills had reached an extremely high level, even for players, like them, who were mainly on the combat side. In the past, Base Station Lao Lu thought that Gu Shanhai was the #1 player because of his support ability. Now it seems that he has to add a life system. So even if the top 10 players combined may not be Gu Shanhai's opponent. After all, the opponent just threw a prop and solved the suspected level 600 boss. Oh, let me go! Don't do it! The fox demon's shrill cries kept coming and going in the black mist, and the sound of it made my scalp numb. Did you smell anything? Basketball Shui said abruptly. You smell it. It's the smell of my dark cooking. The smell is blown by the wind, Gu Shanhai said. At that moment, I saw the huge black mist beginning to expand due to the flow of air. Damn it! Run away! What are you doing here? Waiting for death. Basketball Shui reacted immediately, turned around and ran away decisively. The people who had gathered together dispersed in a hurry. From the current point of view, the boss should not be a problem. The real trouble is that they have to survive Gu Shanhai's summons. If you want to complete the mission, you must at least wait until Black Mist kills the Fox Demon boss. And this will take time. At least it will not die in a short time. After all, the Fox Demon's cry is still very powerful. Do you have any more dark dishes? Add some more ingredients to make him die quickly. Basketball Water on the side also shouted. Okay. But are you sure? Gu Shanhai felt that this player was really brave. Okay. Do it quickly. Old Lu from the base station also shouted. As the air moved, he found that he was actually starting to lose blood. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai's aura enhancement was powerful enough, and he could still withstand it for now. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai took out another piece of fermented shark meat from his pocket and threw it into the black mist. Then the black mist immediately began to billow, and a huge shark merged into the originally distorted shadow. No! Gulu Gulu, the fox demon's voice sounded loud again, and it was full of nonsense. He didn't know what happened. Why is this boss's health bar so thick? I was put into a negative state by your dark cooking. Basketball Shui felt weak all over, and felt like he was about to ascend to the sky. The two players were doing better. The survivors and villagers had already begun to roll their eyes. The main reason was that they did not get the aura increase from Gu Shanhai, and looked like they would no longer be able to do it. Don't worry. If I stay up a little longer, I think I'm going to die soon. Gu Shanhai could stand and talk without pain in his back, so he could easily ignore the smell. Gone! If you can't, just dispel this thing. Let's fight directly. Base station Old Lu felt that his mechanical body seemed to have been corroded a lot, which shocked him. Corroding his body will cause him to lose his maximum health, defense, constitution, and other related attributes. After returning, you have to spend various resources to repair it yourself. Originally, he was indeed able to repair it himself, but the memory metal and nanostructures on his body were suppressed by the strong corrosive aura. In this environment, he directly lost his ability to recover. This doesn't work well. I'm only responsible for throwing it. I can't control it. Gu Shanhai spread his hands and said that if you just bear with it, it will be easier to deal with it when the fox demon is dead. I have lived for so many years and fought so many bosses. The first time I encountered danger was from my teammates. Base station Lao Lu couldn't help but sigh at this time. He could only say that after living for a long time, he can see everything. It's okay. You can see more in the future. Gu Shanhai greeted Xiao Bai and took 3 steps back. It can only be said that this fox demon's blood is really thick. After half an hour, the movement became much smaller. However, Basketball Water and Base Station Old Lu were not having a good time at this time. They were both dizzy. Basketball Water had retched and the person was almost dehydrated, while Base Station Old Lu's brain was reporting errors crazily, and his body parts were still there. Fire burst out from time to time. It was obvious that some mechanical parts in the body had problems due to overload. The mission is completed. Basketball's face showed weak joy. Finally, he no longer had to smell this smell. I can't bear it anymore. Let's go back first. Next time we better not download the dungeon together. Old Lu of the base station returned without hesitation. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, his people might be lost. So he didn't do anything. I chose to return without hesitation. When Basketball Shui saw this, he also smiled politely. But he couldn't help but spit it out. And then, he could only leave in embarrassment. Of course, it was not only the 2 players who left together, but also many aborigines. These aborigines were all followers of the 2 players who had conquered and completed the mission, so they naturally followed them back. However, there are some leftovers. Currently, his vital signs are extremely weak, and he may die if he survives for a while longer. Okay, let's disperse. After Gu Shanhai said that, the twisted black mist was annihilated in an instant. As for the remaining aborigines, Gu Shanhai directly erased their memories, so that they did not remember what happened in the past 5 days. In fact, the safest way is to kill them. But when Gu Shanhai thought about it, it was not necessary. These villagers had not offended him. and they were very active during the fight. They did not avoid fighting or cooperate with the enemy. Kill them. What to do? He is not a murderous maniac. As long as he doesn't offend him or has a conflict of interest, Gu Shanhai is still very easy to get along with. Oh! I almost forgot that there is another treasure here. Gu Shanhai thought of a certain black stone demon that was sealed away. This thing is under Jincher village. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand to grab it and pulled it out. The black stone demon looked like a piece of obsidian. It was waking up little by little after breaking away from the seal. As a result, before fully regaining consciousness, Gu Shanhai knocked out the opponent's consciousness with just such a knock. A stone can knock someone unconscious. This is not scientific at all, Gu Shanhai complained. When he put it in his pocket and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. If he left like this, wouldn't the seal be empty? If other monsters came to save the black stone demon later, wouldn't he have to leave in vain? One trip. We have to leave some gifts for them. Gu Shanhai thought for a moment, then dug out the nuclear bomb that Mr. Liu from the base station had buried under Jincher village, and then stuffed it all into the seal. And the explosive activation device and the seal were very thoughtfully connected. As long as a demon opens the seal, the nuclear bomb will explode immediately. Come on! Let's enchant these nuclear bombs. After Gu Shanhai finished burying it, he felt that he might not be too enthusiastic about doing so. After all, they had come all the way here, so it would not be good to just eat some radiation. So at least, they should add more ingredients. Done! 5 minutes later, Gu Shanhai completed the enchantment and added a lot of weird special effects, such as evaporation of lifespan, soul disorder, and other undesirable sequelae of death. The next thing I want to do is find an identity and go harm the world. Gu Shanhai took out a page from the history book. This time he didn't force a good identity. He just filled in a small transparent page. The air wall disappeared because the task was completed. And then was the real beginning for Gu Shanhai. As a result, he discovered a very serious problem. That is, this thing seemed to be ineffective for him. The identity can't be changed. No, it can't be determined. Gu Shanhai felt a little bit confused. This thing seemed to have no way of identifying him. So the judgment failed and the identity could not be generated. Because I became the world. This page of the history book is incompatible with my data, making it impossible to upload and generate it. Soon, Gu Shanhai came up with some clues. After learning about this situation, he was a little speechless. If I don't have an identity, wouldn't I become a blackmailer? Then I don't seem to have any influence. Gu Shanhai found that he didn't seem to need to hide his identity now. The reason why he did this was to be cautious and put on an extra layer of vest for himself. It can provide an extra guarantee, even if this guarantee may not be of much use. Since it's useless, let's forget it. Gu Shanhai didn't insist on this, and then directly started to find the protagonist through prophecy and divination. Not fully developed yet? Maybe it's not time yet. But it's okay. I'm good at accelerating ripening. Gu Shanhai instantly found the protagonist, whose beard he wanted to cut off. It's just a little weird. It feels like it's split into two. It can't be two protagonists. Right. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the overbearing president and his little white lotus wife. It probably wouldn't be such a coincidence. Chapter 461, with the universe in one's sleeves. The breeze and the bright moon must also be there. Can you two have some backbone? Gu Shanhai looked at the two half-grown children in front of him, who were probably 7 or 8 years old at most, with a look of helplessness on his face. The two people in front of them are the immature versions of the protagonists, and even the protagonist's charisma has not yet stabilized. But the qualifications are very good. Even if there is no special physique, it is still a piece of rough jade. It only needs to be carefully carved to become a beautiful jade, or at least to become a first-class master figure in this world. It turned out to be good now. He was committing petty theft. Just now, he touched 2 of Gu Shanhai's buns and took them away. 1 for each person. One person's work is another's responsibility. It was me who did this. It has nothing to do with Gua. The bun is already in his stomach. You can kill or chop him up as you please, one of the people said, scratching his neck. He's called Gua. And you're called Air Dan? Gu Shanhai complained. Although he said that having a cheap name makes a living, it was too weird. No, my name is Big Cat. The other person seemed to be choked, and his tone was a little at a loss. So you two are a cat and a dog combination. Right. Gu Shanhai thought that it was both a cat and a dog. It wouldn't be a big problem to jump up and create an iron pillar later. Demao did not react. But Guo had a more delicate mind, and saw that Gu Shanhai had no intention of arguing with him. So he hurriedly said, "My hero, we are both dizzy from hunger. So we took you have a lot of buns. Please spare us this time." He immediately knelt down with a snap, and even pulled the big cat to kneel with him, saying something about being kind. The two have neither father nor mother. They have been together since childhood, begging and stealing for a living. It is not easy for them to survive until now. They are not very old. They look only 7 or 8 years old, but they are actually already 12 or 13 years old. It is only because of malnutrition that they look small. "It's very difficult for me to kneel down like this," Gu Shanhai said quietly. This world is a martial arts fantasy, and now the protagonist is kneeling in front of him. At this time, Gu Shanhai feels that the Death Star above his head has begun to glow. If you meet someone who will definitely retaliate, keep this in mind, and when you have mastered your magic skills, why bother coming over to him? The rise of the protagonist is quite fast, and it can last a lifetime in 3 to 5 years. When the two of them heard Gu Shanhai's words, their expressions couldn't help but froze, especially Demao, who thought he had done something wrong. "Come on! I have a copper coin here. Let's test whether we are destined to be together. If we are connected, we will accept you as our disciples. If not, we will divide things among ourselves." Gu Shanhai took out a copper coin. ×2. Big Cat and Guo were a little at a loss. What kind of start was this? The person in front of them was obviously extraordinary, and he could actually like them. "As for me, I will throw this copper coin up later. If your fortune is prosperous, you will accept me as your teacher. If the world is peaceful, I will accept you as my disciple. That's it." Gu Shanhai didn't wait for the two of them to react, and threw the copper coin like this. "Throw it up." Snap. The copper coin just stood upright. Seeing this scene, Gu Shanhai's face instantly became so gloomy that he could almost shed tears. The big cat and the dog are also a little suffocated. What kind of hacking luck is this? God is letting them die. Have you two considered that you are a lone star in the sky, or have a special destiny like Black Yitang? Of course Gu Shanhai knew what was going on. It was the world that was stopping him. If you change it to someone else, now absolutely turned and left without saying a word. But it was a pity that Gu Shanhai was shameless. It's just a matter of breaking one's word and gaining weight. It's not a big deal. "It wasn't there just now, but it is now." There was also a kind of shock in the big cat's tone. "This thing is just feudal superstition. If you don't believe it, you still have to control your destiny in your own hands. As the saying goes, my destiny is up to me." Gu Shanhai said that it is feudal superstition when his right eye jumps to bring disaster. It is a good thing to make money when his left eye jumps to come. "Meet Master." Guo pressed the big cat and kowtowed without hesitation. He naturally understood what Gu Shanhai meant. "Very good. The red tape will be waived. You two will be my disciples from now on. I forgot how many disciples I have." Gu Shanhai has a lot of disciples, and he doesn't usually count them. They are all in the same world anyway, so it doesn't matter. "Your names are too nonsense. You need to change them." Gu Shanhai thought to himself. This cat and dog name is too ugly. "Please give me your name, Master." Big Cat also accepted his fate at this time. The other party was obviously a cultivator, and he, a little beggar, couldn't resist. "Yes, your name is Chi Feng, and your name is Mingyu." Gu Shanhai pointed first at Guo Hua, then at Mingyu, and directly changed their names. "Just pair them up, and you can take out your Jin Yuanzi's vest and use it." The two looked at each other, and had no choice but to recognize it. "Thank you, Master, for giving me the name." ×2. Get up. Come over and have something to eat. Gu Shanhai didn't have that many rules. The cause and effect had been planted. The two of them couldn't run away even if they wanted to. The next step was to focus on education. When Qi Feng Mingyu saw this, they also stood up, then carefully picked up the buns and started to nibble on them. They must have been cautious. Gu Shanhai was thinking about one thing at this time. That is, the two protagonists had been cut off by him. What would happen next? He knew almost everything about the high martial arts fantasy system in this world before he came to see the protagonist. The system of this world is divided into 9 levels. The body forging realm, the pulse condensation realm, and the Gangsha realm are the lower 3 realms. The Hotian realm, the Xiantian realm, and the Master realm are the middle 3 realms. In addition, the upper 3 realms are the 5 Qichaiyuan. The 3 flowers gather at the top and heaven and man become one. In addition to this, there is also the super level above the 9th level, which is the realm of gods and demons. The special gene fragment that Gu Shenhai discovered from the human race before was actually the legacy of the fused descendants of cultivators, who became gods and demons. If the gods and demons are still alive, or their bloodline concentration is sufficient, they will be activated and have the physique of the descendants of the gods and demons. In other words, as long as the resources are in place, it is basically not difficult to cultivate to the realm of harmony between man and nature. But if you want to become a god or demon, the physical difficulty of the airs formed by the blood of gods and demons is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Gu Shenhai also has a lot of skills in his hands, but the highest level can only point directly to the realm of the unity of heaven and man. He wants to become a god and demon, but he has no way to rely on the skills, and can only find his own way. The reason why the descendants of gods and demons broke through the difficulties between gods and demons is because they used the Tao of their ancestors, and they were seeking the Tao within the Tao. How could they break through? Even if the cultivation techniques are different, the convenience given to them by their bloodline will eventually be repaid. So don't think about sowing the skills at every stage directly to the strongest point. However, it doesn't mean that everyone can casually practice to the realm of unity between nature and man. Nowadays, gods and demons do not appear in the world. They live outside the world, and most of the time, they do not interfere with the running of the world. And the number of these gods and demons is not large. The total number of humans, demons, gods and demons is only about 50. This world still has some value to Gu Shenhai, at least in the realm of gods and demons. He found that this world was actually a bit similar to the Xuanzhen world. The difference was that the Xuanzhen world was directly robbed, while the gods, demons and cultivators in this world were Yanghe and others. Of course, it is precisely because of this gentle method that does not harm the world that the world has no ill intentions towards the practitioners, but has a vague intention of supporting them. Gu Shenhai suspected that Qi Feng Mingyu and Qi Feng Mingyu were probably not out to deal with certain calamities, but rather as trendsetters of the times to allow this world to develop again. To put it more simply, every god and demon may have been a protagonist in the past. Their growth path is to lead the entire era and enhance the world's heritage. As for the protagonist, there is not only one role. Master, you plan to teach us how to practice? Right. Qi Feng asked boldly after eating 2 buns. Still thinking. What suggestions do you have? Gu Shenhai asked back. Qi Feng has an out-of-the-box personality that is both rough and subtle. At first glance, she may seem careless in doing things, but she is actually bold and careful. Mingyu, on the other hand, is more calm, more likely to plan and act later, rather than taking action directly like Qi Feng. Therefore, Qi Feng will ask, and Mingyu will get along with each other for a while, and first find out Gu Shenhai's temperament before asking. I don't have any ideas. Qi Feng smiled bitterly. Then you still ask? I thought you were going to say I want to be the Pirate King. Gu Shenhai complained. Whoever wants to be the Pirate King should be the Grandmaster. Qi Feng retorted subconsciously. You did a great job lifting the bar, so don't lift it next time. Gu Shenhai felt that this guy was so strong that he couldn't even eat to stop his mouth. Grandmaster naturally refers to the Grandmaster realm of the 3 middle realms. Oh, I know. Qi Feng also heard Gu Shenhai's teasing, silently picked up a big bag, and continued eating. As the saying goes, a grown-up boy is a poor man. And Qi Feng Mingyu is also in the same situation at this time. Master, I'm full, Mingyu said very honestly. He was not as bold as Qi Feng. These two people gave Gu Shenhai the impression of a yin and a yang, a sense of movement and stillness. If they continue to develop, they should become similar to complementary personalities. But that's just the way it should be. The actual situation is also very different. The wild nature in Qingfeng's heart is difficult to calm down, while Mingyu is more inclined to be indifferent and clear-minded. The former goes directly to conquer the mountain and become the king or establish a sect, while the latter just gets married and has children honestly. It's a pity that their origins and even their growth are not something they can decide on their own, even if Gu Shenhai doesn't come over. After all, the two of them are just little beggars, not disciples of any famous sect or noble sons of wealthy merchants. Like this, the living environment will force them to keep moving forward. Look at Mingyu. You just eat when you eat. How different is it from you, who takes 2 bites to argue with me? Gu Shenhai turned his head and looked at Qi Feng and said, But master, I just argued with you once. Qi Feng was also a little helpless about this. Is this something that happens once or twice? This is waiting for me to make it up next time before I teach you a lesson. Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while, and it seemed to make sense. Ah, master, can you please stop being so messy? Qi Feng felt so tired and felt that the days to come would not be peaceful. He could tell that Gu Shanhai didn't have a gloomy personality, and he also guessed that accepting him as a disciple might really be a whim plus pity. Otherwise, why would he accept two little beggars as his disciples? Nonsense! This is called teaching you to respect teachers. Gu Shanhai thought for a moment, and then said, Eat quickly. I have to buy a house. Otherwise, we will have no place to stay at night. Go to Yaxing. I know the way. Mingyu, who was relatively silent, said, Yes, I know. Gu Shanhai nodded. He was quite satisfied with these two disciples. He is a bit of a petty thief, but he is quite satisfied as a person, and does not appear to be anything serious or evil. The petty thefts of the two of them were more about food than money, mainly to survive. When he heard that he was going to buy a house, Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he ate 2 buns and a few mouthfuls before saying, I'm full too. Let's go when you're full. Let's buy some clothes for you two first, so that you don't get stopped like this when you go out. And then you have to show off and get slapped in the face. Gu Shanhai knew 90% of the reasons why the protagonist was stopped by security guards. It's because of the careless clothing. At a high-level banquet, all the people attending the banquet are upper-class people, and everyone is neatly dressed. But it turns out that you are wearing a vest, shorts, flip-flops. This doesn't stop you from stopping anyone. At least it gives the host some face. Dress more formally. Even if you are a security guard in casual clothes, they won't necessarily stop it. The purchase process was very simple. I went directly to the tailor shop to get a suit that fit me, and then bought some fabric to customize it. If the money is scattered, nothing can be done. The two of them were also very excited. After all, they were wearing new clothes for the first time in so many years. Yaxing also quickly picked a house and bought one with 7 in and 7 out. When Gu Shanhai threw out the banknote, Qi Feng, Mingyu, and the others were shocked. With so much money, if you don't buy a house, how many years will it take to give it to them? Master, there may be something wrong with this house. After paying off the money, Mingyu said with some concern, This house with 7 entrances and 7 exits is not something ordinary people can live in, let alone put up for sale. I know. But it's mine if you buy it. I'll chop off the hand of whoever comes. Gu Shanhai didn't care about these things at all. Anyway, this banknote is not real. He just drew it casually. Compared to using silver and copper coins, Gu Shanhai prefers to use banknotes. After all, the first two require him to transform them, but banknotes can be drawn by himself. Master, you are so powerful. What level of cultivator are you? Qi Feng asked curiously. I'm in the Qi Chain stage. Gu Shanhai didn't hide it. He was indeed in the Qi Chain stage, and he was now at the 5th level of Qi Chain. It was easy to fall down 1 level, because he stuffed Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu into the 4th level and renamed them 4 symbols. As for the original 7th level of Chain Energy, Twins, it was deleted by Gu Shanhai, mainly because it was broken up and integrated into other levels, and it was not qualified to be ranked on the 1st level alone. Deleting levels is not a big deal for Gu Shanhai. It is a very simple matter. Chapter 462, Suppressing Horse Bandits? Do you have to ask big investors to pay? Master, I have a little question. Qi Feng asked with a bitter face. You can ask, but I may not answer until you finish your homework. Gu Shanhai lay on the chair and threw a grape into his mouth lazily. Why do you have to do homework when you said you would practice? Qi Feng felt that this was different from the practice he imagined. In his eyes, training meant exercising the body, practicing exercises, and practicing martial arts. But when he arrived at Gu Shanhai's place, why did he just do his homework every day? He has also seen the scene of giving apprentices in a martial arts gym. When people come, they first practice Pao Kung Fu to strengthen the body, then pass on the Kung Fu to practice, and finally practice martial arts. Once they are proficient, they can become a master. Because I'm teaching you the Tao, not the art. Gu Shanhai naturally knows how those martial arts schools, gangs, etc. teach apprentices. Improve your strength first, and then cultural literacy is none of their business. So many times, most people are illiterate and don't even know the words. They just need to practice according to the script and it will be okay. After you graduate, you can learn slowly. Of course, if you are from a famous sect or a member of the royal family, You will definitely not teach like this. Instead, you will first learn to read, then learn the meridians, acupuncture points and other knowledge, and then teach the techniques, and will also explain them during the teaching process, etc. Martial arts gangs are different. In the former, you pay for it. Anyway, as long as you are strong enough to become a martial artist, it's fine. In the latter, they just use you as cannon fodder. After you have mastered your skills, they arrange to go out to work, and they don't care about you so much. Oh, then I'm done, Qifeng said, handing in the homework. The two have very good talents and belong to the ranks of geniuses. Qifeng said he didn't want to do homework, but he was also very hardworking. The life we live now is different from the life we lived before. We have meaty meals for 3 meals, and we don't have to be exposed to the wind and sun. Mingyu also followed closely behind. Teacher, I'm done too. Gu Shenhai's spiritual consciousness swept away. And then comments, explanations, etc. appeared on their homework. You guys take a look at the wrong questions first. We will talk about the questions later. We will take the test in the afternoon. If you two get full marks, you will pass, and you will start practicing formally tomorrow. Gu Shenhai is still methodical in his work. Qifeng Mingyu has been studying with him for half a year, and she has almost learned what she should learn. Yes, teacher. ×2. After hearing that they were able to practice with perfect scores, even the relatively calm Mingyu had a little excitement on his face at this time. They had been looking forward to it for a long time. The two of them were genius disciples, and they were very self-conscious. They were probably used to hardship, so they cherished their current days. Gu Shenhai rarely bothered about when these two would review, preview, etc. Gu Shenhai looked at the protagonist's aura in the two of them. In the past 6 months, it was almost stable, which meant that the drama was about to begin. It also means trouble is coming. Gu Shenhai estimated that it would start in 2 years at most. Qifeng Mingyu is now 14 years old. They have had enough nutrition in half a year, and their development has also undergone many changes. At least they are no longer skinny and small like before, but have flesh on their bodies and look very tall. Healthy. Teacher, the situation is getting more and more chaotic now. We should make preparations early, Mingyu said suddenly. I know that the great Xian dynasty feels like its building is about to collapse. You have a very keen sense of the current situation. Gu Shenhai opened his mouth to praise. Mingyu is relatively taciturn on weekdays, but every time she speaks, she will give corresponding suggestions, even if the suggestions may sometimes be childish. Unlike Qifeng, the information she learns will be relatively simple. But don't worry. As long as the emperor of the Dashuan dynasty doesn't die, this broken ship will not sink. Gu Shenhai knew that the current emperor Xian was a cultivator of the harmony of heaven and man realm, and there were also many old monsters of the harmony of heaven and man realm in the royal family. As for the gods and demons, there was one, the founding emperor of the Dashuan dynasty, but he had already escaped from the world and didn't care about it at all. The reason why Daxuanhui is in this situation is because of the various turbulence caused by Emperor Xian's plan to break through the realm of gods and demons. It's not that easy to create a god or demon. What's more, those famous sects are unlikely to agree to Emperor Xian's breakthrough, and will try their best to prevent the other party from breaking through. Even if this move will enhance the foundation of the human race, it will lead to an imbalance in strength. If Dashuan is a dual god and demon, what should other human forces do? By then, as long as these two supreme emperors in the realm of gods and demons are not dead, the Dashuan dynasty will not die even if it dies. Master, you have a keen eye for fire, but my disciples are not as good as you. Mingyu actually had a guess that Gu Shenhai was probably a powerful practitioner in the realm of unity between man and nature. As for gods and demons, it was unlikely in his eyes, because gods and demons rarely walked on earth, will only be outside the world. Furthermore, if Gu Shenhai was really a god and demon, he would not let them buy a house here. Wouldn't it be better and more convenient to take them to practice outside directly? It's different. You and I have different visions. You can see this, which is already very good. Gu Shenhai directly cheated and read the script, while Mingyu came up with it through analysis. Naturally, the two cannot be compared. Sir, I have an invitation for you. The steward of the house shouted respectfully outside the study. Invitation? Whose is it? Gu Shenhai asked casually without opening the door. He also received a lot of invitations from some big families and gangs in the city, just to expand their relationships or to draw some blood from Gu Shenhai. When Gu Shenhai settled down, He kept himself quiet and spent a lot of money. So many people became interested. At the beginning, many people came to test it. But in the end, they all failed. There were also people who wanted to break the rules and come to cause trouble. But the matter ended before it became a problem. Therefore, each of them was taboo and did not dare to continue to explore. It is true that they are local snakes. But Gu Shanhai is not a cross-river dragon who comes to compete with them for territory. And they have also received a warning from the government about this matter, asking them to keep their hands and feet clean. Otherwise, if rich families come to settle in the city, one will die, and the other will die. What is this? A slap in the face of the government? If you want to take action, you have to abide by the rules. At least you can't kill at will. What are the laws of the court? It's an invitation from the city lord. He not only invited you, sir, but also famous wealthy families, martial arts schools, aristocratic families, and gangs in the city, the steward said hurriedly. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he understood that this was probably not targeting him, but all the forces. But I was invited. It seems like something big is happening this time. Gu Shanhai muttered softly. When? Gu Shanhai asked directly. Do you want to prepare something for me tonight? The steward meant that it was best to go to the banquet. After all, he is the city lord. If he doesn't go, he will lose face. Go and prepare. Remember to prepare a generous gift. Gu Shanhai didn't have any idea. Yes, sir, after the steward said. He left to prepare. What happened? Qi Feng asked curiously. I didn't know. I had to go and see it. Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes. Qi Feng really thought that he was omnipotent. He didn't care about these things on weekdays. So naturally he didn't know. He has no interest in the game between high-level officials. As long as it doesn't affect him, the other party can do whatever they like. I won't take you with me tonight. You two don't have any cultivation skills. It's useless to go there. You two just study at home. Gu Shanhai didn't plan to take Qi Feng Mingyu there. The two of them were just ordinary people. Not much use. Naturally, the two of them didn't have too many ideas. They both knew that Gu Shanhai was going to do business. And even if they followed him, it would be of no use and would only cause more trouble. It was night in a flash, and Gu Shanhai arrived at the door of the city lord's mansion. He came in the most shabby way. Others were either shouting at each other, or there were many servants. Gu Shanhai only had a steward and a coachman here. After coming down, the others just took another look. And no one appeared to be sarcastic or jump out to provoke. Gu Shanhai doesn't hold grudges and doesn't act in a high-profile manner. So he naturally belongs to the ranks of transparent people. After showing the invitation, a servant led the way and took Gu Shanhai to the main hall. By this time, many people had come. His seat is at a relatively corner position. After all, he is just a little transparent. If he could be invited, he still fell in love with him and bought a house with 7 entrances and 7 exits without blinking an eye. This kind of financial resources is rare in the city. Those aristocratic gangs may be able to come up with this money, but they will never use it to buy a house. This also shows that Gu Shanhai is rich. But no one knows how rich he is. Being a businessman in this world is not a lowly profession, but a serious profession. They can support domestic slaves and control the economic lifeline. At the same time, they must have enough force to support them. Otherwise, they will not be able to protect their own property. Are you the one from the north of the city? A certain wealthy person on the side seemed to recognize Gu Shanhai. But he was a little hesitant. I don't know if it was true. Exactly. I never thought that your excellency could actually recognize me. Gu Shanhai also smiled. Being recognized is not a big deal. These personal contacts are extensive and have formed various intricate networks. A relatively unfamiliar face like Gu Shanhai's, naturally it seems rather abrupt. It's just a bit unfamiliar, and I just took a guess. I never thought that the city lord even invited your excellency over. And I don't know what it is about. The other party didn't have much thought, but was a little emotional. And at the same time, he felt wary in his heart. This is not the first time he has experienced the city lord's banquet. Generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities. One is to win over. But this time it is impossible because he has participated in too many banquets with a win-win nature and has never entertained Gu Shanhai. The second type is obvious. That is, it is useful to them. And it is still very useful. So even Gu Shanhai called over. I'm afraid I'm going to have to bleed a lot this time. This big business owner felt a little helpless. Gu Shanhai didn't care about this. If he wanted to give money, he would use the banknotes he drew. Anyway, it was just paper. As for giving materials, he didn't have any. It is possible to provide money, but not to provide people and efforts. It took more than half an hour for everyone to arrive, and the city lord also came late. When he arrived, he complained that he was busy with official duties, which was actually just a slap in the face to them. For a city lord in the Hotian realm, a small place is already pretty good. The city of Anchang where he was located was just a small place, not a big city, and it was located in a remote place. The main purpose is to make it easier for the protagonist to change maps. Otherwise, the protagonist would have been born in one of those divine realms or holy realms from the beginning. And how would he have developed little by little? In such advanced maps, maybe even a gangster can have the master realm. Strength. Well, although this world is not so outrageous, the gap between cities is still huge. In Anchang City, the practitioners of the Hotian realm are already at the master level, at least in the entire city of Anchang. Only the city lord has the acquired strength of the middle third grade. No matter what gang or family the others are, the strongest ones are only at the peak of the Gangsha realm. There are still only 3 people. It is a pity that they cannot break through because of their own qualifications, the essentials, so it has always been in the lower third level. Therefore, all the power of the entire Anchang city is concentrated in the hands of the city lord. If he has strength, others have to surrender. After the city lord arrived, he started chatting about relationships. The 3 peak practitioners of Gangsha sitting in front also had some interactions with the city lord. The whole banquet was a happy one. It wasn't until after they had had enough wine and food that the city lord revealed his purpose. Suppress bandits. That's right. It's bandit suppression. Recently, a group of horse bandits came near their Anchang city and robbed many caravans. So they wanted the forces in the city to work together to find a way to put an end to this banditry. As soon as these words came out, the original voice quickly calmed down. The main reason is that the city owner went too far and asked them to provide people, effort and money. But in the end, the city owner got the credit. That's right. The city lord just wants to reap the benefits and doesn't want to take action. Therefore, the 3 cultivators at the peak of Gangsha also expressed their refusal tactfully. The reason why they did not dare to say it bluntly was to leave room. From the current point of view, the city lord planned to use force to force him. After some conversation, he was unable to escape in the end. As for other people's objections, it has absolutely no effect on the city lord. Force is a good thing. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. And at the same time, he was a little gloating about his misfortune. The matter of suppressing bandits has nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He just pays for it, and doesn't need to provide effort or people. This is what those gangs and martial arts schools need to do. After all, they have a lot of cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if it's money. Anyway, if you draw it yourself, the cost of suppressing bandits doesn't have to be settled in gold and silver. On the contrary, silver notes can circulate better at the upper level. The banquet broke up quickly, but the atmosphere was different from when they came. When they went back, everyone looked more or less dissatisfied and gloomy. Gu Shanhai didn't show any gloating, but instead followed their expressions. Otherwise he might appear to have a problem and might be targeted. Go back home. After Gu Shanhai got into the carriage, he said with some waning interest, this night was a waste of time. Chapter 463, The suppression of bandits really failed. The failure of the bandit suppression was somewhat unexpected. At first, Gu Shanhai thought it was the city lord who offered a 30-70 split. But he found out that it was not the case. The real city lord was the evil one. And it might have contributed to the situation. But more likely, it was because of the collapse of the game. 2 of the 3 cultivators at the peak of the Gangsha realm from the Sifong gang, the Qinyan Martial Arts Hall, and the Lin family died. And another one who was seriously injured and dying escaped. It is said that there is a master of the Hotian realm among the horse bandits. And he can be killed in a few moments. 2 of them were killed. And the one who escaped was the previous head of the Lin family. Fortunately, the other party was wearing a set of treasured armor lining. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape at all. This made Gu Shanhai a little surprised. This incident caused a bit of turmoil in Anchang City, and even forced the city lord to do something. Before there were no practitioners of the Hotian realm. It didn't matter if a group of people went to suppress the bandits in the city. After all, there was still a chance of winning if you fought hard. But now you lose. It's a bit unjust for you to collect the money and food for suppressing the bandits and still not do anything. Therefore, The city lord could only bite the bullet and delay first, and then recruit people to suppress the bandits together. It wouldn't work if the city lord didn't go, because after the bandit suppression failed, the group of horse bandits took advantage of their arrogance and arrogantly plundered the goods of several chambers of commerce. Many merchants cannot enter the city, and the goods shipped out of the city cannot reach their destination. He even killed civilians outside the city, which made the city lord's brain go crazy. Gu Shanhai didn't have much idea about this. Anyway, this bandit wouldn't mess with him. It didn't matter whether he was causing harm to the whole world or benefiting the people. Master, I have mastered skin training, Qifeng said excitedly. Oh, that's right. Work harder and strive to break through to the pulse condensation realm as soon as possible. Gu Shanhai's answer was very perfunctory. Master seems to already know? Mingyu also followed. The progress of the two was basically the same. Even if someone fell behind, they would quickly catch up, as if they were bound. With your talents? If you can't train your skin within 3 days, it will be in vain that I gave you the Sutra of Immortality, Gu Shanhai said slowly. Qifeng Mingyu's own talent is strong. Coupled with the skills deduced by Gu Shanhai through a large number of skills and the continuous supply of resources, there will definitely be a problem if she fails to successfully train her skin in 3 days. Removing tendons, cleaning marrow, forging bones, and exchanging blood. These are not ordinary exercises at all, Mingyu added. He had also used his own financial resources to see some of the martial arts techniques before, so he naturally knew that they were different. Others had just beaten the bones, but he was completely reborn. Can't you learn from Mingyu? Look more. Listen more. Instead of coming here in a hurry. Gu Shanhai glanced at Qifeng and said, Qifeng has an out-of-the-box temperament and feels like a hot-blooded protagonist. And her specialty is definitely explosive sex. As long as the bright moon is here, it's okay. I don't have that need. Qifeng looked indifferent to this. For him, it was not a big deal. After the two practiced the Eternal Life Sutra, they became more and more interested in it. There was a tacit understanding. It's just the differences in personality that lead to a lot of differences in moves. Qifeng is more suitable for swordsmanship, a fierce and domineering approach, while Mingyu is more inclined to swordsmanship and takes an elegant and agile direction. In 3 days, the two of them naturally not only learn the Sutra of Immortality, but also learn the martial arts taught to them by Gu Shanhai to the introductory stage. Gu Shanhai also equipped them with weapons casually. They would have to give them to them sooner or later anyway, so it was better to let them get used to it. Then you can't marry a wife in the future and let Mingyu follow you, Gu Shanhai complained. Why not? Qifeng hesitated and said, Then even if Mingyu is willing, his wife is not willing, and your wife is even less likely to be willing. Gu Shanhai thought that this was too outrageous. We'll talk about it then. Anyway, just rely on the bright moon for now. Qifeng said that he didn't think about it that much. Master means that you should think more and not be careless every day, Mingyu reminded. Qifeng practices martial arts very hard and has great talent. He can even draw inferences from one instance to another. However, he prefers to be more straightforward. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. Too much strength is easy to break. That's the truth, Gu Shanhai said. I understand, Master. Qifeng said he understood. But in fact it is difficult to change things like personality, unless there are some big changes. Even if you hit a wall, you may not look back. Gu Shanhai didn't ask him to change. He just reminded him. By the way, Master, will the previous failure to suppress bandits affect us? Mingyu asked. Obviously. Unlike Qifeng who only focused on practicing, Mingyu paid more keen attention to the surrounding environment. Failed? When did it happen? Qifeng asked curiously. You are very well informed this morning. I'm afraid you know everything about our house, Gu Shanhai said with a smile. If the temperaments of these two people complement each other, it would be perfect. The good things are more delicate, and the calm things are more agile. It won't affect us. We won't do business, and we won't leave the city. The city wants money to suppress bandits, and I won't be stingy either. Besides, it's not our turn to worry about this matter. If even the city lord loses, the Imperial Court will definitely send experts. We are just a small place here, and those in the acquired realm are all great masters. Gu Shanhai explained that Anchang City was actually very safe. It was so safe that no contradictions appeared within it. If it were a place bordering the demon clan or other alien races, how could such a thing happen? So without external pressure, internal fighting will start on its own. In Anchang City, it has been many years since we heard about the deeds of the Demon Clan. Even the leaders of those forces have a vague concept of the Demon Clan. I see. What should I do if I really attack the city and rob it? Mingyu was still a little worried. Her master was too rich and would be coveted. He felt that Gu Shenhai was enigmatic. But who would want to get into trouble like this for no reason? Do you really think that the Anchang City guards are useless? As long as the city lord doesn't die, no one will be able to get in. Gu Shenhai knew that the horse bandit was just a horse bandit, and that only one of the Hotian realms had some strength, and the others were not enough. Cause trouble. If we really can't do anything, it's okay if we run away. We can continue to hang out in another city. Gu Shenhai really doesn't care about this. As for the plot, that's none of his business. Anyway, he came here to study the system and analyze a page of the history book, using it only as material to break through the Dao peeping period. Now there are only a few. He just became a disciple to deepen his traces. Gu Shenhai didn't care about the others at all. Master, why don't you kill this horse bandit yourself? Qi Feng rolled his eyes and came up with this idea. This is a bad idea of yours. I've told you before. I'm not even in the body forging realm. I just don't have the power to restrain a chicken. If you ask me to kill the horse bandits, it's no different than asking me to die. Gu Shenhai acted like I am weak. Don't count on me. Qi Feng Mingyu knew that Gu Shenhai was hiding his clumsiness again. The Longevity Sutra they practiced was not an ordinary skill. However, Gu Shenhai had no such intention, so he did not continue to ask. Okay, Master, remember to take me with you when you run away. Qi Feng didn't have deep feelings for Anchang City. How could an unaccompanied beggar have any good impressions of this city? Hey, you are taking this matter seriously. Gu Shenhai couldn't help but tease. Qi Feng didn't say anything, just smiled bitterly. Is there anything else? Gu Shenhai asked again. No. I have to go back to practice. Qi Feng and Mingyu also ran away quickly, fearing that Gu Shenhai would give them some homework on a whim, which would be troublesome. It's so scary to run so fast, Gu Shenhai thought. But it was impossible. These two were academic masters. They learned quickly, absorbed quickly, and rarely got beaten. Forget it. Spare them once. Gu Shenhai is still very satisfied with Qi Feng Mingyu. If he has to find faults, he will definitely point out his mistakes. But Gu Shenhai is not the kind of person who has high demands. This disciple can be perfect in everything he really wants. Then he is a teacher. Isn't it useless? Huh? Xiaobai came over and asked. What can I eat? I'm telling you. Stay away from my hair. Gu Shenhai looked at the deer's head that was leaning over, and there was a black line. When Gu Shenhai went to the banquet without him, he thought it was delicious when Gu Shenhai ate it alone. So he had to try it. Then he opened his mouth and bit Gu Shenhai's hair, almost breaking his teeth. Gu Shenhai's hair was not real hair, but a living creature of the spiritual plant type. And Xiaobai's mouth was filled to the brim on the spot. At that time, he understood that Xiaobai didn't want to have a taste, but simply wanted to turn him into the Mediterranean in revenge for Gu Shenhai shaving his head. Yes, before, Gu Shenhai took advantage of Xiaobai's sleep and directly shaved Xiaobai's hair so that he could cosplay Sha Monk's curly hair. Fortunately, Gu Shenhai also left a hand for it and did not kill it. If he really wanted to kill it, it would never grow back in its lifetime. However, it took Xiaobai almost more than a month to grow well, mainly because Gu Shenhai limited its regeneration frequency. Otherwise, if it takes a month, 1 minute would be considered too slow. Later, Xiaobai wanted to nibble Gu Shenhai's hair from time to time, so that he could experience this Mediterranean hairstyle that even Daniel Wu couldn't control. Hey! Xiaobai said that he would look at it without saying anything. I'm currently studying the transformation of the demon race. When the time comes, I'll turn you into a deer-powered immortal. I'll let you and Baihu form a chariot to bond with the Cheat Kingdom to debut. Gu Shenhai said that you will suffer in the future. As for why there is no sheep power immortal, it was harmonized for some reasons. So after the revision, only the deer power immortal and the tiger power immortal can form a bond entry. Hey! Xiaobai said to this. Let the horse come over. If it barks out, it will be named after Gu Shenhai. You've been a bit rebellious recently, so you forced me to straighten things out for you. Gu Shenhai was speechless. He had been arguing with Gu Shenhai ever since he shaved his hair. Yo! Xiaobai said that if Gu Shenhai hadn't shaved his hair, he wouldn't have had so much trouble. So he had to vent his anger. Dot! This deer was not big in size, but its tone was quite loud. Gu Shanhai and everyone were numb when he heard it. No! You have already taken revenge. You chewed my hair a few days ago, but you didn't bite it off. So you have already taken revenge. It's just that you didn't succeed in retaliation because of your own lack of strength. Gu Shanhai corrected Xiao Bai, tried to deceive him, and even quietly gave Xiao Bai a lesson. When Xiao Bai heard this, his expression froze, and it seemed to make sense. Huh? Xiao Bai was a little doubtful about life and felt that what Gu Shanhai said was right. Yeah. When did I lie to you? I shaved the hair on the top of your head, but you also chewed my hair. We are already clean with each other. If you do it again, it will be your fault. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if you have transformed by then, Immortal Luli will forget about it and let you become a Sha Sung. Gu Shanhai tried harder to deceive. Xiao Bai listened a little confused. Although he felt that something was wrong, he found that he couldn't find what was wrong with Gu Shanhai at all. So he could only nod to express that we were reconciled. As long as you understand, I am your master, and I will not harm you. Gu Shanhai deceived him sincerely, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally deceived Xiao Bai. I can only say that the method of reducing intelligence is really useful. Otherwise it would be too much to just convince a novice with a few words. Hey! Xiao Bai didn't react, so he left to chew on the tree. Anyway, he was idle. He had some snacks to cool down his fast-working head. It's done! Gu Shanhai changed his position of lying down and divined the situation of the group of horse bandits. He didn't care about these things, but since everyone was at the door, he always felt that there was something wrong. So he just checked it out. This investigation revealed some interesting things. They are not serious horse bandits, but deserters who escaped from the Demon Suppression Pass. Gu Shanhai grasped the information in an instant. The Demon Suppression Pass is the pass between the Dashuan dynasty and the Demon clan. So these horse bandits are essentially deserters. It's not just a random thing, but it has a purpose. Interesting. Of course, the purpose was not Anchang City, but the people behind the scenes asked them to suspend their operations, and they happened to be passing by Anchang City. Seeing that there was no guard force in Anchang City, they wanted to make a profit. Moreover, this group of horse bandits is only a small group among them. Not all of them. The real leader of the horse bandits is a practitioner of the Xiantian realm. It looks a bit like a precursor to tragedy. Gu Shanhai knew that the protagonist's rise would be inseparable from various pressures. Of course, for the current protagonist to face the horse bandits, it is not pressure but death. Therefore, this pressure needs to be transferred out. For example, let Anchang City bear it first, and then Anchang City will be divided into various people's livelihood problems. Then the protagonist, who is a beggar, will definitely be affected. It's just that the current plot may be a bit biased, and the script hasn't had time to be updated yet. This kind of big conspiracy is not something I can participate in. If it doesn't work, I'll run away. Gu Shanhai quickly understood the cause and effect. It was nothing more than a small twist and turn radiated from the upper-level struggle. Chapter 464, The Sky is Falling. Wait, I seem to be the tallest? The matter of the horse bandits soon came to an end. The general process was that City Lord passed by. Then the City Lord died suddenly, and then only a few people escaped back. This has made Anchang City a turmoil now, for fear of horse bandits coming in. But there is good news. After the death of the City Lord, it has been reported to the court. It is said that the court has sent people down to solve the problem, and they need to hold on. Gu Shanhai didn't take this matter to heart at all, because it had been solved. Of course, it was not Gu Shanhai who solved the matter, but the script had been updated. According to the original plot, after the death of the City Lord, this group of horse bandits would rush into the city, burn, kill and loot. But now that is no longer the case, because the City Lord inflicted heavy losses on the leader of this group of horse bandits, causing them to use rat weapons. When the bandit leader's order arrived, he naturally did not enter the city as before, but prepared to make a detour. Originally, they had received the order, but instead of taking a detour, they went straight out of Anchang City. As for why the City Lord was able to severely injure the other party before his death, it was naturally because he took a sum of money from Gu Shanhai, and then went to find the Lin family's head of the Gangsha realm who had escaped, and rented the lining treasure from him. This caused him who was supposed to be killed without any injuries, to severely injure the enemy before he died. Master, the horse bandits have won. Do we have to prepare to run away? Qi Feng asked while warming up his body. Why are you running away? We have already solved it. Gu Shanhai did not intend to hide it, but continued. The origins of those horse bandits are not ordinary. It is estimated that they will not be eradicated in the short term. Gu Shanhai naturally knew that there was someone on top of this horse bandit, and he had a special background. How could he be wiped out so easily? After this time, he will disappear for a period of time and wait for the right opportunity to come back again. Even hidden dangers were laid here. For example, the leader of the horse bandits, who was severely injured by the city lord, would definitely come back with revenge. Gu Shanhai could think of the reasons for him. Why was he seriously injured but nothing happened to the city? The reason is indeed a bit nonsense, but it is very useful. That's good. Otherwise, the whole city will be in chaos. Qi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Escape is definitely not a good thing. But the city lords are all dead. Otherwise, Master, you can just become the city lord. Qi Feng had another bad idea. You are really talented at coming up with bad ideas. Have you ever considered becoming a dog-headed strategist? Gu Shanhai complained. Qi Feng really knows how to play. That's not good. The dog-headed military advisor is still more suitable for Mingyu than me. Qi Feng directly threw the blame. Mingyu on the side rolled her eyes, not intending to deal with Qi Feng now. This thing has been a little swollen recently, so she has to find an opportunity to repair it. You forgot. Mingyu is so petty, and she must be thinking about how to fix you right now. Gu Shanhai said gloatingly. Master, I'm careless, Mingyu said helplessly. How could Mingyu be so petty? Master, you are just talking nonsense. Qi Feng also agreed. Yes, Mingyu is not petty, but he has not denied that he wants to fix you. Gu Shanhai kindly reminded Qi Feng. When Qi Feng heard this, his expression froze. Mingyu, this is not true. Is it? It's true. You'd better prepare in time to avoid being caught off guard, Mingyu said very seriously. Hearing this, Qi Feng couldn't help but swallowed, and his face fell. Master, can I still be saved? Qi Feng asked Gu Shanhai with a grimace. How can you not be saved? If you grit your teeth and close your eyes, you will get beaten at most. Gu Shanhai said that Qi Feng had indeed swelled a lot recently, and he needed to be beaten more to solidify his foundation. In terms of realm, Qingfeng's progress has always been faster than Mingyu. But in terms of martial arts, Qi Feng is inferior to Mingyu. The analogy is that Qi Feng is 3 to 5 experience points higher than Mingyu in terms of level, but is inferior to Mingyu in terms of skill proficiency. In addition, Mingyu is a smart and elegant type, so in actual combat, Qi Feng is always beaten by Mingyu. Fortunately, these are just some small things, not big things. The gap between the two is actually not big. Even if Qi Feng loses more in actual combat, it is still when facing Mingyu. In the same realm, he is fierce and domineering. His sword skills are extremely cruel. Moreover, it is also due to Qingfeng's character that the moves are all in the form of wide opening and closing. It is easy for Mingyu, who is delicate and thoughtful, to catch the flaw. However, not everyone can catch this kind of flaw. Mingyu's education is to be careful. Shanhai, the head of the 5 Elements sect, personally went into battle. In this world, even those direct disciples of gods and demons, or favored descendants, do not have this level of education. I don't believe it anymore. Now that I'm about to achieve great success, it's still unclear who will win and who will lose. Qi Feng said that he refused to admit defeat. What? Are you going to break through to the realm of unity between man and nature? Gu Shanhai teased. No, but I think I should break through and practice bone training. Qi Feng smiled bitterly. I should, but it's not done yet. TSK. It's not good to talk big. Gu Shanhai looked at his progress and compared it to other cultivators. This should be true for him. But compared to Qi Feng Mingyu, but it doesn't count. According to his estimate, it would take at least 10 days to break through, while normal practitioners would take half a year to a year. It took 3 days to break through the skin, 5 days to break through the flesh, and about 15 days to break through the bones. They have been training for 5 days now. For Qi Feng Mingyu, the level of strength training that some people cannot break through in a lifetime only takes 3 months. Their bottlenecks are simply incomprehensible to Qi Feng Mingyu. This is the convenience that their qualifications bring to them. As long as you don't let it go to waste. it will definitely be smooth sailing along the way. With the independence of these two people, it is really difficult to support them. After all, they have been beggars for so many years. In fact, they have already been tempered for a long time. And the protagonist is not an ordinary person. Master, I always feel that this Anchang City is not a place to stay for a long time. Mingyu ignored Qi Feng, who was about to speak, but directly expressed her feelings. Oh, what do you say? Gu Shenhai suspected that Mingyu might have some kind of intuitive talent for seeking good luck and avoiding evil, and could detect misfortune to a certain extent. Qi Feng actually also had it, but it was more inclined to combat-type beast intuition. He doesn't show off his strength on weekdays, but it will really show up in battle. As for the actual battle with Mingyu, it was not considered a battle, because the two sides did not have any killing intent. They were just sparring, so the beast's intuition took effect very rarely. I can't tell, but I always feel that trouble is coming. Mingyu hesitated and said. Gu Shenhai was a little curious. He knew that Mingyu's premonition was actually true. As the protagonists, the two of them must have been born with all kinds of troubles. I just didn't expect Mingyu to say it. If you want to come to the door, you haven't come to the door yet. What are you afraid of? Besides, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. You think so? Qi Feng. Gu Shenhai also didn't care about this. When Qi Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Master, are you going to let me take the top? Yes. Look, you are the only one in our entire house who is supposed to break through and practice bone training. You must be the supporter. Gu Shenhai teased again and directly changed the subject. Dot! Qi Feng did not respond, but turned his head and ignored Gu Shenhai, practicing seriously on his own. When Mingyu saw this, she didn't say anything. Since Gu Shenhai didn't care, it meant it was really not a big deal. Sure enough, following me will allow the protagonist to think for himself without being directly or indirectly affected by the world. Gu Shenhai naturally knew why Mingyu was in this situation. Just like Wang Qi back then. He was obviously the protagonist and should have followed the normal plot. But suddenly his mind went online, wondering if there was something wrong with what I did. And then he went astray. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Mingyu's talent of seeking good luck and avoiding evil would not be able to take effect, making him aware that trouble might come to his door. Instead, it will favor short-term changes and be directly weakened into abilities similar to treasure hunting. Master, someone arranged by the Imperial Court is here. Do you want to go and see him? The steward of the mansion hurried over and reported to Gu Shenhai. Are there many people going, or did you send me an invitation? Gu Shenhai was very steady in his work and always followed the crowd. There are a lot of people, and they are all people who have been fawning over in the past. It is said that the person who came here is a cultivator of the Xiantian realm. The person in charge said. He actually arranged for someone from the Xiantian realm to come over. Gu Shenhai raised his eyebrows, and then said, He is indeed a big shot in our small place. The Hotian realm is already incredibly big, not to mention the arrival of a Xiantian realm, which will naturally cause a sensation in the whole city. Basically, it is not much different from the emperor going to a remote mountainous area to express condolences. I won't go there. It's not interesting. Gu Shenhai refused directly. He didn't want to waste time. He was very busy now. It's time to analyze a page of the history book, to deduce the exercises for Xiaobai, and to teach Qi Feng Mingyu. Where can I have so much free time to do these things? He is just a little transparent. How can he have so many things going on? He had shown up in the city lord's palace, but he still sat in the corner and kept quiet. The money he gave was relatively obscure. The only person who knew about it was the city lord. Therefore, in the upper structure of Anchang City, he still has no sense of existence. Yes, sir. Of course, the steward couldn't say that he made the decision for Gu Shenhai. If Gu Shenhai didn't go, he could only respond like this. But I heard that this Xiantian realm cultivator seems to be looking for someone, which is a bit puzzling. The person in charge mentioned it again. Looking for someone? That has nothing to do with us. He will definitely have to find some local gangster. Gu Shenhai naturally understood that finding someone would definitely not have anything to do with Gu Shenhai. A rich man. He would have to go through local gangs and martial arts schools. Only a big force like that would do. Unless people are here. Sir, I'm worried that those gangsters will use this tiger skin to attack us. The steward said with a hint of sadness. They may not be able to find someone. But using the excuse of looking for someone to attack the big families in the city is really not a small thing. Even if it means extorting a large sum of money, they can still make money. Don't think too much of gangs, martial arts schools, and other forces. They are black industries in themselves. But they are just legal organizations in this world. 5 out of 10 people who commit crimes such as murder and robbery are members of these forces. The remaining 5 are people who have been cornered by these forces. If you say so, it is indeed a trouble. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the kid is difficult to deal with. Gu Shanhai knew that the Xiantian realm cultivator would not care about these things at all. For him, the strong should be respected. The real code. Most cultivators have this idea. They accept the rule of the Dashuan dynasty, not because the Dashuan dynasty is good, but because the Dashuan dynasty is strong enough. Otherwise, famous sects and aristocratic gangs have long been divided into one party. How could this be possible? Honestly, if they are just making trouble, they will lose money to avoid disaster. If they don't know how to show appreciation, someone will deal with them. Gu Shanhai didn't want to go too far. If they came to fight against the autumn wind, then Gu Shanhai would give them some banknotes. Anyway, it's fake. But if you really push it too far, you can be sure that they will disappear without a trace. Now Gu Shanhai is low-key, not stubborn, which means that he doesn't have to endure it at all. If everything goes well, everyone can have fun together. If you really think that Gu Shanhai is easy to bully, then you are wrong. Yes, sir. When the steward heard this, he was also a little confused. Is there someone to take care of it? There are only 2 people in their house. Qi Feng Mingyu, who are cultivators, and they seem to have just started. Maybe not even skin training. How to deal with it? It's just that he didn't ask these doubts. And it wasn't like he was losing money anyway. Of course, it is also possible that Gu Shanhai has some backups, such as recruiting some masters to offer sacrifices. So he is confident. With Gu Shanhai's financial resources, these things can still be accomplished. Even if you are a cultivator, you need money in every aspect. Without money, it is really difficult to move forward. Master, is there really someone who can take care of this? Qi Feng asked after seeing the steward leave. Qi Feng is usually carefree, but he also knows how to measure things and knows what to say when the occasion arises. Yes. Gu Shanhai hesitated slightly. Ah, Master, you are showing off again. Qi Feng felt that Gu Shanhai must have a backup plan. Otherwise, he would not be so stable. Hey, I won't tell you. Gu Shanhai teased. This made Qi Feng's face darken. But he also got the answer he wanted. With Gu Shanhai's answer, 99% of the time it was possible that he had a backup plan. And the rest was Gu Shanhai's own decision. Mingyu is relatively taciturn, and she doesn't know what she is thinking. But her skills are not lost at all, and she practices in an orderly manner. Gu Shanhai didn't say much. He could only say that after the plot changed, the original direction naturally began to be replanned. And it was no longer the original script that had seriously deviated. Chapter 465, after the little villain's IQ comes online. I didn't find it. Is he dead? Song Chonqian muttered softly. He came to Anchang City not only to deal with the group of horse bandits who were causing trouble, but even whether the horse bandits were wiped out was of no importance to him. He would not care about the mere Anchang City even if it was massacred. At a glance, he couldn't look down on a small place that didn't even have the acquired realm. He came from Shengjing, the capital of the Dashuan dynasty, and his status was even more remarkable. He was the Zhao family, the head of the 8 great families of the Dashuan dynasty. Zhao Qian and Sun Li, Zhou Wu and King Zheng. They are one of the 8 most powerful families in the Dashuan dynasty today. And this Zhao family is even more extraordinary. It is not only a wealthy family with the first surname, but also a royal family. The person he came to find on this trip was a person of royal blood. This person was naturally his eldest grandson. After Emperor Xian killed his father and brother and came to power 14 years ago, in order to avoid making the same mistake again, he restricted his all princes, and no prince has been established yet. It was also during the chaotic time that the prince's concubine left with her eldest grandson, and finally disappeared. From the clues, Song Chonqian found Anchang City. It's just that he didn't come here to welcome his eldest grandson, but to eradicate the roots. 14 years have passed. The eldest prince has long since reorganized his concubine family, and has a new heir. Song Chonqian is the new eldest prince's concubine. As for why we knew this clue, of course, It was because the concubine and her family had planned what happened to the eldest prince's concubine and her eldest grandson. That's why they knew to give Song Changqian some clues to help him find Anchang City. Judging from the clues, the princess disappeared. But the eldest grandson seemed to be handed over to someone locally. He has searched all over for men of the same age, but has not found any so far, which makes him extremely confused. He personally went to check out the wealthy households, aristocratic families, and gangs in the city now, or 14 years ago, but naturally found nothing. Those civilians? He didn't even look at this. How could the princess leave her son to be raised by a group of untouchables? Dead. That's the best. And I save a lot of things. Song Changqian also breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also afraid that if he did it, he would be liquidated in the future. Now that the eldest prince is critically ill, Emperor Xian is trying to attack the realm of gods and demons. Once he succeeds, he will definitely abdicate in favor of someone worthy of his throne. And this person can only be the eldest grandson born to the new prince and concubine. Even if the former prince's concubine and former eldest grandson come back, it will not change this fact. It will only make this matter a lifelong disturbance. Originally, Song Changqian really didn't have any reason to come to Anchang City. He couldn't stand the horse bandits and gave him a reason. Therefore, the new princess and her natal family worked together, and he came here. It's called suppressing bandits. But it's actually about cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. If I just go back like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it. Song Changqian knew that the reigning princess was a ruthless person, and he was determined to be punished if he couldn't do the job. In Anchang City, he was a master at the Xiantian realm. But in Shangjing, a brick could hit 10 Xiantian and 8 grandmasters. So his strength is really nothing. We can only find a scapegoat, and we will be able to talk about it then. Song Changqian knew that the princess didn't take this matter to heart at all, and it was more for peace of mind. But even so, it was enough to cause a bloody storm. 1. Song Changqian noticed the movement of the jade metal around his waist, and his expression also moved. And then he quickly immersed himself in it. Then a consciousness communicated with him. Have you found the evil obstacle? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. This person is the natal uncle of the princess. And there is no doubt in the other person's tone. Not yet. It will take some time, Song Changqian said calmly. He was under the imperial concubine's command, and he only maintained a certain respect for this person, rather than listening to everything. He was a disciple of the Zhao family of the Tian family, not the other party Pingyang Qin. The disciples of the family, even his immediate boss, the princess, are members of the Qin family, one of the 8 great families, and after marrying the eldest prince, they are members of the Zhao family. Don't stand in the wrong position. Otherwise something will happen sooner or later. Among Xingjing's senior leaders, it is always the person who is on the wrong team who dies rather than the person who made the mistake. Then there's no need to look for it. Just massacre Anchang City and then frame it for the horse bandits. The other party's tone was cold. As soon as these words came out, Song Changqian's expression instantly darkened. Is there any decree from the prince and concubine? This is an oral instruction. You can carry it out. The other party did not seem to notice Song Changqian's change. Since there is no decree, please forgive me for not being able to take action. Song Changqian sneered, really thinking that he was a fool. Massacre of the entire Anchang City is not difficult for a Xiantian realm practitioner like him. But what happens next? Once exposed, he will die and the 9 tribes will be killed. He also framed it for the horse bandits. Anyone with a brain would know that something was wrong. Therefore, it is more likely that he did it on the front foot, and someone came to arrest him on the back foot. The princess and the Qin family couldn't protect him. In the eyes of the Bajushi family, he was just an innate realm. If he was a 3rd-level cultivator, it might be a big deal, but a trivial matter. He, an innate realm, wouldn't have such treatment at all. He joined the Zhao family of the Tian family as a retainer for resources, rather than actually dying for the other party. And he was not a dead soldier. You dare to resist the order? The other party's tone contained murderous intent, as if he didn't expect that a dog would dare to disobey orders. Where did the order come from? Song Changqian sneered and expressed disdain for this. He would kill him if he could, as long as the Qin family dared to take action. He would dare to pass the matter to the Zhou family of the southern Qing dynasty. The former prince's concubine was the daughter of the Zhou family of the southern Qing dynasty. After the prince's concubine and her eldest grandson disappeared, The Zhou family of the Southern Qing dynasty also investigated for several years, and finally gave up because it took too long. Okay. Very good. The other party seemed to laugh in anger, and then continued. Song Changqian, don't forget, your whole family is still in Shengjing. Kill if you want. I just hope you won't regret it. If I go to Nanqing County, it will only be 3 days' journey at most. Song Changqian knew that he must not be cowardly at this time, and he had to fight hard with the opponent. If he gives in, the other person will attack his family immediately. You dare to betray me, the Qian family, and you are not afraid of dying without a complete body? The other party heard Song Changqian's threat and became furious instantly. Oh, I am a retainer of the royal family. When did I become your Qian family's dead soldier? The emperor's eldest grandson has not yet ascended the throne, and the princess is not yet the queen mother. She is not even the princess. She is just the princess. Song Changqian sneered. He knew that the matter could no longer be settled so simply. The other party was really jealous of him. Just wait for me. Huh? After saying the cruel words, the other party disconnected the connection. This Qianluan is indeed narrow-minded and short-sighted. I am afraid that this matter was not ordered by the princess, but by his own initiative. Song Changqian guessed some causes and consequences at the first time. He simply disliked the slow speed of time and felt that it should be faster. It would definitely be quick to massacre the city directly. But if this matter comes out, he will definitely expose the prince and concubine. After all, massacre of the city is tantamount to treason and betrayal of the country. If the 9 tribes are gone and he is dead, there will be no nostalgia for him. Why? He said that he would bite off a large piece of meat from the princess and Qian. Emperor Qian was afraid that he would not only leave his mother and keep his son, but also suppress the Qin family. As for suppressing this matter, this is simply impossible. There are at least hundreds of thousands of people in this city. If they can all be suppressed, the Qian family will no longer be the Pingyang Qin family, but the Tianjia Qin family. The eldest prince would not dare to be so arrogant, let alone a mere prince and concubine. There is still a way to survive if you don't listen. But if you listen to the other party's words, Song Changqian will definitely die. In this case, why not go and seek refuge with the 4th prince? A gleam flashed in Song Changqian's eyes. The eldest princess would be dragged into trouble sooner or later if she fell in love with such an elder brother. In addition, this eldest grandson was not like a human being, so he was definitely not someone who could stay in the ancestral temple for a long time. More importantly, Emperor Qian did something wrong. Giving the throne to his eldest grandson would cause dissatisfaction among other princes. If it is passed to the eldest prince first, even if the eldest prince dies, and then the eldest grandson succeeds him, the other princes will not dare to take action. Now thinking of directly passing the eldest prince to the eldest grandson is equivalent to ignoring the other princes. What's more important is that the eldest prince may not be able to survive the succession. It will take at least 10 years for Emperor Qian to break through the gods and demons. As far as the eldest prince's illness is concerned, it will take at most a year. How can he hold on? With this secret, the 4 princes plus the Zhou family of the Southern Qing dynasty can certainly compete for the throne. Song Changqian chose the 4th prince because he had no heirs. It doesn't matter if you have no heirs. You can adopt him. So who is the most suitable candidate for adoption than the eldest grandson born to the former eldest prince and princess? In this way, the 4th prince can not only gain the support of the Zhou family of the Southern Qing dynasty, but also the support of one of the 8 great families of his mother's family. When 2 aristocratic families of the Jiang Yong and Wu families merged, even if the eldest grandson ascended the throne, he would be pulled from the throne. There is no need to consider becoming the mysterious emperor of gods and demons. No matter how much he loves his eldest grandson, he will have no choice. It is not that easy for gods and demons to interfere in the human world. Now, I just hope that the eldest grandson of the former emperor can live well. It's true that he can't find it, but it doesn't mean that the Zhou clan of the Southern Qing dynasty can't find it. They have the secret technique of blood, and they can definitely find it as long as they enter Anchang City. Song Changqian was neither a member of the Zhao family nor a member of the Zhou family, so naturally he could not use this secret blood technique to track him. It is impossible to hand over this kind of bloodline secret technique to one of his disciples. After all, it is related to his own bloodline. Damn it! This bitch didn't really plan to treat me as a scapegoat from the beginning. Song Changqian couldn't help but trembled. As a princess, there must be a branch of the Zhao family who has taken refuge in her. If a branch of the Zhao family came, wherever he needs to be found, he can find it much faster than a headless fly like him. Even if this type of bloodline secret technique has a distance limit. So there are only two real reasons. One is that this matter is not suitable for the Zhao family to know. And the other is that after killing him, he can be used as a scapegoat. He is just a retainer, and is not completely tied to the prince and concubine. The hearts of these people are really dark. My sister asked me to be the scapegoat, and my brother just asked me to massacre the city. Ha ha. Song Changqian couldn't help but sneer, really thinking that he was a fool. If he hadn't reacted in time, even if he didn't kill the 9 tribes, he would have killed the 3 tribes. At that time, he can be used to appease the Nanqing Zhou family as a way to win over and reconcile. Once the situation stabilizes, the Nanqing Zhou family can only hold their noses and admit it. Killing him alone can be regarded as killing multiple people with one stone. Sneak back to Shengjing and join the 4th prince first. Song Changqian actually had an idea for a long time. If the 4th prince denies his proposal and does not intend to protect him, then Nanqing County will surrender to the Zhou family, and the 8 great houses will, even if they don't have the strength of the 4th prince. As long as they can find the former emperor's grandson, they can help him to fight in the ring. The current emperor's concubine and the current emperor's grandson are only the Pingyang Qin family. Of course, if even the Zhou family of the southern Qing dynasty was not willing to take him in, then he would naturally take his wife and daughter and fly away. Why would he stay? Anyway, the other party is forcing his whole family to die. So why should he stupidly commit suicide for the other party? Not only is it no good, it also ends in ruin. The other party didn't have any kindness towards me. So he naturally felt at ease and found someone else. So, as long as the brain is online, many plots will directly deviate from the original route. Gu Shenhai looked at Song Changqian, who left without saying goodbye, and complained. If it is the original plot, Song Changqian's IQ is not up to the mark, and he will only massacre Anchang City according to Qian Luin's instructions. And then Qifeng Mingyu escapes from death, and finally reveals the conspiracy step by step, and then connects the forces to return to Shengjing for revenge. The former emperor's grandson was Mingyu, so he had noticed some bad feeling before. The status of these 2 disciples is not that of a fuel-efficient lamp. If the protagonist doesn't make up a lofty and tortuous identity, he won't be able to play. Right. Gu Shenhai was really unable to complain. Mingyu is the grandson of the emperor. But Qifeng is different. His father is the son of the leader of the Blood Demon sect, and his mother is the daughter of the head of the Xianqing sect. She has a complicated identity of good and evil. In this world, in addition to the most powerful Dashuan dynasty and the 8 great sects, there are also 3 sects of the righteous way and 2 sects of the demonic way. The 3 sects of the righteous path are the Xianqing sect, the Haoran sect, and the Vajra sect. And the 2 sects of the demonic path are the Blood Demon sect and the Huangquan sect. In addition to this, there are also the 10 gangs, which are more like large-scale evil forces. They are not as good as these forces, and are more like little brothers. The dynasty, the wealthy family, and the evil spirits form a unique balance of forces. All parties are restraining each other. If one company is dominant, they will be jointly suppressed in order to consolidate their own power. Said Song Changqian away. It should be enough time for Qifeng Mingyu to grow up. Gu Shenhai knew that it was impossible to hide for a lifetime. And it was impossible for Gu Shenhai to really let the 2 of them hide for a lifetime. Instead, he would wait until the time was right. Let them go out for some experience, and bring enough benefits to Gu Shenhai. Okay, let's go back to work. When Gu Shenhai saw what was going on, he naturally used 5 elements escape to move directly back to his house, and continue working. Chapter 466 3 Oddities, 5 Righteousness and 8 Meridians. Mingyu, do you feel that something is not quite right in Anchang City recently? Walking on the street, Qifeng found that the surrounding atmosphere seemed a bit strange. It's always been like this. There's nothing weird or not weird about it, Mingyu said calmly. In fact, he didn't finish what he said. He still had half a sentence left. That is, since the new city lord took office, the entire Anchang City seems to have become, in an invisible whirlpool, many aristocratic families and martial arts schools left one after another. This situation has been going on for 2 years. So Mingyu said that it has always been like this. Qifeng spent most of his time practicing in the house, and had no extra time. After 2 years of training, the 2 are now at the peak of the Gangsha realm. They only need a period of more practice to break through to the Hotian realm. Some people will never be able to achieve this level of cultivation speed in their lifetime, but they can achieve it naturally. Oh, that's it. After hearing what Mingyu said, Qi Feng didn't have too much suspicion. After all, Qi Feng felt that Mingyu would not lie to him. There seems to be nothing to go shopping. Let's go back. Qi Feng was a little uninterested. Today, he only prepared to go shopping on a whim. He was practicing martial arts on weekdays and rarely went out. On the contrary, Mingyu often comes out and walks around. Most of the time, he mainly focuses on observation instead of inquiring. Okay. Mingyu feels that something may happen today, and it will be trouble. It has not happened yet, so it is best to go back as soon as possible. On the way back, they suddenly noticed movement, and the two of them quickly retreated to the street. Does Xian's Golden Armor Army? Do we have a Golden Armor Army stationed in Anchang City? Qi Feng watched a group of Golden Armor Army galloping past on powerful horses, not caring at all whether any civilians would be injured. I just moved in 7 days ago, Mingyu said. This is strange, Qi Feng said with some curiosity. The Golden Armor Army is a special army in the hands of Emperor Xian. It is a type of ace. Generally speaking, it either defends Shengjing or does things for Emperor Xian, such as capturing key criminals, exploring secret realms, etc. It is one of his confidants. 10 days ago, Emperor Xian was assassinated. It is said that it was done by the Demon Clan. This story has been widely circulated, but the authenticity is not yet known. The Golden Armor Army is here to capture the assassin, Mingyu explained. Assassin? You came to our Anchang city. Are you so blind? You can't go anywhere. When Qi Feng heard this, there was dissatisfaction in his tone. He usually lived a pretty good life, but something like this happened, which made him a little upset. A nice small town turned into a mess. This is not a big problem. The real problem is that this assassin has a copy of Xian Tian Bao Lu with him. The one who is coming now is the Golden Armor Army. After a while, I am afraid that all the forces in the world will come one after another, Mingyu also said with helplessness in her tone. He had reminded Gu Shanhai before. Otherwise we should run away. But Gu Shanhai was too lazy and didn't even think about moving. Oh, that's it. Qi Feng suddenly realized at first, and then thought, what is Xian Tian Bao Lu? Is it very precious? When Mingyu heard Qi Feng's words, she was speechless. You don't even know what Xian Tian Bao Lu is? Oh, you guy. The Xian Tian Bao Lu is one of the 3 wonderful books in the world, along with the Jade Slips of the Earth Emperor and the Golden Seal of the Supreme Being. Not to mention the Gathering of 3 Wonders. As long as you get one of them, even with the lowest qualifications, it is not a problem to unite heaven and man. If we can gather the 3 wonders together, we can have a glimpse of the realm of gods and demons. After getting Mingyu's explanation, Qi Feng couldn't help but take a breath. Is it so scary? Let's go home quickly and let Master take us away. If this news is true, Anchang City is going to become a big whirlpool. With our small physique, we will definitely be torn apart. Spell? This is impossible. If it were Qi Feng 2 years ago, she might think that she could take advantage of the fire. Qi Feng is very powerful now. The farther away from this kind of thing, the better. What about the 3 strange books? It is better to practice the Sutra of Immortality. Honestly, when he becomes a god and demon in the future, he will have nothing. His personality is still carefree, but it has changed a lot. Almost like the younger Gu Shanhai. Master is too lazy and doesn't plan to leave, Mingyu reminded. It's okay. I have an idea. When Master goes to bed at night, we can find a cart to push the person away, Qi Feng said mysteriously. Mingyu still didn't understand Gu Shanhai. It was true that he didn't want to leave, but if Gu Shanhai didn't move and followed him, that would be no problem. Stop making trouble. You don't want such a big family fortune. Mingyu was speechless. Qi Feng's mind has become more and more similar to Gu Shanhai's over the years. No, it's just a drop in the bucket for Master. Qi Feng said that Gu Shanhai was rich, and there was no need to worry about money. Gone? You are seeking death. Mingyu felt that Qi Feng's move was really a trick, and she didn't feel bad. Staying here is called waiting to die, Qi Feng retorted. On the way back, the two of them exchanged words with each other and quickly planned their escape. Mingyu said this, but in her heart she felt that this plan was still very reliable. After all, if the people are gone, what's the use of money? Pa de. On the way, the two saw a fox falling in front of them. The fox seemed to be seriously injured. Is this thing a dog? Chi Feng looked at it carefully and asked hesitantly. This is called a fox. What kind of dog is it? Can you have better eyesight? Ming Yu complained. It seems like he is going to die. Let the teacher stew it tonight. As the saying goes, the fragrant meat will roll 3 times, and the gods will not be able to stand still. The fox can be considered a member of the canine family. Chi Feng will definitely not save the fox, but thinks that this stuff should taste good. Look at this fur. It's shiny and smooth. It must have been carefully raised. Not wild. The fact that it is not wild means that there is no need to worry about parasites and diseases. And there are no related hidden dangers in the stomach. You all know that someone raised it. This is still in the alley. What if our front legs are picked up and our back legs are caught and blackmailed? Ming Yu also swallowed, although he felt that what Chi Feng said was very tempting. Powerful. But this is really inedible, as it can easily cause complications. Okay. Forget it. Chi Feng felt a little regretful. The two of them could only avoid the fox and prepare to continue walking back. When passing by the fox actually woke up and grabbed Qing Feng's trousers. This forced Chi Feng to stop and look at the fox. Come on! Let go of the paw. I'm not familiar with you. Chi Feng knelt down and pulled off the fox's paw, but the fox still refused to let go. Such behavior aroused Ming Yu's vigilance. This fox was too smart. A normal fox, whether in captivity or wild, would be wary of people and stay away, instead of asking for help in such a humane manner. If you get caught in trouble, why not just kill him? A trace of murderous intention flashed in Ming Yu's heart. On the other side, Chi Feng also noticed something was wrong. Looked back at Ming Yu and asked what to do. No, this must be the demon clan that Master said. It can sneak into the Dashuan dynasty and be seriously injured. There must be a secret. Even if you kill me, this will be on you. Ming Yu quickly rejected this approach. Those high-ranking figures did not care about their life and death. If they really wanted to trace themselves and others, they would only suspect that they had colluded with them or were hiding secrets. And then they would be tortured. It would not be possible at all. Listen to your own explanation. If I like you so much, why don't I take you back first and let Master give you a look? Ming Yu said calmly. It means that this thing may be a bit troublesome. But if this trouble falls into Gu Shanhai's hands, it will be of no use. Hearing this, Chi Feng immediately understood what Ming Yu meant, and then smiled. That's easy to handle. But with Master's character, he won't put this fox in the pot tonight. After saying that, he grabbed the fox's neck. Fox's eyes showed human ease, as if he had achieved his goal. Probably not. If you have body odor, Master can't handle anything. Ming Yu immediately joked. When they left, they found a group of golden-armored soldiers speeding past them once again, as if they were searching for something nearby. Chi Feng Ming Yu, however, focused on the fox. The two of them had a hunch that it was probably this fox that the Golden Armor Army was searching for. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to know it. Otherwise, he would have recognized it when they met. The ride back went smoothly without too many problems. Master, I'm back and I brought you a dog. As soon as Chi Feng came back, he saw Gu Shanhai lying on a deck chair in the yard and sunbathing, and then said with a wave of the fox in his hand. Gu Shanhai opened his eyes and took a look, and then said, Where did you get it? It looks like it's wild. The quality of the meat may be better than that of free-range meat, but it's full of insects and diseases, so it's not good to eat. Chi Feng Ming Yu immediately understood the meaning of Gu Shanhai's words. That is, this thing belongs to the demon clan. How did you pick up this thing? It's in the alley on South Street. Ming Yu said the location, but Chi Feng didn't know where it was. Okay, keep it for fun if you like. I'll make some dog food later, and you two can go find some medicine and give it to the fox. Gu Shanhai said it was a small problem. Old Zheng, go and give the medicine to the fox. Chi Feng casually threw the fox to the steward, then walked towards Gu Shanhai with a hint of flattery and asked, Master, let's run away. Gu Shanhai had a dark line. Didn't this guy say he was going to do something quietly? So why did he show his cards? This is what happened. Chi Feng recounted the information he got from Ming Yu, and then said, So Anshang City is now a big whirlpool. If we are not careful, we will be shattered to pieces. So let's find a safer place. The place continues to dawdle. Chi Feng, have you ever heard of Gao Qiqiang's words? The bigger the wind and waves are, the more expensive the fish will be. Gu Shanhai said seriously. Qi Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Teacher, you are right. But what does this have to do with me? I don't lack anything. He said that he had nothing to gain by following Gu Shanhai. So why did he go to such lengths? You don't have any other ideas. For example, before Gu Shanhai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qi Feng. No, I have no idea at all. I just want to wait until I am strong enough to live a wealthy life like Master. Qi Feng is very honest. Okay, even if you don't have it, how can you be sure that Mingyu doesn't have it either? Let me tell you, Mingyu doesn't have it. Gu Shanhai changed the example. The result was still not finished. Mingyu used the interruption skill. Neither did I. I advised teacher to run away 7 days ago. Mingyu said that he only wanted to live this salty life. And it was not good at all to fight and kill. Ever since she learned that practicing the Sutra of Immortality can really lead to mortality. Qi Feng Mingyu knew that there was no need to work hard or anything like that. She could think about these things again after she completed her magical skills and became a god and demon. Angry? What's the use of that thing? No matter how high-spirited it is, nothing will be left. Gu Shanhai took a breath of cold air. So scary. ×2. Qi Feng Mingyu connected these 4 words very smoothly. Okay, you can just run away and go clean up. Gu Shanhai naturally didn't care. When the two of them heard this, they were also happy. Take the fox away. It will be an eyesore here. Gu Shanhai looked at the fox with some disgust and said. Qi Feng Mingyu didn't think too much. Just picked up the fox and left. After the people left, Gu Shanhai also complained in his heart. You two are so talented as protagonists. You can cause big events wherever you go, which is comparable to disaster stars. What's more, you have brought back the center of the whirlpool this time. The news Mingyu heard was true. And this fox is a fox demon. And a female. After the assassination failed, he fled here. And he really had the Xiantian Bao Lu on him. In the plot, Qi Feng Mingyu relies on this strange book to become a cultivator. Now, it will lead to various follow-ups. It's not as good as God who decides what's going on. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smile. With his current strength, calling him God is not an exaggeration. Therefore, many of the plans were simply ridiculous in Gu Shanhai's eyes. He didn't intend to stop it. So he just regarded it as a small experience for Qi Feng Mingyu. The 3 strange books are nothing. And together they are not as good as the Sutra of Immortality. But maybe we can collect the 3 strange books and the 5 serious scriptures. In addition to these 3 strange books in the Daxuan dynasty, there are also 5 serious scriptures. Namely the Xianxin Sword Code, Danxin Jingqi, the Great Power Diamond Sutra, Spiritual Blood Replenishing the Sky, and Reincarnation Picture. That's right. These 5 sects are in the hands of the 5 sects of the good and the evil. And they belong to the suppressing sect. As for the 8 great chambers, there is actually a technique of the same level, called the 8 Meridians Method. But it is not as famous as the 3 wonderful books and the 5 classics. Compared with the 5 classics and the 8 meridians, most people covet the 3 strange books. Because the 3 wonders of the book is an inheritance without an owner. Anyone who gets it can practice it. And it is also spread outside. Unlike the 5 serious classics and the 8 meridians method, not only are there no external rumors leaked, but even if you get it, see if you can withstand such a situation. A big force is chasing him. Chapter 467 with your intelligence. How did you escape with your life? So what you are saying is that Emperor Xian intends to get a glimpse of the wonders of the 3 wonders of the book, and use it to break through the gods and demons. You went to assassinate Emperor Xian under the pretense of presenting the Xiantian Bao Lu. Where did you get the courage? Qi Feng looked at him. There was shock in it. When he was packing up Xinruan and preparing to run away, the fox showed his cards right away and told the story of the cause and effect. Qi Feng and Mingyu were stunned for a moment. Why did they suddenly stop acting? No, I really have. Xiantian Bao Lu. Dot, the fox said. The fox called herself Husanyang. In order to prevent Emperor Xian from breaking through the gods and demons and affecting the demon clan, she chose to assassinate her. It was also because of a series of coincidences that she picked up the Xiantian Bao Lu after the assassination failed. As long as you are willing to escort me back to the demon realm, I can help you practice the Xiantian Bao Lu. Dot. Husanyang made a promise. She didn't think any human cultivator could refuse this temptation. Let's wait and see whether this is a treasure record or not. What state are you in? Qi Feng was somewhat doubtful of the authenticity of what this guy said. Of course he's a great demon. Oh, in terms of what you people call him, he's a master. Hu Sanyang raised her head proudly. The demon clan is divided into 5 realms. The lower third level is the small demon, and the middle third level is the big demon. Therefore, there is a huge distance between the small demon and the big demon. Further up are the Demon King, Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor, which correspond to the 3 realms of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan. The 3 flowers gathering at the top, and the unity of heaven and man. The final gods and demons are in the public realm. You, a little vixen at the master level, are going to assassinate Emperor Xian? He is the pinnacle of the unity of man and nature. He is only 1 step away from becoming a god and demon. How can you enter the palace and still curse and assassinate him? These are also forget it. Do you think you can escape unscathed from Emperor Xian's hands? When we make up stories, can we be more reasonable? Although Qi Feng doesn't know how strong Emperor Xian is in the realm of unity between man and nature, he can be sure of one thing. If you are the only one who reaches the 3rd level, if the other party doesn't leak some breath, you will be suppressed and unable to move. And the result will be again. The scolding was followed by loud shouting. And he even had time to talk about his inner journey before carrying out the assassination. And even actually hurt Emperor Xian. This is almost like a fantasy. Hu Sanyang's fox face couldn't help but stiffen. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the case. But she really did it. Everything I said is true. Hu Sanyang's voice immediately softened. Okay, let's skip this question first. You said that letting us escort you to the demon realm can help us practice. Xiantian Baolu. Right. Then why don't we kill you directly? Not only Xiantian Baolu, but also me, yes. There is no need to take risks. Qi Feng said disdainfully. Kill me? Just you? Hu Sanyang was stunned at first, and then looked at Qi Feng with the eyes of a fool. As a great demon, even if I am seriously injured, I am not something you ordinary people who are not even cultivators can deal with. What's more, even if you kill me, you still can't understand. Xiantian Baolu. This strange book is called Astronomy and is written in ancient script. Such writing can only be found among those wealthy families and famous families. Keep it, just in case I can find it. Otherwise, even if it is given to you, you will not be able to practice. Hu Sanyang was sure of winning, and she felt that she had a way to control King Feng Mingyu. We haven't practiced before? Mingyu found an important point and asked with a strange expression. They were all at the peak of Gangsha, and were 1 step away from entering the acquired realm. However, this fox demon said that they had never practiced before, which was a big problem. Is there any question? Hu Sanyang was a little confused. She was not blind. There was no need to ask about things that could be seen at a glance. Besides, have you ever practiced cultivation and didn't know what to do? The two looked at each other. The mystery of this Sutra of Immortality was a little shocking. How could they not have practiced before? With the majestic qi in their bodies and their powerful physical bodies, they are just usually more reserved. What about our master? What's going on? Mingyu asked again. Isn't he just an ordinary person? What does he teach you? Practice? Hu Sanyang almost laughed out loud. In her eyes, Qi Feng Mingyu met a liar. And he was a liar who didn't know how to practice at all. When he heard this, Qi Feng smiled. Hey, you're right. But you better find someone else to escort you to the demon realm. We don't have time. In this situation, the two of them finally understood that Gu Shenhai must have disdain for the so-called Xiantian Baolu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude and would have already started collecting it himself. What? Hu Sanyang was a little unbelievable. This development was beyond her expectation. This is Xiantian Baolu, one of the 3 strange books. It can also help you embark on cultivation and become a cultivator. Even if you no matter how poor your qualifications are, you can still become a 3rd-level powerhouse in the realm of unity between man and nature. Hu Sanyang was afraid that she had not made it clear, so she said it again emphatically, saying that this Xiantian Baolu was very precious. No matter how good the thing is, it must be taken with a life. Not to mention the difficulties and dangers on the way to escort you to the demon realm. The two of us are not even cultivators. How can we get there? Besides, even if I escorted you into the demon realm, why would you help us find the translation of this ancient text? How could the demon clan teach this strange book to us 2 humans? Even if it is taught to us, there will be conditions, such as asking us to join the demon clan or imposing restrictions on us. making us serve the demon clan for the rest of our lives. With such harsh conditions, why should we risk death to obtain a shackles with little hope? Mingyu retorted to Hu Sanyang calmly. She really thought they were fools. If they didn't succeed, they would be dead. If they succeeded, they would be treated like dogs. As for the greatness and righteousness of the demon clan? Oh, if this was really possible, how could Hu Sanyang come to assassinate Emperor Xian and deceive these two young men who had not even left the thatched cottage yet? Hu Sanyang was also stunned. She wanted to say that her father was the nine-tailed demon emperor. But when the words came to her lips, she could not say them out. She also realized that if she really asked her father for help, her father would only swallow Qifeng Mingyu instead of really helping. Moreover, her father was only a demon king, not a demon emperor, and there were demons above him. In addition, she is not the only daughter of the nine-tailed demon emperor. She has many brothers and sisters. She does not have such a big voice, but is just an insignificant role. She went to assassinate Emperor Xian just to improve her voice. It's a credit to Qifeng Mingyu that she didn't know about this. Otherwise, she would have been treated as a lunatic. You are just a big demon trying to assassinate a figure who can kill your demon king-level father with just one slap. There is definitely something wrong with your brain. I'll help you. Coco. No. You didn't help us. Instead, you caused us a lot of trouble. Mingyu interrupted the other party. So, I suggest that we go our separate ways. You take your Xian Tian Bao Lu and find someone who is willing to help you. Not us too. Qifeng didn't have a good impression of Hu Sanyang. These words made Hu Sanyang have so many thoughts in her mind that she didn't know what to say for a while. I thought about agreeing, but then I thought that if I really left, there would be nowhere to go. Her original intention was to let these two people take her home, but the other party was unwilling. So now she could only settle for the next best thing. You are not leaving today. Take me out of the city with you. I will show you. Xian Tian Bao Lu. For an hour. Hu Sanyang knew that if she stayed in Anchang City, she would definitely die. What you have in mind is quite beautiful, Qifeng said as he rolled his eyes. And Mingyu was speechless at this time. She must have deceived them as fools. I have said before that if you want to practice, you need to understand the ancient texts. But they both can't understand it. The situation is that even if you read it for an hour, you won't be able to figure it out for a year. Maybe others may be taking a chance, just in case they are special. Qifeng Mingyu is different. They don't need Xian Tian Bao Lu at all. They haven't fully mastered the profound Eternal Life Sutra in their hands, and they have never thought of coveting the so-called three strange books. Of course, one of the reasons is still troublesome. If you want to practice translating well, and you have to rely on others to translate for them, who knows whether the other party will have evil intentions and deliberately translate a few wrong words for them. The two of them had already concluded that Hu Sanyang definitely had something wrong with her brain. Wait a minute. Where did you pick up this? Xian Tian Bao Lu. Mingyu suddenly thought of something. Imperial Palace? Do you have any questions? Hu Sanyang answered without thinking. Where is the palace? The palace is so big. Mingyu smelled a hint of conspiracy at this time. In an attic at the entrance of the palace. I happened to see what I saw when I was escaping, so I took it. Hu Sanyang did not realize the seriousness of the problem. If she had realized it, she would not have come to assassinate Emperor Xian. I'm in trouble. What should I do? Qingfeng's expression became serious at this time. Someone deliberately took away the Xian Tian Bao Lu through Hu Sanyang's hand, in order to prevent Emperor Xian from collecting all the three strange books and peeking into the realm of gods and demons. Fortunately for them, they took this big trouble home in no time. Send her out of the city, and let her return to the demon realm with the Xian Tian Bao Lu, as far away from us as possible. Mingyu said immediately. From Hu Sanyang's perception of them, the Longevity Sutra in her and others has an extremely powerful effect of concentrating and hiding qi. And few people can tell that they possess strength. They actually wanted to run away. But now that they had it, they just threw it away. What if Hu Sanyang was captured alive, and they were bitten out? When Hu Sanyang heard this, she was also happy. And then she quickly nodded the fox's head and said, as soon as you leave the city, you take your Yangwan Road, and I'll cross my single-plank bridge. That's it. I'll go and inform the master. After Qifeng finished speaking, he stood up and left. Wait. Shouldn't the fewer people know about this kind of thing, the better? Aren't you afraid that your master will sell us out? Hu Sanyang hurriedly stopped her. Have you ever thought about one thing? That my master and I are a family. And you are the one who can't be trusted? Mingyu said quietly. And he found that this vixen had no idea of his own position. As the monster who had tricked them, he actually didn't think there was anything wrong with him, but instead suspected that there was something wrong with Gu Shenhai. But we are now grasshoppers on a rope. And your master is not. Hu Sanyang said confidently. You're right. Let me go pack my things first. Mingyu did not argue with Hu Sanyang, but directly told the other party that it was Hu Sanyang's turn to order what she wanted to do. He had no good impression of Hu Sanyang. If it hadn't been for her, even if he and others wanted to leave Anchang City, they wouldn't have been so panicked and could have walked slowly. Then he winked at Qin Feng, meaning you should stabilize this vixen first while he goes to find Gu Shenhai. Qin Feng understood Mingyu's meaning immediately, and then turned the topic to Xiantian Baolu. As a way to delay, Mingyu rushed to Gu Shenhai's side immediately and told the matter. Oh, you can handle it yourself. It's not a big problem. Gu Shenhai didn't take it to heart. So, master, can you hide the truth? Mingyu's expression said. Oh shit. Are you hiding too deeply? It should be okay. Gu Shenhai also hesitated. After all, if there was a fight, he might not be facing gods and demons, but the world itself. Who knew this kind of thing? The two of them just picked up a fox and got into such big trouble. However, the brain twitching is really not to blame on Qin Feng Mingyu. It is a point in the plot. Even if they don't pick it up, maybe the fox will come tonight for other reasons. If this is the case, then I will inform Qin Feng that we will run away without the fox. Mingyu immediately abandoned Hu Sanyang. Gu Shenhai was able to tell the truth and was not afraid to come to him. They didn't handle Xiantian Baolu. Anyway, on the contrary, if he really sent Hu Sanyang out of the city, it would be a waste of money. Ah, you are so decisive and decisive. You are not afraid of getting easy food. Gu Shenhai complained. If it hadn't been for Gu Shenhai, Hu Sanyang might have been the teacher who guided Qin Feng Mingyu's cultivation. We really have to take action. What if we become cannon fodder and are killed by the plot? Mingyu retorted. Forget it. You'd better take it with you. After all, it's Xiantian Baolu. You can exchange it with Emperor Xian for something. Gu Shenhai sighed. If he really wants to do this, who knows what will happen next? What weird changes will happen? It's better to use this hand to let Qin Feng Mingyu take care of the plot, with Gu Shenhai as the mastermind behind the scenes. No, it should be called the old man who carries him around to modify the script and develop it according to his ideas. Master, if you are so fierce, you are not a god or demon. Are you? Mingyu asked tentatively. How is that possible? I told you, I'm not even in the physical training realm. Gu Shenhai said that he was telling the truth. Mingyu didn't believe this at all, and said that Gu Shenhai was talking nonsense. Chapter 468. The three strange books are actually ingredients. Speaking of which, we came out like this. Didn't they check it out? Although Qin Feng couldn't understand the operation, he was still shocked. They have already checked. If you are still waiting to leave the city gate, this is just an interception point. Mingyu sat on the carriage and explained briefly. This matter is so big that all parties have already conducted silent inspections on them. Otherwise, if they only check people who leave the city, wouldn't there be mistakes everywhere? In fact, anyone who can leave Anchang City is without suspicion. Emperor Xian is still alive. The Golden Armor Army is still patrolling. And all forces are checking and balancing each other. So naturally they cannot go too far. If there is really no suspicion and they are detained, it may be used as some excuse. If there is only one force, then it really doesn't matter if it does whatever it wants. Multiple forces have to pay attention to the impact. As for you, leave the Xiantian Baolu, and you can go. Mingyu turned to look at Hu Sanyang and said with indifference in her tone. We didn't agree before that I would let you watch for an hour. So why did we end up giving it to you instead? Hu Sanyang said with dissatisfaction. Oh, what do you think will happen if I go back to the city guards now and tell them that a fox got into the convoy we were leaving? Mingyu has no shame at all in breaking the contract. Hu Sanyang's idea was quite beautiful. Her behavior was equivalent to saying that people would risk death to help, and the reward would be to show them a $1 million bill. Yes, just to look, not to give. If you can understand Xiantian Baolu and practice it, it is indeed worth the money. But if you can't understand it, you can't practice it. You can only watch it for an hour, which is no different from free prostitution. Are you threatening me? Hu Sanyang bared her teeth in displeasure. No, I'm just asking you for the income from my labor. Mingyu was explaining a fact. Chi Feng didn't speak, just watched this scene quietly. He was also very unhappy with Hu Sanyang's behavior. As for why I didn't mention it beforehand, it's very simple. I was worried that Hu Sanyang would die and the net would be broken. What's more, they are not stupid. There is no point in making an agreement with the demon clan. The other party deliberately relied on it first and tricked them. In the end, they tried to fool them with some verbal rewards. I really thought they were stupid. Naturally, what Hu Sanyang gave them was not the original version of Xiantian Bao Lu, but the copied text, which meant that they had not seen the original text. This involves another hazard. Whether there is any problem with what the other party gives. That's right. The other party lent the copied text to Chi Feng Mingyu for an hour, rather than giving it away. Humph. The human race is indeed untrustworthy. They do treacherous things and still say so high-sounding things. Hu Sanyang couldn't help but sneered, and then her figure began to swell. In that case, I'll send you on your way. I hope you won't be too greedy in your next life. Otherwise? Before Hu Sanyang could finish her words, she felt a cold murderous intent enveloped her body. A long knife fell between her neck. As long as she moved, her head would fall to the ground. Damn it! You lied to me. You are cultivators. Hu Sanyang looked a little broken. Killing her, keeping her will be a disaster, Mingyu said lightly. Wait a minute. My father is the nine-tailed demon emperor. You can't kill me. Once you kill me, when the time comes when the human and demon clans go to war, you will be the culprits. Let me go. I will go back and persuade my father. Before Hu Sanyang could finish her words, Chi Feng took action. In an instant, the huge fox lost its life. Mingyu, is there really something wrong with this guy's brain? When Chi Feng heard what Hu Sanyang said before she died, she thought that this guy was crazy. You went to assassinate Emperor Xian. But you said that killing you would lead to a war between the two races. Not to mention that the two tribes have never stopped having various frictions on the front line. Your assassination is enough to start a war between the two tribes. Not to mention that you also took Xian emperors, Xiantian Bao Lu, and you are seeking death like this. At this level, I really thought that a demon emperor father could protect her. If there was another demon emperor, and she was an only child, it would still be possible. So forget about the demon emperor. There must be one. If not, who would assassinate Emperor Xian? Mingyu was also a little speechless. Hu Sanyang was probably the kind of person who had no brains at home. Otherwise she would be able to do such imbecile things. I found it. It turned out to be a piece of bone armor. It's interesting. Chi Feng quickly found a piece of bone armor from the fox corpse. This bone armor was naturally the Xiantian Bao Lu. There are a bunch of messy lines, patterns, etc. on it, and it's hard to figure out what it is. It's of no use. Do you understand? Mingyu glanced at it. I don't understand. But this thing is really hard. Chi Feng scratched the bone armor with a knife, and sparks appeared. But there was no trace at all on the bone armor. If I ask my master to modify this thing and make it into a sword, wouldn't it be indestructible? Chi Feng was not interested in Xiantian Bao Lu, but was very interested in the bone armor that carried his skills. If your thoughts are known to others, you will definitely be beaten to death. Mingyu didn't think so much, but disposed of the vixen's body, directly destroying the body and eliminating traces to ensure that it could not be found. It's a pity that such a good piece of fur can be peeled off to make a larger fur coat. Chi Feng also felt distressed after looking at the body that was handled by Mingyu. Aren't you afraid that the other party's demon emperor will come to find you? It will be a disaster if you keep him. Mingyu sighed. What is this? It's a pity that Chi Feng is a pity, but he doesn't want any trouble. You handled it so quickly? I thought you two would chat with Hu Sanyang. Gu Shanhai floated in slowly. Master, you are really good at joking. If you chat with the demon clan, you won't be afraid that the other party will eat us on a whim. Chi Feng responded, and then handed the bone armor to Gu Shanhai. Here, Xiantian Bao Lu. This thing seems to be an addition to it has no other use than fruitfulness. Gu Shanhai took a glance and translated it instantly. Well, it has no use other than being strong. You can keep it for yourselves. This thing should be a bone of some god or demon. As for the technique, it's pretty average and of no use. Hearing that it was a piece of bone, Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Can this thing be used to make soup? Gu Shanhai found that Qingfeng's brain circuit was really weirder than his. He said he was going to make a knife. But now, he was thinking about making soup. Don't tell me. I can really make soup. Just simmering the bone soup like this will definitely taste very good. Gu Shanhai touched his chin. This suggestion was really good. Then let's drink bone soup tonight. Qifeng gave Gu Shanhai the bone armor without hesitation. It was much more delicious than forging knives. What? Can this thing be used to forge a peerless magic weapon? Qifeng was not a fool. Gu Shanhai had already prepared this kind of stuff for them, and just waited for them to get a copy before leaving the army. It was better to just put it in their pocket and stew the bone armor first. You are really... Gu Shanhai was a bit dumbfounded. This thing is a rare book after all. You just cut it off. You are not afraid of being beaten if others find out. Huh? 3 strange books. Master, does that mean that the remaining 2 strange books can also be used as ingredients? Qingfeng's expression changed. Since Xian Tian Bao Lu is bone armor, then the other 2 strange books. Will it be the same? You can, too. Gu Shanhai nodded. Okay. This way. We can have 2 more meals. Qifeng was excited. Okay. Then I'll wait until you have mastered your magic skills, and then you can collect them for me. Gu Shanhai never thought that he would ask his disciples to collect strange books for him in this way. He stuffed the bone armor into his arms, and stewed it at night. Gu Shanhai doesn't know exactly what kind of bone armor it is, but he can be sure that he can knock on the bones, and suck out the marrow to draw out the remains of gods and demons, which will also be good for Qifeng Mingyu. Therefore, it is not false to say that collecting 3 strange books can peek into the realm of gods and demons. But it is not because of the content of the strange books, but because of the carrier of the strange books itself. In Gu Shanhai's eyes, this content is really just average, without much achievement. However, it can also be seen that there seems to be a lot of unfinished things about this strange thing. He doubted that a brand new technique could be spliced together from 3 strange books, and he didn't know who left it behind. This technique was indeed a bit unusual. At least both humans and demons can practice it, and these techniques are very high-end. Gu Shanhai didn't know what the 5 meridians and 8 meridians were, and he had never seen them. Teacher, where do you plan to take us? Mingyu took advantage of this opportunity to ask Gu Shanhai. I bought a property outside the city, and I just happen to live there. It may not be as convenient as the city, but it's far away and it's well connected. You don't have to worry about being affected, and it can keep you out of trouble. Gu Shanhai said slowly. The previous words are true, but the idea of staying away from trouble is definitely false. The 2 of them are synonymous with trouble. Coupled with the identities of the 2 of them, there will be a big problem sooner or later. That's good, and it saves you the trouble of running around. Qifeng goes out less often, and he wanted to go out to relax before. Not only did he fail to relax, but he also got into big trouble. If he hadn't asked Mingyu to accompany him when he went out, there would have been no a series of things about Husanyang. The carriage swayed to its destination. I saw a simple temple that was so outstanding. Master, isn't it a little too arrogant for you to call me this name? The mountain is called Wanshou Mountain, and the temple is called Wuzhuang Temple. If you look carefully, you can see a small series of notes saying that the 5 Elements sect does not know the station number. Can't you? I have a couple like you. So what's the point of living in an arrogant place? Gu Shanhai said that since the protagonist was working under his thumb, he, as a master, must have to stand up for himself. The Immortals Mansion. The Taoist family lives as long as the sky. Mingyu looked at the couplet on the door and read it in a low voice. I accept Wuzhuang Temple. After all, construction in this wilderness is difficult, but at least you can find a higher place on Wanshou Mountain. This is just a small bag of dirt, and people will laugh at it. Qifeng complained. 1 sentence. It is said in the inscription of Liu Yushi's humble house that if the mountain is not high, if there are immortals, it will be spiritual. Do you understand? It's not that the higher the mountain, the more spiritual it will be. There must be immortals. Gu Shanhai explained to him very seriously. Xiaobai was hesitant to speak. He really wanted to say that if there are immortals, there are spirits. But there are no immortals here. Only an indescribable world. After this kind of existence enters the world, the best place is the sealing place. However, since I can only speak deer language, Qifeng Mingyu, who was saying yo-yo all the way, couldn't understand it very well. When I plant the ginseng fruit tree, wear a purple gold crown on my head, a worry-free crane cloak on my body, Walk on my feet with shoes. Tie a ribbon around my waist. Pick it up in Yu Chen's hand. Take a dragon skin and make a 7-star whip. I say I will, it's Jin Yuanzi. Who can't believe it? If you don't believe it, just put it all in my sleeve. Gu Shanhai had long thought of taking out Jin Yuanzi's vest and using it. As for Jin Yuanzi having a book from the land in his hand, this is purely a rumor. It was a setting made in later times, and people did not have such a thing at all. When another monkey comes, I will beat him to death to see if he still dares to push my tree. After listening to Gu Shanhai's words, Qi Feng Mingyu looked at each other and felt that it seemed unreliable. However, the two of them did not open their mouths to refute. They had nothing to do to disturb Gu Shanhai's fun. Maybe they could have some fun too. Teacher, as long as you are happy, let's go in and settle down first, Mingyu reminded. This time, they didn't bring any servants to take care of things. They all dispersed on the spot. And only the three of them, the master and the apprentice, came out slowly. You leave on your own. And the forces in Anchang City turn a blind eye. After all, you have no suspicion. If all the slaves and maids are taken away, it may not be possible to leave so easily. After entering Wushuang Temple and settling down, Gu Shanhai brought out another 100 or so inner demon Taoist soldiers. It needs to be beautified. Otherwise it will be too inconsistent with my status as Jin Yuanzi. He directly changed it, and changed it to look like a yellow scarf warrior. His face is like ruby, and his beard is like soap velvet. He seems to have a body of 10 feet, and a strength of thousands of kilograms vertically and horizontally. On the side of the yellow scarf, the golden ring is shining with the sun's rays. And in the middle of the embroidered jacket, the iron armor is covered with frost and swallows the shadow of the moon. It's different after the beautification patch. Gu Shanhai actually thought about some heavenly soldiers and generals. But when he thought about it, all the big bosses in the romance of the gods used yellow scarf warriors. So he had to use them too. And he had to keep up. Just be trendy. When I have time in the future, I will put the skin patch of the yellow turban warriors on all the inner demon soldiers. If there is a chance in the future dungeons, I will directly pretend to be the Taiping Dao or the Yellow Turban Army. Let there be rebels like the Yellow Turban Army in all the worlds. And let them become model rebels. It's just that this will happen in the future. Gu Shanhai doesn't have this ability yet. After all, this is a method that can deepen his traces. As a trump card for resurrection, he must be more careful. With the Yellow Turban Warrior's version of the Heart Demon Dao soldier, someone will do the work next. That's right. Gu Shanhai summoned the inner demon Taoist soldiers not to use them as guards or to kill, but to let them complete their daily tasks. Chapter 469. It doesn't matter if you're in big trouble. Just hold your thighs. Hu Sanyang is dead. A middle-aged man stood 10 miles outside Anchang City and said calmly. Song Chanqian was waiting aside, with a gloomy look on his face. Your Highness, could it be the eldest prince's concubine who did it? After my eldest brother died, she didn't have this ability. Now she devotes herself wholeheartedly to her son. So how can she put so much thought into it? The middle-aged man said in a calm tone. He is the fourth son of the current Emperor Xian. The current fourth prince is named Zhao Jiyu, and he is a cultivator of the three flowers gathering realm. In an extraordinary dynasty where martial arts is the most important thing. As a prince, strength is naturally indispensable. You don't have to have political acumen or the attitude of a courteous corporal, but you have to have enough strength. Otherwise, an emperor who can't even resist the pressure of his ministers, no matter how talented he is, will fall into trouble for the smallest reasons, or die from cold. Not to mention this matter, how is the search for the eldest grandson of the former emperor going? With the cooperation of Zhou and me, there must be some clues now. Right. Zhao Ji you didn't pay much attention to. Xian Tian Bao Lu. This thing is a hot topic now. In this small city of Anchang, the 8 great chambers, the 2 factions of good and evil, and the 10 gangs in the world have all arrived. And even the demon clan has infiltrated a lot. In order to compete for this copy of Xian Tian Bao Lu, Emperor Xian sent him not to compete for it, but to take charge of the overall situation. Once Xian Tian Bao Lu appears, Emperor Xian will take action himself. As for why Emperor Xian couldn't detect this, Zhao Jiyu didn't know. But it was certain that it was the work of the 7 surnames, and the good and evil in the 8 giant chambers. The only thing they can track now is Hu Sanyang's aura. Unfortunately, Hu Sanyang not only died, but her bones were also scattered. This shows that there is a high probability that Xian Tian Bao Lu is no longer in Anchang City. The reason why Xiao Ji was able to find Hu Sanyang's aura so quickly was naturally provided by the palace. After all, it was Hu Sanyang who entered the palace to assassinate her. So the aura would definitely be left behind. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but the city within the city has not obtained the bloodline of the former emperor's grandson. I am suspicious. Song Chonqian did not dare to say it, meaning that he might have died long ago. As soon as these words came out, a hint of gloom appeared in Zhao Jiyu's eyes. Your Highness, there is a blood reaction. A member of the royal family suddenly spoke. This twist and turn was really exciting for Song Chonqian. Where? Zhao Jiyu's heart tightened. It couldn't be that the former emperor's grandson was with Xiantian Baolu. The bloodline response is too low. There may be a cover-up, and I am not strong enough to track it. This royal branch is only at the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm, and has just broken through. You mean? Hu Sanyang was killed by the former emperor's grandson, and it was because of the action that a trace of her bloodline was leaked. Zhao Jiyu quickly said the meaning of his words straightforwardly. This member of the royal family nodded, and did not speak directly. Fortunately, Zhao Jiyu also knows the secret technique of bloodline tracing. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Your Highness! Everyone was startled when they saw this, and hurriedly gathered around. Okay. My nephew is really extraordinary. Even I can't penetrate the cover on his body. And it can even come back to bite me. Although Zhao Jiyu's face was pale, he couldn't help but overflow with joy. The existence that can cast such a cover for him is definitely not a third-level figure, but a god and demon who has been away from the world for a long time. The reason why he is so interested in him only explains one thing. That is, he accepts this god and demon as his disciple, and makes him gain experience in the world. This is definitely great news for him. As long as he can complete the plan and adopt his nephew as his heir, he will not only gain the support of the Zhou family of Nanqing, but also indirectly own a god and demon. Support? He went wrong while practicing them. Jiang different phases Zhou Tiangong, and had no heirs. As long as he adopted him, the future throne would definitely belong to his nephew. Emperor Xian naturally didn't care about this. After he broke through and became a god and demon, he didn't care whose heir was as long as his heir's bloodline was on the throne. What's more, the adopted eldest son is still the legitimate eldest son, who is much more orthodox than the current one. Whether it's ritual or blood, there's no problem. As for ability, being able to be accepted as a disciple by gods and demons. Do you dare to say that the emperor's grandson is incompetent? How could one be favored by gods and demons without ability? Look, you must find my nephew. Zhao Jiyu's tone was filled with excitement. But fortunately, he calmed down quickly and continued. Go and notify the Wu family and the Zhou family that they need help finding someone. And also reveal the fact that I suffered from backlash and vomited blood while pursuing my bloodline's secret technique. This is not a bad thing. As a third-level cultivator, you naturally know what this means. The Wu family of Jiangyong was originally the natal family of Zhao Jiyu's mother-in-law, while the Zhou family of the southern Qing dynasty temporarily cooperated because of the idea of adoption, which is believed at present. Yes, Your Highness. The two royal family members left immediately and returned to Anchang City to look for the person. In fact, it's not that Zhao Jiyu can't find it on his own, but when it comes to gods and demons, he definitely can't just fool him. Find a place to rest first. Zhao Jiyu took a few pills to recover from his injuries. The injury can only be stabilized at present. It is not that easy to fully recover. But fortunately, it is not in the way. This backlash is more of a warning. It will be fine after 2 or 3 days of cultivation. The reason is naturally because when the bloodline's secret method is pursued and peaked, it is not violent, but gentle in nature. Otherwise the backlash will make him die on the spot. The bloodline's pursuit of the secret method is more to find people, not to attack. They are still looking for their own people. So naturally they cannot be too cruel. After adjusting the breath for half a quarter of an hour, people from the Wu family and Zhou family rushed over. Your Highness, Fourth Highness, is what you said before true? The person who spoke was naturally a member of the Zhou family, and he was also a figure with 3 flowers gathered at the top. The leader of the Zhou family this time, named Zhou Qingzhu, is a burly man. Compared to the Wu family, the Zhou family is closer to the emperor's grandson. In terms of relationship, Zhou Qingzhu can be regarded as the 17th grandfather. So when he heard that his grandson was accepted as a disciple by gods and demons, he was naturally excited. Extremely. Why are you lying to me? Fortunately, This secret method of finding people by bloodline is gentle and harmless. If Danfan had some malicious intentions, you would only see my corpse at this time, Zhao Jiyu said calmly. What he said was true. Even if he died, his father, Emperor Xian, would not seek justice for him. To demand justice from gods and demons is not to seek death. Okay. It won't be too late. We have to find someone as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams. Wu Yi, the leader of the Wu clan on the side, also nodded. What? Is the other party's mother-in-law the Zhou family? Not the Wu family? This is not important at all. It will be, okay, when the first wife is a member of his Wu family. If this happens, it will be equivalent to the Zhao, Wu, and Zhou families joining forces. And they may be able to suppress other wealthy families, and the good and evil. The top 10 gangs? But Jushi and Jingmo have never taken it seriously. You need to be careful about this matter. The secret method of bloodline tracing cannot be used. But you can be sure that it must be near the outside of Anchang City. You can only search a little bit, Zhao Ji said. This means that this time it will definitely consume a lot of manpower and material resources. And it will take a long time. The fight started again. Fortunately, we ran fast. Since we ran away, we haven't stopped for a day. Qi Feng stopped the technique, with a trace of joy in his expression. Mingyu frowned. Master, someone seemed to be spying on me just now. Why don't I feel it? Qi Feng was a little curious. Logically speaking, Peeping couldn't just look at one person. It's not the kind of seeing with eyes, but a kind of feeling. A feeling in the dark. Mingyu was a little unable to describe it. Her face twisted a little. And then she said, It just feels like a big trouble. It's okay. There's someone tall enough to hold him up when the sky falls. Gu Shanhai comforted him. Look at Qi Feng. This guy is tall enough. If something happens, let him go out and hold him up. The yellow scarf warriors aren't taller. Wouldn't it be better to let them go up to the top? Qi Feng complained. Well, you are becoming more and more skilled as a complainer and picker. Gu Shanhai glanced at Qi Feng and said, Master, you didn't say this first. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I didn't answer it? Qi Feng continued. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. I feel it is more troublesome than Husanyang before. Mingyu frowned. Unfortunately, his talent did not allow him to provide further feedback on what was going on. He only knew that there was a problem. How troublesome it is. It can be more troublesome than the sky. Gu Shanhai didn't believe it at all. With your words, Master, I feel relieved. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Mingyu also smiled when she heard Gu Shanhai's words. Anyway, as long as he hugged Gu Shanhai's legs tightly, he wouldn't believe it. This trouble can still happen to him. You kid, you really want me to be your shield? Gu Shanhai was a bit dumbfounded. This was too filial. Mingyu smiled bitterly and said nothing. It's useless to say this. It should only be a few days before you two break through to the Hotian realm. Gu Shanhai made an estimate and asked. At most 3 days. Qi Feng answered first, while Mingyu did not answer because Qi Feng answered for him. The progress of the two was about the same. Qi Feng was a little faster, but not much faster. Well, the progress is not bad. Gu Shanhai praised. This progress is indeed not bad. If it were the other protagonists, they would have already achieved some hegemony by this time. Even Wang Qi, who is the weakest, has also reached the stage of ruling the world and fighting against the gods. As a result, these two people were still studying under Gu Shanhai, and their progress in strength was relatively average. But this can't be blamed on them. The cultivation in the Sutra of Immortality itself is too great for strengthening their bodies and souls, so the speed of cultivation will naturally slow down. But their progress is quite terrifying in this world. If someone can reach the acquired state in 2 years, this is definitely a treasure among the forces. Oh, the protagonist does not count. If he were the protagonist, he would probably be targeted, suppressed, ostracized, etc. Only supporting characters or villains would receive this kind of treatment. Qi Feng Mingyu chatted for a few more words, then left to do her homework. She went out to practice on weekdays, so naturally she also had to study. Gu Shanhai took out the dragon skin and continued to weave his 7-star whip. Gu Shanhai actually had a lot of dragon skins on hand. In addition to dragon skins, he also had dragon meat, dragon bones, dragon eggs, etc. They are all taken from the first-tier players. Most of the time, they keep these materials as resources. such as asking the indigenous people to build equipment for them or use them for feeding, cooking, etc. But most of the players who can get these materials are combat players. Whether it's dragon slaying or something else. It's basically not a rare thing. Lifestyle players don't do this at all. Instead, they produce materials through their own system in their own player space, or directly spend money to hire power levelers to lead them to dungeons. There is no need to fight monsters at all. As for letting life-based players fight monsters on their own, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just as weird as asking a tailor to raise silkworms in order to obtain cloth. Just buy it. Life-type players may have fighting ability. But why should they fight? The benefits gained from making various equipment and props are far more than killing monsters. You may not be able to get good equipment by working hard to fight monsters. But lifestyle players can make good equipment by purchasing materials, and then sell them to get game currency to continue purchasing. The profit of each piece of equipment and props must be at least there is a Baidu. And they even accept private orders. As long as you provide the technology. You don't even have to provide the materials. But you can get a lot of income with this ability. But still struggling to fight monsters to collect materials instead of taking advantage of their own advantages. Such players are either in poverty or have long ago switched to the system to exclusively farm gold. Speaking of which, the performance of the 7-star whip in the original work seems to be a bit stretched. Gu Shanhai suddenly thought of this matter. Sun Wukong turned his legs into wrought iron legs, and was no longer afraid of the 7-star whip. Sure enough, I can't think about it too much. Gu Shanhai also had a strange look on his face. Thinking about it seemed to make his crotch stretch even more. Fortunately, this is not the original version, but a copycat version. It's okay if it's more powerful. With this whip, I am guaranteed to be able to drive away mountains and rivers, and chase the stars and the sun. Gu Shanhai can be sure that Jin Yuanzi definitely has other magic weapons in his hands. But there is no record in the original work of Journey to the West, so he has no copycat sample. Furthermore, this 7-star whip has no effect. It is more likely to be an ordinary whip. The treatment of dragons in Journey to the West is not very high at all, so dragon skin is probably not a rare thing. In other worlds, dragons may be some advanced race, but in Journey to the West, they may have a status similar to dogs. There are meat dogs served on the table, and there are also police dogs trained as auxiliary. The former is made into dragon liver, the dragons and delicacies such as phoenix marrow, and the latter are dragons such as the Dragon King of the Four Seas and the Dragon King of the River. The more I think about it, the more I grow weary. Chapter 470, Conspiracy. At least behind someone's back. Is this here? Zhao Jiyu looked at the poor Wuzhuang and the Wanshou Mountain, which looked a bit ridiculous. Yes, Your Highness, Song Changqian said. He was also a little indifferent, especially the couplets on the gate of Wuzhuang Temple. His tone was so loud that there was no limit to it. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Jiyu looked solemn, not feeling disdainful or contemptuous just because this place looked down and out. In his perception, it was very peaceful here. So peaceful that it almost looked like there was no one there. He who comes is stopped. When everyone was just one step away from stepping into it, a voice came over. A yellow scarf warrior stopped them expressionlessly, with a sinister look on his face. Who are you? What are you doing here? Little one Zhao Jiyu is the 4th prince of Dashuan. He has met his predecessors. Zhao Jiyu's pupil shrank. He recognized the man in front of him. He was a strong man in the realm of unity between man and nature. But he was here to guard the door. Come here. This is to find someone. Who are you looking for? The yellow turban warrior continued to ask. My little nephew Zhao Buiyuan, Zhao Jiyu said quickly. That is the name of the former emperor's grandson. There is no such person. The yellow turban warriors answered honestly. Their inner demon Taoist soldiers have no names. And none of them have names. This shouldn't be the case. My nephew is now 16. Is there anyone of similar age in the audience? Zhao Jiyu changed the question again. Yes. Which one are you looking for? The yellow scarf warrior was very honest and rigid. After all, letting them work and kill is fine. But letting them communicate is a bit difficult for these inner demon Tao soldiers. With their brains, they are not as happy as killing or chopping wood and fetching water. Zhao Jiyu found that the person in front of him said he couldn't communicate well, and would say whatever he asked. But if he said he could communicate well, he always had the illusion of deliberately irritating people. However, due to the strength of the opponent, Zhao Jiyu did not dare to reveal anything. How many people of the same age are there in your temple? Zhao Jiyu could only bite the bullet and continue to ask. 2. The yellow scarf warrior continued to answer. Then can I meet them all? Zhao Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there were only 2 of them. As if there were not 20. I'll pass it on for you and see if they can see it. The yellow turban Rex sent the message directly. That's troublesome. See you. But I'm not free now. I have to wait for half an hour. You guys can come in first and find a place to cool down. The yellow turban warrior directly interrupted Zhao Jiyu. Zhao Jiyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior. Then he took people into Wushuang Temple. After entering, he found that Wushuang Temple was indeed not big. And there was not even a visitor. But there were so many people that his scalp felt numb just by looking at them. The servants used are all in the realm of harmony between man and nature. They sweep, chop wood, carry water, etc. Just like those who don't need money. This made Zhao Jiyu and others feel restless and tormented. What kept them waiting for half an hour was that their hearts were anxious and their mouths were dry. And they always felt that they might be cold. Fortunately, time passed quickly. And soon they saw 2 figures coming towards them. Hello! Do you have anything to do with us? Qi Feng asked curiously. I'm here. Zhao Jiyu narrated the cause and effect without concealing or exaggerating. Doing such a thing under the eyes of a god and demon would be life-threatening. That makes it clear. So which one are you looking for? We are both beggars. Qi Feng is not shy about his identity at all. If it is convenient, I will use the bloodline's secret technique to investigate. Zhao Jiyu hesitated for a moment and then said, Did you use it once a month ago? And was it the last time? Mingyu asked. That's right. Did you notice it? Zhao Jiyu has not used it since the backlash of the bloodline tracing secret method. The main reason is to detect through that wisp of breath. At least, he must have the strength of the 3 flowers. Otherwise, can't find it at all. The life of a cultivator in the 3 flowers gathering is precious. So it is impossible to say that it is really given away like this. Well, I noticed a hint of peeking. Mingyu did not deny it. So, these people are what you call trouble. Otherwise, if we kill them all, no one will know anyway. Qi Feng naturally remembered what happened at the beginning. And since they were trouble, he killed them. You're crazy. You didn't hear that he is Emperor Xian's son. If you kill him, the trouble will be even greater. If you say this again, you can't wait for someone to leave. At least you can carry someone on your back. Mingyu was speechless. I'm sorry. Qi Feng sometimes speaks out of mind. Mingyu said apologetically towards Zhao Jiyu. Zhao Jiyu was almost speechless. This is not just stupid. This is called arrogance. It's okay. It's okay. Tong Yen Wuji. Zhao Jiyu said in an awkward tone. Otherwise what else could he do? Then, Your Highness, Fourth Highness, what's the matter with you coming to me? Mingyu pretended to be confused, trying so hard to find him. It must be beneficial. Otherwise whoever finds a dead father and mother will not be cared for. The former emperor's grandson. I think, Zhao Jiyu said directly, meaning that he would go back with him. Adopt him as his son. Cooperate with him in the fight for the throne. And he would be the next Emperor Xian. I'm afraid not. This matter is of little value to me. Mingyu calmly refused. Why do you want to be Emperor Xian? The Xian Tian Bao Lu that the other party is flocking to is just a piece of food here. And he has no shortage of required resources. He just needs to quietly become stronger. There is no need to do this. Zhao Jiyu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect such a development. But your mother's revenge must be avenged. Can you bear the person who killed your mother becoming the Queen Mother and replacing your bastard as the Emperor? Zhao Jiyu could only sacrifice the magic weapon. Indeed. This matter must not be tolerated. Qi Feng also added. He agreed with Zhao Jiyu's words. If it weren't for the other party's calculation, Mingyu would be the Emperor's grandson now. Are you going to kill? Mingyu rolled her eyes. While Master is cooking, let's trick Xiaobai out and let him prepare a charge and trample meal, which will ensure that the eldest princess will become a concubine. Qi Feng thought this was a small problem. Can you be serious? Xiaobai will bite our hair if he finds out. Are you planning to have an adult's hairstyle in advance? Mingyu was speechless. He couldn't control this Mediterranean hairstyle. If that doesn't work, you can also fool Qinglong and let him shoot from a distance. The entire place where the eldest prince lives will be razed to the ground by him. If you can survive, then you can shoot again. Qi Feng said that there was no problem with this. The conversation between these two people made Zhao Jiyu sweat from behind, feeling that something was not going right. Why was it resolved directly with violence? Shouldn't it be said that we would go back to Shangjing with him? If there is too much movement, it will be intercepted. Besides, Qinglong is not stupid. It cannot hit wherever you say it will hit. I think it is better to go to the backyard to steal a ginseng fruit and quietly ask Xiaobai to help deliver it. Mingyu thought for a while, and felt that Qinglong was unlikely to attack on his own without Gu Shanhai's instructions. Instead, it is better to use ginseng fruit. Qingfeng Mingyu has seen what the ginseng fruit is. A group of muscular men. If you want to eat it, you have to defeat the opponent first. Otherwise you may be eaten by the ginseng fruit. Zhao Jiyu didn't know what ginseng fruit was, but it sounded like something fishy. That's not good. The eldest princess is also your stepmother. Zhao Jiyu tried to use rules to dispel Mingyu's thoughts. What's wrong? I'm not familiar with her. And I'm not even familiar with you. Mingyu doesn't care about this. He just chooses the fastest way to solve the problem. He really has to follow the other party's plan foolishly. Then wouldn't he become the opponent's pawn? No. This matter needs to be discussed and discussed again. Zhao Jiyu came here to play tricks. Not to play violence with you. He can kill people himself. So there is no need for you. Okay. Tell me. Mingyu said directly. If you said, we would discuss it later, then you would come up with a solution. This matter still needs some regulations and some planning. Zhao Jiyu meant that he didn't have a good solution now. Then it's up to you. Mingyu nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Jiyu felt happy and felt that the matter was done. Everyone said they would listen to him. So they would definitely go down the mountain with him. I'm here. I'm too embarrassed to drive you away. Let's have lunch together before we leave. Let Qinglong cook for you. It has the true inheritance of my master. Of course. Mingyu had no intention of leaving with the other party. Even if my parents are still alive, I don't plan to go back. When we go back, we have to quarrel with each other every day. It is better to stay in Wuzhuangwen and watch Qingfeng and Gu Shanhai quarrel with each other every day. Zhao Jiyu's original joy suddenly cooled down, and he had no intention of going back. He is also a little unwilling to give up, and will have to think of ways to persuade him later. It's almost time for dinner. If you don't go, Xiaobai will eat all the food. Qingfeng reminded. Gone. Let's go. Mingyu also reacted, hurriedly greeted people, and headed towards the kitchen. Zhao Jiyu could only lead people to follow him to the kitchen. The kitchen was very simple, but he saw a deer holding a gourd in its front right hoof, and a large basin in its front left hoof. The basin was filled with food, and he was licking it crazily. Stuffed inside. Master, don't call me when the meal is ready. Qingfeng complained, and then started to eat without hesitation. Mingyu called Qinglong and asked him to give these people some lunch. Qinglong didn't say anything. He slowly floated to the stove and started to exhale dragon breath. I've met my senior, and I hope you'll forgive me for nagging me. Zhao Jiyu saw the ordinary Gu Shanhai at a glance. He was just like an ordinary person, with no aura leaking out. But Zhao Jiyu was not stupid, so he was just like an ordinary person. Looking at the situation inside, I really want to treat Gu Shanhai as an ordinary person. With his intelligence, he shouldn't fight for the throne. It would be better to go back and take good care of his brain. Well, sit down. I don't have any rules. Gu Shanhai didn't care about these people. Master, this is what happened. When Mingyu finished serving the meal, she also explained the situation. What do you think? Gu Shanhai asked. I'll sit and watch. Mingyu continued directly. Why don't you lie down and watch? Gu Shanhai complained. Then you have to wait until you take a nap before you can lie down and watch. Mingyu said that she definitely couldn't eat lying down now. She could only eat sitting down. Hurry up and stop saying a few words. Xiaobai is about to open his second form. Qingfeng reminded. Xiaobai's body suddenly burst out with arrogance, and his hair turned golden. Do you want to have a meal? Mingyu was also speechless. Hey! Xiaobai said that he wanted to show off his skills. The Super Saiyan Deer version. But it stretches the crotch a bit. I'll change it next time. Gu Shanhai explained that this was a technique he modified for Xiaobai using Xiantian Baolu, and it is currently a trial during the running stage. The transformation failed to change, but the color change and arrogance special effects were similar to those after the Super Saiyan transformation, without much practical effect. After a while of excitement, I finally finished eating. On the other side, Zhao Jiyu had just eaten 3 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Qinglong. It felt shabby at first, But the feeling after the entrance made Zhao Jiyu feel like he was cleansing his soul, and even the original bottlenecks in his body were dissolved. It is indeed a place where gods and demons live, and the food they eat is beyond the reach of human beings. I am afraid that even my father's food will be far inferior. Zhao Jiyu knew that there was no longer any obstacle to his breakthrough in the unity of nature and man. He only needed to go back to practice and accumulate, and then he would be able to achieve a breakthrough naturally. It was all just because of a meal, and it was just made by Qinlong. If he ate it like Qinfeng Mingyu, made by Gu Shanhai, the god and devil, the effect would be incredible. After eating, Zhao Jiyu stood up again and said to Gu Shanhai respectfully, "Senior already knows what Xiao Wang has done when he comes here. I wonder if Senior has any plans for Mingyu. There are no arrangements. He can go if he wants to. If he doesn't want to go, forget it. I won't force him." Since Gu Shanhai turned his race into the world, his demand for various resources has been greatly reduced. Now that he has become stronger, he has it no longer relies on stacking resources, but focuses on knowledge to produce qualitative changes. So in fact, there is no need for any big power. There are only two that he is more interested in. One is gods and demons, and the other is the world where gods and demons live. It fell into Zhao Jiyu's ears that if he could persuade Mingyu to move, he would not stop him. It's too troublesome according to his idea. Master, you can just put a big hand seal in the air and crush the person to death, Mingyu reminded kindly. Not good. This is an ability that can only be used by villains. I am an upright person. If I use it, I will have to switch camps, Gu Shanhai said seriously. Master, you didn't say that when you flexible the bottom line before, Qifeng complained. You can go, or you can lend me Xiao Bai. Mingyu thought for a moment, and Gu Shanhai seemed to want to encourage them to go out and practice. If you can let Xiao Bai go with you, I have no problem with it. Gu Shanhai found that Mingyu was indeed very keen in this regard, and he immediately sensed what Gu Shanhai meant. It's a deal, Mingyu said without hesitation. It might be a little troublesome to fool Qinlong, but it's not easy to fool Xiao Bai. Chapter 471. My master is a god and demon, so I am arrogant. What can you do? It's not good for us to be so arrogant. Qifeng hesitated. He followed Mingyu into Shengjing. It was indeed prosperous here, but Qifeng was a little uncomfortable with it. After all, when they came in, it was almost like announcing their return, which directly alerted the eldest princess. You have to be more arrogant. Otherwise, if you sneak in secretly, you will lose your master's face. Mingyu knew that when she left, she had to hand in an answer sheet to Gu Shanhai. Speaking of which, after coming here, I always feel that there are constraints everywhere. I really want to cut them all off with a knife. Qifeng knew that the prosperity of Shengjing was made of bones. Fortunately, Shengjing inside, cannibalism is done in a secretive way, and everyone follows the rules. Unlike outside, where it is so naked, Qifeng, who has beast intuition, can naturally feel these calculations and conspiracies in a subtle way. The fact that they came to Shengjing must not be hidden. Zhao Jiyu and the Zhou and Wu families had already started to build momentum for them and revealed their identities. This identity is naturally passed down from the gods and demons. And even Mingyu as former emperor's grandson was suppressed. Trouble comes one after another. Fortunately, Xiao Bai was brought out. Otherwise we might have been tricked to death. Mingyu also had a similar feeling. Then what should we do next? Qifeng simply regarded Mingyu as an external brain and was too lazy to use his brain. Let's find a place to stay. Mingyu and the others did not live in the fourth prince's mansion. He did not want to admit his bloodline. He came here to settle this relationship. The so-called throne has no appeal to him at all. Unlike Qifeng, he knew how good his treatment was. Even the eldest son of the Bajushi family, and the true successor of Zheng Mao, did not have the resources of the two of them. Maybe even those gods and demons may not be able to finish this kind of delicacy. Oh, okay. Qifeng naturally had no objection. Soon the two of them found an inn. Nothing messy happened during this period, and no one jumped out to provoke them. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that the eldest princess came with the emperor's grandson, apparently intending to have a talk. This battle was not small. The entire street was blocked, and many royal forces such as the Golden Armor Army, Six Gates, Shadow Guards, etc. were dispatched for protection. The eldest princess looked at Mingyu with a complicated expression. She never thought that a trivial matter would turn into this. Are you here to take back your own position? The eldest princess did not get close or get close to her in any way. No, I have no interest in the throne. You have no idea what kind of life I live, Mingyu said calmly and gave an example. There is a bird in the south. Its name is the phoenix. Do you know it? The phoenix originates from the South China Sea and flies over the North Sea. It does not stop unless it is a parasol tree. It does not eat unless it is practicing food or drink from a sweet spring. So the phoenix catches a rotten rat, and the phoenix flies over it. He looked up and said, scared. The eldest princess was very calm. She could hear that Mingyu was mocking her. She had no idea that the gods and demons had passed down the throne. However, because of a small throne, she was so frightened that she would grab it. Chongqing is innocent. He is your brother. The eldest princess meant that she could die to pay for her life. But Zhao Chongqing was not involved. So could she not be implicated? I'm not familiar with him. I'm not even familiar with all the people in Mejushi. I'm here to seek justice. If I didn't know, then forget about it. But you just want to drag me into it. So what's wrong with me? Mingyu retorted. He followed Gu Shanhai saying that either he would not do it or he would never do it. So, this time he decided not to let anyone go. Originally, he was living a good life. But you treated him as dead, and he didn't come to look for relatives. But it turned out to be a good thing. Everyone had their own plans and ideas, and they used him as a pawn and a bargaining chip. With the blood of the Tian family. You can't help it. You made a mistake when you were born. The eldest princess said with a slightly cold tone. Oh, then even if I am wrong, what can you do? Mingyu stood up immediately, with disdain in her tone. My master is a god and demon, and I haven't even started yet. Do you know what this means? The eldest princess was a little confused. She didn't understand what Mingyu wanted to express. It means we are still children, and have the right to be willful. Qi Feng added very kindly. At this moment, the eldest princess's eyes widened. She understood that it meant that even if Mingyu went too far, the god and demon would take action to protect the other party. In just a moment, this idea was suppressed by her. You are consuming the favor of that god and demon for you and your own value. The eldest princess knew that most of the gods and demons' apprenticeships were based on profit. Then what? Mingyu smiled. For Mingyu, even if it is a waste. So what? The other party will definitely die when the time comes. If she pats her butt and returns to Wuzhuang Temple, she will be punished at most. The principle of master-disciple protection has always existed. If a disciple, junior brother, nephew, or the like makes a mistake, he or she can punish him any way he wants. But it is not the turn of outsiders to judge him. The eldest prince's heart sank to the bottom. The bright moon was unable to penetrate. Whatever you want. Just say it. The eldest princess knew that there would be no benefit in continuing to pester her. Actually, I don't want anything. I just want justice. Mingyue's meaning is very simple. That is, to make everyone have a hard time. If that's the case, let me see the real chapter. The eldest princess knew that the talk had fallen apart. Therefore, he stood up and left without any hesitation. Without any hesitation. After the eldest princess and the emperor's grandson left, the entire street was naturally lifted from various blockades. Why don't you kill them? If they are let go, they will cause more trouble later, Qi Feng asked. These two are just idiots. Their methods are not very clever. They really think that I don't want anything. It's just that she is not qualified. Our goal has never been the eldest princess, but Emperor Xian, Mingyu said, taking out a piece of paper with dense words written on it. It's you who is doing the trick. Of course Qi Feng knew what was in this. It was Xian Tian Bao Lu, or a translated version. Hey, let's see if we can get the other two strange books. Mingyu is not stupid. After getting the strange books, he can have 2 more good meals. He was actually betting that Emperor Xian didn't know that the key to breaking through the gods and demons was not the content of the strange book, but the carrier. Gu Shanhai also said that San Qishu could actually piece together a brand new book of exercises. And Mingyu planned to use this information in exchange for Emperor Xian. Of course, if it really doesn't work, you could also launch a translation service for gods and demons. As for the rest, he doesn't care. There are troubles. But as long as he calls out that my master is a god and demon, many troubles will not be troubles. Conspiracies and tricks are of no use at all among gods and demons. They feel that they have one. But as long as they are not dead, when they become gods and demons, the other party will be nothing more than a clown. Even the eldest princess, who was at the height of her power, wanted to die in exchange for her son's throne. Emperor Xian also turned a blind eye to this. No matter who won, there was no loss for Emperor Xian. Zhao Zhongqing won and everything developed according to his plan. Mingyu won, integrating the power of the three powerful families of the Zhao family, the Jiangyongwu family, and the Zhou family of the Nanqing dynasty. And as the direct descendant of the gods and demons, she tied up a god and demon. Unfortunately, what Emperor Xian didn't expect was that Mingyu didn't intend to play these power games with him at all, but instead planned to use her strength to break the game. If you have any questions, just take Xiaobai directly and shout that my master is a god or demon. You have your rules, and Mingyu has her own way of playing. So why should I limit my way of playing according to your rules? I just don't know if the 5 meridians and the 8 meridians are the same. Qi Feng swallowed. It should be different. After all, the 3 strange books came first, and then the combination of the 5 meridians and the 8 meridians. Mingyu shook her head. Naturally, he didn't know this. He had not recognized his ancestors and returned to the Zhao family. So how could he possibly know what the Zhao family's clan-suppressing technique was like? The 5 classics are different from the 8 meridians. If you really take it, you will fight us to death. It is worse than the 3 strange books. Mingyu understands that for others, this is indeed difficult to obtain. But for the 2 of them, it is really not a problem. If someone really wants to rob it, it won't be a problem. Just give them a copy of Xiantian Bao Lu. And that's it. The big forces are afraid of gods and demons and dare not take action. And only those individuals or small forces who are unclear about their status will feel that it is seamless for them to do so. As for such forces, even if they get the Sanchi book, they still can't understand where they got the translation of the ancient text. On the contrary, the 5 classics and the 8 meridians are owned by forces and have owners. Not to mention that there is a god and demon behind these forces. Since it can't be used as food, let's forget it. Qi Feng didn't have many thoughts about these techniques, but more about whether they could be eaten. How long will it take for you to break through the Xiantian realm? Mingyu asked. How can it be so fast? It's not like eating and drinking. We just broke through the acquired realm not long ago. It will take at least a few months. Qi Feng was speechless, really thinking that he was so fast. What a pity. I'm going to let you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, Mingyu said with some regret. With our behavior, the villains are not as arrogant as us. How can they use the protagonist's unique skills of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Qi Feng felt that Mingyu's positioning of herself was not convincing at all. It makes sense. In this case, it seems that treatments such as explosive seeds and breakthroughs on the battlefield are no longer needed. And the only thing left is to kill by force. Mingyu sighed. The current situation is that the 2 of them can kill the cultivators of the 5 Qi dynasty realm in the upper 3rd level with the strength of the middle and 3rd level Houtian realm. As a prodigy, the protagonist is fed with top-notch skills and a large amount of precious resources. If they can't even do this, then they should stop messing around. After receiving such a good education, he is still only half qualified in the same realm. Wouldn't Qi Feng Mingyu's efforts have been in vain? Gu Shanhai swung the 7-star whip in his hand, and the whip struck the air, causing a huge explosion. It's okay. This thing is pretty good. Gu Shanhai was quite satisfied with this. It was worth it that he had been making it up for so long. He is not compiling the 7-star whip all the time. He is just doing it occasionally while studying a page of the history book. It is a kind of work done when fishing. Although fishing should not be done. Peep Ditchy is really a bit difficult to deal with. After putting away the 7-star whip, Gu Shanhai had a headache. There was no such realm in the first place. But Gu Shanhai made it up because he felt it was incomplete. There is no problem in using a page from a history book as raw material. But this raw material is too difficult to study. Gu Shanhai knew that as long as he succeeded, his strength could be further improved. As for how to improve, it was nothing more than expanding his world. There are also research directions, namely space and time. But these 2 directions have always been his weak points. It's not that space and time are not strong enough, but that the cost is too high and research is difficult. It was not worth it at all to Gu Shanhai. At his size, the strength of many spaces is not much thicker than paper to him, and the ability of time is directly ineffective against him. Isn't it funny to use time-based abilities on a world? What's more, there are some basic laws such as the law of space and the law of time in his body. A world must have perfect rules to maintain functions such as the rising and setting of the sun, the cycle of life and death, and so on. However, Gu Shanhai has banned many functions. Yes, he can ban them, but if anything goes wrong, he has to bear it himself. The things contained in this page of the history book are probably not simple. At least one thing is certain. Every page of the history of time is made of a world. The raw material of this page of the history book in my hand is that the world is probably not small. At least it is bigger than the previous world before it was broken. Who is it that makes such a big move? This information was obtained by Gu Shenhai after in-depth research. Fortunately, he was the world. Otherwise it would still be indescribable or the prototype of the world before. And it might not be possible to see it. Thinking about it this way, doesn't it mean that this thing belongs to the corpse of my kind? Gu Shenhai's mind twitched, and he suddenly thought of this matter. Then if I make it into a breakthrough material, wouldn't it mean eating corpses? Gu Shenhai couldn't help but take a breath. And then he realized. It doesn't seem to matter. I have already swallowed 2.5 worlds. It doesn't make any sense to make the dead world into materials. Am I such a naughty person? Gu Shenhai didn't know what to say for a moment. But he recalled it. Don't mention it. The taste of the world is really quite good. Next time I go on a mission with Shura. Or I'll give it a try. This is not because Gu Shenhai is greedy. But once he breaks through the peeping stage, he will definitely need a lot of nutrition. This world will definitely not be able to eat it. And he will have to suffer the world of the next mission. Chapter 472, One Stone in the World. 8 buckets of gods and demons. You seem to have broken through the limitations of superior gods and demons and reached a higher level? The old man sitting opposite Gu Shenhai had a puzzled look on his face. This man is the ancestor of the gods and demons of the Dashuan dynasty, named Zhao Xiantian. And he was also the founding emperor of the Dashuan dynasty. A month after Qi Fengmingyu brought Xiaobai to Shengjing to make a fuss, she came to visit Gu Shenhai. He didn't take this matter seriously at all, as long as it didn't involve the interests of gods and demons. He, the ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty, never thought of taking action. After becoming a god and demon, you will have no way to enter? Gu Shenhai did not answer directly. He was not a cultivator in this world system. Gods and demons are also divided into levels. The lower-level gods and demons that have just broken through have stabilized their own mid-level gods and demons, and the veteran high-level gods and demons. At present, in fact, all gods and demons are already high-level gods and demons. It has been many years since anyone has proven the way to gods and demons, whether they are humans or monsters. In the human world, the fight between humans and demons is so intense that their eyes are red. However, outside the world, human gods and demons do not have any deep hatred. Instead, they get along happily and do not care about the grudges in the human world at all. On the one hand, it is because of cherishing life, and on the other hand, it is naturally because there is no conflict of interest between the two parties. Of course that's the case. The vastness of the world has already been explored by gods and demons like you and me. So how can we make progress? What Zhao Xiantian meant was that their way forward was cut off, and they had no motivation to go further. In other words, the gods and demons standing at the top of the pyramid are actually in ruins. Oh, I'm like that too. Gu Shenhai opened his eyes and told lies. Even Zhao Xiantian in front of him didn't believe his words. You can put forward any conditions, whether they are human or demon. We can agree to your request. Zhao Xiantian said calmly. This time he came not only to represent himself, but also to represent other gods and demons. I'm not lying to you. But if you ask why you can't improve, have you ever thought that it's the air's problem? Gu Shenhai tried to change the subject. Air? What problem can there be? Zhao Xiantian was a little confused. In this world, do you know who doesn't have the blood of gods and demons? Gu Shenhai asked. Of course there are too many. The blood of gods and demons is so precious. In the world, there are only 8 clans. The Demon Clan, and the Imperial Court of Demon Clans that have the blood of gods and demons. The rest are just sporadic. Zhao Xiantian said to Gu Shenhai, the question is a bit confusing. You said that it might be a little difficult to find someone with the blood of gods and demons. But if you want to say that there are people without the blood of gods and demons, they are all over the place. That's wrong. No one in the world has the blood of gods and demons. It seems you have never understood this. Gu Shenhai couldn't help but smile. He finally found a trick. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Xiantian frowned. Is there any evidence? Families are getting married. Their power is broken, and they are flowing into the people. You are not the first group of gods and demons, nor are you the last group of gods and demons. So, what about the children of gods and demons in the past? Did they become extinct, or did they live among the people and finally spread their wings? Zhao Xietian naturally knew what Gu Shanhai wanted to express. He must be living among the people, not extinct. The change of the bloodline of gods and demons generally represents the death of a god and demon. They don't have the habit of eradicating the roots. For them, the death of the source means the dust has settled. As for the emergence of another god and demon, if it were really that easy, how could there be only over 50 gods and demons in number today? Even a sect with 2 gods and demons is already smoking in the ancestral grave. Now Zhao Xietian does not have much expectation that this Emperor Xian can break through the gods and demons. The success rate is less than 10%. Even if he devotes all the national power of the Dashuan dynasty, it is very slim to break through the gods and demons. There are a lot of cultivators at the peak of the unity of heaven and man. 1 or 2 are born every year. But none have become gods and demons in the past 100 years. You're right. But what does this have to do with our inability to improve? It can't be that these bloodlines of gods and demons take up our future. Zhao Xietian also smiled. He thought Gu Shanhai was ridiculous. Why not? There are 8 dou of gods and demons in the world, and the remaining 2 dou belong to these bloodlines. Gu Shanhai felt that this was the true way, so he told the whole story himself. If that's true, then where did your extra fight come from? Zhao Xietian was not fooled at all. According to what you mean, the shares have already been divided up, and everyone has no way to get in. How can you still become stronger? There must be a way to become stronger. Why not share it? Because I'm not a god or demon. Gu Shanhai felt that he was careless. This guy actually dared to dig a hole for himself. He jumped down stupidly. But it's okay. He has the strength. When the time comes, he will let this guy know what is true. Pit. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Xietian also stared. If I hadn't seen your methods, otherwise, I would have suspected that you were just an ordinary person as soon as you said this. In Zhao Xuantian's eyes, Gu Shanhai is just an ordinary person. It is precisely because of this that he thinks Gu Shanhai is better than him. Otherwise, everyone is a high-ranking god and demon. So how can they hide it? You are not a god or demon. Then what are you? Zhao Xietian did not question or provoke, but asked with a hint of sincerity. None of them are ordinary people who can become gods and demons, and they can be written as biographies of the protagonists. I'm considered a vegetable, Gu Shanhai said perfunctorily, and then said, It's impossible for you to change cultivation. The transformation of gods and demons has separated you from the body structure of humans and demons. It is impossible to rebel. This transformation goes deep into the soul and body. Even if you are reincarnated, you will still have the characteristics of gods and demons. The method of transformation conflicts with gods and demons, and there is no way it can be compatible. You also know that conflict means going crazy, which can range from injury to a loss of strength. Although gods and demons are powerful, they cannot change this law. What Gu Shanhai said is true. The gods and demons who have attained enlightenment have the characteristics of eternal attainment. Those gods and demons who fell in the past were not completely dead, and some of them were still left in the bloodline as a legacy for Fuse's descendants. And if Gu Shanhai gets started with the operation, he could also revive the fallen god and demon from this bloodline. So they have no way ahead, because the world's memory is insufficient. Either increase the memory limit, or completely kill other gods and demons to free up memory, so that they can further improve. It is precisely because of the permanent certification that they cannot change the system at all. Even if they die, they will still have the characteristics of gods and demons. Does it have to be killed? Zhao Xietian couldn't help but murmur. But he quickly restrained himself, because this is simply unrealistic. If he were the only god and demon, he would do it without hesitation. Other gods and demons may not agree to his proposal. If he can do it, other gods and demons will still benefit. For them, descendants are part of the interests, and the human race and the demon race are also part of the interests in their hands. A cultivator who does not become a god or demon is just a resource rather than a life from the beginning to the end. I wonder if I can exchange for a share of your skills. Zhao Xietian looked at Gu Shanhai and asked, Since you said you are not a god or demon, there shouldn't be much problem if you give me a copy of the exercises to see. Of course. But what do you give me in exchange for it? Gu Shanhai was still very generous. The exchange would definitely be no problem. But there was no need for free prostitution. You ask, change it if it suits you. What Zhao Xietian means is that you don't want to ask too much or ask for a price. 5 sutras, 8 meridian techniques, 9 demons, And 12 records, Gu Shanhai said directly. This covers all the powerful techniques of the human and demon clans. Okay. Zhao Xietian agreed without hesitation. For him and other gods and demons, it was not a big problem at all. These skills left to the descendants of the bloodline may be very precious in the human world. But in the eyes of gods and demons, they are just basic skills of no use. There is no need to worry that Gu Shanhai will peep out their secrets from the skills. The gap between gods and demons and non-gods and demons is incredible. It's so refreshing. So I can't let you take it lightly, Gu Shanhai said, took out a copy of Tongzi Gong, and handed it over. Zhao Xietian looked at Tongzi Kung Fu, and his brows relaxed a little as he read through them. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! After Zhao Xietian finished reading, he couldn't help but praise, and then said, It's just that this technique is too restrictive. It requires a child's body, and the vitality must not be released. It cannot be changed. It's really boring. In his eyes, this was a weakness. A huge weakness. Is this the Tongzi Kung that your disciple practices? Zhao Xietian also asked casually. Oh, no. I practice this. What they practiced was my new improvement, Gu Shanhai said directly. Zhao Xietian was wise enough not to ask Gu Shanhai for this version. It was obviously used by others as a successor to the mantle. However, he felt that if he asked, Gu Shanhai would give it to him. But the other party would also ask for his basic skills. So he would forget it. I see. I wonder how you embarked on a path different from that of gods and demons. After Zhao Xietian finished taking the skills, he planned to ask Gu Shanhai about his creative concepts and thoughts, so as to improve the Tongzi Kung Fu transformation. At least 2 basic restrictions must be removed. Otherwise none of these gods and demons will be able to practice. In the process of becoming gods and demons, they will inevitably have marriages, romantic relationships, etc. So they can't practice even if they want to. After watching Tongzi Gong, Zhao Xietian also understood why Gu Shanhai wanted to accept a disciple. After all, he had no heirs. This has to be mentioned about Monopoly. Gu Shanhai made up a vivid story, which is nothing more than a story of working hard on his own without money, and then succeeding. Of course, the story is not important. And Zhao Xietian also knows that Gu Shanhai is making it up. But the large amount of Tongzi Kung research and development data and ideas mixed in the story are of great value to Zhao Xietian. After hearing what you said, I suddenly became enlightened. After listening to it, Zhao Xuantian's understanding of Tongzi Kung naturally improved. Confirm each other. There are gains. There are gains. Gu Shanhai also gained some small gains. After all, when Gu Shanhai spoke, Zhao Xietian would also speak. The 2 parties themselves were communicating with each other. It is impossible to say that Gu Shanhai had a special success. If you can't get in, you still have to explain so much to the other party. This Tongzi Kung is naturally the first version of Tongzi Kung that he originally integrated with a large number of Tongzi Kung, and then combined with a local system to form a brand new Kung Fu. It is the same type of technique as the Sutra of Immortality. It is more focused on martial arts, and can reach a level above the upper-level gods and demons. But the difficulty of training has also become higher. It's also a shame that the ones you ask for are gods and demons. They have a rich foundation. If you are a cultivator, if you don't have anyone to guide you in your cultivation, let alone succeed in cultivation, it will be good to survive. A hodgepodge system. How can one achieve success in cultivation so easily? It's getting late today. After a while, what you need will be delivered within 3 days. Zhao Xietian didn't stay long, then got up and left. The other gods and demons are waiting for him to come. How dare you say nagging? If Patriarch Xiao can come, my humble abode will be filled with brilliance. Gu Shanhai also sent him off politely. After Zhao Xietian left, Gu Shanhai also sat down and muttered, Every one of them is greedy and bad. In fact, Gu Shanhai had not planned to come into contact with gods and demons so early. When Qi Feng Mingyu was causing trouble in Shengjing, he just shouted, My master is a god and demon. It didn't have any impact on Gu Shanhai. After all, with the power of gods and demons, how could anyone dare to make a fool of himself? It's just that the other gods and demons must come to investigate Gu Shanhai, a new god and demon who jumped out of nowhere. So the ancestor of the Zhao family is here. Forget it. Ignore them. The gods and demons only have this ability, so there is nothing to worry about. Gu Shanhai obtained a lot of data on the gods and demons through Zhao Xiantian, and the opponent's strength was really not high. It may be very powerful among players, but for Gu Shanhai, it really is nothing. I was so busy chatting that I forgot to ask what the situation was like in this secret realm. Gu Shanhai was certain that the world was not necessarily as simple as he thought. Otherwise, arrange for him to come over and torture the food? First Era is not so kind. So if he continues to dig deeper, he is likely to find something that makes his heart move. It's this thing that is likely to be accompanied by danger. The feature of a permanent certificate of gods and demons is quite good. I can take a look at it after I finish studying the pages of the history book in my hand. It seems to be somewhat similar to the conceptual power of the previous world, but in a different direction. The power of concepts is biased toward energy, and one and eternal realization is a certain characteristic. If I master it, can I add a proficiency template to the Four Sacred Beasts system? It's a pity that I am strong now. If I had this ability when I was first reborn, wouldn't I have directly changed to the path of the Liver Emperor? Gu Shanhai also found it interesting when he thought of this. Many treasures nowadays are more like small toys to him. Even if this small toy was originally placed, it could change his entire system and growth. Chapter 473, Fate Disaster. Crazy Gods and Demons. What the H.L.? Is a demon from the demon clan crazy? Gu Shanhai looked strange. How is this thing so crazy? If a cultivator is said to be crazy, Gu Shanhai can understand it. But gods and demons are essentially otherworldly beings. There is a small chance that Gu Shanhai will not go crazy when he faces his true form. It's just that this incident didn't seem to arouse the pursuit or vigilance of other gods and demons. It was more like they were used to it. Found it! Is it a disaster? Gu Shanhai quickly discovered the truth behind the madness of the gods and demons. This matter was a secret between gods and demons. So Zhao Xiantian did not tell Gu Shanhai. Even if Gu Shanhai asked, the other party would not answer. Gu Shanhai was not a god or demon, so it was impossible to tell him about this shortcoming. So Gu Shanhai could only watch it by himself. The source of the fateful disaster is not clear, but the time of its appearance is known. It appeared quietly after the battle between the gods and demons of the two races hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later, the gods and demons lay flat and rotten, which was largely due to fate. Now, misfortune is the biggest cause of the fall of gods and demons. The specific trigger is hidden. If you force yourself to look at it, something will happen. Gu Shanhai found out some information about the fate through prophecy and divination. But if he wanted to be more specific, it would trigger the world's attention. Gu Shanhai knew that now, he could not explore the secrets of the world casually. In the past, the most he could do was to be struck by lightning. But now if his identity was discovered, he would have to fight the world to the death. It doesn't mean that we can't defeat this world, but there is no need to fight with it at this stage. It is very wasteful to start before the value of this world is completely squeezed out. However, from the current analysis, the fate of the disaster seems to be a bit like some kind of genetic disease after the cultivator evolves into a god or demon. The highest incidence rate is in the two transitional stages of low-level gods and demons and middle-level gods and demons. Although high-level gods and demons can also get sick, the probability is very low. Gu Shanhai came up with such a guess by comparing the data. That's not right. How come the gods and demons in the past didn't suffer any fate? Gu Shanhai thought of this question. Before the fateful disaster, the battle between the human and demon clans was actually very fierce. Not only involving the world, but also the outside world. At that time, most of the reasons for the fall of gods and demons were due to the hatred and fighting between the two sides. What if the gods and demons today are all the gods and demons of the new generation? Gu Shanhai quickly thought of one thing. That is, these gods and demons today, their transformation is different from the past. That is, they have broken through from cultivators into gods and demons in a way that has the flaw of fate. It's a pity that the secrets for cultivators to break through and become gods and demons have been monopolized. Gu Shanhai sighed. If there really is a complete process, then how come all the cultivators at the peak of the unity of heaven and man are stuck here? Of course, there is also a rough version of Gu Shanhai, who just walks out of his own way. As for what the Tao is, you probably have to realize it on your own. Anyway, it is a more idealistic way to break through. If the gods and demons are willing to give in-depth guidance to a cultivator at the peak of the unity of heaven and man, the success rate of breakthrough will be higher. But the gods and demons seem to have agreed upon rules. Because Gu Shanhai is not a member of the circle of gods and demons, he doesn't know much about it. If it is really a genetic disease, does that mean that the flaw in which gods and demons cannot progress further comes from this? At this time, Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the upper limit of gods and demons. Then the bloodline of gods and demons is very problematic. This feeling gives me the illusion of a cookie. Gu Shanhai had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Gods and demons are small biscuits, and humans are cookie crumbs. The forces formed by the descendants of gods and demons are larger biscuits. If this is really the case, isn't there something trying to compete with me? Gu Shanhai looked shocked. He couldn't bear this. He already regards this world as his own. How could he just give it up to others like this? Even if the other party arrived first. Gu Shanhai was shameless and wanted to cut him off. The treasures of heaven and earth are for those who are virtuous. My 5 virtues Taoist must have more virtues than the other person. Gu Shanhai felt that his ancestors' words were very reasonable. The next step is to figure out what the fate of the disaster is in advance. How to figure it out is very simple. Just capture a god and demon and dissect it. Damn it! Can't there be more gods and demons? With such a small number, I don't dare to spend too much money on research. Gu Shanhai quite hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. I just don't know if it's possible to use hypnosis, brainwashing, tampering with memory, modifying personality, etc. Gu Shanhai thought about idealism. If he directly transformed it into the idealistic thoughts and personality, could he directly become a god and demon? It doesn't seem to work. Gu Shanhai quickly rejected it. Transformation can be successful, but it may not be able to break through gods and demons. Like Emperor Xian. Doesn't he qualify? He is also in line. Whether the result is stuck or not. Whether he can break through and succeed is another matter. Don't even think about artificial gods and demons. This thing is a bit unrealistic. Not everything can be made artificially. Of course, gods and demons should be able to make things artificially. But Gu Shanhai's technology is not good enough. Let me do the math and see where this crazy monster is. Gu Shanhai planned to strike first and get hold of this crazy monster. I found it. These gods and demons are really ruthless. This monster, god, and demon is now wreaking havoc in the world. It is located in the south of the demon realm. A large number of cities and monsters have been annihilated because of this crazy monster, god, and demon. The vitality is being greatly depleted, and it will wither completely in a day at most. This demon is a huge red elephant, and its race is called a red-striped elephant. Naturally, this demon is called a red-striped elephant. The appearance of the red-striped elephant is because of this red-striped god and demon. This kind of monster clan is like the 8 giants in the human race. Only with the protection of gods and demons can they prosper. Now it seems that the red-striped gods and demons are about to fall. So the red-striped elephant clan will soon decline, and will drop down 1 level from the original top power. The criterion for judging whether it is a top power is whether there is protection from gods and demons behind it. Even if there are only 3 people in your family, but a god or devil appears, then you are the top force. Even the Dashuan dynasty will be afraid of such a family. What they are afraid of is not the force itself, but them. The gods and demons behind it. Just like the clear breeze and bright moon. If you are unscrupulous in Shengjing, you will never die. The forces from all sides dare to calculate and plan. But they dare not make a fatal move because they cannot withstand the wrath of a god and demon. If Gu Shanhai, the 8 great chambers, the 2 paths of good and evil, and other forces, protect their shortcomings and smash their gates and then kill the top officials. As long as he does not go so far as to cut off the forces and leave inheritance and blood to these forces, the gods behind them the devil won't care about this. At most, Gu Shanhai can go out to apologize and pay some benefits, and the matter will be over. As for those who died, they must have died in vain. There are many gods and demons waiting to share the meal. This is really heartless. Gu Shanhai also discovered that he was not the only one paying attention to this red-striped god and demon. All the monsters, gods and demons were waiting for the red-striped god. The devil dies. For the red-striped gods and demons, it is not a good thing. But for others, it is a feast. If a god or demon dies, his corpse is naturally an extremely precious resource. How could other gods and demons give up? Normally, everything should be alive in Whale Falls. But now it seems that not only is there no life in Whale Falls, but it will be cannibalized by other people. Gu Shanhai sighed. Just like this, the share of gods and demons seems to be a little free again. Gu Shanhai compared the data and found that the gods and demons today are certain. Every carrot is like a pit. If it is true, as long as the red-striped gods and demons are dead and others can improve, Zhao Xiantian will most likely find a way to provoke a war between humans and demons. Zhao Xiantian only shared Tong Zigong with other gods and demons, and did not tell the whole story about his conversation with Gu Shanhai. This should mean that the saint is immortal and the thieves are endless. Right. Gu Shanhai thought of such a word. The general meaning is that if there is no difference, there will be no difference between the saint and the thief. But what you all think is quite beautiful. So I accepted the things. Gu Shanhai didn't care what the consequences would be if he took away the red-striped demon god. He was not a selfless saint. With a wave of his long sleeves, he saw that the long sleeves that covered the sky covered most of the sky. Seeing this, all the monsters, gods and demons also knew that someone was planning to intercept the Huqiwen gods and demons. So they also took action one after another. However, the attack landed on the cyan sleeves without any ripples, and all the gods and demons looked horrified for a while. Is it that new non-god demon that emerged from the human race? He has crossed the line. We must let the humans give us an explanation. Humph. This is too much. Many gods and demons whispered to each other, and they could only watch the long sleeves sweep away the red-striped gods and demons. In the end, they were helpless. Fight to the death? How is this possible? No demon, god or demon is willing to get involved with him. Gu Shanhai didn't care about so many things. He reached out and took out the red-striped demon from his sleeve. Before this, the red-striped demon was 10,000 feet tall, but it was only as big as a palm when it entered Gu Shanhai's sleeve. This was naturally attributed to Xiao Rui. It's so cute even though it's small. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smile when he saw the red-striped demon constantly struggling in his hands, like a mad dog. My sanity has been completely lost, and myself has been completely annihilated. The soul and body are very intact. There are no other problems except a certain degree of deficiency. It's just a deficit now. But if the deficit is too much, the end result will be death. The speed of loss is too fast. So fast that it is completely unreasonable. Where is the inducement? Gu Shanhai used his spiritual consciousness to explore the red-striped demon god. But as soon as his spiritual consciousness entered his body, he found that something was sucking his spiritual consciousness, which gave him the feeling of using a straw or a drink. However, because the suction force was too small, it could not absorb Gu Shanhai's spiritual consciousness at all. When sucking gods and demons, you drink a drink. But sucking the spiritual consciousness of mountains and seas is like sucking a big stone with a straw. Not to mention whether it can be sucked. Even if it is sucked, the small straw will be broken. Gu Shanhai blocked it easily, and as a result, the scarlet-striped demon god's loss immediately stopped. Sure enough, this new generation of gods and demons all have problems. This method of extraction is extremely clever, and the entire system of gods and demons was created for this purpose. Now I seem to understand why gods and demons have certain fates. If the world is compared to a bottle, then the gods and demons are the drinks in the bottle, and they are drinks that can regenerate themselves. After reaching a certain number, the bottle is full of drink, and the growth will naturally stop. Then someone takes a sip of the drink, and another share becomes available. I must be so unlucky to be raised in this world. The gods and demons in the old days were definitely not like this, so they all died. I actually don't want to explore these secrets. Gu Shanhai felt that this was too troublesome and dangerous. Unfortunately, the only value that this world can provide him at this stage is gods and demons. And if he wants to study gods and demons, it is impossible to avoid the existence behind the scenes. Main character? Qingfeng Mingyu is already realizing cash, not just value. Every time they grow up, Gu Shanhai can use it as a springboard to understand and collect data about the entire world. Qingfeng Mingyu is equivalent to a download port, but the download speed of this port is slow. It allows Gu Shanhai to further analyze the world and improve himself. In that case, let's find the source. If you think about it this way, the value of gods and demons seems to be even greater. Gu Shanhai's mind twitched, and he felt a little bit hacked up. It is obviously a risky matter, but the risks plus benefits directly increase the original value of the gods and demons. Researching the pages of the history of time can reduce the weight ratio. Anyway, this thing cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. Gu Shanhai replanned and raised the priority of studying gods and demons above the pages of the history of time. After all, it would take at least 50 to 100 years to analyze the pages of the history book and get results. If it could be completed within a year, or even within 10 years, Gu Shanhai would not do it. On the contrary, it is a god and demon. This thing is obviously more valuable, and has limitations. Gu Shanhai didn't want to know when other gods and demons would suffer fate. Even if he blocked the deficit of the red-striped gods and demons. In his current situation, his body and soul were still sluggish, which at most would delay his death. According to Gu Shanhai's estimation, the current death rate has changed from 2 days to 1 year. He also tried to extend the life of the red-striped god and demon. But the result must be little effect. That is, the cost and benefit were not consistent. So he naturally gave up. It is better to take advantage of the fact that there is still a year to complete the research first. Before we study, we have to solve the trouble first. Gu Shanhai stuffed the red-striped demon god back into his sleeve. He snatched the red-striped demon god with his front foot. And then the demon clan came to question him. However, this group of monsters, gods and demons, did not come to his longevity mountain, but were at the border of the Dashuan dynasty. There was an agreement between the two tribes that the gods and demons were not allowed to cross the border at will. Chapter 474. Don't think I can only crack a whip. I can also shake people. What important business do you have in this world? Zhao Xiantian strolled out, looked at the monsters and gods, and said calmly, it was not just Zhao Xiantian who came. Other human gods and demons also came, but they were all hidden aside. After all, Zhao Xiantian is also the ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty, so it is common sense to let him negotiate. Humph. Zhao Xiantian, don't pretend to be confused because you understand. The leader of the demon race, Wanhui gods and demons, who was transformed from the Bodhi tree, did not make any polite remarks to Zhao Xiantian. If the Wanhui Bodhi tree becomes a demon, its status will be similar to that of the royal family. Therefore, it is this Wanhui god and demon who comes to negotiate. I really don't know about this. Zhao Xiantian smiled slightly, as if he didn't know anything. He must be planning to die. And the reason is very simple. If the red-striped god and demon falls into Gu Shanhai's hands, then he can definitely get a piece of the pie. But if it falls into the hands of demons, gods and demons, they will digest it internally, and not a single hair will come out. Half. As long as you hand it over, our two clans will split it half. Wanhui was not too tough. For them, the benefits of gods and demons were great, but not great. Everyone is a high-ranking god and demon, and there is no way to advance. There is no way to improve your strength with the corpses of gods and demons. But you can use the corpses of gods and demons to practice and comprehend and develop horizontally. Hearing this, Zhao Xiantian and other human gods and demons were also moved, and sighed secretly in their hearts. They had never thought about swallowing it all to themselves. Doing so would be too ugly, and would offend the demons and gods. More importantly, with this reason, Gu Shanhai could take out Qi Wen's body, and share it with everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have an excuse to come to ask for help. It's okay. Zhao Xiantian decided to agree on Gu Shanhai's behalf without hesitation. You're a tree, and your words are too biased. Before Zhao Xiantian finished speaking, a voice interrupted him. Gu Shanhai walked over slowly, holding a 7-star whip in his hand, looking like an ordinary person. Qi Wen is not dead yet, so you are just waiting to divide his body. After all, he is of the same clan, so it is not good. The shadow of a giant elephant flashed past in Gu Shanhai's sleep, indicating that he was saving the demon. Different from you group of desperate people. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the gods and demons were not good-looking for a moment. The main reason was that what Gu Shanhai did had indeed violated everyone's interests. Everyone is waiting for the banquet to start. If you save the person, how can they still eat at the banquet? However, there are gains and losses. Although they missed one meal, the gods and demons discovered a greater benefit. That is, Gu Shanhai was able to rescue the gods and demons who were controlled by fate. I didn't expect you to be able to cure life-threatening disasters. It's really incredible. Zhao Xiantian looked surprised. What are you thinking? Qi Wen has become a walking zombie, and he can only live for a year at most. This thing is a terminal disease. How can it be cured? Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes and said. As soon as these words came out, the hidden joy of the gods and demons was also stagnant. If they can really obtain the means to cure the disaster of life, it is not a big deal for the red-striped gods and demons to give it to Gu Shanhai. After all, no matter how good the legacy of this god and demon is, it cannot be compared to my life is good. It turned out to be good now. Gu Shanhai said no, which made everyone lose their previous thoughts and instead thought about continuing. Hand over Qi Wen, and this matter is over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Wan Hui knew that there was no need to mince words or be polite at this time. Zhao Xietian on the side also offered a compliment. Yes. After all, this red pattern belongs to the demon race. It is inappropriate for you to hold it. Actually, there is another solution. Gu Shanhai flicked the 7-star whip and said with a joking tone in his tone. When the gods and demons heard this, they couldn't help but feel a bad feeling in their hearts. I don't think there is any comparison. Zhao Xietian opened his mouth to dissuade him. But before he could finish his words, he heard a loud noise. Snapped. Gu Shanhai's 7-star whip hit the body of Wanhui god and demon, causing its huge tree body to be ripped apart in an instant. And when it fell to the ground, a whole tens of thousands of miles in size was created. What kind of person are you? How dare you copy the tree on my body? Gu Shanhai said in a bad tone. Although Wanhui god and demon might have been born before him, Gu Shanhai was just shameless. How dare you take action? At this moment, the already tense atmosphere was suddenly ignited. All the monsters, gods and demons immediately took action, rushing into the territory of the human race and attacking Gu Shanhai. Everyone is concerned about face, so it's okay to snipe at each other when tensions are at stake, and interests can also be discussed. But Gu Shanhai whipped the Wanhui gods and demons into this state, which was like slapping them in the face. This was not something they could do. Zhao Xuantian's face darkened when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Gu Shanhai didn't understand anything about human nature. I'm sorry. I'll capture you first, and then we'll talk about it. Zhao Xietian knew that this matter must not continue to expand. He could only capture Gu Shanhai first and then reconcile. Otherwise, the war between gods and demons will definitely cause irreparable losses to the Dashuan dynasty and the demon realm. Therefore, it was not only the demons and gods who took action, but the gods and demons of the human race also followed suit. I'm sorry for your size. Gu Shanhai turned around and kicked Zhao Xietian away. What Gu Shanhai specializes in is a powerful flying brick. If you hit me without breaking my defense, I will kill you half of your life. All martial arts and artistic conception are empty. The 7-star whip in his hand was cracked and whipped randomly, using the random cloak whip technique. As long as the gods and demons were beaten for a while, half of their lives would be taken away, or they would be beaten to pieces. Come on! Come on! Let's see who else dares to talk nonsense to me! Gu Shanhai looked at the gods and demons, who didn't dare to come forward, and rolled up the 7-star whip in his hand. For the vitality of the gods and demons, this injury is nothing. In addition, Gu Shanhai didn't actually use any force. It was just pure strength with no additional effects. The gods and demons seemed to be seriously injured, but they could recover from the injuries in an instant. Zhao Xietian also came back at this time. He was injured by Gu Shanhai's kick, but he also recovered. Your martial arts are far inferior to the power of gods and demons. You can hurt us, but not our roots, let alone kill us. Instead, you will be consumed by us. The recovered Wanhui god demon suppressed his anger and said, if anyone is torn apart by a whip, he will definitely be angry, let alone a god or demon. What's more, most of your strength relies on this whip and your robe. Wanhui god and demon seemed to have seen through Gu Shanhai, and this attack and defense made him invincible. But when the manpower is limited, the number of gods and demons is large, and they can completely consume Gu Shanhai to death. It's true, but you can't beat me now. Gu Shanhai walked down the slope. If you say yes, then it's not Gu Shanhai who was unlucky after all. Hearing this, the anger in Wanhui god demon's heart surged up again. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person with such strength. The red-striped gods and demons are divided into 3 parts. You take one, and the remaining 2 parts are divided equally between our demon clan and your human race. Although Wanhui gods and demons are angry, they are still rational and know that the gods and demons must never fight. If he hadn't been whipped away and beaten to pieces just now, he would have stopped the demons and gods from taking action immediately. Now it is natural to settle the matter as soon as possible, rather than continue to expand the contradiction. He will never let the war between humans and demons hundreds of thousands of years ago happen again. This is not for peace, but for your own life. It's a beautiful idea. How can I share it with you once it's in my hands? Gu Shanhai looked at the group of gods and demons and thought about killing them all. You? Wanhui god demon was also shocked by Gu Shanhai's answer. This Chiwen is also a demon from the demon tribe. Now that he is not dead, it would be better to let him go back. Zhao Xietian was also supportive. After all, the demon tribe eats openly and openly. But Zhao Xietian wants to eat this red-striped Juehu. So he is a little secretive. Aren't you afraid of being kicked again by me? Gu Shanhai's eyes widened. This Zhao Xietian really risked his life just for the sake of peace. Ahem. They are all gods and demons. What's the point of fighting and killing? Zhao Xietian naturally couldn't answer directly. No matter how he answered, his prestige would be damaged. Although he had already lost his prestige when he was kicked before. It doesn't matter. The gods and demons were whipped. And everyone lost their prestige. If you drop them all together, you lose them all. As for me, it's really not easy for me to take action. Gu Shanhai thought about it and realized that he had strength. But he was currently in an extremely weak state, and it was inconvenient to display it. When the gods and demons heard this, they were relieved. As long as they were willing to go down the steps. It was easy. Give the other party a step. And then say H, low. Me. H, low. Everyone. And then sit in a row of Qiguogua. Even if Gu Shanhai eats a big one. It doesn't matter. Then let's find another person to fight you. Gu Shanhai planned to sway him. Time's in. The gods and demons are confused. So someone else is going to fight them. Apart from Gu Shanhai. Who else could beat them? I hope you have better luck, and don't get beaten to death. After Gu Shanhai sighed, he activated the Lotus of Afterlife. Before the gods and demons could react, they noticed a terrifying aura coming. Is this? A group of gods and demons saw that the illusory kingdom gradually solidified, and a large number of artifacts and humans that they could not understand began to emerge. You have invaded the country. Don't you know the number of heaven? A voice came, and the entire dynasty stood up. Let's go! All the gods and demons also understood at this time that Gu Shanhai had summoned an ancient existence. Before he could take action, a large seal in the sky pressed down. Everything in the world is not the king's land, and the shores of the land are not the king's ministers. Traitor, do you think I can open my mouth? A group of gods and demons saw an upright white dog-like beast wearing clothes, standing on the city wall and opening its mouth. The next moment, they only felt that their lifespan was passing crazily at this moment, as if they were swallowed by some kind of existence. Show devouring. This is impossible. Zhao Xuanji felt the weakness in his body. Although after becoming a god and demon, lifespan was no longer necessary. But at this moment, all lifespans were swallowed up by Tao Tai, making them reach their original peak. The strength dropped and disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, the gods and demons have the special characteristic of eternal certification. Otherwise, the concept of gods and demons would be swallowed up by gluttons all of a sudden. Unfortunately, it's still a little short of the mark. When the information C and the abnormal body develop for tens of thousands of years, the gluttonous beast may be able to directly swallow up the entire concept of cultivators, and even gods and demons. What Gu Shanhai summoned was Ren. And Ren was bound to the will of humanity and the holy city. So he actually summoned the entire abnormal human civilization. With the birth and development of anomalies, the upper limit of this world is also increasing little by little. If it were the time of the world when Gu Shanhai just left, Talia's ability to cross the world would definitely be weakened a lot. Not to mention the lifespan of the devouring gods and demons. Whether it can take effect is another question. But now it can not only take effect across worlds, but it is not even a match for gods and demons. Call the thieves and get rid of the rebels. After the gluttony, more human anomalies emerged. Each one different, but all with strange abilities. Even ordinary people, because of the invincible ability attached to the human emperor, formed a torrent and just chased the gods and demons. Although Tao Tai can't eat you to death, there are still physical means to do it. Wait a minute. I won't be involved in this matter. Some demons and gods wanted to give in. But before they could finish speaking, they were torn apart by hands. After the huge body was torn apart, a large amount of blood gushes out, dyeing most of the sky red. One we god and demon said before that Gu Shanhai had no means to kill them. But now a scene appeared, and the other party's face was almost swollen. With the actions of the Holy Land and capital city, a large number of deaths of gods and demons also occurred. They have no way to stop the offensive of abnormal human civilization. It wasn't until the number of gods and demons was reduced to only 20 that Gu Shanhai cancelled the summons to Ren. From the beginning to the end, Ren did not take action, because these people are simply not worthy of his action. 10 from the human race and 10 from the demon race. Well, it's very balanced. Gu Shanhai would definitely not kill them directly, but he still planned to keep the gods and demons for experiments. Seeing this, Many gods and demons no longer wanted to fight with Gu Shanhai, and they all ran away without hesitation, lest Gu Shanhai would attract any ghosts to attack them again. As expected, you have to kill people to establish your authority, Gu Shanhai muttered softly. Otherwise, these gods and demons really think that he only relies on the 7-star whip and his sleeves. But in fact, he can still control people. But now that Zhao Xietian and Wan Hui are dead, the Dashuan dynasty and the demon realm will probably be in chaos. The Dashuan dynasty and the demon realm are stable thanks to the Zhao family of the Tian family and the Wanhui Bodhi tree family. What supports these two to maintain stable strength is not their management system, but the corresponding gods and demons standing behind them. And then coupled with his own ability, he achieved his current status. Therefore, ability and system are not important. What is important is that there are two gods and demons, Zhao Xietian and Wan Hui, behind them. Now that they are gone, the chaos cannot be suppressed. Chapter 475. You're here now. It's too late to run away now. Master told me that to be a human being, you should be kind to others. He was actually kind to others. He was really kind to others. He killed all the gods and demons. Qin Feng was a little confused when he heard that only 20 gods and demons from the two tribes were dead. This is too outrageous. More than half of them were killed. Even the reputation of the two brothers has risen. All the troubles, big and small, have disappeared now. Mainly because this behavior was too shocking. How to know is also very simple. The battle at the beginning was quite big. The monsters, gods and demons all arrived. Plus the confrontation between the two sides. The scene must have been quite big. But for Gu Shanhai, this thing was almost like playing house. Speaking of which, should we run away? Mingyu was thinking about this matter. Gu Shanhai killed so hard that he was afraid of setting himself on fire. In this current situation, Dashuan is determined to cause chaos. If we don't run away, we will probably be surrounded by yellow robes next. Mingyu's analysis is also possible. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai is too strong, which directly affects them and makes them unable to control themselves. Okay, run away first, and we'll talk about Sanji Shu later. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation at all. He felt that it would be better to use less of his brain than anything else. Anyway, there is a bright moon. Then let's quickly pack our things and go back to Wanshou Mountain, Qin Feng said, then stood up and started packing her things. Hurry up. If it's too late, there might be complications. Mingyu also got up and started to clean up. She would definitely not be willing to leave. The remaining 2 books of Sanji have not yet been obtained. Who knows how Gu Shanhai will tease him if he goes back empty-handed. But compared with the trouble, it's just a bit of fun. And it won't lose a piece of meat. Hey, you are planning to run away. A slightly flirtatious voice came over. A handsome young man sat on the window, apparently having just rolled over. Old Thong? You came just in time. Run away quickly. There will definitely be a big problem next. Qi Feng didn't feel wary when he saw the person coming. This was a friend the two of them made in Shengjing. His name was Ding Feng. He grew up in Xinyaoguan and developed a bohemian character. It's too late. Someone disturbed the water again. After Ding Feng entered the house, he poured himself tea without being polite at all. What should I say? Mingyu asked directly. There are rumors about Qingfeng's life experience outside. Do you know? Ding Feng asked directly. When Qi Feng heard this, he was also stunned. Life experience? What life experience? It said outside that your father is the contemporary holy son of the Blood Demon sect, and your mother is the chief of the Xianqing sect. I didn't expect that your two brothers' identities are more complicated than the other. Ding Feng also teased. I remember that the holy son of the Blood Demon sect is the son of the leader of the Blood Demon sect, and the chief of the Xianqing sect is the daughter of the leader. If these two can get together, wouldn't it make the world explode? Mingyu complained. But she always felt that these words were too false. Let me remind you. What your master did was almost like the sky cracking. Ding Feng also kindly reminded him. If this rumor is so false, we are not afraid of the Blood Demon sect and Xianqing sect causing trouble for them. Although the gods and demons of the two sects are dead, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Not to mention that they have not lost weight yet. Qin Feng hearing this, I was a little speechless. What if it's true? Anyway, there doesn't seem to be much movement between these two families. And with the current situation and the rumors, you two will definitely not be able to leave. Ding Feng said that it has become a big whirlpool, and it is not easy to escape. If there's anything I can't do, As soon as I pack my things, people will run back desperately. I'll see who dares to stop me. If you dare to stop me, I will shout that my master is a god or demon. If that doesn't work, Xiao Bai is still here. Let him charge and trample him to ensure that the opponent will turn into a puddle. Qi Feng expressed disdain for this. If they stayed, they would be in trouble. But if they wanted to leave, he didn't believe that anyone would dare to stop them. The rumors about people having noses and eyes don't seem to be fake. Ding Feng repeated in a deep voice. What do you mean? Mingyu also felt something bad at this time. If it was true, then they might not be able to leave. Wait a minute. You don't really believe it. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You are the grandson of the emperor. I am the direct descendant of good and evil. And you have a master who can kill both humans and demons with bare hands. Qi Feng didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very straightforward. With this combination, whether it was a court or a famous family, they would easily be controlled by them. If paired with the dear Xiaobai, the demon clan would also be brought into their hands. So as long as they have this idea, they don't even need to do it themselves. They just need to show a little intention. Then someone will definitely push them forward. When he said this, the atmosphere couldn't help but stagnate. Probably not. Qi Feng swallowed. From the intelligence point of view, it is possible that the two had an entanglement at first. And the entanglement was quite serious. It was not until the battle between good and evil that they were forced to sever their relationship, Mingyu said. And the possibility is not small. There are noses and eyes to talk about. What's more important is that no one came out to refute the rumors. Ding Feng also added. Then what does it have to do with us not being able to leave? Qi Feng was relatively straight-minded. So it would be okay to escape and leave. They are going to attack Emperor Xian. As soon as Emperor Xian dies, the great Xian dynasty will lose its backbone. And then there will definitely be chaos. Look at us. Do we look like two big flags in troubled times? When the time comes, I will be the dynasty of a noble family, and you will be the representative of good and evil. What do you think will happen? Mingyu said calmly. Ding Feng on the side also added. If you had no experience in the world, it would really not matter. But it is different now. You have friends and enemies, and there is no way to avoid it. Qingfeng's heart also sank, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. They were indeed not only friends with Ding Feng. They also made many friends in Shengjing and formed many deep friendships. There are ordinary people, casual cultivators, and people from aristocratic families and sects. Qi Feng Mingyu can just walk away. But there will be no consequences. Don't talk about harming your family. Only those naive people will listen to this kind of thing. After all, they have many friends and many enemies. If you have a solution, call Master. Qi Feng directly broke through all the methods. Times 2. Let's think of other ways. Mingyu didn't want to trouble Gu Shenhai. Not because she was worried that Gu Shenhai couldn't handle it well, but because when Gu Shenhai came, he might have to wipe out the entire Shengjing. He knew that Gu Shenhai had a character that disliked trouble. Mingyu even suspected that Gu Shenhai went on a killing spree. It was probably because gods and demons were blocking his way, and it was too troublesome to solve. So he did this. Therefore, if they really want to ask Gu Shenhai to take action, there is a 90% chance that Gu Shenhai will fish out their friend first, and then burn Shengjing to the ground with a big hand seal. In this way, the matter will definitely be solved. After all, everyone is dead, so there is no problem. How about letting Xiaobai come? Qi Feng felt that Gu Shenhai was not good enough, and Xiaobai came as well. They had also seen Xiaobai's strength, and he looked like an omnivorous deer with an awkward head. But he suspected that Xiaobai might even have Xian. The emperor can be killed. Guess what solution Xiaobai has besides using trample? Mingyu was even more speechless. If Gu Shenhai comes, he can still make money. But if it were Xiaobai, if you dare to mention it, he would dare to trample on the spot, turning the entire Shengjing into ruins. Ah, that makes sense. Qi Feng also reacted, and seemed to make sense. Let's take one step at a time, and see if there is any problem. Let's pretend to run away first. If there's no problem, we'll really run away. Mingyu said that he didn't want to get involved in this mess. When Ding Feng heard this, he also had a dark clue. From the inside, he could know how weird the god and demon who called himself Shen Yuanzi was. Otherwise, the two disciples' personalities would be like this. He knew that Qi Feng Mingyu was raised by Gu Shenhai, so he must have grown up according to Gu Shenhai's appearance. What the HL? Count me in. Ding Feng also shamelessly approached him at this time. He planned to get acquainted with Gu Shanhai. This was an existence that could kill gods and demons at will, if the other party could give him some pointers. And it can also be used for life. The goal of most cultivators has never been gods and demons, only reaching the 3rd level. Gone! Who is secretly thinking about me again? Gu Shanhai was dissecting the red-striped god and demon, but someone kept talking about him. It can't be Qi Feng Mingyu. Gu Shanhai naturally knew how much impact he would have by killing most of the gods and demons before. Really? I'm planning to run away now. I really thought running away would be that easy. As a protagonist, it's easy to go out and come back without becoming famous. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Gu Shanhai instantly identified who was talking about him. Under normal circumstances, others do not dare to mention him directly, and only dare to refer to him by pronouns. Gu Shanhai could also feel this, but they were all blocked by him. For him, such people could not defeat him, so it's okay to talk about it. But if the calculation is really direct, Gu Shanhai will knock off the entire chessboard for him immediately. The protagonist's energy has reached its peak, so he will be able to give me a chance in the near future. And I don't know what I can dig out. Gu Shanhai was also slightly looking forward to this. The reason why it was slightly was because the other party would give good things. But in Qi Feng Mingyu's eyes, these good things were more of just toys in Gu Shanhai's eyes. I hope with better luck, I can save a lot of trouble. The meaning of Gu Shanhai's words is that the birth of the two protagonists, Qi Feng Mingyu, was probably born to solve the fate of gods and demons. Before he knew about the fate of gods and demons, Gu Shanhai thought that he was just a trendsetter who was leading the times. Now that he saw it, he clearly came out to solve the disaster. Otherwise the two of them could have such complicated identities. Judging from the plot, without Gu Shanhai's interference, this identity can definitely help him. It's just that Gu Shanhai is still speculating, and there is no corresponding evidence. Under normal circumstances, Qi Feng Mingyu and Qi Feng Mingyu had just left the novice village and changed maps. But now, they went directly to the most advanced map, Shengjingli, and the plot had just begun. It does not conform to normal development logic at all. However, their cultivation speed is not slow. Under the pressure of various plot events, they are now close to reaching the innate realm. Is it because of the stimulation? Even without me, the world cannot have a direct influence on them. But through indirect influence, it can also achieve corresponding effects. Just like Ding Feng. It seemed that he came to hug his thigh. But in fact, it was an indirect influence. If Ding Feng had not come, Qi Feng would have run away from the city without leaving a letter. Even if he heard about Qingfeng's life experience on the way, he would not have paid any attention to it. And through Ding Feng's indirect influence on the two of them, they had to stay. Other friends will appear in the future to further consolidate the success. As for why Gu Shanhai didn't stop him, it was very simple. Because there are benefits. This is a process in which Qi Feng Mingyu feeds him back. Gu Shanhai will also help in this process. In addition, Qi Feng Mingyu will not be directly affected. If anything related to the fate of gods and demons is found, Gu Shanhai will definitely be notified as soon as possible. And Gu Shanhai will also be able to profit from it. The next plot is really bloody. I just don't know if it will develop smoothly. That's right. The biggest factor affecting the development of the plot is Qi Feng Mingyu as the protagonist. They will not develop according to the protagonist's normal thinking. If we follow the protagonist's settings, with the characters of Qi Feng and Mingyu, they wouldn't be able to break through the gods and demons at all. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. It can be said that these two have a mentality of seeking truth. But also, when they encounter a problem, they will not solve it bravely and diligently, but will immediately think of clever operations to solve it. For example, if they can't defeat the enemy, they will call the master to mechanically reduce the dimensionality. Is this how the protagonist should behave? The protagonists are all on the road to invincibility. Every sect challenges them, and the geniuses get slapped in the face one by one. Qi Feng Mingyu is better. They are usually provoked. But when provoked, they refuse to fight. They retort that, "My master is a god and demon," and then madly criticize the other party. They are like scoundrels who dare to go back and file a complaint if you dare to hit me. They are not afraid of public opinion or anything like that. They are very thick-skinned and will just say something to anyone who ridicules them. If you have the ability, you can also find a master of gods and demons. After such an operation, no matter how good the mentality of those provocative people is, they will explode. That's it. He's just a villain and a playboy, not the protagonist of Battle of Heaven and Earth. Forget it. Let them go. That's good. They are not following the path of gods and demons anyway. Gu Shanhai thought that his children and grandchildren would have their own blessings. So there was no need to worry too much. This mentality is quite good. At least you don't have to worry about psychological problems. With such a thick skin and shameless behavior, you don't have to worry about being hit and being devastated. The plot doesn't matter. As long as Gu Shanhai doesn't interfere, it will go wrong. But it won't be too serious. Chapter 476, Turn Him Upside Down. This thing seems to be true. What do you think of Mingyu? Qingfeng's face was a little dark. Just now, he met his nominal parents, the holy son of the Blood Demon sect and the chief of the Xianxing sect, and had a chat. Afterwards, the whole situation of that year was revealed. The general meaning is that after the unexpected pregnancy, due to the status of both parties, Qingfeng had to be stored in a farmhouse. Unexpectedly, Qingfeng was sold to someone who was not kind to her. Then because of a series of accidents, he became a little beggar. How do you watch it? Of course I sit down and watch it. Otherwise how else could I watch it? This couple is also a cold-natured person. If you weren't Master's disciple, what do you think they would do to you? Mingyu was also very calm about this. She could only say that their identities were really useless or troublesome. Kill me! What else can I do? Qingfeng understood immediately. First of all, his birth was a stain, whether it was the Blood Demon sect or the Xianxing sect. After all, the hatred and opposition between good and evil had never stopped. They are coming to me now just to take advantage of me. They even refuse to show off. They are very cold and aloof. Qingfeng knew that his identity was more troublesome than Mingyu. Mingyu, the emperor's grandson, was actually not bad. After all, Emperor Xian had many heirs, as well as the current emperor's grandson, and the eldest prince's concubine had the means. So Mingyu did not too much trouble. On the contrary, the holy son of the Blood Demon sect and the chief of the Xianxing sect are in much more trouble. The two of them are now married and have children. One is married to a saint in the sect, and the other is married to a senior brother in the sect. As a result, after this incident came out, the family was not broken up, but it was still in danger. If Qingfeng's background wasn't strong enough, the killer coming now would be to wipe out his stain, instead of the two of them coming in person, hoping to use his identity to make Gu Shanhai the god and demon behind them. Yes, they have looked down on you from the beginning. The so-called leaving it at a farmhouse is just their excuse. It is more likely that they will just find a farm and just throw you away like this. It's true that you are not kind to people when you meet them. After all, they may not know much about them. Mingyu also added that he didn't know the situation back then. But one of them was the holy son of the demonic path, and the other was the chief of the righteous path. Is it difficult to find a wealthy family to settle Qingfeng? Then what should I do next? It's hard to deal with these two people who have a straight face, are reluctant and feel that I have to help them. Qingfeng sighed. It's easy to solve. I'll just kill them. Mingyu blurted out without hesitation. The method is a good one. But will it be more troublesome? Qingfeng asked. I'm not sure. I'm just making a suggestion. You can't win if you really kill me, but you can trick Xiaobai into doing something. Mingyu teased. Okay, that's it. Let's go find Xiaobai. Qingfeng agreed. After the two of them finished speaking, they heard the movement downstairs. When they got up and took a look, they saw two figures turning into afterimages of one red and one white, going away in separate directions. They were deceived. It seems that these two people are really not good people. Mingyu mocked. They were plotting upstairs, while the holy son of the Blood Demon sect and the chief of the Xianxing sect were downstairs. These two people were the most powerful of the three, and their ears were naturally extraordinary. How could they be isolated by just a wall? Eavesdropping on Qingfeng Mingyu's conversation. There's no hesitation at all. TSK. Qingfeng was also a little gloating. If they didn't leave and came to explain, he would still believe it. On the contrary, judging from their behavior, these two people really rejected him. Your appearance has ruined their happy family. To be honest, how did these two get together in the first place? Mingyu also complained. These two people are now middle-aged, and the child is actually only a year or two younger than him. The little bastard met a good girl? Qingfeng thought that it must have happened as soon as his brain got hot. Otherwise, if this was the case, he would not even care about the incompatibility between good and evil. If you want to talk about misfortune, these two are not miserable. The real misfortunes are the saint of the Blood Demon sect and the senior brother of the Xianqing sect. They both took the offer, and now they are still making a fuss. Mingyu also sighed with emotion. In a word, this matter does not distinguish between men and women. Whoever meets him will be unlucky. That's right. What's more important is that I don't dare to say anything. I have to endure it. One of them has a father-in-law, and the other has a father-in-law above their heads. They are very powerful. Qifeng also laughed a little. It's not like he did this kind of disaster. Nor is it his responsibility. What's wrong with him just gloating about it? You can't say let him reflect. There is no reason. If he wants to reflect, it's the scumbag man and scumbag who want to reflect. This matter has been settled. But if we go back like this, I'm afraid we won't be safe. Mingyu said in a deep voice after calming down her expression. I know what you want to say, but it's very dangerous. Qifeng knew that Mingyu meant that since there was so much trouble, she wouldn't leave and would turn him upside down. With Master's backing, don't be afraid. Mingyu said that he had a trump card, and he could definitely blackmail Xiao Bai to make Gu Shanhai. If you do this, I'm afraid you'll get beaten when you go back. Qifeng said that you should wait to die. There is no hope. Let's settle the matters at hand first. Besides, the master may not say anything. He may have foreseen these things. Mingyu is now sure that Gu Shanhai should have known that once the two of them go down the mountain, you will encounter these messy things. The reason why he didn't stop it was probably because he wanted to let them experience it. Compared to Qifeng, Mingyu could see things from a more thorough perspective. Unlike Qifeng, he might have seen the protective side of Gu Shanhai, rather than the deeper meaning. Okay, then what should we do? Qifeng didn't think too much. He was pretty good at making trouble. The difference from before is that now you have to use force instead of spraying with mouth. In the past, they mostly talked but did not take action. Fighting and killing did not bring much benefit to them. It was not necessary to take action. They could use force to suppress others. If we don't go now, if we want to cause an upheaval, how can we do it without bloodshed? Seize power. I have a hunch that something might happen to Emperor Xian, Mingyu said calmly. If the gods and demons don't come out, how could something happen to Emperor Xian? Qifeng was a little confused. Emperor Xian was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the realm of unity between man and nature, and there were very few people who could threaten his life. It's okay to look at it. There are already many anti-king and rebel armies in various places in Dashuan to launch rebellions. Even the feudal kings are now ready to follow suit. Behind these people, it is definitely not their own ideas, but the instigation of those aristocratic families, as well as the support of sects, gangs, etc. If you succeed, you will be a minister of the dragon. Mingyu's words made Qifeng a little strange. Wait a minute. You don't really want to inherit the Dashuan dynasty, do you? Qifeng reacted quickly and immediately thought of what Mingyu wanted to do. You have to do it too. Integrate the good and the evil. Take down the 10 gangs in the world, and I will deal with the 8 great chambers. Then you and I will join forces to fight into the demon realm and truly dominate the world. When Mingyu said this, it seemed that she was not planning the entire world, but buying vegetables at the vegetable market. Hey, wait a minute. I'll take my time. I'll take my time. Qifeng felt as if she had fallen into a pit. And how could he be dragged into? No, I was almost confused by you. What you said was if we win. What should we do if we lose? Qingfeng's expression looked a bit hacked. Is this bright moon still a bright moon? Are you stupid? With our background, we can lose? Besides, it doesn't matter if we lose. Just call Master for help, and go back to the mountain for retreat. That's fine. Mingyu looked like we both had a guarantee. If the others lose, they will most likely be doomed. If the two of them lose, they can just pat their butts and leave. Dot! Qifeng finally jumped out of some thoughts that he couldn't change. He found that Mingyu was really bad. All risks have been transferred to Gu Shanhai. And for Gu Shanhai, this risk is not a risk at all. Okay, just follow your plan. Qifeng sighed. They originally wanted to leave, but since they are not allowed to leave, let them know what it means to invite gods, but not to send them away. I have taught many disciples, and this is the first time I have met a disciple with this kind of character. Gu Shanhai also learned about Qifeng Mingyu's plan, and he couldn't laugh or cry for a while. He felt like a high-end version of Wang Qi. He also hugged Wang Qi's thigh, but because of his status as a god, he didn't dare to hug her too tightly. On the contrary, Qifeng Mingyu, the two of them hugged each other very tightly, not even a little bit crooked. But this plot is finally straight and on the right track. Apart from being a little lower in strength, there aren't many flaws. Gu Shanhai knew that the introduction of the Blood Demon sect and the Xianqing sect would immediately make Qi Fengmingyu took the position he and the world had predetermined. Gu Shanhai naturally participated in the writing of the script. Otherwise, how to make the development of Qi Fengmingyu more beneficial to themselves and Gu Shanhai? Thanks to the data I have researched from the pages of the history book. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for me to modify and formulate the script. Gu Shanhai can directly control the entire plot through his own strength. Modifications were made. It was just too crude and too expensive to do so. On the contrary, through these data, he can monitor and modify the plot more efficiently to achieve his goals. Gu Shanhai's idea is also relatively simple. That is, to simply control more resources. If it had been the original, Qi Fengmingyu would have used its own strength as the main tone, instead of taking the path of competing for hegemony now. In this way, the difficulty and time will indeed increase. But for Gu Shanhai, fighting for hegemony is more beneficial to him, as it can more conveniently and quickly collect the gods and demons. It's not that he doesn't want to obtain information through prophecy and divination, but he finds that the information he obtains is very problematic. All the information related to the fate of gods and demons was incomplete, and the incompleteness of the data made Gu Shanhai a little miserable and even incomprehensible. Therefore, Gu Shanhai needed additional data for repair. He also knew that the reason for the incomplete data was because the disasters caused by gods and demons existed outside the world, not within it. Even the world itself does not have complete data. The information revealed by Gu Shanhai's prophecies and divination itself relies on the world itself. So the information he obtained is naturally the incomplete data of the world. As for prophecy and divination, which can directly obtain information from the source, if this was really that powerful, then prophecy and divination would have been invincible a long time ago. Instead of being just an auxiliary ability, this is as unnatural as creating something out of thin air without consuming anything. Inside the world and outside the world are two completely different situations. Until now, Gu Shanhai had never thought of exploring what was outside the world. It is much better to become stronger in a low-key manner with peace of mind than to venture out and explore. The absorption points on the red-striped gods and demons still exist. At present, it seems that the red-striped gods and demons must be sucked to death. Otherwise, they will not stop at all. Gu Shanhai returned his gaze to the red-striped god and demon. As he further studied, this extraction point seemed to Gu Shanhai's senses like some kind of rigid program. As long as the task is not completed, even if the extraction is slower, it will continue. It's a pity that we can't find the detailed data and traffic direction of the extraction point. Otherwise, we might be able to find the source. Gu Shanhai was also a little helpless about this. He needs enough data on the disasters of gods and demons to use as further research on the extraction point. There must be no relevant data from the gods and demons. Now he has not only studied the sick red-striped gods and demons, but also quietly studied the healthy gods and demons from other human and demon tribes. When they are not sick, there are no signs of disease at all in these gods and demons. Of course, it is normal not to be able to find it, because if there are signs, these gods and demons themselves will be able to detect them. The fate of gods and demons seemed to come out of the blue, catching them by surprise. Speaking of exercises, it's the 3 strange books. It seems to be ancient methods, not modern methods. Gu Shanhai remembered this matter. Naturally, he already knew the contents of the Sanchi book, and the spiritual consciousness was as once it was scanned, but he did not take away the carrier. If you look at the content alone, there is not much difference between this modern method and the ancient method. But if you take a closer look, there is a huge difference, especially the difference in breaking through gods and demons. The ancient method is based on learning from nature, which means that it is essentially based on the world itself and the corresponding laws to break through the gods and demons. The analogy is that of the saints in the prehistoric times. What kind of souls are placed in the void? And the world will be prosperous and harmed. Now the method is different. It is more like the essence of transformation, and the connection with the world is directly broken. This method increases the probability of breaking through the gods and demons. But the upper limit is limited. The upper limit of the 2 races of humans and demons is also the gods and demons. No matter how far the transformation can go, if you want to reach a higher level, you must rely on external things. And the world is very suitable. So essentially they have limited their own upper limit, thus forming a fixed share of gods and demons. More importantly, When did this ancient method be replaced by the modern method? Chapter 477, Modern and Ancient Methods. The Secret of the Three Wonders. Qi Fengmingyue's plan went very smoothly, and Gu Shanhai just let the Four Sacred Beasts system monitor it. In addition, there is Xiaobai as a force to suppress, which makes up for the lack of strength as a force itself. Although Xiaobai only acts as a mount and life assistant, he has also received a lot of education. He is assisted by the Four Sacred Beasts system in combat, and has corresponding combat models. When fighting, whether it is skills or experience, is extremely powerful. It is equivalent to carrying a combat database with you. What's more, Xiaobai's background is not only an animal companion, but he is also the Mount of the Green Knight, and his main focus is war. The effect of the absorption points has begun to fade. It's finally what I expected. I thought this thing would stick with me unswervingly. Gu Shanhai's spirit perked up. He was not worried that the absorption points would change. He was worried that they would remain the same. On the contrary, it will affect his experiments, because being unchanged means that the data has not changed at all. It will be even more difficult for Gu Shanhai to complete it. Attenuation may not be a good thing. But now, for Gu Shanhai, it is able to obtain more data. Judging from the current degree of attenuation, it will disappear completely in a month. It seems that the other party has given up. Gu Shanhai quickly discovered the reason through data comparison. It seemed that I couldn't wait any longer. But I didn't expect that I didn't even last a year. I only lasted 4 months and then cancelled it. Analyzing the data, it's probably not the problem of the extraction points, but rather that the existence behind the extraction points couldn't wait and took the initiative to cancel it. I don't know if the extraction points will be transferred to other gods and demons. It is unlikely that the other party will give up so easily, and it is very likely that another god or demon will come to cause trouble. If this is the case, then I have to deepen my monitoring of the gods and demons. It's just what method the other party used to generate the extraction points. Although Gu Shanhai knew that this problem was caused by the new generation of gods and demons using modern methods, that they didn't know where they came from to break through. But the question is how the current law affects it. He also searched the souls of all the gods and demons, obtained all their memories, and obtained some data after in-depth comparison. These data did not provide much help. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai confirmed that there was a problem with the current method of breakthrough. The success rate of ancient methods to break through gods and demons is 100 times lower than today's methods. More importantly, they are no longer compatible. Gu Shanhai felt a little regretful. Don't ask him why he knew it was incompatible. Because he has experimental products. That's right. It was Emperor Xian. He made a new copy of Xian Tian Bao Lu and gave it to Emperor Xian, both in terms of the medium and the content. Emperor Xian was also very wise and directly revised the Sanqi book. There is actually no problem if these 3 strange books are only cultivated to the realm of unity between man and nature. But once the 3 strange books are used to break through gods and demons, the breakthrough will inevitably fail due to incompatibility. It wasn't that Gu Shanhai deliberately wanted to trick Emperor Xian. He just wanted to use Emperor Xian to create an ancient magic god and demon. But he didn't expect that this thing had failed. However, it is also certain that if one uses the ancient method to break through and become a god or demon, there will be no such disaster as the fate of a god or demon. Existences at a higher level have made gods and demons food by changing some of the rules and using modern methods to shape them. Then how do they ensure their output? The probability of a breakthrough like the gods and demons is ridiculously low. Gu Shanhai glanced at Emperor Xian. He was not dead yet, but he was stuck in a place where he couldn't move up or down. He is now half god and devil, and the other half human. Gu Shanhai knew where he got stuck, which was to learn from nature and find a law that suited him. As long as you find it, you can become a god or demon. Of course, this is the last step and the most critical step. Generally speaking, most people in the realm of harmony between man and nature cannot reach this step, and they are already stuck in the front. Breakthrough steps. Emperor Xian was able to reach this level all because of Gu Shanhai's secret help. Otherwise, in Emperor Xian's case, the breakthrough would have failed in the first step, and then he would have suffered heavy losses. Among the ancient methods, this step should have been the easiest. There are many laws in the world, and there are many laws that can fit with Emperor Xian. It's a pity that because something went wrong in the world, the laws couldn't respond, so he could never succeed. This is the incompatibility. The world has been modified so that there is no law to respond. So it is impossible to succeed, and the world will prosper and suffer. And Emperor Xian now has 2 choices. either to continue to consume. Then there is a high probability that he will be consumed to death by himself. Either you stop the loss decisively and exit the breakthrough state. You will be injured and suffer losses due to the backlash due to the failure of the breakthrough. Neither of these are good choices. Unless Gu Shanhai helps. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping unscathed. You will have to pay the price. There are a lot of pitfalls in this world. Gu Shanhai was also a little helpless. He had no idea that the 3 wonders of ancient law would cause problems here. He had deduced that there was nothing wrong with the content. But it turned out that the problem was the world itself. Which is nonsense. No one would have thought of it. After all, it is not the end of the Dharma era or a weird world like cultivating immortals. But this guy is very capable. He didn't do anything to the whole system. He just tightened the screws. Gu Shanhai was not sure that Emperor Xian could successfully break through. The reason was also very simple. Naturally, it was because he did not have the relevant laws. Unless you start to grasp the laws of the world, just doing so will cause a chain reaction. As for the laws on his body, it can be taken out. But Gu Shanhai is unwilling to do so. It is just an experimental product. And there is no need to invest too much cost in it. He is not the only cultivator at the peak of the unity of heaven and man. There are many practitioners in the Dashuan dynasty, and many in the demon realm. There is no need to worry about him lacking experimental products. The ancient method of Sanqi Shu can be practiced not only by the human race, but also by the demon race. Therefore, this ancient method is likely to be common and practiced by both the human and demon tribes. On the contrary, the modern method is different. There is a huge difference in the skills between the human and demon tribes. Just saying. Why did the world give the ancient method to the 2 protagonists Qi Feng Mingyu? Then this means that the 2 of them can solve the shortcomings of the ancient method. Correspondingly, it also proves that the world is rejecting modern methods, and ancient methods are the orthodoxy. If Gu Shanhai looked at it from the perspective of the world, he would definitely choose the ancient method. First of all, the gods and demons that break through the ancient method are not mainly about robbery. Instead, after being integrated with the law of conformity, they can integrate with the world at a higher level and become a force in the world. This method is not bad on its own. But the problem is that if it does not turn into biscuits and drinks that are eaten by others, then there is really no problem. And the world will not care too much. At most, the upper limit is a little lower. But as a result, if it is cultivated in one's own world and becomes food for others, then the whole world becomes a leek field. And the gods and demons are the leeks that are constantly regenerated. Not to mention that this matter was forced. And he wouldn't be happy if it were Gu Shanhai. In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, Emperor Xian did not insist on breaking through, but instead fought his way out of the situation despite being seriously injured. At this time, his aura was very weak, and even his strength temporarily dropped to the level of 3 flowers gathering at the top. Fortunately, Emperor Xian had already prepared for this. Whether it was psychological preparation or physical preparation, he immediately took out a large amount of medicine and swallowed it. His pale face gradually began to recover, and his fallen strength returned to the realm of harmony between man and nature. However, it was still a little unstable. It seemed that the foundation had been damaged and needed to be cultivated for a period of time to be able to recover. The recovery ability of the realm of unity between man and nature is far inferior to that of gods and demons. If it were replaced by gods and demons, such injuries could be recovered in an instant. It failed because something was missing. The Sanqi book is incomplete? No. The Sanqi book is very complete. But I'm missing something. Emperor Xian's expression was gloomy. He did not expect that such a situation would occur. It was obvious that he could succeed as long as he took the last step. Now the entire Dashuan dynasty is on the verge of collapse after the death of Zhao Xiantian, the ancestor of the Zhao family. If he cannot successfully break through and become a god and demon, he will definitely be replaced by other forces. What exactly is missing is not recorded in the Sanqi book. So, Emperor Xian adjusted his mood, feeling helpless. Perhaps you can find the answer from the Sanqi book. A sudden voice came, which made Emperor Xian alert for a moment. Who is it? He couldn't help shouting nervously. Gu Shanhai walked out of the darkness. And what came was not his true body. His true body was still monitoring the absorption points in the body of the red-striped gods and demons. So what came was just the incarnation of an inner demon Taoist weapon. I think you should have heard of my name. I've been at the top of the search list recently. Gu Shanhai joked. Emperor Xian didn't know what the hot search list was, but it didn't prevent him from guessing Gu Shanhai's identity. Wuzhuang Guanjin Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain. Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what Gu Shanhai was doing here. Don't worry. I don't have any malicious intentions. If I did, you wouldn't be able to get the Xian Tian Bao Lu. Gu Shanhai said with a slight smile. This made Emperor Xian's heart sink. He had guessed that someone had given the Xian Tian Bao Lu to him on purpose. But he didn't expect it to be Gu Shanhai. Senior, what do you want? Emperor Xian didn't say anything like, don't eat the food you come to. Or say, kill my ancestor, and I'll live with you. He and Zhao Xiatian don't have much affection. The relationship between the two parties is more about interests. It's true that Zhao Xiatian is the ancestor of the Zhao family, but they have been separated by too many generations. And because gods and demons do not interfere in the world, it is more about supply and demand. Relationship. It's just that their interests are in the same direction. It's nothing. I just came here to give you a few words. I still appreciate your talent. Gu Shanhai said. Emperor Xian also understood what Gu Shanhai meant. It was just that he was valuable. So he came to help him. Senior, please give me some advice. Emperor Xian didn't feel humiliated by this. A god and demon was willing to give him some advice. Even if it had other purposes, he could still benefit from it. You made it to the last step and missed something. Now this thing has been blocked, and I can't even get it. Gu Shanhai didn't make it clear, but Emperor Xian felt the same way. Fortunately, you and I can't get it, but we can make this thing come by itself through some means. You understand what I mean? Gu Shanhai was like a riddler. He is not familiar with Emperor Xian, so he will definitely not be very straightforward. It is still very satisfying to be the riddler. Emperor Xian's eyes fell on San Qishu. Gu Shanhai sent Xian Tian Bao Lu and showed up specially to mention some points. This shows that the opportunity for breakthrough lies in these three strange books. I never thought that Senior would really go to great lengths for your two disciples. Obviously, Emperor Xian misunderstood Gu Shanhai. He thought that Gu Shanhai was planning a way out for Qi Feng Mingyu. With Qi Feng Mingyu's qualifications, as long as he was alive, the realm of unity between man and nature would not be a problem at all. This is not the case with gods and demons. If you want to break through, you will have a narrow escape. In terms of qualifications, Emperor Xian's qualifications are no less than Qi Feng Mingyu. And he still made himself like this in order to break through the gods and demons. As a human being, you must have some pursuits. Gu Shanhai did not deny it. He was also satisfied that Emperor Xian thought so. If I had been able to serve under my senior, I might be very different now. Emperor Xian also felt a little emotional. But it was a pity that the time was wrong, and many things were meaningless. Well, it is indeed a pity. Gu Shanhai followed the other person's words, and said that he recognized Emperor Xian's qualifications and talents. It was a pity that Emperor Xian was not the protagonist. I wonder if the seniors have anything else to mention to the juniors. Emperor Xian's words meant that he was issuing an eviction order, and he was ready to begin to comprehend the mysteries of the three wonders of the book. If he hadn't known about Gu Shanhai's intention to use him to detect minds as an experiment, he would have never dared to chase people away. But it was different now. He was valuable and knew that Gu Shanhai would not attack him. So he felt confident. As for if the breakthrough fails, Emperor Xian doesn't care. He knows that in his current situation, he may only have one chance to break through. If he fails, he will be benevolent. If the breakthrough is successful, it won't matter. The other party won't care about this little thing if they get the benefits. No. I hope you can successfully break through. Otherwise, I will have to find another person, which will be very troublesome. Gu Shanhai also gave a sincere blessing. Then thank you for your blessing, Senior. Emperor Xian also accepted Gu Shanhai's blessing. This was something that was beneficial to both parties. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he gradually faded away and left. Emperor Xian didn't care whether Gu Shanhai really left. He just wanted the other party's attitude. As long as you don't disturb your breakthrough, it's not a big problem. Gods and demons. It's really like ascending to the sky. If you fail, you will be smashed to pieces. Emperor Xian muttered softly. Chapter 478. If you succeed, the bird will fly into the blue sky. If you fail, the body will die and the Tao will disappear. Emperor Xian's second breakthrough came 2 years later. In the past 2 years, the Dashuan dynasty and the demon realm have been in complete chaos. Like a pot of porridge. The anti-king and rebel forces in various places are just like Huahua. And because the emperor's grandson, who is the regent in the court, is young, The power struggle among all parties has not stopped, especially after Qi Feng and Mingyu intervened. The entire Daxuan became even more corrupted. But even so, Emperor Xian did not come out to reorganize. For Emperor Xian, as long as Daxuan is not destroyed, and when he breaks through the gods and demons and comes out, nothing will be a big problem. Qi Feng Mingyu and Qi Feng Mingyu did not directly intervene in the court, but started anew to dominate a state, and started to reform the large state occupied by Gu Shenhai using some knowledge imparted to them by Gu Shenhai. The two of them are not alone. They have extensive friendships and a large number of friends to help them. Together with their deep backgrounds, they can also attract many talents. Gu Shenhai also provided some remote support, letting people know that Gu Shenhai had been paying attention to Qi Feng and Mingyu. If we calculate the time, Emperor Xian's breakthrough this time is a little too urgent. Gu Shenhai looked at the time. Gu Shenhai knew that it would be best to stabilize him for another 3 to 5 years. He had damaged his own foundation before. Not to mention that he had to study the 3 wonders of the book. 2 years is not actually a long time, but rather a short one. Yes, the Daxuan dynasty is so corrupt now, and he wants to stabilize it for 3 to 5 years. But whether the Daxuan dynasty can still exist in 3 to 5 years is another matter. In the past 2 years, the red striped demon god has died, and the absorption points on his body have long since disappeared. Gu Shenhai obtained some relevant data, but unfortunately it was still too little, and it was still unsystematic and of no use at all. Apart from that, he is studying the secret realm. It's a special space that's attached to the world. There's a lot of chaos in it, and it looks a bit like a copy. It can be determined from the memories of gods and demons that secret realms have been around for a long time. At least in the memories of these gods and demons of the new generation. There were already secret realms in their era. Gu Shenhai also studied it for a long time and found that this thing looked a bit like a tumor. After careful investigation, I finally understood what the secret realm was. It is the resonance formed by the special laws of the remains of gods and demons after death. Of course, only ancient gods and demons can become secret realms after death. Nowadays, gods and demons do not have this ability. Their abilities have changed from the original legal abilities to legal characteristics similar to a permanent certificate. Ancient gods and demons, there is no such feature. To be honest, Gu Shenhai was also very surprised after seeing the death of the ancient gods and demons. In terms of combat effectiveness, survivability, vitality, and other related strengths, the ancient gods and demons were far better than the modern gods and demons. They have the blessing of laws, basically possess powerful abilities in the world, and even achieve a certain degree of immortality. Although the gods and demons of Jinfa also have similar power, it is more due to their physical quality. It's best for Emperor Xian to succeed. I need an ancient magician to see how the people behind the scenes react. Gu Shenhai was sure that anyone would be able to suddenly appear a completely impossible old and young child. Surprised. It's just that Gu Shenhai's idea is very good, but the problem is that Emperor Xian's success rate is not high. Even if he has broken through once before, the process of breaking through is very familiar. The traces left by his previous failed breakthroughs will make it more difficult for him to break through again. It is not an increase in difficulty, because the difficulty has not changed from the beginning to the end. The increase in breakthrough difficulty is due to his own loss. It is probably because he originally had 100 attributes, but now he only has 99 attributes. This caused his success rate to plummet. Originally, the success rate of using ancient methods to break through gods and demons was much lower than that of today's methods. Now that it is even worse, it is naturally more difficult. Here we go! Gu Shenhai felt the changes in the aura in the Daxuan Palace, although it was very weak. Fortunately, Gu Shenhai had the data of the last Xian Emperor's breakthrough and could easily compare the results. Gu Shenhai actually didn't know much about the whole process. The last time, Emperor Xian had no experience, and it took him nearly a day and a night. As a result, he was stuck in the last step for more than an hour before failing. Now, it should be faster. It doesn't take a day or a night, and it can reach the last step that complies with the law in half the time. The carrier of the 3 Wonders book itself does have the ability to guide the law. However, if you want to activate this ability, you must practice the stealing the sky and changing the sun to the extreme. That's right. After these 3 strange books were combined, they became known as the Great Law of Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. Gu Shenhai can be sure that the origin of these 3 strange books should be the middle period of the alternation between modern and ancient laws. Some gods and demons noticed that today's laws because of the strangeness of the method. He used his own bones as the base to deduce the great method of stealing the sky and changing the sun as a glimmer of hope. However, if there is only the great technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun without the three strange books, this technique is just a technique that directly points to the realm of the unity of heaven and man. And at most it has some experience in breaking through gods and demons. Only by cooperating with the original carrier of the three wonders of the book can we obtain the rules and successfully break through into gods and demons. Although that is said, these three strange books and the great law of stealing the sky and changing the sun do not have the ability to increase the success rate of becoming a god and demon. So you have to fail if you should. It just provides you with an opportunity to break through and become the ancient demon god. It is also true that Qi Feng Mingyu's opening opportunity would be Xiantian Baolu, because they must follow the ancient method and subvert the current method. 12 hours passed in a flash, and Gu Shanhai's expression became serious. It's going to fail. Emperor Xian has reached the final step, and now obtains the laws that suit him through the three strange books. This process is originally the least difficult. Of course, no matter how low it is only compared to the previous breakthrough. In fact, the difficulty is also terrifyingly high. What's more, the normal breakthrough method is not used now. Emperor Xian has to take into consideration the three strange books to obtain instead of being given directly by the world. The difficulty has gone up a notch, from the original lowest difficulty to the H.L. level. This time it seems that the 2 years of waiting have been in vain. Gu Shanhai sighed. He had already seen Emperor Xian fail to break through and die from the backlash. In an instant, he moved to Emperor Xian's secret room. At this time, Emperor Xian had just failed to break through and was not dead yet, but was already close to death. After seeing Gu Shanhai arrive, the unwillingness in his expression made him struggle. Senior, save me! It's such a pity that we failed. Gu Shanhai knelt down with an expressionless expression and looked at Emperor Xian, whose aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even though his will to survive was firm, the problems of his body and soul were not decided by his will at all. I still have value. Still have it. As long as you give me another chance, I will definitely succeed. Emperor Xian kept telling his value, as if he was grasping the last straw. Senior, you need someone to pave the way. I can do it. Others are not willing to take risks. Now that I am about to die, why don't you gamble again? Gu Shanhai shook his head. You have to cultivate and be stable. It will take at least 5 years. If you hadn't made such a bold move this time, the success rate would have been higher. I can't afford to wait now. What he means is that the cost is not cost-effective. In your situation, he can do it with someone who is at the peak of the realm of unity between man and nature. Why should he use you? As long as you cure me. Senior, I will bet again, Emperor Xian said through gritted teeth. He knew that it was impossible for Gu Shanhai to save him at this time. So he changed the way of saying it, which meant to give him another hand. He was not prepared to cultivate and stabilize himself and directly make a breakthrough. If he was prepared before, this time he must be risking his life. Because even if he was rescued by Gu Shanhai, his own condition was so bad that the chance of success had dropped a lot. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai also fell silent. Okay. In the end, Gu Shanhai agreed. This deal was a good deal. Although Gu Shanhai would lose money if it failed, he would make a lot of money if it succeeded. Fortunately, the loss was not much. Gu Shanhai took out a pill and stuffed it directly into Emperor Xian's mouth. The originally sluggish aura suddenly began to surge, and the injuries on his body and soul also began to recover. You dare to bet, and I'm not stingy. I hope you can succeed this time, and I won't have any elixir to save you next time. Gu Shanhai's words must be false. This elixir is nothing to him. It's not worth much, and you can easily make 100 or 10 tons of it. But there is no third time. One can be 2, but not 3. If this breakthrough fails again, it means that Emperor Xian does not have the potential to become a god and demon. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Emperor Xian felt his recovered strength, and his expression couldn't help but be a little dazed. Is this a god or demon? His injuries were so serious that the other party brought him back to life with just a pill. Why don't you thank me? It's you who convinced me. You can start now. I'm waiting for your good news. Gu Shanhai's figure gradually disappeared. The last words meant that it was time for you to make a breakthrough again. This was a warning. It meant that you should keep your promise. It can save you or kill you. Emperor Xian's heart sank at this. And then he looked at Sankeshu. There was a trace of struggle in his eyes. He had experienced imminent death just now. And now he had to experience it again, which made him quite frightened. We cultivators must be fearless and move forward without fear. Emperor Xian's mind reflected on his journey from a concubine to Emperor Xian step by step, killing and making breakthroughs without ever stopping. He knew that once he stopped, it would be time for him to die. It was the same before, and it is the same now. The emotions in Emperor Xian's heart gradually calmed down, and now he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to break through the gods and demons. If you succeed, everything will be fine. If you fail, there will be no regrets. This life was picked up by him, and the worst he could do was to give it back. Therefore, I started to break through without hesitation. It's not bad. After leaving, Gu Shanhai noticed another subtle change in the atmosphere in the Dashuan Palace. Emperor Xian did not break his promise, but immediately made another breakthrough. There is great fear between life and death. Emperor Xian seems to have seen through something. Idealistic breakthrough. TSK. Gu Shanhai could see that Emperor Xian's thoughts had undergone a transformation, as if he had been reborn in just a short moment. It felt to him like the protagonist's explosion. But compared to the protagonist's explosion, Emperor Xian could only be regarded as a profound enlightenment. And he had undergone substantial changes. The changes were at the level of the soul and thinking, and had no impact on his strength. No matter how large the increase is, it will only slightly increase his success rate when he breaks through. None of the cultivators who can achieve the realm of unity between man and nature are fuel efficient. Gu Shanhai also said that this is indeed very good. Unfortunately, the success rate is still less than 1 in 10,000. With this success rate, only time can create so many gods and demons. A secret realm is a god and demon, and there are thousands of secret realms in this world. This shows that there are thousands of gods and demons in ancient times. Of course, these gods and demons are not people from the same period, nor did they die at the same time, but died one after another over an unknown amount of time. And this is just the gods and demons of ancient times. More gods and demons of modern times died. And most of the gods and demons of modern times died not because of fighting, but because of misfortune. This is more frustrating. Randomly select a lucky god and demon as cookies. But if Emperor Xian succeeds, Qi Fengming, you will not be able to cry without tears. Once Emperor Xian becomes a god and demon, it is equivalent to reviving the Dashuan dynasty, which was already on the verge of collapse. Many aristocratic families, sects, and rebels dared to do this. Naturally, because the Dashuan dynasty had no gods and demons. Just like the aristocratic families and sects without gods and demons, they fell directly from the top. On the contrary, if Emperor Xian becomes a god and demon, then the situation will inevitably be stable. It's just that I have a bad premonition. Gu Shanhai compared a large amount of data and concluded that even if Emperor Xian succeeds, the end may not be good. Nowadays, none of the ancient gods and demons have survived. They are all dead. From the memories of gods and demons in the new generation, Gu Shanhai learned that it was because of the war between humans and demons. But was this possible? It's not like they were all dead in the battle between the two clans. There wasn't even a single one left. It can only be said that there are people behind the scenes who are promoting the death of ancient gods and demons in order to change the times. My worries are a bit unfounded. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but laugh at himself. Whether Emperor Xian could successfully break through was one thing. So why bother thinking about what happened next? Even if he breaks through and becomes an ancient god and demon, his fate will be bad. But that will only happen after the breakthrough. There is no shadow now, so there is no point in thinking so much. Another day passed by in a blink of an eye. This time, Gu Shanhai saw Emperor Xian take the law into his body. Success? This is really beyond my expectation. Gu Shanhai was relieved that this cost did not become a loss. Chapter 479, The Death of Emperor Xian, Ancient Laws. Gods and demons are not allowed in the world. Something happened. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. He saw that the aura on Emperor Xian's body had just stabilized. And something immediately changed in his body. The extraction point? No, it's not the extraction point. Gu Shanhai judged in an instant that if the extraction point was juice extraction, then Emperor Xian's body was the deletion effect caused by incompatibility. This is going to explode. But it doesn't matter. Emperor Xian's death was valuable this time. Gu Shanhai keenly sensed an aura from it. In an instant, he arrived in the secret room where Emperor Xian was retreating. He saw that Emperor Xian had turned into a huge ball of flesh, and was constantly expanding. Consciousness disappears. The first step for this behind-the-scenes existence is to target the consciousness, followed by the physical body. Emperor Xian is completely hopeless. Just like the red-striped demon god, the dissipation of self-awareness means that the other party has become a vegetable. Even if the soul and body still exist, he has become a walking corpse. This technology has extremely high attainments in targeting consciousness and thinking. Gu Shanhai also had a hint of surprise in his expression. I originally thought that the other party relied on attacking the system, which allowed the gods and demons of Jinfa to be manipulated by the other party like puppets on strings. Now it seems that this is not the case, but that the other party itself has the corresponding technology. I found you. You are indeed not in this world. This time the other party's movement was so big that Gu Shanhai could easily detect it. Bang! Emperor Xian exploded completely. Gu Shanhai further explored the opponent's plane coordinates. Is there a transfer station? This is a bit difficult to handle. And this transfer station is not a physical type, but more like some kind of virtual platform after transfer. So what's going on? After the death of Emperor Xian, the other party's behavior gradually calmed down and disappeared without a trace again. They have zero tolerance for the existence of ancient gods and demons. As long as you break through, they will definitely eradicate it. And it's not directly erasing it, but operating the platform through some indirect means. What Gu Shanhai traced was only the platform, not the real person. More importantly, this kind of operation was a cross-world behavior. It would be very difficult for Gu Shanhai to further trace it. But doesn't this mean that I can continue to cross the world? Gu Shanhai's expression couldn't help but perk up. For him, the world and benefits are equal. So when you reach my level, the difficulty is increased based on multiple worlds? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the difficulty of the world. This is really true. Gu Shanhai was a little bit dumbfounded. It gave him the impression that several beings of the same level were arranged to compete in the ring. After all, for him, the only one who could compete with him was the world. And then he came to the cross-world type copy. There is no need to worry that Gu Shanhai will fail. In a world where big interests are like this, even without the encouragement of First Era, Gu Shanhai will fall into the trap on his own. There are benefits there, but there are risks. It depends on whether you like it or not. Let's find a way to find that platform first. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed to the next step. The transferred virtual platform is not in this world. Gu Shanhai has the coordinates in his hand and can open the channel to the coordinates through space equipment. There is a high probability that this transit virtual platform is attached to the outer or inner wall area of that world. So as long as you open it, you don't have to worry about it running away. As for putting it in the void outside the world, it is not impossible. It's just that you wouldn't do this under normal circumstances. After all, the void is too dangerous. If you really have this ability, why bother to indirectly control the world through this method? Wouldn't it be easier to intervene directly? Therefore, Gu Shanhai guessed that the opponent probably had technology, but was not very strong. This situation is not a rare thing. Just like if Ren's lost dynasty collapsed, then humankind might have to rely on archaeology for scientific development. So you still need a quantum collider. This thing is also somewhat useful, but it needs to be changed to adapt to the normal version. Gu Shanhai was planning the famous plan, but his eyes did not leave where Emperor Xian's body was. These body parts slowly melted away. Xian Emperor's body began to turn into a secret realm. As a god and demon who breaks through with ancient methods, Emperor Xian will naturally become a secret realm after his death. Even if he has just broken through and is not yet stable. Even if he is only a god and demon for a second, he is still a god and demon. Thankfully, what was erased was the self-consciousness, and the body and soul were exploded. Otherwise, it might not be possible to turn it into a secret realm. This secret realm is not small. I am afraid that the entire Shengjing will be swallowed up. After Emperor Xian completely dissolved, Gu Shanhai also noticed the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Dashuan is really in chaos. I'd better stay away to avoid being affected. Gu Shanhai never thought of stopping it. To him, Shengjing was not of much value, but rather an insignificant place. If Shengjing is gone, then the strength of the human race will be greatly reduced. Gu Shanhai suddenly thought of this question. To say that there are only two places with the most powerful human beings. One is the demon suppressing pass, and the other is naturally Shengjing, the kingdom of Dashuan. The entire Shengjing was swallowed up by the secret realm where Emperor Xian was born after his death. Wouldn't that mean that the human race's vitality was directly damaged? Looking at the secret room, the spatial fluctuations took shape and materialized into a vortex. Don't tell me! I can still earn a lot of data! Gu Shanhai suddenly felt happy. He discovered that the formation of the secret realm allowed him to collect a lot of spatial data, so as to further improve his own lack of space. Under normal circumstances, if he wants to increase the size of a world like his, he will naturally expand the size of the world. Generally speaking, he can only rely on his own strength to drive it. And if you can use additional means to make your world bigger, wouldn't you get double feedback? The size of the world is naturally also a manifestation of one's own strength. A huge world may not necessarily be strong, but most small worlds cannot be strong. The higher the energy level of the world, the larger the world. At least you have to have a space that can carry the energy level. Otherwise, if you only have a small amount, how can you bring out the power of the high energy level? It's like eating 2 fish with 1 fish. Just as Gu Shanhai was thinking about it, he saw the space vortex suddenly expand. Gu Shanhai had to retreat quickly. Otherwise, he would have been enveloped in it. In the next moment, the entire Shengjing was swallowed up by this space vortex. And no one, no matter whether it was people or objects, had any resistance. Even though this is just a space vortex, in terms of strength, it is already at the level of gods and demons. There is no one in Shengjing who can match it. There are indeed some cultivators in Shengjing who are in the realm of harmony between man and nature. They instinctively sense some dangers, but due to their momentary hesitation, they were unable to escape. After the entire Shengjing was swallowed up by the space vortex, it was already too late to escape. The dust has finally settled. In fact, if you are swallowed into it, you will not die immediately, but you will survive for a period of time. As it engulfed Shengjing, the space vortex began to shrink, collapsed into a point of light, and finally disappeared. Nowadays, it cannot be called a secret realm. It can only be regarded as a prototype and needs to be re-evolved. It is expected that in 10 years, a brand new secret realm will be born. I don't know what kind of secret realm it will be. I hope Emperor Xian can give me some help. What will happen to the people and things inside 10 years from now is naturally self-evident. Gu Shanhai didn't even think about rescuing anyone. Why did he want to? It wasn't him who did it. As for the effort of raising a hand, he really didn't want to raise his hand. For him, this matter has no benefit at all. Instead, he can sit back and watch the secret realm take shape. And he can also get a lot of secret realm data. The other secret realms have already been analyzed by him, which is an auxiliary space. It is far less valuable than the data generated by the birth of this auxiliary space. After all, if he owns it, the value will be much lower. If he really saves people, what if there is a problem with the formation of the secret realm? Who will make up for his losses? Gu Shanhai is not a good person, and he may not watch such a tragedy happen, but he can pretend to be blind. Put a clone on duty here. Gu Shanhai took out an inner demon Taoist soldier from his body, transformed it into a clone, and went back. The original clone was eaten by Gu Shanhai as a side dish after he returned. Otherwise, the ingredients will deteriorate if left for a long time. After planting the clone into the soul, Gu Shanhai used 5 elements escape to directly move back to Wuzhuang Temple. I remember I brought 2 copies of the Quantum Collider. Gu Shanhai rummaged around inside his body and soon found the Quantum Collider. This equipment occupies a large area and cannot be accommodated in Gu Shanhai's Wuzhuang Temple. You have to find another place to store it. If you leave it outside in the wind and sun, it will definitely get damaged. This is a precision instrument. How about enchanting it with a big wish? Gu Shanhai's mind twitched. It didn't matter if he was big, as long as he was scaled down in the same proportion. It would be fine. This operation was vetoed by him as soon as it emerged. Big and small Re itself involves space, and the Quantum Collider opens the world. If this happens randomly, who knows if there will be interference between the two? It would be fine if he didn't show up. But wouldn't it be in vain if Gu Shanhai showed up? The risks and rewards do not match up. Just dig a basement under Wuzhuang Temple and come out. This is the simplest way and the lowest cost for Gu Shanhai. What's more, it's not Gu Shanhai's job to dig the basement. Just let the inner demon Taoist soldiers do it. The 4 Sacred Bees system quickly completed the design drawings of the basement and the inner demon soldiers. No, it should be the Yellow Turban Warriors version of the inner demon soldiers, who started to take action. In less than a minute, a huge basement was built. The construction efficiency must be very fast. Just like those saints who go to the construction site to clear dust. Even if they don't use magical powers, they can achieve extremely high efficiency by relying on their physical fitness. After entering the basement, the quantum collider was installed, and after some exploration, Gu Shanhai sighed. Incompatibility caused by differences in the world can be used, but not much. Fortunately, the most basic functions are still there. It just needs to be debugged from scratch before it can be used. This is not a big problem for Gu Shanhai. With the spatial data provided by the secret realm, it is relatively easy to solve. You just have to be careful when crossing worlds. The world produced by the quantum collider is a huge world community. At first glance, the systems appear to be different, but in essence, they are all world communities formed by the collapse of a large world. But here, the two worlds are most likely different, and forced connection will cause problems. Therefore, Gu Shanhai was debugging not only this world, but also the relevant parameters of the world opposite. But it doesn't matter, as long as this world is completed. The world on the other side doesn't actually matter, as long as the exit of the space channel is not positioned at some weird location. It won't be a big problem. We need corresponding resources. Forget it. I won't trick Qifeng Mingyu and the others. Gu Shanhai's first thought was to ask his disciples for them. This had always been the case before. Just another thought. Qifeng Mingyu has just started, and you may not be able to get it if you ask them. The progress is slow. We need to let them speed up. If Gu Shanhai wants to conduct corresponding experiments, he will need a lot of resources. It is right for Gu Shanhai to have these resources himself. But wouldn't it be better if someone gives them to him? Raising disciples means saving costs for yourself. If Emperor Xian is dead, then no one in the Dashuan dynasty can stop them. Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and it seemed that there really was one. The Zhao family of the Tian family in the 8 giant chambers has disappeared due to the secret realm after Emperor Xian's death. But there are still many forces in the 8 giant chambers, and in both good and evil circles. And some of these forces are supported by gods and demons. Therefore, these forces are actually like Qifeng Mingyu, separatizing a state and waiting to take advantage of the situation. Now the time has come. As long as the news of Sheng Jing's disappearance spreads, the whole Dashuan will be in a state of excitement. Oh! And the demon realm seems to be in chaos too. Gu Shanhai is greedy. He wants not only the Dashuan dynasty's territory, but also the demon realm. The only pity is Xiaobai's method of transformation. Gu Shanhai looked at the 3 strange books in his hand. Theoretically, the 3 strange books contain the ability to transform monsters into humans. But unfortunately, they were not suitable. Forget it. It's good to let it continue to use Super Saiyan Deer form. Anyway, this form can stand upright on its feet. This form has been improved many times by Gu Shanhai, and it is close to the human form. The reason why it is close is because it is more of a mimicry than a real person. It can't even speak. And it's still yo-yo-yo. We'll see if there is a suitable method in the next world. Gu Shanhai knew that there was something wrong with the system of this world. So don't just stuff it into your body. He didn't see that he only had 2 projects to study the system now. One was the other is the secret realm after death of the ancient gods and demons, and the eternal proof of the gods and demons of today. All other projects have been abandoned by him, and are considered to be abandoned cases. Naturally, Xiaobai's transformation project is also among the abandoned cases. Chapter 480. Xiaobai said it was just a child. Something happened. Sheng Jing is gone. Qifeng hurried into the study, with an expression of unspeakable shock. When Mingyu heard the news, Mingyu's expression also froze. Why not? Did Master erase it conveniently? Mingyu immediately placed the suspect on Gu Shanhai. Based on his understanding of Gu Shanhai, there was a high probability that he did this. I don't know. There is no corresponding news. How did Qifeng know so much? And he didn't get much information. What's missing is the entire Shenjing. Whether it's buildings or people. It's as if it was swallowed by something. Not even a single ruin was left. Where's Emperor Xian? He's not making any movement at all? This shouldn't be the case. There were more and more doubts in Mingyu's mind, judging from Qingfeng's dictation. It's not like Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai couldn't possibly move everything. At most, he could only move a royal treasure house. He didn't have that much free time. No more. Not even a witness. Qifeng was helpless about this. This matter is likely to become an unsolved case. Fortunately, Mingyu didn't worry too much about this, but was silently thinking about what to do next. Qifeng didn't bother him. He was no longer the young boy he was before. After 2 years of experience, he no longer said that my master was a god or demon when he met someone, because everyone already knows it. There is no need to emphasize it again. Go ahead and prepare to take action. Since Emperor Xian is gone, others will probably not give up such a good opportunity. Mingyu said without hesitation. The big forces are secretly preparing to make a move. But the reason why there is no direct conflict with Dashuan is naturally because of Emperor Xian. Everyone knows that Emperor Xian intends to break through the gods and demons. If the breakthrough fails, it is easy to say that if it succeeds, everyone will they had to be liquidated. So everyone would appear to respect the Emperor on the surface. But in fact, they were serving the Emperor in both positive and negative ways. Even if you have enough face, forget about Li Zi. Unless Emperor Xian really succeeds in breaking through the gods and demons, all the forces will be honest. If the breakthrough fails now, the consequences will go without saying. The Dashuan dynasty will basically become a piece of fat meat. And everyone wants to bite off a piece of meat. Are you sure? We are only at the Grandmaster level. And one state is already the limit. Qi Feng is also relatively sober. Everyone has the realm of unity between man and nature as the main body. And there are even gods and demons behind him. The two of them are only in the Grandmaster realm of the third middle realm. Their ability to have such power depends not on themselves, but on Gu Shanhai's reputation. If he talks too much, Qi Feng is worried that others won't give Gu Shanhai face. Master's support for us over the years. Isn't it enough to show his support for us? How many of those in the realm of harmony between man and nature, gods and demons, do you think have the guts to challenge the master? There was disdain in Mingyu's tone. He was not as strong as these big forces, so he couldn't stand up to his tough background. Furthermore, although his strength is not as good as that of Yi Xian, his ability is enough to rule the entire Dashuan dynasty. He found that his talents tended to focus on internal affairs. He seemed to have inherited the imperial power of the Tian family and got started very quickly. Qi Feng is different. He seems to be more involved in the world of martial arts. He has made friends from all walks of life, which makes him very comfortable in controlling both good and evil. The two found a balance between this. That's true. But we can't be too arrogant. The gap in hard power is still there. Unless you can invite the master over and let him go around various places to ensure that all forces surrender honestly. Qi Feng still agrees with Mingyu's disdain. But what he doesn't agree with is his views on various forces. That's true. But asking master to come out would be a bit overkill. Xiao Bai is enough. Naturally, Mingyu would not go to Gu Shanhai because of such a trivial matter. In his eyes, he and the others had already left the army, and as long as their lives were not in danger, there was no need to go to Gu Shanhai. As for someone who is so desperate that he refuses to go to Gu Shanhai to save face or suffer the consequences, it is naturally impossible for Qi Feng Mingyu to do such a thing. By the way, where is Xiao Bai? Why is there no movement today? Mingyu asked. Xiao Bai's treatment was better than the two of them, and without Gu Shanhai's discipline, he could have fought every day anyway. It's just that Xiao Bai is big, so he can make a big noise every time. It's almost noon today, and Mingyu doesn't even hear Xiao Bai's noise. It seems that he went out of town to play. Qi Feng didn't pay much attention to Xiao Bai's situation. With Xiao Bai's strength, even if they were beaten to death, Xiao Bai could still be alive and kicking. Instead of caring about Xiao Bai, it would be better to care about whether the two of them would be in any danger without Xiao Bai's protection. It's good. It's a rare day to be clean. Mingyu is also happy. Xiao Bai spends most of his time walking around the city. Besides, he has his own yard. His favorite thing is to jump. With Xiao Bai's physique and strength, he can jump it up, and the whole city can hear the noise. However, no one dares to comment. If you say this to a deer that is at the peak of the realm of unity between man and nature, the other person will spit you to death. Fortunately, the habit of respecting the strong in this world has been deeply rooted in common sense. Xiao Bai's behavior of jumping around and making noise every day is the most harmless. Everyone can just tolerate it, and it will be over. It is not a big deal. If you really meet the devil's heavenly being, cultivators at the peak of the unity realm are the real HL. And they often kill people to practice demonic skills. Come on! Who knows if Xiao Bai will do something wrong? The last time he went out to play in the city, he ate up all the woods on the South Mountain. Qi Feng complained, knowing that these could only be regarded as Xiao Bai's snacks. In fact, Xiao Bai's food was taken from Gu Shanhai. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to feed Xiao Bai at all. The two were chatting when they suddenly noticed a violent vibration. Yo! Then a deer roar was heard. It's Xiao Bai! Mingyu's face changed, and he could hear Xiao Bai shouting, very angry. It's in the north direction. Go take a look. Qi Feng located the location instantly, and then the two of them walked through the air, leaving only after images that dissipated. As a master, flying with air control is just a small means. In fact, it can be done at the innate level. However, because the innate air needs to be warmed and nourished in the innate level, it is not suitable to consume too much. Therefore, there is generally little control of air in the innate level, let alone most of them focus on warmth and nourishment, and rarely fight. In an instant, they arrived at Xiao Bai's location. I saw the mess all over the place, and a large number of broken limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the place. Xiao Bai's originally white fur was also stained with some blood stains, but these blood stains were dissipating little by little. Huh? Xiao Bai looked at Qi Feng Mingyu in confusion, asking why you two are here. You shouted so loudly. We must have come to find out what happened. What's going on with these people? Mingyu asked calmly. Xiao Bai is fine, so there is no need to worry. Hey. Xiao Bai briefly described the situation with gestures and expressions. The general idea was that it was gnawing on a tree when suddenly a group of people jumped out and attacked it. But unfortunately, they couldn't even break its skin. Originally, Xiao Bai planned to give each of them a hoof to make them faint, and then send them back for torture. In the end, one of the assassins was really hurt. He actually held up a knife and wanted to beat him to pieces. How could he endure it? He just trampled him down and ended up like this. Xiao Bai shouted so loudly because he almost had to change from a male deer to a male deer. What you said makes sense. The problem is that with their strength, it's hard for you to break your skin, let alone beat a chicken to a flying egg. Qi Feng complained. Xiao Bai has rough skin and thick flesh, and even a person in the realm of harmony between man and nature cannot break through his defense, let alone this group of assassins. So even if you are injured, it is impossible to beat the odds. Yo! Xiao Bai glanced at Qi Feng with disdain, saying that it has nothing to do with strength. If someone is going to beat you up, do you want to hack them to death or get a knife? Okay, let's be careful this time. Mingyu saw Qi Feng and wanted to speak, but ended the topic in advance. The two of them later started to complain to each other. Qi Feng will pinch Xiao Bai's horns, and Xiao Bai will spit at Qi Feng. The two of them will probably die together. Next time, don't go out of the city. What if a group of people comes and not only beats you to pieces, but also prepares to make you covered in snow? Mingyu knew that the person who did this would most likely not be able to find out the instigator behind the scenes. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who instigated it, as long as all the forces are destroyed. When Xiao Bai heard this, he was still frightened. He nodded quickly and said that he was just a child. It was so dangerous outside, and he wanted to go back to find Gu Shanhai. ×2. This seems to be too much deception, making Xiao Bai afraid of how to get home. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Mingyu originally wanted to persuade her, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Xiao Bai is just a mount after all. He usually plays or washes vegetables, cooks, cleans, and is good at fighting. In Qi Feng Mingyu's eyes, it is more of a deterrent. Having been with Xiao Bai for so many years, he also knew Xiao Bai's situation. So I didn't force too much. Yo! Xiao Bai said that a good brother is loyal. When the time comes, he will steal tens of thousands of Inner Demon Tao soldiers from Gu Shanhai and give them to you. Xiao Bai is not stupid either. It certainly knows that without its help, Qi Feng Mingyu's forces will have problems due to insufficient force. So it would be good to steal some Heart Demon Tao soldiers to use. Anyway, Gu Shanhai has so many Inner Demon Taoist soldiers, so missing tens of thousands of them is not a big problem. Then what? Xiao Bai, can you steal those Inner Demon Tao soldiers with the skin of the Yellow Turban Rikishi? The original ones are really unavailable. Qi Feng said hurriedly. They have seen what the Inner Demon soldiers without skin look like. If they really use the Inner Demon soldiers to push them, it will affect their image. On the contrary, the Yellow Scarf Warrior has a good skin, which is more useful to them. Hey, Xiao Bai said that this was a bit troublesome. After all, there were only a few Inner Demon soldiers with skins, and even if they were all stolen, there wouldn't be many of them. It doesn't matter. You can steal as many as you can. Mingyu didn't care too much. The premise of this matter was that Gu Shanhai was willing to give. With Xiao Bai's ability, he couldn't hide it from Gu Shanhai, so he actually gave as much as he wanted. It was Gu Shanhai who had the final say. Xiao Bai would think that this was his own contribution, but Mingyu didn't point it out. If it weren't for Xiao Bai, he would have had to go back to Gu Shanhai to ask for it. The main reason was that the two of them were too busy with their affairs and couldn't get away. And compared to Xiaobai, Mingyu is actually more optimistic about the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers. How can we say that the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers are the real masters of killing? Xiaobai's mount can deter Xiaobai for so long, which is very good. Xiaobai is really a guy. Gu Shanhai, who was calibrating the parameters of the quantum collider, noticed the conspiracy between Xiaobai and Qifeng Mingyu. He couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. He could only say that Xiaobai really dared to think and do it. Stealing his Inner Demon Taoist soldiers and using them would cause a bloody massacre if they were not released. The Inner Demon Taoist soldiers do not have much self-esteem and reason. They only know how to kill and kill. If they want to control them, they must use the Four Sacred Beasts system to control them intelligently. In essence, it is a killing weapon, not a true Taoist weapon. Therefore, if you want to control, you must obtain authorization. Otherwise, the uncontrolled Inner Demon Taoist soldiers will kill anyone they see alive. Still the kind that never stops fighting. Forget it. Let them go. Gu Shanhai didn't care about these Inner Demon soldiers with yellow scarf skins. They just looked a little better with their skins. But the actual combat power was not much different. Lending it to them is not a big deal. But no one will take care of Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple in the future. There's no need to worry about this. Xiao Bai is back. And when the time comes, just let him and Qinglong do it. Anyway, he said he wanted to steal. Gu Shanhai can ignore Xiao Bai's fault. But no one will do the work he should do. Then Xiao Bai can only take the lead. And Qinglong is simply unlucky. After all, it is obviously unrealistic for Xiao Bai, a deer, to complete his daily routine quickly and well. So he must find an assistant. In fact, as long as one Inner Demon Taoist soldier passes by, it will be okay. But as a Taoist soldier, you still have to gather 100 of them and mix them with special effects. In this way, the combat power can be greatly improved. And with the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers, even if there are only 100, Qifeng Mingyu can directly overwhelm the Dashuan dynasty and the demon realm. Gu Shanhai was short of resources now, so he had no intention of letting them fight slowly. It would be best to complete the unification of the Dashuan dynasty within a month, and then spend another month to destroy the demon realm. Of course, if you think about it, it's okay. The progress is definitely not that fast, and the time is at least measured in years. As for the gods and demons, there is no need to worry. Gu Shanhai will find a way to tie them all up. He still lacks some experimental materials. What if these gods and demons are wandering outside and get injured? It would be safer to put them in the laboratory. Naturally, he didn't do it before because it was not necessary. Of course, it was also because maintaining the life-saving cabins required for gods and demons required a lot of costs. If Qifeng Mingyu succeeded, he would not have to pay the cost. So he would do this now. The calibration of this thing is a bit troublesome. I thought it could be done in a month. But now it will take at least half a year. Gu Shanhai was quite cursing. This quantum collider really didn't give him any peace of mind.